This story tells the story of a young man who is not only good at studying, but also an extraordinarily beautiful person. And that's why all the girls are just crazy about him. Every other girl knew a high school student named Wang Bing, and she wanted to become friends with him. But each time the young man refused. The young man's heart belonged to only one girl, the queen of the garden among the school flowers, and the students of the whole school dreamed of meeting her. It may seem that he is a real lucky man, but in reality, he had to work hard to make his girlfriend happy. In search of a job, he knocked on the doors of many establishments, asking and belittling to take him as an employee even for the lowest paid position. Yes, the young man has an excellent grade, but he has an ordinary family. And the guy does everything he can and can't do to earn at least some money. But in today's world, it doesn't matter how hard you try to earn the money you spend on a date. In today's world, a man is ready to give his life for someone he appreciates and who will appreciate him in return. And a woman only adorns herself for whomever she likes. The young man is complex, so he can use it not only in his studies, but also in games. And he's also very naturally capable. The only thing he can't do is love. He played video games all night long, improving his score over and over again. Just like this evening. Today, after passing the test, the young man found out that he is the player with the shortest time. I also received a reminder that entering the post-apocalypse is life-threatening. This message did not alarm the young man very much, but on the contrary, it awakened a certain excitement in him, and he immediately wanted to know what kind of world it was. The reminder said that the entrance was life-threatening. If he dies in this world, he won't be able to return to reality, which made him think. Although there was a threat to his life, it was the game that aroused his interest. And also, the amount of his winnings depended on the time he would stay inside. Our confidence was shattered, and he decided that this time he would not be able to answer. So, having weighed all the pros and cons, I started the game. A new light window is displayed on the computer screen, informing that the young man has made the right choice. And now combine the moose system to continue. Next, the young man was presented with a set of rules that he had to memorize initially. For example, how to move things from the real world to the virtual world. The young man's eyes burned with more and more excitement as he carefully studied the rules and other details of the game. He had 4 hours left before the start, which meant that he had to hurry up to buy everything he needed. But the trouble is that his pocket is empty. The problem arose because he was on a date with his girlfriend last week. And so he would have to ask Li Ping for money. Computer games literally take over this world, so literally everyone around them does not stick to their devices for days and nights, playing and competing with each other. The two young men played quietly, arguing a little from time to time. But they were distracted by the sound of the door opening, forcing them to distract themselves. Wang Bing walked through the door, and the two young men smiled, as they were glad to see their friend. Immediately they began to be interested. For some reason he did not come for so long. It became a little uncomfortable for the young man, as his friends were worried about him. And he didn't come to see them, to borrow some money. The friends understand everything without words, so even without listening to the end, they began to ask the young man to at least eat well, and not spend all the money on the girl. The young man may be very smart, good at studying and playing video games, but his IQ undoubtedly drops in front of the sight of his beautiful girlfriend. That is the reason in spending a huge amount of money. Wang Bing was undoubtedly pleased with the generous help from her friends, but she was also worried about how they themselves would survive without funds. Not wanting to listen to any objections, the young people literally write their friend out the door. Since it's already quite late, this is an example of all the best friends who will follow you through thick and thin and check the copper pipes. And at the right moment, they will give a crack. But seriously, they didn't really understand everything and literally demanded that the young man go, so as not to make the girl wait and finally eat. The young man set a new goal, and that the moment when he finally became rich would definitely return all the debts to his friends. The training camp was completed in a fairly short period of time. And together with her tongue, the young man went to the right place. He had a sapper's shovel to help him in his treasure hunt. The shovel was a versatile weapon, as it could not only drip but also kill enemies. Before he went into the virtual world, there were things that bothered him in the real world, such as silence on the part of his girlfriend. From time to time I dialed it. I had already memorized the phone number. The young man heard only debts and an answering machine, which made me tense. And now, when he once again cut off the girl's phone with calls, she still deigned to pick up the phone, wondering what had happened. Deciding not to go into details, he only explained that he would be gone for a while, but hoped that he would return soon and they would meet. Lavushka, on the other hand, also had news, and judging by the tone, it was not very pleasant. But the young man only assured her that it was not necessary to say when he would return. The girl presses the end button and puts the phone down, turning to her interlocutor, who seems to be much nicer than the guy she was chatting with. The handsome-looking young man asks who called the girl and immediately puts his pen on the girl's thigh, remembering him. Deciding that the lot is for good, the girl, turning to her companion, says that it does not matter, and they can pick up where they left off. Wang Bing wasn't bothered on the floor, as his girlfriend had never hung up so unexpectedly before. However, now he has a completely different mission. And so he turned all his attention back to the virtual world in which he was going. The young man begins to turn his head from side to side, realizing that this is a real journey through time and space. Around him, he sees a dilapidated building, as if there would have been no one here long ago. And now he found himself alone and defenseless in it. Logically, if the young man finds himself in a post-apocalypse, then the Walking Dead must also be in this place. And the assumption will turn out to be correct, since literally behind the neighboring bars, a whole army of the Walking Dead was waiting for the young man. Excellent logic went in, reasoning that the young man had 7 days, and if he wanted to find anything, then he needed to explore this world. To say that you need to find out more and to do it, in fact, are two completely different things in terms of time and complexity. Well, he's got a lot more enthusiasm and decides he's going to be the guy in the game who explores this an apocalyptic world. The first piece of advice he learned was to keep a shovel handy in case of a critical situation in which he had to defend himself. Also, the second light there was that you should choose the road with fewer Walking Dead, for safer movement. You should also keep in mind that when the Walking Dead are concentrating on something, they should not be distracted, otherwise they will draw attention to you. For example, in one of the areas, the Walking Dead were more active, sympathetic than in the humble alleys. It was necessary to take into account the fact that it was absolutely necessary to avoid completely unnecessary battles. The Walking Dead were very sensitive to any sound, even the biggest one. So it could be used as a distraction. If you follow all these rules, there was a post-apocalyptic world and nothing critical would happen. And so the young man will avoid the zombies and look for treasure to return in a few days. It would seem that everything is quite simple, but the feeling of persecution did not leave him, it would seem, from the very beginning of the game. There were different assumptions, even that it was some kind of intelligent kind of Walking Dead man that was haunting him. And here's the idea that it might not be the Walking Dead. And another person was like a scarecrow to him. Given that people in this world can be much scarier than even the Walking Dead, the right decision was to hide as soon as possible. Indigenous people or just people who have come here like him, no matter who, but nevertheless they may want to see him. If a young man dies here, he will not be able to return to the real world. This is not the best outcome of events. Human or zombie, it didn't matter. The young man definitely had an advantage in this area. Therefore, if he found shelter, he was ready to attack. He was alarmed by the fact that his pursuer was in no hurry to get up after him, as if she were expecting something. A noise rang out overhead, and as the young man raised himself, he expected to see his pursuer, but in his place he saw small fish flying at him. The face is hidden by a shadow, but everything else is visible. The handsome young man, abandoning the first assumption, decides that he is a fishman. A shiver runs through my body. It would seem that the game will end, and all the young man could do was spare me. The attacker turns out to be a nice girl. They say that if a young man wants to live, he must leave everything he has with him. The game began to look much more serious, as the girl was clearly not friendly and quite serious, continuing to threaten. The atmosphere around him was full of guns. Everything was still pointed at the young man, and the girl continued to demand that all the supplies be given to her. The assumptions were different. Wang Ben tried to analyze the situation as soon as possible. However, it was just a girl. The count had come to an end, and the girl was waiting for some action on the part of the young man, otherwise she would proceed to action. A sapper's shovel meets the girl's ball. Instead of attacking, it dodges back with deft movements. A light wind blows through the room, tearing off the girl's developing. And it would have looked beautiful if it hadn't been for all the seriousness on her face. Wang Bing is certainly a gentleman and doesn't attack first, but the girl dared to hit him first. And she even tried to rob him. The virtual world is much stronger than the real one, and the abilities in it are universal. So the girl began to scan her with our eyes. She was able to calculate both his strength and the points that needed to be struck in order to deprive the young man of these very powers. And the Peshiva boy means that the girl is very strong and perhaps she is a much more serious opponent than he previously assumed. A strong blow falls on the man's body when he comes into contact with the wall, and before I have time to catch my breath, I immediately receive another blow. The girl is still serious, declaring that if the young man moves even a step, she will immediately cut his throat. Something had to be solved at lightning speed, and the young man tried to offer a compromise. Since there is enough food in his bag for 2 people and they can work together. When she heard about canned meat and jerky meat, she shifted a little. Apparently, she hadn't eaten in a long time. Her eyes sparkled at the mere mention of it, and she drooled. Perhaps she was just crazy. It was a great chance for the young man, and he reached into his back pocket for another weapon. Thin hands began to crumple the shoulders of the young man even more. The girl kept demanding food, and apparently the feeling of hunger was quite strong. The entrance was for self-defense, and there was an electric shock, the discharge of which the girl received immediately. The girl, although she was very hungry, should not have attacked the young man with threats and turned around in an attempt to rob him. And this is not for the better for her. But the young man was not the most callous and ruthlessly understood that the girl was in the same conditions as himself, and he even felt a little sorry for her. After waiting for a while, he pulled out his backpack, some food and water put in front of the girl, which made her eyes run a lot. And in return, he does not ask for big rewards, only to say something, lay down a dagger to a girl. The water and food turned out to be quite healthy, nutritious, and also not expired, which surprised the girl very much. She was immensely grateful to this unknown young man, and the question arose more neatly, who he was and how to find him again. In the post-apocalyptic environment, the young man wandered in search of shelter, since people here are quite frightening than the dead. The fate of his playing path was clearly not sparing. And since it was only when he had settled down on one misfortune that he ran into another, the reason remains unchanged, but instead of a fragile girl, two healthy men appeared in front of him. Apparently, the commotion that unfolded with his girlfriend earlier attracted the attention of the rest of the players, which was very bad. The man began to brandish his weapon in an attempt to attack the young man and take away all his possessions. There were 3 attackers. They were approaching from all sides, which was problematic. For defense, the young man was in a disadvantageous position. "Man, I'm completely crazy. Crush or something about wanting to eat Wong Bing. The dinner looks too tasty." The young man, who had not yet lost his will to live, got up and threw the entrance to his weapon. You see a stun gun and a blade. Blood splatters swept before his eyes, and the young man was already able to injure several opponents, albeit not critically. Even a small wound was quite frightening to them, as the smell of blood attracted the walking dead. The men stood in a heap and tried to stop the bleeding and prevent the attack, and the young man, taking advantage of the moment, began to run away. Feeling like a bait for everything, the young man breathed as soon as he was freed from the tiger and found himself in a new lair. No less to survive the post-apocalypse was a very exciting action. Although it is not known where this experience may come in handy in the future. Although it is possible that he will not be able to survive, since after a long walk through the territory, the young man found himself in a dead end. In addition to the impasse that appeared before the young man, the men who had previously attacked him returned to him. One of them was already making plans for the young man's arm, which he was going to tear off, and the other said that they would not hurt him at all. The man calls himself a gang of tigers' heads, which puzzled us, since he didn't expect to see a gang of bandits. And the intention to attack is getting closer and closer to you, and then the rescued early girl reappears. Well, the girl's plan was not to help the young man. The analysis was to observe how he, a green newcomer, coped with the difficulties that stood on his difficult path. And then he looked at the piece of food in his hand. It decided that gratitude would already help the young man to avoid death. The tiger's bows, without turning around, kept looking at the young man, saying, "What intrigues will they arrange for him at this time?" The girl quietly creeps up from behind. With a dull slap, one of the gang members falls to the ground, and pieces of brick are scattered around his head, with which he was hit. The girl, not stopping at one of the gang members, begins to strike at the others, gracefully maneuvering in the air between blows. A fragile, petite girl may seem masculine compared to her huge scores, but her fighting abilities are simply amazing. Yes, the men were quite strong and it was very difficult to defeat them, but the girl, clearly trained, coped with it perfectly. None of the professional fighters could defeat this gang, and it was simply unthinkable that a small, fragile girl would be able to injure them. In order to fully use her powers, the girl needs her dagger. So, turning to the young man, she asks him to give him to her immediately. It doesn't matter if they're friends or enemies, but it's better to die of each other than to be eaten by these crazy people. The man does not have time to strike back, as the girl's dagger pierces his neck with its sharp tip, letting the first drop of blood through. No matter how strong the Tiger Head Gang's abilities are against a sharp knife blade, they are still useless. The young man was already frightened by all this. Yes, cannibals, these people are terrible and deserve to die, but before his eyes, for the first time in his life, someone dies in this way. As the boss stepped forward, the other and painfully shocked, the rest of the group began to run away, fearing to be caught in the blade's edge. The young man's logic works perfectly, and they decide that you need to offend after the members of the group. Otherwise, they may get into trouble afterwards if they run away. But the girl protests, as now is not the best time and it is better to leave. The smell of blood really lures the dead, and those seniors approached the place where people were in a flock. Looking after the girl, I, a young man, reasoned something. After all, she turned out to be a good person, and perhaps she could be trusted. Even if he doesn't oppose her, she can be a good helper for the rest of his life. In the dark alleys, the walking dead were more and more in search of their next victim. In order to avoid death, The young people manage to find the secluded place just in time. Let's hide. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, longed for an hour, and now he was finally safe. He turns to thank the girl, but she again warily points her dagger at the proudly young man. I order, stand still. The world is arranged in such a way that people who are quite unpredictable never know what they can do. You never know from which side betrayal creeps in, so the girl's fears are quite justified. The young man, again using his brother-in-law, decides that it is most profitable to do everything calmly and come to a compromise, if possible, of course. Accompanied by a gaze, the girl watches as the young man puts his stun gun aside, remaining unarmed. The girl was apparently still angry that he had used it on her and gracefully his leg in far away. The young man once again accepts an attempt to find a compromise, explaining that if they get along, the girl will get even more delicious food. And then he shows the girls the contents of his backpack with various goodies with nicknames and drinking water. And the bottom line is that if the girl helps him survive for 7 days, then he will share all his supplies with her. And then she literally drools and sheds tears, because so many things and at once for her alone, like some kind of dream. And the young man only mentally thanks himself for taking the most, so when, if he gives half of it, the girl will leave him enough with his head. The girl's eyes are watering even more, so apparently she met a local rich man, also wonders who he is. Oh, all the food here looks like an unprecedented luxury, even though it's just plain instant noodles and snacks. Of course, the young man could not say everything at once. But the girl only had to believe him, and sooner or later she would definitely find out. The goal is to stay here for only 7 days, and if he and the girl see each other again, then he promises, which will give her even more food. Before the young man gave the girl food, she planned to kill him, but he left her precious food and water, which no man would do. The young man did not force him to tell the truth, but nevertheless she offered him to make peace. Local rules were that he could not enter a girl's private room without her permission. In addition, he will have his own private room in which he can do whatever he wants, within reason. Having accepted all the conditions, the young man nods his head, says that it is time to get acquainted, and immediately introduces himself, asks what the girl's name is. The girl under the beautiful name took it, snorted, turning away, but the young man is not even offended. Since he understands everything, apprehension and some indignation. For these gloomy places, the room in which the young man managed to settle turned out to be quite spacious and rich. However, it wasn't that important. The windows are boarded up, but even so, it could be assumed that all the rich lived here. The thought of what could have happened to him with such a precious thing occurred to the young man instantly, and he began to look at the chests of drawers and cupboards, but they were empty. All I could find was a bunch of cobwebs and some rags. And a lot of time has passed. Apparently the others have already managed to turn the house upside down. But in one of the drawers he still managed to find jewelry boxes, and a young man really hoped that they were all real and worth hundreds of thousands. If you put all these jewels that one being found in a pile and sell them in one of the pawn shops in the real world, 3ATO, he will be able to become incredibly rich. There are no beautiful plans for life. They have already begun to flash pictures in his imagination. He will return to reality. He will get rich and marry the goddess and they will live in luxury. But in this situation, the best solution was to calm down, gather all the emotions in one pile and stick to the original plan. It was also worth wondering if all these things belonged to Xiao herself, since she didn't want to be mean. Leaving the young man's room, he was about to call the girl in order to find out the necessary information from her, but immediately stopped, frozen in place. Every word the young man uttered more and more quietly, the way the sight of and those standing with their backs to him reduced all thoughts to the background. At one point, realizing that he was staring indecently at the girl, he began to cover his face with his hands, and they say that he did not do it on purpose. Out of shame and embarrassment, he wound up his room, leaving the girl alone. Otherwise, she kept talking about what the young man wanted. Through the closed door, she began to imagine aloud what the young man wanted. He could not utter a word. The whole picture was frozen before her eyes. To gather all the young man's thoughts together, he had already said what he wanted to say earlier, hoping that the jewelry did not belong to the girl after all, and he would be able to take it. The girl enters the room, waving her hand, and explains that these things are useless. If he wants to, he can take them there. The young man looks at her with a sparkle in his eyes and asks her if the girl really means that he is just giving it to BF him. Slowly opening a box of chips, the girl explains that there used to be an elite area here, and each of the houses here is full of jewelry. But they are completely useless. And I don't know why they are needed, young men, but here I am lying down. He starts shouting that if there are still plenty of him here, then he should get them all. Xiao might have refused. But if you take into account the fact that the young man was literally gifted her with food, then she will help him when he finishes eating. The robbers of ancient tombs, young people went in search and were able to get quite a lot of various jewelry. The young man even considers arguing that they are all worth several $1,000,000. To earn that much money in the real world, he would have to work for an incredibly long time. He turns to the girl, asking if she is justified. She doesn't need all these things. And also, as if by accident, the girl remembers that there is also a very large safe in this house, which the young man may want to see. And then he jumps like the most satisfied animal, which has just been offered an expensive delicacy, asking to be escorted to the safe as soon as possible. The mudslide stood there for an incredibly long time. The girl, no matter how hard she tried, could not open it earlier. Therefore, all hope fell on the shoulders of the young man. Usually, such high prices and safes were connected to an alarm system that automatically alerted the police to several cases of incorrect code entry. But now, at a time when the electricity has failed, young people have enough time and opportunity to open a safe. It's kind of like a game that tests your patience when you sit for hours and methodically press buttons. After a long amount of time and countless times, the phrase I heard in a mechanical voice about the wrong code of the safe finally gave in and opened. It was impossible to describe the contents with you at once, because at the slaughter the young man saw bundles of money, expensive boxes, even more valuable contents, and bars of gold. What caught his eye the most was a beautiful necklace that shone like stars in the night sky even in the dim light. And it must have cost a fortune. The gold bars were also quite precious. It's just a pity that the money lying in meat bags doesn't circulate in the young man's real world. Even if they were useful for lighting a fire or rubbing his ass, he decided to unpack everything else in his backpack and take it with him. For hours, the young man sat looking at every pebble of jewelry he found, as if he really specialized in it. The girl, in contrast to multicolored gemstones and banknotes, prefers colored candies, which are successfully eaten by the one who lowered the package. The young man explains that at least the girl considers them useless. However, he has a way to make them worthwhile, after exchanging them for the delicious food that the girl loves so much. And again, the beady eyes of the girl are like with stars, so if she helps to find even more of these trinkets, she can get even more food. Perhaps you should think about whether the young man will see her again next time and whether the system will be able to hear what he is thinking. In his head, he hears a voice, as if someone unknown is asking his secret desires, and he does not lose the opportunity to begin to speak. His 7 days have expired and he must leave this place. However, I would like to know where he will be next time and when he will return to this world. To which the system explains that the next time the young man returns to the post-apocalyptic world, he will be within 100 meters of the place where he first appeared. I turn to the girl. He explains that as long as she continues to help her, our collection of gold and jewelry, he will continue to bring her all possible treats. Sweet Xiao at this moment could be compared to a satisfied son who received his long-awaited treat. The only thing missing was a ponytail that would make her wag with joy. One of our things that bothered the young man was the thought that I was exchanging snacks and gold stones. He was cheating. The girl explains that the city has almost run out of food, and the only food you can eat now is it, so it looks like dried rats. What kind of food? What did the young man bring? This is a real luxury. This one wonders why the girl does not sow the land, not build a strong circulating network. But as it turned out, the government had already managed to create several human colonies over the years. So this scheme is not the most reliable. The colonies are surrounded by high walls, heavily guarded, and zombies cannot get inside, which protects the water. All the lucky ones who manage to survive try to get to the places where people gather, but, unfortunately, very few get there, much less return from there. The government is working to solve the problem of the virus by developing the colony in essence and achieving self-sufficiency. Of course, you can build everything when you have absolute superiority of power, otherwise it is impossible to cooperate. Shifting the topic from politics and other matters, the girl is interested in what the young man will do, exchanging food for useless jewelry. And then what? Going further, he continues to convince the girl that he is a merchant from a faraway distant city and hopes that she will not ask unnecessary questions. Or he'll really need to figure out how to explain it. The girl still remains her own questions, saying that if the young man wants, she can take him to the right place during the day, but in no case should you go out at night. On the side of the street, a loud scream is heard. The girl jumps up, informs that someone must have fallen into the trap she set there. The nocturnal visitors turned out to be people from the Tiger's Head group. It was a terrible lot, and they all wanted revenge. Looking over the girl's shoulder and at the young man's street, he asks, "Is it this gang that attacked them today?" And also says that it cannot be letting one of them go and they only gave themselves more trouble. The first most sensible thoughts were to flee from their hiding place and as soon as possible, otherwise the prospect of staying alive is slim. The main member of the gang asks the subordinates correctly, or if the place is not found, if this girl is here, then he will not allow her to escape punishment. He needs the girl alive, so he wants to deal with her on his own, while the young people watch the storm approaching them. In some mysterious way, the gang found out that the girl was here. So the danger now threatens not only her, but also the young man. Turning to the band, she informs them that they can't stay here anymore and need to go to another safe place. The road is again from the same dark alleys and streets of the girl. It would be good to say that the cunning hair has 3 holes. But the place they found themselves in is something more. Nevertheless, it could not be called completely safe on the ground floor. Words on sardines in a jar, swarming with zombies about to attack. It is impossible to sleep in such an environment, as all these terrible sounds made by the creatures frighten the young man very much. The stairs to the 2nd floor have collapsed until they make too much noise. Zombies wouldn't be able to get up, but it was still scary. You understand that he needs to distract himself from bad thoughts and ideas. Playing on the phone seemed very exciting to him, so he took the device out of his pocket. The girl watches the video device, shocked, since her phone does not work in this environment, and also wonders if the young man has any music. The girl turned out to be a real music lover, and as soon as she heard the offer to listen to music, she clapped her hands and took one earpiece. It's true that music has the power to change people. It's like a girl gets headphones in her ears. She became completely different, all the more gentle and calm. The young man also shared this love of music, and when he was a little younger, he listened to the radio in anticipation of his favorite songs. And now he could share that love with someone. Then his favorite music sounded, the young man happily sang along, and sparks of happiness shone in his eyes. And sometimes they were just overwhelmed with emotions, just like the girl male. The girl remembered her childhood and listening to her favorite song. She smiled, and so did her family, filling their hearts with warmth. These are the very happy warm moments that cannot be replaced by any event in life, not by any wealth. But all of them pass sooner or later. The girl has never been able to come to terms with the fact that all these moments and close people who were close to her are long gone. Leave her alone, and I couldn't accept that they wouldn't come back. Like a long-lost friend who once came unexpectedly to your life and also at one of the moments unexpectedly left, taking everything warm and beautiful. It's the same with music. All the songs she loved, every note and every nice sound, they're all gone. But they all also shine in her heart. Tears run down her rosy cheeks. She turns to the young man sitting next to her, and his gaze is so warm and understanding, as if through his thoughts he could understand her pain. Returning one of the headphones, the girl says that it is not worth wasting the charger, saving it, and the young man does not care about why the girl cried. The music really brought the girl back all the days when she was with her parents, when she was little, a carefree girl and don't worry about the future. The young man began to understand that, most likely, all these years of being in this world, the girl must have suffered tremendously, going through all the events alone. I try to defuse the atmosphere. The young man again pushes one earpiece into the girl's ear, and the other tells himself that he wants to listen to this song with her. Another idea shines in his head, and he says that next time he will bring the girl her favorite music, as well as a mobile phone with several charged batteries so that she can listen there. This very insignificant kind gesture was really a big icon of the girl, and her heart began to beat faster. And my heart was not so heavy. The young man, looking into the girl's pretty face, began to notice that she was very sweet, and that his heart was beating frequently, and that I was not going to calm down. But still, now is not the time or place to indulge in a splash of feeling, emotion, and you need to control yourself. In addition, in the real world, he had a lover. Flipping through his playlist, the young man turns on just like before, does not lean back. The walls say that everything already wants to listen to the song with the girl. They spend the whole night in a quiet, calm atmosphere. In the morning they still manage to fall asleep in each other's warmth. The girl's head rests on the young man's strong shoulder as he sleeps peacefully beside her. And the dead continue to walk around, these two of each other's safety. The young man looks at the thick map, listening to a girl who explains that Tiger's Head is one of the 4 largest banks in the city. They run the west side of the city, and the 3 men who attacked him yesterday are the most powerful around. And at that moment, they ran only because there were a lot of zombies around me. The gang leader's name was Tiger, and he had about 60 men, and they had about a dozen guns. So they're pretty strong. The base was located in the tallest building in the western part, a colorful garden that is equipped with a large supermarket. They took over this building and now own all the appurtenances there, so the possibility of revenge was reduced to 0. Since each man from the gang had a dozen pistols, which is quite a lot against 2 practically unarmed people. In addition to the Balanda and the Tiger, 3 other equally dangerous gangs have gained a foothold in the city, among them the most powerful gang of Wild Sands, located to the east of the city. Its leader has more than 100 men and 20 cannons, which is also quite dangerous. Next in strength was the giant Bear Bandana of the north, the leader of which is the brother of Xiong. This gang is dominated by a variety of explosives, grenades, and the most powerful gang of Flying Eagles in the south of the city, with less than 60 men in the hands of a leader and everything withstood or silk cannons. But they are stronger than all the gangs combined. Therefore, even if they are weak in numbers, 3 other gangs do not dare to provoke them, and in the end, for gangs are responsible for their part of the city. In addition to the 4 main bows, there are also a few leftovers, which were collected with pipes for a minimum number of people and weapons. Even if they don't have their own base, they can live like the rest of them and move from one point to another southeastern city, and now there are less than 1,000. After listening to all the information that the girl laid out for the young man, he concludes that in a city in which there are less than 1,000 people left, you can call it post-apocalyptic. The next question was the location of the city vault, which the young man had been so intent on getting into lately. The girl didn't pay much attention to it, as the bank was robbed right after the apocalypse and all valuables were seized, and now it's just useless. However, the gold could have been hidden in the building where the Wild Sands gang used to be located. There was the largest bank in the city, and the money must have been kept there under heavy supervision. And if you consider that the gang of Wild Sands is a magnet impossible, it will indeed be very difficult for the young men to draw out all the gold that is there, if any. One Bing wasn't stupid enough to break eggs at me, so for the next few days, they stayed in the same place for the next few days, never going anywhere. Over the past few days, it was when I was able to see people passing by below, and they seemed to be members of the Tiger's Head. But since the building was surrounded by zombies and those people still didn't dare to approach it, much less think that anyone dared to live with the Walking Dead, it was also time for the young man to return to the real world in order to stock up on new supplies, as well as sell the treasures he found. Finally, open your backpack. The young man shows the girl food, drinks that he bought for her, shows how he will survive if he gives her all his supplies. Assuring that everything will be fine, he only asks the girl to accept these so-called gifts and hide in a safe place, waiting for him to come back. The young man's absence was supposed to last only 7 days, and so the girl shouldn't have worried, but only taken care of herself and waited for him to come back for her. 7 days is a long enough time for any actions and feelings. And during this time, the girl managed to become attached to the young man. Throwing herself on his neck, she began to embrace him tightly, and his heart began to beat faster, which the young man could feel with his own body. After spending many days and a week alone with the girl, it was difficult to let go of someone. KTT became quite close, even because of such a short period. But no matter how much the girl wants the young man to stay, he had to leave, but he kept assuring her that he would definitely come back. Looking into her eyes, he continued to hold her back, and also said that he would bring more delicious food when he returned. All he asked for was for the girl to take care of herself until he returned, so that they can share together what he will bring from the world of reality. In response, the girl only silently nodded her head, since it was quite difficult to say anything now. Emotions overwhelmed her to the brim. We gathered all our strength. The young man checked his things at the end, decided that it was time to move, though he didn't really want to leave either. He wasn't supposed to say where he was going back, but the last few days together had made him realize that the Shao were reliable and seemed to be an important person to him. Which is to say, he was the one who got her into trouble by getting involved with the Tiger Head gang. And so now he must take responsibility for the girl's safety. Behind the closed door, a girl sat with her back against the wall. An unknown feeling of emptiness settled inside. The young man kept looking at his phone, counting down the seconds until he returns. When he returns to the real world, then reselling jewelry and gold to return. When the clock showed 12, it was at that moment that the girl literally flew into his room, intending to say something last. Instead of the young man, she was met by the deafening silence and semi-darkness of the room, which forced the feeling of longing and sadness to return to the girl again. In the starlight and in the glow of the city, as the evening came into its own, young people sat on one of the benches in the park, and the evening was gaining momentum. The date would have been romantic enough if the cute girl hadn't come across some pervert in her companion. Deciding that sex on a bench is very exciting. The stars and planets where the girls were still favorable, as Van Ben appeared literally in the next bush. He shakes himself off. He turns around and sees this very young couple who are shocked, looks at him and apologizes for interrupting them. A breath of fresh air spreads through your lungs, an extraordinary sweetness after being in a post-apocalyptic world. It's like paradise. It's a really great feeling, especially when you consider that his backpack is now filled to the brim with gold and other gems. Initially, the young man wanted to call his girlfriend and tell her that he had already returned and that they were now extraordinarily rich. I dial a familiar phone number. He hears beeps. And when he is answered, he says that he misses him very much and wants to see him as soon as possible. The girl said that, of course, she was glad to see the young man, but she was now very busy with family affairs, so their meeting should be postponed. Hearing that the girl's family is choosing a new home, he offered his company in the role of advisor, wondering in which neighborhood the house they were looking at was located. The girl's acting skills earned her respect, as instead of her family, her companion was another man who cuddly hugged her waist. Turning to her companion, the girl hisses softly, telling him to leave, as she doesn't want Wang Bing to know about it. But the girl's companion does not back down and, leaning over to her ear, says that as soon as she opens her cards to the young man, he will help her with the down payment for the apartment. Then, at the end of the phone, the girl tells the address of the real estate office, where she will be waiting for the young man. This guy jumps victoriously for joy. Next on the list was to sell all the jewelry, the gold he had found to buy his beautiful girl villa and surprise her. Local pawn shops are famous for their extraordinary demand. All kinds of visitors come to it, offering even more versatile things. And now, when there is a sore throat all dirty, beaten and with a characteristic smell in front of the girl, I wonder where the manager is not even surprised. Only by covering her sensitive nose from the smell, she says that if he has any questions, he can talk to her and call the manager, who is not necessary for this. Despite the fact that the girl was not very pleased to deal with another poor student who came for financial assistance, she was still interested in what she needed. But if the young man had nothing worthwhile or important, then it was not worth interfering with the work and leaving as soon as possible. Let's start small. The young man forms one small pebble. The girl asks if she can look at it, estimating the cost. Without looking too much, the girl takes a pebble in her hand, asking if the young man knows something he can call the police for counterfeit goods. Our stickers began to move, and other people began to move, and the girl kept shouting that the fearless young man was going to deceive her. If he did not leave the place immediately, she would call the guards. Turkey continues to persuade the woman that she should look more closely and not call him a liar, but even better, call someone who understands the matter better. The young man decided to go in search of a more worthwhile specialist than the girl himself, but he was stopped by one of the men. The man who approached turned out to be a manager and a first-class jeweler. Therefore, she suggested not to stir up a scandal and to make sure of the authenticity of the stone for yourself. Decide that there is nothing to lose. The young man forms a small red pebble for the man. I hope that at least he will be able to appreciate the value of it, having received the ready-made shining pebble. And the man is astonished, while the blonde girl continues to shout that this is a deception, nothing more. The manager yells at the girl to cover her mouth. Yes, she made tea for this gentleman, for he had brought them something very valuable. Here the gestures are even more silky than the man asks before. What is the young man's name, and offers to go to the VIP room to continue the conversation there. I continue to look at the young man, at the precious stone. The specialist asks again if he really wants to sell this stone. Everything was decided at the very moment when the young man first saw them. Therefore, he only asks to tell him the price. I hope that it will be high enough. The price for this jewel should be quite worthwhile to satisfy the young man, that he might in good conscience sell him the stone. No matter how sloppy the guy looked on the outside, he had the audacity inside to walk around with such a gem in complete peace. All the manager had to do was stay calm and talk less, lest the young man go elsewhere. Young man, choose exactly the same tactics. Keep silent and wait. But he worries why the man still hasn't named the price of the gemstone. But even if a person is in a panic, he should behave calmly, as this is a kind of psychological game. The endurance game went on. The man announced the initial price of 8 million, which was more than enough for such a jewel. On the outside, the young man looked calm and even-tempered, while the inner ones were all the cells of the body and jumped in joy from the announced prices. The manager has seen a lot of clients in his practice, and such calmness is not like a scarecrow. He decided that the price was too low and needed to be increased. He, averting any objection on the part of the gentleman, exclaimed that they would add another 500,000 to the announced price. He explained this price by the fact that in addition to selling stones, they have to pay not only for the design, and for processing and personnel costs and various taxes. Emotions were raging inside the young man. He was about to say yes, as the man offered him another 500,000, damn 8.5 million. Putting down his can of Coke, he says that they have agreed. And if it weren't for the family's financial difficulties, he certainly wouldn't have sold the stone. The joy of a successful transaction, the manager casually asks what kind of family Mr. Wang comes from. Since his surname must belong to a noble family, it was not necessary for the man to know this. Besides, the family was not so famous, rich, so he decided to change the subject. As if by accident, he says that he has 9 more gems in his backpack by chance, and perhaps the man wants to buy them. He jumps for joy and literally hearts in his eyes. Because, of course, he needs them and he will gladly spend all his millions on them. Such valuable and profitable customers are always and everywhere appreciated, so the sweet, waving her hand goodbye, the manager says that she will be glad to see the young man again. Turning to his employee, the manager begins to scold her, as she almost broke a big deal with her character. Sitting in the car, the young man looked at the balance from his account, realized that now he had everything in chocolate in one fell swoop and so much money. The scheme was terribly simple. To sell everything found in parts in different places. The Adabs did not suspect him of something was wrong. The taxi driver asks where to take the young man. This one gives the address of the real estate company, which found out earlier. Still dirty but incredibly wealthy, the young man walked into his real estate company, but he still felt uncomfortable. It was the first time he had been in such an upscale place, and he had never thought that he would be able to get there before. But now everything has changed. Now he is another rich man. He will buy a villa not only for his beloved, but also for his family. The young man's dreams are torn out of his thoughts, the voice of his girlfriend in turning around. He freezes in shock to see his beloved with another. A nice realtor asks how the couple is doing with this house, and a young man says that he has waited for everyday life, so he needs to deal with something. Come closer. The young man asks who this young man is next to his girlfriend and what is going on. The girl lowers her gaze. Her eyes run around a room. Her companion says that he will figure it out completely on his own. Bursting into mocking laughter, the young man asked the girl that she had been looking somewhere all the time and did not really want to tie her life to this beggar. Holding the young man by the chest, the girl asks him to calm down a little and not to talk about one being like that. Workers and visitors scurrying around began to gather around, because now something interesting was about to begin. Mistaking Wang for a migrant worker, people began to speculate about how he had been allowed inside in the first place. Didn't the guards miss it? Distracted from the standing hum around, the girl still utters those fateful words, which makes the young man even more shocked. For a young lady, a person with money and able to provide for her is more important. And if one loves her, he must back down. But the trouble is that he can also take care of the girl and her future. He went to another world for this, but the world is more cruel and the girl chooses the one who offers her more. Besides, she did not yet know about the young man's wealth. The girl's intentions were clear and unshakable. Initially, she wanted to resolve everything peacefully, but now it is clear that this will not work. The young man was more stern, saying that if one didn't shut up, he would break his fingers. Won Bing was not one of the timid dozen who began to attack back, which made the girl even more nervous. They asked the young man to stop. The young man laughs again, realizing that the young man is more arrogant than he initially thought. Instead of hurling threats and empty words, Won Bing lightly punches the young man in the chest. From the sharp pain and force of the blow, the man flies into the wall behind him. A shiver runs through my body, and plaster falls from the wall. Won Bing keeps shouting, ready to strike again. The girl, on the other hand, screams in fright, because according to her plan, everything should be different. Turning around, the young man shouts at the girl, asking her to be quiet, as he no longer cares. He was hurt too badly. The sobering slap came just in time, otherwise there would be one more corpse in this world. The young man really needed to wake up and accept the fact that everything was over between them, the girl. And the fight he started is completely useless. She shouted that Mr. Lee was a more important person, and she doesn't want to stay with a man like Wang anymore. Running up to the young man, the girl fell to her knees in front of him, examining him for serious injuries. Life is truly merciless. And no matter how many years of relationships you have, the one who offers the most money wins. Just in time, a policeman was in the room. The realtor immediately reported that this stinky had to be arrested. In fact, in the current situation, it would be better if the young man voluntarily left the place and did not cause trouble. But so do need to serve guests, although he doesn't look like a guest, since the apartments here are expensive, and you can find them by their cover. The realtor believed that the external Hades speaks for a person, and if the boy does not drink for a year, he will not be able to collect such an amount. Looking uncomprehending, the young man asks again if this is the highest amount, since his budget is many times larger. A manager appears in the lobby. He is uncomfortable with the idea that the workers cannot cope with one young man. Won Bing is still standing still, even though the workers look down on him. But his goal here is as clear as day. He wants to buy a house. The manager apologizes for his employees, and he says that this very minute he will solve all the problems of the young men. But if he's cheating and he doesn't have the money, he may have to call the police to deal with him. He had nothing to fear, and in fact he wanted to buy a house here. However, everything here is very low grade. That's why he's really not interested. The realtor girl was tired, screaming anger because the guy looked like a psycho and demanded to return the police, and the manager was just shocked by the impudence. Those present began to laugh at him, since the guy, apparently, was pretending that he simply could not afford to buy a house here. Ignore the people in the neighborhood, and the young men turned to their ex-girlfriend, saying that they hope she will not regret her decision. The young man was about to leave, but he is less deterred. I wonder at what price he is looking for a house, since there are ordinary houses. What they offer is not suitable for him. The young man knows his worth, and so the house is at least 20 million. The price should be right for him, but it is unlikely that he has any. And again the manager shouts to the horse that this guy is bragging too much. He will be satisfied with a house worth at least 20 million. The manager says that they certainly have something that will suit him. But if the young man is lying, he can easily take off his mask. The man explains that there is a newly built villa next to the Emerald Lake. But before buying it, shouldn't the young man show what he wants to buy for? Of course, there are no problems to show the remedy. However, the one who proves it will have unlimited power. If so, let the three who slandered and crawl on their knees. And while the young man can prove his worth, there is no problem in this, and the manager orders his employee and the police to fulfill the client's request. Everyone begins to talk to each other under the watchful eye of the young men. And he argues that, most likely, the manager just wants to bring the guy out into the open. They need to play along a little. The young man who was recently knocked out to you started shouting what kind of circus was going on here and why this person hadn't been taken out yet. He starts swinging his fists left and right, even hits his girlfriend and is already rushing towards the manager. His goal today was to show the young man who he was, so that the BAF would finally get the gist of what was happening. But instead of injuring his opponent, the young man himself is wounded in the face with a golden scroll. In such a high-class place, he should not be too smart, because you do not know from which moment a gold bar of gold or something more precious will always arrive. The manager of the establishment is shocked. Could it be that his eyes were not lying to him, and the young man had just struck the young man with a bar of gold? Managers have never seen such a large bar of gold. Probably, it is not real, visitors began to assume. While the young man was trying to get the bar back in his backpack, the girl fell on her knees in front of the young man, examining his wound. The girl is still young, and she will have enough time to learn to appreciate someone who really loves her. As for Won Bing, she is unworthy. The young man turned on his heels, walked away, leaving the girl in the company of his almost unconscious companion. The restless realtor keeps shouting that this young man dared to hit their client again and should be grabbed immediately. She, the manager, only cares about the gold bar he just saw, and he cares even more about whether he is real or not, and besides, the young man finishes them off completely. Pick up your phone. He shows the balance of his bank account. They say it's just one of his accounts with the least amount of money. Just an incredible 70 million. So in his hands is also a gold bar. This young man is truly an incredible person. The realtor does not calm down, and now you assume that the young men are just playing a prank on them with some kind of photo, passing it off as reality. The manager falls at the feet of the young men, saying that from now on he is their most respected guest, and they will be glad if he spends his money with them. They say that their deal is certainly valid and he is ready to provide him with the best expensive villa. And it shocks the officer and the police officers even more. And then she turns to him, immediately forcing him to kneel down and apologize for his behavior in front of such an important client. In practice, this is probably the first time for all three young people that they have been asked to kneel and not just apologize. And also crawl around the hall 3 times. Countries and people have begun to nod approvingly that this guy is really very rich, which means that the gold bar is real. Standing next to the young man, the manager is obediently ready to serve him, asking if he is really satisfied. Does it take anything else to make him even happier? While those present watched the crawling of the manager and 2 policemen, the young man was informed that as soon as he was in the mood, they would definitely go and see the villa. To summarize everything that happened earlier, the young man bought a luxury villa worth 30 million yuan, and not in a fit of anger. Only because he needed a safe and secluded place. Standing under a cool shower, the young man discusses the need to prepare well for the next return, since he's waiting for jewels and a beautiful girl. In the university park, friends and Wang speculated that after everything had happened, he hadn't even spoken to them. Still, they're glad he's broken up with Chin, and I was also worried that my friend did not answer either calls or messages, even though they've been cutting off his phone since morning. Looking at the phone again, one of the friends notices that he is receiving a message again that his account has been replenished with more than 1 million yuan. These scammers have already annoyed him. The author, a young man, received exactly the same message, and perhaps it's because of the site they were on last night that brightens up the gray everyday life. The best solution was to check in the banking app whether they really had such a great fortune. Entering a special bank approximation, both freeze in shock. Such a person was really looking for both of them were 1,000,001. But they did not understand how this could happen. Since none of them had won the lottery recently, they figured we'd call our friend to find out what was going on. First of all, however, his friends began to resent the fact that the young man did not even warn them of his disappearance and did not even dedicate to him the event that was happening in his life. The movements began to grumble that it was better for him to hide, since Mr. Or had a lot of connections, and it was better to contact them and wait somewhere safe. The young man didn't care. He was more interested in the question of whether his friends had received the money he had sent them, and they froze in shock, since they did not expect such a generous gift from him. But the young man says that it is still not enough, but he still hopes that his friends will accept this modest gift from him as a payment for the money he used to take. His friends were still in shock, as the young man kept suggesting that 1 million was not enough, and it was not known what he was doing to say such a thing now. The friends stand there, not understanding what kind of lottery their friend won, and asks to honestly say how much he has earned. for which he replies that it is about 100 million. The young man said that the guys always helped him and lent him a helping hand. And that's nothing compared to this and the future, they still have a lot to do. The topic of conversation went in a completely different direction. The young men were also interested in the fact that he broke up with his girlfriend and beat her new boyfriend. Indeed, it is better to hide if he is so rich, but there is no need to worry about it, since the young man first drove them at home. And later, he will definitely treat his friends to drinks, life, or it can turn 180 degree, the most unexpected moment. Before, a young man worked part-time, was not busy with his studies to be with his girlfriend, but now it's completely different and he was finally able to come home. For such a long period of time to finally see my family, because Won Bing had moved so suddenly, his parents were worried about him and thought that something had happened to him, so he had to visit them. A lie for good was told by the young man, so his parents believed that he had won a lottery ticket and therefore brought some of the money home. He didn't want to hide such things from his parents, but if he told him that he was in a post-apocalyptic world, and what happened there, they'd think he was schizophrenic. The place where he was born and raised, as well as his parents, are certainly important to him, but he didn't come here only. Therefore, there was another important person for him to meet. On the threshold of one of the houses, he is met by a tall middle-aged man, who is also interested in the young man, since it is not even the holidays, and he has already arrived. The young man made a small request. He decided to discuss it over a bottle of high-end young if the master of the house didn't mind, of course. Such politeness, of course, was alarming, and if the young man had something important, then why not say it right away, so as not to waste time? This man likes to go straight to the business of youth. He loved hunting. He had a gun and an air rifle at home, but things have changed a bit. The government has tightened the requirements for weapons in recent years. So Uncle Zhao rarely went hunting in the mountains. Therefore, he began to lead a more relaxed, moderate lifestyle. Not immediately. He received Wang Bing as his guest. He wonder can also do for him as a help. The young man's request was quite modest, as it was due to the circumstances. He needed to defend himself. He asked a knowledgeable person for an air pistol. It is logical that uncles do not come to uncles with such requests every day. And the first thought that the young man had gotten into something illegal flashed through his head and made him worry. But he didn't have to think about it, because he was a decent boy. And soon he will graduate from universities with his classmates. They have found a remote place for an internship. He just needs protection. The young man has heard that there are many small animals there. And they've just decided to go hunt them. And of course they're not going to do anything illegal. Of course, my uncle agreed to put down his weapons, but only on one condition, that as long as the young man did not use them in killing people, he would be calm. Leaving the young man sitting in the living room, the man went to find the necessary thing and instead of a pistol brought him a gun and ammunition. This is the first time the young man has held such a thing, a real rifle in his hands. It is powerful enough to kill an entire boar. Also, in addition to the patron and the uncle, our uncle offers her to take an anesthetic, intoxicants, as it is also a good way to hunt animals. But even with this seemingly innocuous remedy, you have to be terribly careful, so if you inhale too much, you can say goodbye to life. It was really interesting and useful. So the young man gladly accepted it. I think that in a post-apocalyptic world it can come in handy. Uncle once again remarks that they must not be seen, otherwise the weapons will be confiscated. And there will be a fine, or worse, a prison sentence, which, of course, the young man does not want. Events went on as usual. After the young man took an air pistol and left some money for his parents, he returned to the city to his new home. This time, he not only cooked enough food and bought a mobile phone, plus 10 fully charged batteries for Xiao to last for the next time he's gone. He was also fully armed. In addition to the weapons he had already bought 7 new heads and a machete. He also took the detonators that were used to blow up the mountains. One day in the modern world was equivalent to 7 days. It was post-apocalypse, and he doesn't know what happened to Xiao in those 7 days. It doesn't matter, but she hopes she hasn't been captured by the Tiger Head gang. The time for teleportation had arrived, and he stood ready for battle, waiting to find himself again in a virtual world full of dangers and the walking dead. The system sent a warning that a living person had been found 10 meters away from the specified place and whether the young man was sure that he wanted to go to this particular place, hoping it's Shell. And he said he definitely wanted to be there and had to teleport there, yes. Seconds later, he finds himself in the same room he disappeared from last time. I'm glad that I'm finally back, so the place is the same. A new plan was in his mind. He had to find his girlfriend and then find more jewels with her to bring into the real world. The girl sat in her room with the last pack of goodies. She was the only one left with her, and if she had known that this would happen, she would have saved a little more diligently. The girl was about to burst into tears, but suddenly Wang Bing jumped out from behind the bedroom door. They say that he has finally returned, as promised. And he brought even more goodies. If earlier the girl wanted to cry from sadness and the fact that the yummy food was over, now she cries with joy that the young man still returned and did not leave her alone. The guy is really embarrassed by such a reaction, so he did not expect that the girl would be so happy to see him and cry. Or maybe she didn't want him to come back and was crying because of that. All doubts fade into the background and a girl with eyes full of tears throws herself on the boy's neck. And talking about my fears and worries that I experienced all these days in anticipation, the young man, hugging the girl, in response to the miracle, had her back in the back of her head, saying that she is stupid. After all, he promised that he would come back, and of course he came back, as he always keeps his word. He asks her not to cry and to say that he has brought a lot of delicious and healthy things with him. And so they need to eat and talk about everything that happened in his absence. When your girlfriend notices the wounds on her body and immediately changes in her face, he asks what happened to her and where she hurt herself. During the young man's absence, the tiger head boss has apparently announced a reward for both of them, and now all the people in this world are hunting them. The girl was worried about her friend, so she periodically went outside to find out at least some information about him. I almost got into an ambush a couple of times. The young man stood digesting all the information. The girl didn't know how he left, but she risked her life for him. It really meant a lot to him. Turning to the girl, he pulls her closer to him, hugging her even harder. Yes, I went through quite a lot of events during these 7 days and must have been very afraid for his life. Holding the girl in his arms, the young man knew that he would make these people pay for hurting the girl, grind them to dust, and the whole gang. Xiao looked at the young man with her cheeks still blushing, for whom I was worried all these days, by which he told me what I had brought him many interesting things. He began to lay out his things, and the girls took a fancy to the numat, which she immediately began to look at. And the young man talked about its power, firing range, and other functions. The young man told me how. And guns silently. And the girl can take it for self-defense. And I was even happier with something, because I had wanted something like this for a long time. He also had a lot of goodies on the table, enough for a month for the two of them. The girl immediately pounced on all these goodies. Because if it's a dream, she doesn't want to wake up. And if she wakes up, she has to eat as much as she can. Until then, everything was very tasty and the girl flew away one by one. But she also wondered why the young man himself only sat and watched and ate nothing. Resting his chin on his fist, he smiled sweetly. He liked the girl when she ate, and he wasn't hungry. Therefore, I just watched the picture in a touching way. Well, it was just as wrong that he had to eat at least something, since the girl could not so ruthlessly destroy all their supplies alone. The young man agreed with the girl. And, changing the subject, he pulled a new phone out of his pocket. They say that he brought it just for her. The young man also had 10 more charged batteries in his bag, which will last for a long time, so the girl can safely use her new device. It was all very touching, because no one has done anything like this for a girl for a long time. And even just to bring a delicious meal was already an act of many meanings for her as well. The girl was crying. The young man couldn't understand why, but all the parks were post-apocalyptic. Her parents had died, and no one treated her as well as they did. And now she has this guy in her life. One Bingstil calmed her down, telling Xiao to cry better. They would listen to the music he brought. After she's had enough to eat. After a while, there was less and less food. There was also a clash between tigers and bears, but only a few people were injured. The few remaining people are also leaving the area, looking for a government colony to find refuge in, so now is the best time to go outside. The guys were practicing shooting. The young man mixed in that the Xiao had a sharp eye and she was good with weapons. You note that the power and range of the air gun are a little small. The girl reports that it will be quite difficult to shoot down a person at 50 m. But in fact, there is nothing wrong with that. Fired at close range, the gun will still be difficult to see. And there is no sound from the shot at all. But will the two of them be able to destroy the Tiger Head gang and the Wild Sands gang? This is an issue that needs to be discussed initially. Is the young man really 100% sure that they can win? Although there will be no battle between them, they may be able to force each other's gang leader to be killed. By the way, the wind gold is quite heavy in weight and no one needs it. It is probably still stored in the bank vault. So he also needs to enter the bank building and preferably together with the Wild Sands gang, to destroy them once and for all. His goal is to wreak havoc among the 4 gangs. And in this way, it will be easier for him to find a safe place to store gold. But there is a question of how exactly he will do this. Especially for this occasion, the young man brought with him a detonator from the real world, which he is going to use against groups. If he uses the detonator to blow up the warehouse of the Tiger Head gang, then their people will definitely blame it on the Bear gang and start a war. The idea was really magnificent. The boy himself was great, and it's called killing by someone else's hands. It makes the girl delighted. The only problem is that there must be a lot of guards in such a place in the warehouse. So it will be difficult for young people to look inside. It is worth thinking about. Well, as it turns out, there is no electricity in the evening and they go to bed at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. And also the girl knows this place very well, as there are many passages and exits. They will not guard every entrance, so they can easily take advantage of one of them. In fact, it's very good. If everything is really as the girl said, and then they are very lucky, the mission will be easier than we thought minutes earlier. This gang dared to persecute the young men, then they would have to know their wrath.
They should return to their hideout to rest and prepare, as they move out tonight, which is good news for the girl. Under the cover of night, they quietly made their way into the bank's vault through one of the passages, where there could definitely be no guards. Once inside, the young man looks around and notices a man sleeping on a chair right in front of him. His role in this place is unknown, but you should be careful. I really should have been quieter and walked past this young man to the 5th floor as soon as possible. Why exactly on the 5th floor? Everything is very simple. There are very few guards on the 1st floor, and this proves that their value is hidden on the upper floors. To follow the analogy, the 4th floor should be where elite key gang members stay. And their leader lives on the 5th floor, where the supplies are stored. So, their goal is to get to the 5th floor, find the place where they store supplies, and blow it up. The girl listens intently, nods in understanding. I take off my shoes. They make their way up the stairs on their toes, passing the sleeping man who was guarding the territory. The journey was short, but difficult. They had to sneak through the shade so as not to accidentally catch the eye of one of the guards or gang members, and stay alive. In the event that they were detected, the young man would draw his weapon using an anesthetic, thereby knocking out the so-called witnesses. On the same 5th floor, one of the gang members reasoned that there was less and less stock, which was quite bad for the work of the tea. The assumption that they would be able to hold out for no more than a month crossed his mind more and more often. And at that very moment, you and your girlfriend were watching the man. The man kept worrying about whether they could capture the bear gang, and if they couldn't, they had to, or sooner or later they would starve to death. The problem was that they had explosives and grenades. So it won't be easy to take them and they need to take food and evacuate from there, otherwise certain death. The second man said that it was better to be silent like that. It was very dangerous to talk about it. If he heard them, they would be in big trouble. One being peeked out from behind the wall, reasoning that there must be a tiger's room behind the boarded-up door. The men went the other way, and the young men, looking out from behind the wall, walked forward to the very door that was boarded up with beams. The sound of snoring like a bear came from the tiger's room, and the young men laughed softly. And they didn't pay attention to the next room, which was locked. Most likely this is the very warehouse they were looking for. She had heard them say that sooner or later the tiger's head gang and the bear gang would clash in battle. Should they provoke them? But now it is difficult to explain. He will leave again in 7 days. And the tiger's head gang still has a month's supply of time. And he can't wait. The easiest way to actually get them to fight is to make it impossible for them to retreat. The girl nods in agreement again. However, the tiger probably holds the key to the warehouse. And they don't know that if they don't come out, if they make a mistake, it won't be a warehouse, then everything will be in vain. The girl pulls herself together and is told that there is no need to worry. To which the young man turns when he pulls a hairpin out of his hair. They say that he will figure it out right away. The girl's ability is incredible. She could open any door with this wire. So this castle wasn't an obstacle for her. Xiao was really awesome. On the very first floor, where the man was still humbly dozing, the walking dead began to enter in search of something to eat. From the noise and movement, he woke up and immediately screamed in fear, as there was a whole army of zombies in front of him. There was also a commotion on the 2nd floor, and the workers and gang members began to run away, as they thought that the bear gang had already attacked them. Xiao and Wan Bing entered the vault. There was no light, so they had to use a flashlight to inspect the room. As expected, it turned out to be a warehouse. The next step was to plant the dynamite and get out of here as soon as possible before they were spotted. Pay attention to the girl. The young man does not understand. He is doing something in his arms with a bag of rice. She says she'll be sorry when it all explodes. But you shouldn't take it with you, as the bears are heavy. It will be more difficult for them to retreat. And the young man will not allow the girl to starve. Stories were heard from the side of the corridor that a group of zombies had broken into the building, and the young people immediately began to hurry. The girl guesses that the Walking Dead managed to get in the same way that they climbed earlier. It was logical to assume that the creatures had been disturbed, so they had come here. And the young people need to finish here quickly, get out as far away as possible before they get caught. Subordinates began to burst into the room and reported that zombies were in the territory. You need to clean up or at least protect your territory. And he, coming out of his room, beats up his subordinate, Nog, because she asked him not to disturb him earlier. When he sleeps somewhere, makes him angry. The man goes on to say that, of course, he remembers what the boss told him. However, they have a big problem. It's zombies that have broken into the territory. He flies fast, as he does not understand how they were able to infiltrate the territory, as they are well guarding it. At the same moment, the boss remembers his vault and discovers a pogrom and a pile of bottles of broken wine, and again starts screaming wildly. His eyes calm down a little, and his eyes fall on the explosives, which should have exploded in seconds. He did not have time to react in time and flee from the scene. The gang members fall under the blast wave of dynamite, cast back. The first conclusion that the Tiger Head boss made was that it was the Bear Gang that had definitely planted the explosives to destroy all their stockpiles. Rumors about this we settled down quite quickly, and already all the members of the Tiger Gang. And they believed that it was the Bear Gang that got into their warehouse and planted an explosive device. Everything turned out well for the young people, the plan worked perfectly. Now they were making their way through the air wire to the outside. Looking at the beautiful view in front of him, the young man thought that later they would unleash a war between the wild sands and the flying eagles. In the meantime, they successfully make their way to the exit in order to remain undetected and return to their hideout. The only thing left to do was to get down and out without bumping into any members of the Tiger Head Gang of The Walking Dead. When the dead were heavy, they were breaking down all the doors and windows trying to come in and find their prey, so it was time to draw their weapons. The situation became tense with every second. There were more and more dead. Therefore, the young people had to defend themselves. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how much they knocked off the creatures' heads, the dead seemed to multiply, and it became more difficult to increase in numbers. One of the members of the Tiger Gang jumped around the corner and started shouting at Xiao, suspecting her of having caused the explosion. They are a bear gang. The girl began to look around, assessing her situation. Ahead of her is the Walking Dead, voicing the sides of the other gang members preparing to attack her. And everyone wants only one thing, to bring the end of her life, when the dead and the girl copes, sending several with a clear kick to the floor. But it is not possible to dodge one, and the girl is already preparing to be wounded, to be infected, but the young man rises in time, defending the front. The head of the Walking Dead man is clear, quickly, without any noise, flies off in the direction of the cabin, falls like a rag doll to the floor. Against zombies, it is best to use melee weapons, as they are a more reliable defense unlike firearms. So the girl pulls out her dagger, preparing to defend herself. And in her eyes there is a spark of gratitude for the fact that the young man arrived in time to save her from death. In his life, the young man has killed people and zombies many times in games, but in real life, he faces such a situation for the first time, so he is a little confused. Still, they need to come back alive. So now they will become comrades in arms, fighting shoulder to shoulder and protecting each other. Together, they rushed straight at the zombies in order to defeat each and every one and get out of this place alive. They find themselves in the house a few hours later, tired, exhausted and a little battered after a heated duel with the Walking Dead. Still, they were lucky that there weren't that many zombies, otherwise they would have died right there and their whole mission would have been useless. The mission took quite a long time, took even more energy. So now I had to replenish my supplies immediately with food and a good night's sleep. The young man pulled out a packet of chips. It is said that in honor of the successful completion of the plan, the girls can eat to their heart's content. If angels exist, then you are a real incarnation, since he brought a lot of delicious sweets and other snacks for the girl. As in the past, the girl began to swoop down on the food like a hamster stuffing everything into its cheeks. And why did they become even more plump? We have known each other for a long time, but we still managed to get to know each other very well. However, the young man is still shocked by this girl's appetite. Looking up from her goodies, the girl notices a can of beer in the young man's hands. I wonder if she can also take one sip. Well, for such a little girl, Xiao, the young man brought a lot of juice and carbonated drinks, but he won't give her beer. The girl, of course, resents being called small, but in fact she is big and she has everything except her age. The young man did not succumb to requests and persuasion, only said that the girls should eat their own goodies and not taste all sorts of nasty things. Do you know how young children are forbidden to do something and immediately awaken a frenzied interest in it? That's how the girl was going to the can of beer when the young man left. While the young men were fighting the zombie army and the game system sent Vin some kind of clue. So now he wanted to study it in detail, pulling out his phone and the light shells of the system, which said in a mechanical voice that the hint should be studied as accurately as possible. Of course, the young man considered it necessary to heed this advice, since in the future it could save his life and the whole situation as a whole. The system uploads the data to Wang Bing's personal attribute panel, while he humbly waits for his clue. This panel is necessary for the young man to be aware of various numerical indicators that affect him directly. And he knows, but thinks the system is wrong because he trains every day at school. So it's not clear why all the other attributes are below the norm, except for dexterity. However, this is not such a critical situation to worry about, as the values of the norm here are normal for a post-apocalyptic world. Due to the advent of the post-apocalypse, those who have survived to this point are much more physically healthy than in the real world. And although the young man was worried about his stats, she was worried that she just needed to use the gold to upgrade the system so that he could increase them. And the second update of the system activates in the secondary system with prizes such as some weapons, attribute upgrades and various skills to be useful in the future. The young man has become a Tomsk resemblance to the computer version of the game and it runs on a board. So he was interested in the question of how much exactly one upgrade costs. 20 was more difficult since 1000 kg of gold was needed for renewal, which was equal to 400,000 million, which seemed quite a lot to the young man. The system offers everything, says in its mechanical voice that the player should not despair, because the deal is worth every cent spent. If he chooses the skill book lottery system, it will be able to learn the appropriate tax and increase his chances of survival. It is also worth considering that skills are increased, killing zombies will make the young man even stronger, and most importantly, he will be able to use them in the real world. And this was quite interesting, as such skills and attributes can become very useful in the real world. So upgrading your system is definitely worth it. It is worth thinking about the real world. Doesn't the young man want to become stronger, to invest money? It's also worth considering whether there will be any side effects as it gets stronger. For example, baldness, or something like that. Remove the system, what will be understood? So the young man smiles contentedly, saying that if necessary, he will call the system again. Based on all this, gold mining has now become his main goal, and the next outing will need to get as much of it as possible. As he leaves the room, he doesn't notice the girl, who is already snoozing nicely on the couch, emptying a can of the remaining beer. To say that the young man was surprised would be an understatement, as he really didn't think the girl was blaming and knock out half a can of low alcohol. But as he gets closer, he realizes that the girl didn't stop at half of the jar he had left, but pulled out almost everything in his backpack. He carefully lifts the girl off the couch. He carried her into the room, although he did not expect her to be so heavy, as she looks so thin. Involuntarily, I began to look at her, running my eyes down her body, which caused a nervous drop of sweat to roll down her cheekbones. In fact, the girl had a beautiful body, a cute face with chubby cheeks and beautiful breasts, slim waist and lovely hips. Her face is like an angel kissed, every eyelash is kissed, every ruddy spot, her nose. It was all beautiful, especially her plump lips were alluring. The body was just as beautiful. In addition, she treats the young man very well compared to his ex, and he thinks, you don't know what. Shaking his head and banishing the vile thoughts, he pinched his cheeks, for he did not want to be some kind of pervert. It is very dangerous to be here. Therefore, you need to go to the shower to cool down, otherwise it may not end well. Should the door to the girl's room slam shut, somehow nothing happened. She got out of bed, upset that the young man had left just like that. She began to growl into the pillow, as if it were for a young man. She's just a little sister and he doesn't see her in any other more serious way. And now she begins to drive away those who came in voice, if they wrap themselves in a blanket like a protective cocoon. Because she said it, the voice, and she's also very angry. Another day begins and the young people set out on the next mission in full combat readiness. Epic outfits, a business gate, eyeglasses, and powerful weapons were all theirs. So the success of the mission is assured. Calmly and busily, they were approaching their destination, when suddenly the girl stopped the young man, saying that he had to wait. The girl's sense of smell is truly unimaginable, as she sensed that somewhere a few kilometers away from their location, someone was eating appetizing meat. The young man chuckles, as the girl thinks about food even during the mission, but notices that it really smells very delicious. Wagging her tail, the girl moved forward at the smell of meat. But the trouble is that it could have been a trap and you had to be more careful. The girl didn't listen, she ran forward. At the same time, at the smell of meat, the gang members ran away, preparing their weapons. There was no goal to attack the young people, and the target was also food. They wanted to take this meat, which will warm their souls today. Xiao and Wan Bing's gang were watching from the rooftop. Caution was still a priority for them, so they decided to take their time. The view from above wasn't good enough, but the young men could still see the tiger's head and the gang members present. The green-haired man's name was Chan, and he was the leader of a small subgroup in the Tiger Head gang. However, he knew that they were short of food and came to the Shark gang. Information that this man is a former member of a wild shark gang. And she could play into our hands very well in the mission. Behind them, screams are heard, and they are told to stand still. Drop all available weapons, otherwise each of them will get a bullet in the back of the head. The order came from the young men. So it could be assumed that they were members of other gangs. In the woman's voice, Chan recognizes an acquaintance. It turns out to be the policewoman Niao Tam, wondering why they are here. The man begins to explain what they have learned about the betting company. It had been a long time since she had eaten fresh meat. So I thought I should bring the guys here. When people watched from the roof, the girl filmed that the girl's name was Miao Yun, and she was an officer before the arrival of the post-apocalypse. After the apocalypse, she began to use this house as a base. And her team has an old cop who is her senior. In addition to these two, there were several other children, women, and all of them had no fighting ability. It was logical to leave from there, but there were also wounded among them. A girl protects everyone if she cares. So we can conclude that she is indeed a very loyal person. Chan wanted to help in part, most of all he wants to defeat a gang of wild sharks. So helping these people is a nice bonus. The girl continues to inquire from her hideout. After all, they have so many people in the shark gang. And why don't they go hunting to find their prey? Not everyone is so lucky, as the girls are her ally. The men have gone out and returned empty-handed several times, so you will have to disturb other people a little. And a man does not ask for, only have to provide for himself and his comrades and not to die of hunger. In the darkness of the room, another man watched with the girl outside and claimed that the best option for them would be to agree. But the girl knew these people well enough to know what they were capable of. If they give up the slack and give in once, then they will come again. But next time, there will be some boundaries. The man began to shout that he had shot the wild boar, and the sharks should not even try, they should not take it away, so nothing will work. The man was not going to give up so quickly. He kept saying that he knew that the policewoman had a gun because of the gun. And there are a lot of them here, so a bullet won't suffice. At the same moment, a bullet flies through the boarded-up beam from the dark room, shot through the shoulder of one of the gang members. The girl comes out of her hiding place with a weapon in her hands. They say that if a man wants to attack so much, then let them attack. She rearranges everyone to the last one. They do not tolerate delay. They began to advance. Since the girl acted disrespectfully, attacked one of them. The shooter has also now fled the scene, so it was necessary to knock on the door as soon as possible to catch him and avenge his wounded comrade. She realized that they were really running low on ammo and could lose if they continued firing at this pace. The others must be coming up the corridor by now, and the girl should stay here. In the meantime, the man went downstairs to kill them. From the roof of a nearby building, young people are still watching, deciding that they need to go down and help right away. Wan Bing gave the command to prepare for action. The girl drew her rifle and aimed at their shooter. With a direct hit, it pierces his head at speed, causing him to let go of his weapon and fall to the ground. The leader of the gang turns around, looking in shock, as he could not imagine that there were snipers here. How was this even possible? The girl who had been hiding in her hiding place came out. It was a great chance to attack, so she aimed her gun at the man. A bullet hits a counting gang member and also shaved in the shoulder, forcing him to collapse exhausted. Then he shouts for the men not to stand there and quickly grab the girl and shoot her so that she stops killing them. Then another member of the group has already aimed her gun at a police girl, but a bullet flies into his arm, from which the gun flies to the side. I aimed at the shoulder, or better yet, at the head. But she missed a little, so the bullet hit her in the arm, but it's also better than nothing. Realizing that there is another sniper somewhere here, the man commands his gang to hide in order to stay alive. The policewoman was still watching from her hideout. I was shaking my weapon at the ready. Did anyone really decide to help at such a moment? He doesn't understand in shock what a completely brainless person dared to go against them, against wild sharks. The girl took advantage of the fact that the men ran away and began to go down the stairs to help her eldest. There was a battle. In one of the cash spans she saw him, wondering how things were going. To which he gave the go-ahead that the two managed to get in and he killed them. Down the stairs there were indeed two bodies that were already dead, bleeding profusely. And the man kept wondering why the girl had come downstairs. It has been reported that the opponents do indeed have more firepower than they do. But it seems that someone has already decided to help them. The arrows of the wild shark suddenly spotted and must have taken them all out, and Sean noticed this, so he paid the compensation. The gang members are standing there, catching their breath, trying to figure out what to do next. They have lost several people from their team. Didn't he say that there were few of them there and that they would be able to break through? The boss comes out from behind the wall, saying that it was his information that was unreliable. And it's his fault that this happened. He comes out from behind the wall for good to talk to the Meow officer. The girl is shocked, wondering if Lin really wanted to talk that very suddenly. But so be it, she'll listen to what he wants. The only request is for the girl to persuade her friend to let them go, to forget about what just happened, and they promise that she will not bother them again. In fact, young people do not even know who this shooter who shot half of the shark gang is, and what to do is also do not understand. However, the leader of the gang does not necessarily know that this person is not on their team. He needs to hold his stance to the end. She yells to the unknown shooter at the wild sharks have sworn in so far or their actions. So sit down and leave the necessary miserable life alone. Xiao turns to Wang Bing, wondering what they are going to do now, but all he has to do is wait and shoots when the young man gives the command. And then the young man shouts back that of course they will let them go, this time they are so good so far or in their actions. Wild sharks come out of their hiding place for cover, says this man seems to genuinely want to help the young people. As the gang members emerge from their hiding place with the idea that more people will come to kill, Wang gives the order to shoot, but only one of the gang members is hit by a bullet. And others, who don't understand, look because they have decided that they have already been spared and allowed to leave. The female officer also doesn't understand why the unknown sniper starts attacking anyway. Is this how he provokes them? One of the gang members covers the boss, saying that it's all because of him. But he does not want to admit his guilt at all. The boss himself believes that if anyone should be blamed, it's the guy in the shadows, who did not keep his word and continues to shoot them in turn. The girl clucks under her breath because the boys have run too far and she can't shoot. Nevertheless, it worked perfectly. Although the rifle is not as good for her as previously assumed, Wang already turns around, telling the girl to wait for him here. But wasn't he going to talk to these people alone? An Officer Meow can be very cruel. She is in no hurry to leave the shelter, but the young man does not dare to hurt himself. Moreover, they will put the girl at risk. Former officers are watching the territory of their hideout, trying to see the shooter who will help so much. Holding a packet of chips in his hands, the young man comes out, raising his hands as a sign that he is ready to stand and there is no point in attacking him. There really was nothing wrong with his intentions. And all he wanted to do was talk calmly and discuss the situations that had happened earlier. Well, where I was interested in who he was and what he was going to talk about with them, or if I went to talk about food, they would naturally refuse. All the young man wanted was to work in a team. In addition, there was too much food for him and he could even share it with the guys as a gift for the first meeting. When I heard that someone wanted to share food with them, the officers perked up, because they really needed food, but they didn't want to admit it. So the young man suggested another option, maybe create from the gangs and give them both a stable existence, also doesn't want to waste time and talk right now. The word that the young man can get rid of all 4 gangs is too dubious, and the officer should be very careful because it is dangerous to take his word for it. You'll have to see what the young man was up to, but it was interesting. So he was allowed to go in, but not to do anything stupid, otherwise he wouldn't be left alive. I continue to assure you that there is nothing to worry about. And the young man walked forward. He only wanted to cooperate and help these people. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the so-called shelter, a pistol was pointed out of the smoke, forcing him to stop. The officer ordered the girl to stand still and put everything he had with him on the floor for checking. While the girl continued to hold him at gunpoint, the man began to check the young man's backpack for piercing and explosive weapons. The zipper of the backpack opened and a beautiful picture stood in front of the man. The backpack was stuffed to the brim with food, which made his eyes sparkle with happiness. The young man could really give it all to the young people. But the only thing he asked for was cooperation and normal relations. We could talk quietly when we went up to the 2nd floor. And the officers accepted all the conditions for cooperation and were ready to work. But safety was paramount, so the officers still had the young man at gunpoint. But it was necessary to be careful not to accidentally pull the trigger, otherwise there would be no cooperation. Looking back at the young man, the male officer was interested in the outlet shooter who had so selflessly helped them get rid of the gang members. He was greeted by those present in the shelter, and he saw many women and children who were hiding there. And the children looked pale and looked at the young man with a kind of fright. And it was clear that they saw strangers very rarely. Like the children, the rest of the audience was wary of the guest, as in their world it was not surprising. Because you never know from which side the danger will fall on you. Odessa, in such an environment, it was very uncomfortable, you didn't know how to behave, and what to say was just a nice smile and shake your head. The officer explained that everyone had not survived the trouble before she took them in. Therefore, everyone is very careful, but the young man understands everything. Looking at the weapon to the girl who has already hidden it, the guy suggests that the girl still trusts him and you don't have to worry about your carcass. She asks what your purpose is for the young man's visit and why he began to help them, risking his life and ammunition. The young man wanted to cooperate, he wanted to deal with knowledgeable people, to have loyal allies in order to repel a gang of wild sharks. But it sounded like the ravings of a madman, and since there are so many fighters in this gang and all unarmed, to go after them in such a group is suicide. The male officer also shakes his head, musing that the guy doesn't seem to know how dangerous, cruel these people are about to fight. A little boy jumped up from the table to address the young man, as he had astonished him with his words about defeating a gang of wild sharks. He kept looking, the young man in front of you, his eyes sparkling, as if he had seen his favorite superhero, whose name the young man never was. Wan Bing stood there chuckling as he didn't understand what this boy was talking about. And even more so, I couldn't guess what this moment was thinking about here. And I can't read it crazy, but it's worth thinking about now. Fighting a gang of tiger heads and a bear gang, all that remains is to light a fire between sharks and flying eagles. And if they really kill each other and thus the city, they will remain a great organization. However, the girl is still not interested in this proposal. First of all, she worries about the life and safety of her Eternals. Despite the fact that this is a great opportunity, but in this case, the girl will have to take not only children with her, and this is a big risk. In addition, her seniors have not come out of the wounded leg now, so this complicates the situation even more. The girl is not really interested in fights with gangs now, she just gathers enough food and will lead the victims out of the city. But it is worth thinking again, before the young man understands that the girl is also worried. However, if she helps, he will bring them even more food. A mischievous boy runs up, showing the girl a backpack full of food. They say that the young man is definitely not lying, not fulfilling his promises. All food is indeed a luxury in this world, but he has 100 times more of this food at his disposal than they see at the moment. Girls, officers, the question of who this young man is, where he gets weapons and food, and what games they are plotting, still does not give us As if mirroring the girl's thoughts, he says that he understands her interest in him. Yes, but you don't have to worry about it, just answer if she wants to cooperate with him. If she does agree to work to get food, she doesn't have to go out to look for it, and she doesn't have to worry about getting hurt. According to a senior colleague, she asks what he thinks. He makes such a decision alone, quite disrespectful to the rest of the team. In fact, if the girl thinks that everything is fine, then the elder and, of course, supports her point of view and will be on her side. The girl is tormented by doubts. She runs her azure eyes on the floor, trying to gather her thoughts in a pile and give an answer. Indeed, when you are offered a helping hand, it is better to fight than to hide and live in endless fear all the time. The girl's wards do not want to be a burden for her. If she is worried, no one should do it. They will help her no matter what it takes. Yet take such a risk. This is reckless, as it can cost the guys their lives, and the girl will not forgive herself for this. The youngest boy says that he is not a coward and that he will help the good young man himself if the mistress does not calm down and accept help. Telling the girls to calm down. The boy himself is not going to calm down, since his parents were killed by wild sharks and the time has come to take revenge. The young man sits down on his knees in front of the boy who is about to shed tears on his childish chubby cheeks. Wang Bing subdues him. He makes every decision he makes with good intentions and only a desire to protect them. It is worth the boy to think that if the girl was really not afraid for him, she would have already left him and gone somewhere else. The boy should have apologized quickly, because he really was wrong, and he shouldn't have said such things in such a tone. The girl, the boy, does not spare him with all his might. They give him a therapeutic slap on the back of the head so that he thinks next time. So does he really think she doesn't really care about their safety? And she can't wait to bring the sharks to justice. The reality is that the situation does not allow this. They do not match their firepower. Wang Bing said that he would be able to fight a gang of wild sharks. Well, he has neither an army nor a huge amount of weapons against them. He started a fight between bears and a gang of tigers, and it was only natural that sharks and flying eagles would be next. The girl is the only one who can help him, as her eldest is injured and cannot walk. And the rest are just kids who can't do anything, but that's not a problem. If the girl agrees, then she should hurry up. She should not stand still, but go get ready. So the young man is ready to get down to business. I turn to my wards. She says that they should also all gather, since they will move to a safer and quieter place. Wang Bing smiles, because the moment has come when he has found reliable teammates with the help of his logic. Wild sharks have left their weapons behind, among them a pistol that is quite powerful. However, too loud and young people can be caught with it. The young man offers a different weapon, and when they are combined, children and elders eat sweets that they have only seen in books before. Officers, I am surprised that there are only 2 of them and how they are going to fight sharks in such a composition. But in reality, there are 3 of them, as the girl just joined the cheating team. Giving a little compared to an army of sharks is not really worth worrying about, since Siyuan is a bad marksman. Behind, the elder remarks that the beer that the young man gave is very refreshing, so it is expensive here. He is very generous. The young man gave it away. Of course, there were quite a few of them, but due to the carelessness of the boss himself, there were 2 or even 3 times fewer of them. As it turned out, beer here is the same price as bullets. It is not for nothing that 1 can is exchanged for 3 packs of cartridges. The elder, like in checks, says that it is really very tasty, refreshing. Cigarettes would be even better. It will be difficult, but he still promises that next time he will bring more, even more. To satisfy the desires of those present, I turned to the girl, the officer, and he said that she also had a jar for her, so she can calm down a little bit and relax. Her eyes glow with stars, as it is a very precious drink that she has not drunk for a long time, and she is very grateful to the young man for this. The girl decided to take a little emotional break and distract herself with something relaxing. It's like a little girl asking for a jar for her. 2. Such an adult is having fun with drinks. Vanna calls a backpack of goodies in front of the children to get a glow embarrassed or stuff their bellies. They stared mesmerized at what you were doing, wondering if he could really eat it all. Sister Yoon allowed them to eat some treats, but she set conditions that they could choose whether they could do one thing. Explosions were heard in the street, and it seems that the bear and the tiger gang have already begun their life and death battle. So the time has come. The young man grinned, for he had told the officer that he had not lied. And the war between bears and tigers has already begun and is in full swing. Yes, the girl trusted the young man. However, this is personal time, and she also had one question that she was going to give him. The young man has enough food to last the three of us. Why doesn't he escape? Why did he need to destroy all these gangs? That's because the fourth gang have done a lot of bad things over the years and the young man is sick of these atrocities. Now that he has the power, he'll take them away. Officer Miao holds fast to justice. The young man must not let her know that this is for the gold bars. And then he gives the little boy a gun for self-defense. Which makes him clap his eyes in shock, wondering if he's giving him a little boy a gun. Justify this by the fact that at least there are few kids. However, as a real man in this world with this gun, he has to protect his sister and sisters. Looking at his sister in June, he wonders if he can really take this gun to protect them. They're already relaxed. She says that if her husband wants so much, he can take a weapon for self-defense if he is very careful. It is also worth recalling what Brother Wang told him about security and self-defense. To which the boy just nods his head. Tomorrow the bath will personally take over his training in shooting and self-defense, so the boy will be fine. There are still doubts in the officer's mind. And the young man so easily lent a helping hand. And now he teaches you to defend yourself. He's kind of suspicious. To begin with, you need to have a good rest, and only then become suspicious. The girl announces that they will be nominated tomorrow morning. The next day, after a hearty breakfast, the three of them drove to the wild shark base. Armed and on full alert, Officer Moa knew the area very well. And so they quickly found the headquarters of the wild sharks. However, the base was heavily guarded, so they hid. They found shelter in a building close to the headquarters, from where they watched everything that happened. Take a look at the situation. They noticed that you are only about a few gang members. There are pistols, the rest are nuts with sticks and knives. Those who have firearms should be identified first. This will forgive them the task. Two guards are standing inspecting the area. When one of them retreats out of necessity, the second is immediately hit in the forehead by a bullet. Bring everyone else into it, sound the alarm, shout for everyone to hide and protect their heads from mortal wounds. With the rivers, turmoil and bullets arrive, all in a few kills, while the rest are literally a few trying to refuel. The girls rejoice with joy. It's like aiming not very accurately, but at one point, the young man grabs both of them by the heads, forcing them to duck lower. You couldn't be seen by the members of the shark gang. Their mission was over. Now it was necessary to bring problems to the flying eagles. At the sharks' headquarters, the events were just as disturbing. When their boss stepped outside, she noticed dozens of corpses covered with sheets. Open a few of them, she realized that they were her people. And, of course, she decided that it was the eagles that attacked them and she would definitely take revenge on them. Someone else also supports it, as the Bandai Bear and the Tiger Gang are now fighting, the only one who could attack them. So they will surely destroy them. And while all the subordinates were jubilant that they would definitely kill them, take revenge, and the eagles would no longer be there, the boss was more sensible and noticed that this was somewhat suspicious. Mono-flying eagles wouldn't dare to start a war with them. There must be someone else trying to provoke them. At this point, it's time to find out what happened between the bears and the tigers to get a better understanding of what's going on. The wagon train ordered her subordinates to find out if any outsiders had appeared in the city in the past few days. You need to call all the people who work in their gang, and in such a situation you need to strengthen your strength so that you are not left with nothing. Yes, she really doesn't know who's behind it, but if the gang of tigers and bears also gets hurt, then she can take over the gang of eagles. Unsuspectingly, Bonder Logs was playing mahjong at her base at the time. The boss of the gang was just beaming with happiness as another beautiful day was coming to an end. He spent time with his friends. A quiet evening in the company of gang members and interrupted by one of the wards informs that a fire has started at one of the posts. All around, a breaking silence and rivers of blood, bodies lie on all sides, filling the space around them with the blood liquid. Wang Bing steps closer, collecting weapons from the hands of one of the dead men. Now she will have pistols for self-defense. Who would have thought that a gang of flying eagle gangs of wild sharks seemed so worthless to them? It's all because young people cheated a little or they are used to doing such things. So death is nothing to them now. Chow reported to the young man that she had carried out the order, set fire to the eagles as he had ordered. Their mission was complete, and it was time to go back to get in order and prepare for the next item in the plan. By cunning, in just one night, all 4 gangs were forced to act against each other. The war between tigers and bears has escalated, now these gangs will fight to the very end. And there is only one way out for each of them, victory or defeat. And of course, there will soon be a war between flying eagles and wild sharks, for whom the outcome of the battle will be the same. And it's all part of the young man's plan. He will have fun watching their actions, realizing how smart, amazing, talented he is. In their free time, the guys managed self-defense and shooting. Here it was necessary to concentrate, be calm and aim. The targets were empty beer cans, which the young man had successfully missed for the past few hours. Is this even normal with 10 shots and not a single hit? In this way, he only used up all the bullets. He turns at the girl's voice and sees an officer in front of him. I wonder what she's doing and worry about him waking her up with his training. Maud Planet, like a girl, just went out for a breath of fresh air, and also said that she would gladly teach the young man how to shoot a pistol. Spreading sweet molasses, the young man will certainly be glad if the girl helps him. Since the clothes on her are very revealing, he naturally does not mind. But he has nothing to thank the girl for, on the contrary, it is she who should say thank you. Because he helped her find her old self. And here it is incomprehensible, since the young man of the girl knows absolutely nothing. He doesn't understand what it means, it's the old one, he doesn't understand either. Snatching the weapon from the young man's hands, the girl aims directly at the target, hits the first time. That's the real her. The girl turned out to be quite an accurate shooter but does not escape the young man's gaze, and he literally applauds standing up. This is not strange, since the girl used to be a police officer, she still has some skills acquired. At work. After the onset of the post-apocalypse, in addition to the master, there were other companions with her, and they protected ordinary people. But as time passed, food became scarcer, and her companions quarreled and died one by one in front of her eyes. She began to question her beliefs, her principles, the world had turned into chaos and she had no one to defend. Then she found the children she guarded, and yet she lost all will to fight for justice. It's amazing that the girl was able to protect and subtract your cruelty, for bows and lack of food, it's really commendable. Yes, the leaders of these gangs used to be petty hooligans, pawns in the game. And she had already painted some of them. The young man thought that they were some important bigwigs and had definitely not been arrested. However, in an instant, they gained great power and gathered their own factions. The only thing left was the ex-policewoman to calmly look at their brutality and feel useless. All this is completely different, the girl is very strong and brave, she deserves praise, she does not need to despair. It's a good thing that she hasn't become bad after the post-apocalypse husband, so she guards her territory and protects defenseless children. That she is no less than Wang Bing. And he wholeheartedly admires all the work done by the girl. In any case, the only thing that matters is what is happening now. The officer said that she was teaching the young man how to shoot, why not start it? In fact, it is very easy if he wants it, but here he will definitely succeed, you just need to tune in to a good result. And then everything is simple, as soon as you understand the essence, you will follow the feelings, you can become a skilled shooter. You need to aim exactly where you are going to hit and focus on your goal without being distracted by anything else. Then just hold the gaze of the muzzle and the target is at the same level, not higher, not lower. The main thing is to feel your goal. The young man realizes that he feels more than just a goal. When the girl pushes him, they say that then there is no need to wait in vain to pull the trigger. The bullet hits the target, the young man jumps for joy, this is how he finally succeeded, after hours of training. It's a very cool feeling when you hit the target, just worked hard, and then your skills definitely improve. After the young man destroys these gangs, they will definitely show the officer a beautiful world so that she can regain her former life. I can't believe her ears, she asks again if this offer to go with the young man and his life is accurate. A new promise flies out of the fat young man. As soon as they finish all the business that is in this world, they will definitely get out of here. But it's too early to talk about it, it's better to leave this important conversation for later, and for now continue to train. Burning jealousy is not a pleasant feeling, but it is the feeling that all of her is experiencing right now. Watching a young man and a former policewoman, you, too, really wanted to spend time with the young man accused him from behind in practice shooting. The war between the gang of bears was fierce, the sounds of explosions and gunfire did not stop in the city. Wang and Xiao were in charge of infiltrating the territory where the two factions were fighting and gathering information. The Tiger Gang did not give up until the end and finally defeated the Bear Gang. However, they suffered heavy losses, managing to survive only more than 10 people. On top of that, the loud noise has attracted the zombies, and now their building is surrounded by thousands of walking dead. When information about the panda's life leaked to wider circles, the gang of wild sharks moved forward in full force. The flying eagles sent a spy to the wild sharks to tell them that they were going to kill them. How dare they invade their playground? So they're going to kick their asses, they're going to show them the strength of their unity. The wild shark building has few guards left, and it's the perfect opportunity to sneak in, as there is almost no one to defend the area. One of the gang members is shot in the head. For the second, he already presents a pistol right to the back, forbids him to move. If he does not want to die, then he should cooperate with the young man and his companions. The young men's assumption turned out to be correct, and there were only 2 guards on this floor, one of whom they safely neutralized. Guards to let everyone else know that the food is on the top floor, I'm the only one guarded by machine gunners. So they're unlikely to be able to take anything. Nita and I, what did I need gold for? This one who immediately used it said that he was on the first floor in a warehouse. The man is interested, the young man shouts through us. He doesn't have to do it, it's none of his business. This one almost crying says that he won't ask unnecessary questions anymore. Passing through the territory, they did not come to the right place. The man shows that there are storage facilities at the end of the corridor and they have not entered for 100 years. He continued to persuade that his grandmother was not there, so his life was in the hands of these young people. And she won't dare deceive them. The top police officer suggests that the member of the bathhouse go there first in order to prove that the young people are really not in danger. The young man trusts the officer, she is very thorough in all the cases she undertakes, and the young man feels safe around her. As soon as the man goes forward, he gets angry. So even the wreaths around his neck swell and tell him to go forward one and prove the truth of his words. Everything is in the crosshairs, but that doesn't stop him from smiling comfortably. I think that the young people are just idiots who believed his stories. At the end of the corridor was a staircase to the upper floor, and they would not be able to see until they came closer. So it has an advantage. As soon as he can get to the stairs, he will definitely run away and notify the guys upstairs that strangers have made their way into the area. He's going to have to use all his strength to convince this guy to lock up the girls. He hadn't touched a woman in a long time. And now, fortunately, even too, he approaches the father of the corridor in this way, and looking out for the torture chambers, he calls the young man to him, saying that everything is clean, he can approach. Bing Bing waits, informs the girls that he will go first, and everything is the same. And kept his hand on the pistol moving forward. While the young man is translating, the man jumps out from behind the wall, saying that they are left behind, these losers will soon be killed by his brothers. He breaks into a run, as he realizes that they are screwed up and just can't let him escape. The situation needs to be corrected urgently. The man keeps laughing like a madman of contentment that he was able to outwit these 3. He sees how, as if forbidden, the young man will then have fun with these 2 beauties, enjoying the moment. Suddenly, out of nowhere, something very frightening appears in front of him. He stops and looks straight ahead, but he cannot understand what is happening. The young men stop, removing the safety from the gun and also look ahead, trying to understand what is happening. Around the bend, where the gang was, they couldn't see anything, only screams for help, and seconds later they became quieter and quieter. Blood also appeared around the corner. One of the walking dead snuck onto the floor and infected the man. Well, now their problem has become much more serious. Everything would have been fine, but it was not clear how the zombies ended up here and why so many of them understood that it was better to get out of here now. They were right at the door to the shelter and needed to do something quickly. Yes, they needed the gold that was in the vault, but they also wanted to live. So, in the name of all that is holy, for the sake of safety, they had to get out of here as soon as possible, and they would still have time to take the gold. The policewoman turns around and informs her that, of course, she doesn't know what the reason is. And why gold bars are very important for young men, but they won't go away. The girl goes on to say that if these gold bars help them destroy all 4 of these bandits, they should not retreat. And they will move forward. Xiao supports, saying that now is a great time, although it is hard, but when will they have such a great opportunity again? And both girls are right, it's hard to want to, but it's a great chance. Plus, they can't be sure it won't be harder next time. In addition, he needs to keep statuses. How can he step back when there are such beautiful people around him? Brave girls who agree to go along with them. The 3 of them adjust their weapons again and aim directly at the heads of the walking dead. No matter how difficult it is, they will not retreat further. Zombies wanted to be devoid of any sanity, but also resolutely act forward and go forward and only forward. They succeeded. In fact, it turned out to be out of breath and a little beaten, but they could not defeat this pack of zombies and stay alive. When they open the door of the vault in front of them, they freeze as there are literally mountains of gold in front of them. The system immediately popped up, exclaiming, "Congratulations to the player for discovering a large amount of gold. Would you like to upgrade the system?" In Wanguo's mind, he asked, "I want to know how much gold is here." In total, there are 46,250 taels of gold. Would you like to upgrade or not? Wanguo didn't rush to the answer, but turned to speak to the other 2. "We can't move this pile of gold." Neo Ryan frowned. "Why? We went through a lot to get here. Even if we can't move at all, we should take as much as we can. This gold bullion needs to be moved, but it's up to us to do it. In fact, behind me, there is a mysterious organization operating, but I can't disclose the details to you too. My task is to find the gold storage location and send the coordinates here for them. Next, the organization behind me will figure out how to send people here to deal with it." Wanguo began to spin a tale again. If he said he could move this pile of gold like a breeze, it would surely alarm them. Xiaoai didn't doubt Wanguo's words at all. Her face was amazed as she exclaimed, "Wow, so that means last time when you disappeared for 7 days, it was because that mysterious organization brought you back." Wanguo didn't expect her to be so sharp-minded. He raised his thumb in praise. "Exactly, Xiaoai, you're really smart. No wonder I had so much rare food on me. Can you tell us what that organization does?" Wanguo was caught off guard by the question. He cleared his throat and replied, Please forgive me, but my superiors don't allow me to disclose my reputation. But please trust me, I won't exploit or harm anyone." Mo Ruiyun smiled. "After spending a few days together and observing, I feel like you're very trustworthy. If you can't tell, then surely you have your own struggles. I won't ask anymore. Now I have to send the coordinates. If you 2 go outside to help me keep watch, it's not a problem. But don't stay here too long. After all, this place is also the territory of the Mad Fury Gang. Wanguo, rest assured, leave the outside to Xiaoai and Officer Miu." After the 2 left, Wanguo said, "System upgrade received. Now I will upgrade the system for you." After a while, the system announced, "System upgrade successful. Activating a huge system space. Now you just need to think of what object you want, and it will automatically be placed in the system space." Wanguo chuckled. "That's amazing." He spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "I want to put all this gold into the system space." As he finished speaking, a square-shaped mass appeared in front of Wanguo, and the gold bars were sucked into it. All the gold has been transferred, and 5,000 pounds of gold needed for the upgrade has been deducted directly. Wanguo held the square-shaped mass in the palm of his hand. "That's it. It's done. It's so powerful. With this mobile space, I'll be much more convenient. Can my system still be upgraded?" The system immediately responded, "Yes, the next upgrade requires 30,000 pounds of gold. After the upgrade is complete, the reward system will be activated. You can use gold to proceed with the rewards. It's expensive, but upgrading is always worth it. The system began to initiate the upgrade process, and Wanbo's current strategy was truly inadequate. Many times, he had to rely on Xiaoyu and Officer Miao. As a man, he couldn't keep letting women protect him forever. Wangbo resolved in his heart, I have to become stronger. After the system update was completed, Wangbo immediately activated the reward system. In front of him appeared a reward machine. Wangbo muttered to himself, this machine is the reward system. That's right, each time you draw a reward, it costs 100 kilograms of gold. But the prizes are abundant, absolutely not deceitful. Wangbo's eyebrows twitched, is this a mistake? I spent 30,000 kilograms of gold just to upgrade the system, and now each reward draw requires 100 kilograms of gold. The system began to tempt. Believe me, young man, the cost-effectiveness ratio is extremely high. Don't forget the saying, investing makes you stronger. Let it go, because to become stronger, you have to spend a little. Besides, I still have plenty of gold, and from childhood to adulthood, I've always been lucky in games, always drawing something rare until my hands hurt. Even soldiers spent money, there's nothing to fear. Wangbo shouted and turned the crank, looking at the screen showing the spinning items, his face full of confidence. As long as I can draw a super-grade martial art, I can kick out the Mad Fury gang, fight the Eagle gang. Even if I return to reality, I won't be afraid of that lie die anymore. The screen slowly scrolled to the super-grade martial art line, and Wangbo excitedly spun the crank. I really am the lucky king. But the screen still moved slowly, stopping at an attribute box that added 1 point. Congratulations, player, you've drawn an agility attribute point. Wangbo held his head and screamed, damn it, 100 kilograms, and I only got 1 agility attribute point. I want martial arts, can the player continue to draw rewards? Wangbo angrily shouted, draw but wait, draw continuously 10 times for me. After a while, the screen displayed the words, thank you for your support, and Wangbo cried without tears. Thank you for your support? Is that all? After a moment, the system's voice rang out, accompanied by Wangbo's tears. Thank you for your support. Congratulations to the player for drawing 2 thunderbolts. Congratulations to the player for drawing a marksmanship skill book. Wangbo felt like a gambling addict losing all his money, grinding his teeth in frustration. Luckily, I still managed to get a skill book. System, open the attribute panel. The system said, congratulations, player, your attributes have been increased. Strength 45, Agility 52 plus 1, Stamina 47, Spirit 42, Marksmanship skill level 1. Wangbo felt disappointed. What good is just 1 additional point? Tell me more about this skill. Marksmanship skill level 1 increases the hit rate by 10 points, the critical hit rate by 10 points, and the shooting range by 100 meters. To advance to the next level, you need to kill 1,000 zombies. The current progress is less than 1,000. Wangbo thought to himself, it seems that killing zombies is the only way to level up the skill. This time, I have to get busy. Although I've spent quite a bit of gold, I haven't drawn anything good. What if the next draw results in a top-grade item or the martial arts skill is enhanced? No, I can't give up like this. System, draw another 10 times. 2 minutes later, Wangbo collapsed trembling. After 5 times of thank you for your support, it's better than just thank you for your support. I drew 2 packs of spicy sticks and a bottle of mineral water. The spicy sticks and mineral water are valued at 20 million, but they're still useful. The first item is a box of rifle ammunition, which can be used to improve my rifle skills. The second item is a martial arts skill called Great Strength Diamond Fist. Introducing the Great Strength Diamond Fist, Level 1. It adds 2 points to the strength attribute. When cultivated to the Grandmaster level, it can break a large stone with a single punch. Currently, at level 1, a Grandmaster can reach 30 points, with damage skills adding 50 points to the strength attribute. To advance to the next level, you need to kill 1,000 zombies, and the current progress is less than 1,000. Wangbo raised his hands, glowing with fire. Finally, I've obtained a martial arts skill that can protect myself. Whether in reality or in the apocalypse, I can defend myself. In the system space, there's only 4,150 kilograms of gold left, temporarily not using this gold, keeping it for future system needs. Thinking about how 1 day in reality equals 7 days here. For the safety of Xiaoyu and police officer Miao, before leaving, I must extract some blood from the Mad Fury gang. Outside the gold warehouse, Miao Ryan enthusiastically opened a bottle of Coca-Cola, her face brightening. Oh, this is amazing. Indeed, every time I drink Coca-Cola, I feel so happy. Xiaoyu giggled beside her, covering her mouth. Your expression. Exactly like mine the first time Wang gave me Coca-Cola, huh? Now Ryan blushed. I feel embarrassed. It's been so long since I last drank Coca-Cola, but it tastes better when it's cold. Now Ryan nodded. I remember before the apocalypse, we could always enjoy cold Coca-Cola, but now it's become a luxury. So Officer Miao, you don't need to worry. Wang Bo, you're amazing. Just follow him and you'll have any kind of drink you want. Xiaoyu, I noticed that every time you mention Wang Bo, your face lights up with happiness. Could it be that you? Xiaoyu blushed and denied. No, that's not true. Okay, I understand. Blushing. Xiaoyu waved her hand. It's not what you think. Wang Bo approached and asked. What are you two talking about? Xiaoyu smiled. Wang, have you finished positioning? Yes, we're all set. Let's quickly leave here. Miao Ryan inquired. Now that the Mad Fury gang is vulnerable internally, this is a great opportunity. Do we need or do we not need it? I have a better plan. Let's support the Eagle gang. Both Wang Bo and Xiaoyu were taken aback, thinking they misheard. What do you mean, support the Eagle gang? Wang, although the Eagle gang is the weakest in power, their misdeeds are not few. Trust me, you're not mistaken. In summary, trust me. Supporting the Eagle gang now is the best way to strike at the Mad Fury gang. At the headquarters of the Mad Fury gang, gunshots resounded incessantly. Fiji stood atop the building, rallying, quickly, load up, reload quickly. Let's blossom the asses of these Mad Fury brats. Below, many from the Mad Fury gang had fallen. A leader shouted, come on, everyone. Hong Ji said support is on its way. Nearby, inside a vehicle, Chen Jiqiang observed the battlefield ahead and asked, Hong Ji, our comrades are struggling over there. Doesn't seem good, does it? You don't understand a thing. Those Mave kids joining the collective are just cannon fodder for us big brothers. All that camaraderie crap is just to brainwash them. Putting them at the forefront is just to attract the main force. Fiji may have developed muscles, but he's simple-minded. I told those ranks to sacrifice themselves first to draw their important guards to the main entrance. Since they're outnumbered, there's definitely no one guarding the other 3 entrances. My people outnumber them by at least 4 times. Just attacking from one of those 3 entrances will wipe out the evil gang. In another area of the Eagle gang's territory, the guard was lax. A grappling hook was thrown up, astonishing the guard who exclaimed, "What's that?" Below, the Mad Fury gang members shouted, "Quick, quick, quick, hurry up, someone spotted us. Pour all your support." The guard hastily spoke into the walkie-talkie. Hello, a large number of Mad Fury gang members have been detected to the east. On the other side, Fiji, a subordinate, rushed over with the walkie-talkie. Fiji, they're attacking from the east. Fiji gritted his teeth and ordered, break them to pieces. Elsewhere, 2 lone guards were bravely holding off the attack, but they were quickly shot down. A ladder was raised, and someone at the top waved their hand, urging, hurry, climb up and attack. Tell Hung Ji we're about to attack from the inside. A subordinate was still joyous as he climbed up when suddenly, a bullet pierced through his head from behind. The group below yelled, someone shooting stealthily. Must be the one who attacked us last time. Where are they? The person at the top turned to look at the building behind and shouted, you guys quickly surround that building. They probably haven't gone far. This time, we can't let them off. Upon hearing the report, Hung Ji clenched his teeth in anger. Indeed, someone's hiding in the dark, playing tricks on us. Ken Ji-chan, frightened, said, Hung, should we retreat? Hung Ji angrily kicked Ji-chan out of the car, saying, stop frowning and go find those dogs quickly. Everyone listened carefully. Whoever finds those bastards will receive a reward of a bag of flour and a bottle of wine. The soldiers rushed to the building opposite, constantly being shot at. They must be right here. Charge ahead, everyone. On the balcony of the building, Xiaoyu hid as soon as she realized she was spotted. She remembered Wang Bo's instructions. Xiaoyu, Officer Miao, and you were mainly responsible for disrupting the actions of the Mad Fury Gang. After firing a shot, you must change your position immediately so they won't guess how many of us there are. The current position has been compromised, so follow Wang's advice. One shot and then change position. Meanwhile, Fei Ji directed his men. Hey, you guys, quickly defend the southeast. We can't let them attack. A voice on the walkie-talkie exclaimed happily, Fei Ji, good news. It seems that the Mad Fury Gang's attack has been blocked. I wonder if someone is secretly helping us. This is great. Surely it's the reinforcements sent by God. Wang Bo stood still, observing the positions of Miao Ruiyun and Xiaoyu. After causing a disturbance, Miao Ruiyun immediately went to find another position. Wang Bo wondered to himself, the Eagle Gang surely can't suspect. I've arranged Officer Miao and Xiaoyu to help them sneak attack the Mad Fury Gang. With two skilled gunmen like them here, even if they can't make the Mad Fury Gang bleed, it's enough to drive them crazy. As for me, I'll wait here for the best opportunity. Inside the jeep, the sound from the walkie-talkie kept ringing. Hung, we've been ambushed. What should we do now? We can't even locate the targets. It's like they have supernatural abilities. We've lost over 10 men. The Eagle Gang members started to retreat. Should we continue the attack? Hello, Hung, are you still there? What do we do now? Hung Je's hand trembled as he gripped the walkie-talkie tightly and shouted, of course we continue to kill. Anyone who dares to run will be dealt with. The frenzy of attacks from below ceased and resistance began. Fei Jia looked down and murmured, what's going on? Why are there people slowly gathering here? How much firepower do we have left in the warehouse? One of his men replied, Fei Jia, not much left. Fei Jia frowned, so if they attack, we'll have no retreat. We'll have to fight them to the end. As he pondered, another man shouted from below, Fei Jia, look who's coming. Wang Bo looked down at the approaching jeep. In this situation, if he guessed correctly, that would be the leader of the Mad Fury Gang. He's showing himself now. Perhaps Xiaoyu and Officer Miao have already caused chaos for him. Hung Jez stood on top of the car with his arms crossed. Long time no see. Fei Jia fumed with anger. You're the one causing us significant losses. Hung Jie shouted through the speaker, Fei, I'm here to offer you a way out. As long as Eagle Gang surrenders under my command, we'll cease our attack, and you just need to obey my orders alone, instead of continuing to play the role of your own boss. Get out of here, Hung Jerk. Fei Jia asked me to be his little brother. I'd rather be screwed over than that. If you have the power, just attack. Stop the nonsense. Ha, I'm giving you a chance to show off without even asking for it, aren't I? Anyone who can bring me Fei Jie's head will be rewarded with 10 bags of flour. The Mad Fury Gang cheered gleefully. Thank you, Hung. Let's charge. Brothers, get the ladder. A sniper peeked out from the gun sight, and Hung Jie aimed the heavy machine gun upwards, shouting, Is that all? Then taste the flavor of my heavy machine gun. The sniper quickly pulled back and Hung Jie crazily fired away. Ha, this bunch of trash wants to mess with me. Go die. The intense firepower forced Fei Jie to hide behind the wall. The sniper nervously asked, Fei Jie, what do we? Chen Zheqiang stepped forward and shouted, Brothers, charge forward. We've got Hung's firepower support. At that moment, an explosion erupted from a high-rise building. Hearing the blast, Chen Zheqiang turned to observe. He saw a mortar shell coming from behind, aimed at Hung Jie's position, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Hung Jie, startled, turned around just in time for the jeep to be blown out by the shell. Fei Jie couldn't help but smirk at the scene. Indeed, reinforcements from above have arrived to help us. Brothers, our opportunity has come. Let's counterattack. With that said, gunfire from above kept ringing out. The Mad Fury gang members quickly turned and fled. Chen Jieqiang and a few others rushed to where Hung Jie was. Chen Jieqiang helped him up. Hung, you have to hold on. Despite the heavy weaponry, Hung Jie's voice trembled. He had no idea who was on the other side. On the rooftop of the opposite building, Wang Bo carried a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. See you later. Everything went according to plan. This way, for a short period, the Mad Fury gang wouldn't be able to threaten Shud's group. This gave him a bit more peace of mind as he prepared to return. On the side of the Eagle gang, as they watched the Mad Fury group depart, the excited crowd cheered. Fei Jie, despite the considerable loss of our brothers, we've managed to deal with them. Bring out my spiritual weapon quickly. At this moment, Wang Bo activated the grenade launcher system and chuckled. Hee, just like Doraemon, this storage space is indeed convenient. Suddenly, a piercing voice reached their ears. My dear, although I don't know which divine entity you are, Fei Jie, on behalf of the Eagle Gang, expresses profound gratitude for saving us. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, as long as the Eagle Gang can help, we will certainly not refuse. Wang Bo shivered at the sound, not daring to linger any longer. After this battle, both factions suffered significant losses, but the Mad Fury gang bore the brunt. With over 100 members reduced to just over 30, with more than half of them injured, even their leaders sustained severe injuries. The Eagle gang also needed to regroup. It seemed neither faction would act rashly without careful consideration. Thus, Wang Bo could rest assured and return. In the evening, the whole group raised their glasses in celebration. Who would have thought that the three of you could cause such heavy losses to both gangs? Ha, well done. It's just a pity my leg isn't convenient. Otherwise, I could have gone and fired off a few rounds myself. Xiaoman clenched her fists excitedly. I want to as well. If I could kill a few of those guys myself, even better. The girl next to her spoke sternly. Xiaoman, be obedient and stay at home. Your shooting skills are poor, and you run so slowly. What do you think I'm looking down on you? You practice every day. Alright, Xiaobao, Xiaonan, stop arguing. You'll have your chance in the future. Who knows? You might even have to protect us. Xiaoman turned to Xiaobao with a proud expression. Did you hear that? I'll protect everyone in the future. Then I'll puff up with pride. Wang Bo interjected. For the time being, the Mad Fury gang and the Eagle gang probably won't make any moves. But to be sure, we still need to find a new place to stay. Wang, where do you want to go? Where is safer? Let's head to the outskirts. Although there are quite a few zombies there are also fewer living people. No need to worry about being attacked by others. I'm planning to make a trip there. You all stay here for a few days. By the time I bring back food, we can find a safer place. Miao Ruyun was taken aback when he heard Wang Bo's intention to leave. Wang Bo, you're leaving. Going back to that organization. Alright, I also have to leave in about 7 days. But when I return, I'll bring plenty of supplies for everyone, including fresh meat and vegetables. Upon hearing fresh vegetables and meat, everyone's eyes lit up. The children eagerly chimed in, Wang Bo, I want to eat eggs. And I want apples. Can I have tomatoes too? Wang Bo chuckled, raising his index finger. No problem. Leave it to me. Miao Ruyun blushed and stammered, I want to drink cold beer. Is that too much to ask? Lai Chengping then requested cigarettes. Ha, I'll try and meet everyone's requests. It's funny how everyone just wants a little of this. And that, but I still feel obliged. Alright, let's get started. Congratulations on our great victory this time. The next morning, the group set out for the outskirts. Here, zombies can be encountered anywhere. But this was also why Wang Bo wanted to move here. Starting now, he had to continuously kill zombies to upgrade his skills. For safety, he equipped Xiaonan and Xiaonan with guns scavenged from the Mad Fury gang. Although it's a bit unsettling for kids to use guns, in the apocalypse, having guns is the only way they can protect themselves, and those around them. Inside a building, Wang Bo placed a chest on the ground. This chest contains 10,000 rounds of ammunition, more than enough for everyone to use. Tomorrow morning, I want to deal with the zombies around here, and also practice shooting. You two will come with me. Of course, it's perfect. I can demonstrate my shooting skills to Wang Bo, and show him how good I am. Wang Bo, you're truly generous to have 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Tomorrow, I also want to join everyone in training. Xiao Yi's shooting ability is quite good now, so we can do other tasks. Even though Wang Bo will only be away for a short time, we still need to prepare enough food. How about we go to the nearby mountain tomorrow to pick wild vegetables? Wang Bo immediately agreed. Exactly. I agree wholeheartedly. I've had enough of instant noodles these days. If we have wild food, I'll consider it a feast. Alright then, tomorrow meow, and I will go pick wild vegetables. Xiao Yi's face showed a hint of sadness. She had wanted to spend a little more time with Wang Bo before he left again, but it seemed unlikely now. The next morning, Wang Bo took Xiaonan and Xiao Bao to the rooftop of a building. With a bang, the nearby zombies were attracted by the sound of gunfire. Xiaonan exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, just a moment and so many zombies have gathered downstairs." Xiao Bao whispered, "Wang Bo, we're surrounded by zombies everywhere." "Don't worry, that's exactly what we want, to lure them here. Pay close attention." Wang Bo reassured them. Wang Bo raised his gun and aimed at a zombie's head. "Why are you two still standing there? Quickly fire your guns for practice." Xiaonan didn't wait and exclaimed, "Yes, sir, watch me." The action in the outskirts was relatively convenient, so Wang Bo and the two kids practiced tirelessly all day long, unaware of the passage of time until evening. In the days before Wang Bo's return, every day he would shoot zombies here with the kids until the zombies around were nearly wiped out by them. Using up about 3,000 rounds of ammunition, the shooting skills of the two kids became increasingly formidable day by day, which meant more people could protect the group. Moreover, the most important thing was that Wang Bo's skills also improved significantly. The system prompted, "Focus on aiming and shooting." Congratulations, player, your aiming design has been upgraded to level 3, increasing the hit rate to 80 points for vital points and the critical hit rate to 80 points, shooting up to a range of 200 meters. To upgrade further, you need to kill 5,000 zombies and the current progress is over 5,000. Returning home in the evening, a lavish dinner awaited them on the table. Wang Bo, after a day of exhausting training, couldn't help but feel excited at the sight of a table full of food. Whoa, tonight's dinner not only has wild vegetables, but also grilled chicken and roast pork. Is today a special occasion? Ha 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 ha. This is all thanks to Officer Mio's busy day in the kitchen, especially prepared for me. Wang Bo was surprised. Prepared for me? Why? That's right, ever since Xiaoyun knew you had to leave, she wanted to make you a delicious meal as a farewell gesture. So she and Xiaoyu went out to catch pigs, chickens, dig sweet potatoes, pick wild vegetables, and even went to ask for spices from every house. At this point, Wai Qingping couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. I've been her master for so long and she's never treated me like that. It seems like the eldest daughter in the house can't be kept. Mio Ruyun brought a fragrant pot of soup over and glanced at him. Aren't we all eating together? Or should the master stop eating the food his disciple cooked and just lament about life? Lai Qingping scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, ha, I was just joking with her, ha. Wang Bo approached, Officer Mio. Thank you for preparing this lavish dinner for me. You've worked hard. Mio Ruyun, in her professional manner, replied, but before, when I prepared such a sumptuous meal, it was usually for criminals facing execution. Mio Ruyun added, oh, that's right, you should also thank Xiaoyu properly. We had leftover wild boar heads from last time, but all the wild chickens were caught by Xiaoyu. Wang Bo casually draped his arm over Xiaoyu. Indeed, Xiaoyu is quite something. But between us, there's no need for such formality. Xiaoyu, you see, because we've been like brothers, ready to face life and death together for a long time. Ah, Xiaoyu's face lit up with happiness. Wang Bo, consider me part of the family. Suddenly, she stiffened, as if turned to stone. Wait, Wang said we're like siblings. Xiaonan's hungry stomach growled. Sister Xiaoyun, is the rice ready? We're really hungry. Okay, I know I'm greedy. Let's just eat rice. Laughter and cheerful voices echoed from inside the house. Before midnight, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Wang Bo, are you leaving all this for us? What about you? Everyone, rest assured, I have a gun. Xiaoyu, Officer Miao, Uncle Lei, I have to leave today. I'll leave it to you all here. Yes, don't worry. We'll protect this place carefully. Xiaoyu couldn't bear to leave Wang Bo, grasping his arm pleadingly. Wang Bo, let me go with you. I'm not at ease. Don't worry. Just stay here and protect everyone. I promise I'll be back in 7 days. With a heavy heart, Xiaoyu lowered her head. I understand. Wang Bo, you must be careful. Xiaoyu will wait for you. As Wang Bo entered the room, male Ruyun softly inquired, Xiaoyu, last time Wang Bo left like this, did he stay alone in the room? Xiaoyu nodded while looking at Wang Bo's room. Inside the room, Wang Bo activated the teleportation transmission system and the light flickered. The next morning on the street, Wang Bo arranged to meet Lai Ping and Du Hongfei for brunch. After finishing a glass of beer, Wang Bo let out a sigh. That's it. Let's eat quickly. I'm starving. Lai Ping chuckled. Wang Bo, your kid at home. Just one trip back to the hometown. Why are you acting like a starving ghost? You've ordered so much food already. How can we finish it? I was originally planning to take you guys to a restaurant for a decent meal, but it's been so long since I've had a full meal, so I brought you guys here for a feast first. In the apocalypse, we always have to be wary of zombies and others. Food is extremely scarce. Returning to the real world, not only can we bask in the warm sunshine, but we can also eat whatever we want. Living in the real world is truly blissful. Lai Ping leaned in and whispered to Du Hongfei, hey, do you think this kid is getting rich too quickly, so it's messing with his head? Du Hongfei replied, I think maybe he hasn't quite shaken off the shadow of heartbreak yet, but Wang Bo, you've angered that Lai guy, so you need to be careful. He's got people looking for you everywhere. I understand. Let's not talk about this anymore. Do you guys have any plans after graduation? Lai Ping mentioned he'd apply for a job at some company, while Du Hongfei wanted to start his own business. But he hadn't figured out what he wanted to do yet. Wang Bo nodded. Starting a business, huh? Are you guys interested in the jewelry business? Lai Ping asked, jewelry business, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Wang Bo set down his beer glass. Well, I have some treasure items available at a cheap price. If you guys are interested, maybe we could collaborate and open a jewelry store, since you're willing to lead us. It's good. We'll use the money you provided for investment. Otherwise, I'll put up the initial capital. The money I gave you earlier, you can keep for your expenses. Lai Ping said, just caring about opening a jewelry store tells me it requires a lot of money. Even if you win the lottery, who's to say it'll be enough? Wang Bo set down his beer glass. I plan to invest 20 million and 2,000 kilograms of gold net. Du Hongfei turned to Lai Ping, urging, quick, calculate how much it is. Lai Ping swallowed nervously. The current price of gold is 400 yuan per tal. 1,000 tals make a kilogram, so 2,000 kilograms equals 800 million. Du Hongfei was shocked. 800 million? Are you sure you're not mistaken? No, I calculated it with a calculator. It can't be wrong. Let's leave it for now. Let's have dinner first, and later I'll take you guys to see. Currently, that gold is all stored at my villa. What villa? Since when did your kid buy a villa? Are you hiding your wealthy background? Later, Wang Bo led the two to his villa, looking at the pile of gold bars in front of them. They couldn't help but exclaim, "I've lived this long, never seen so much gold like this. I couldn't earn this in my whole life. If this is a dream, I never want wake up. Let me kick you once, and you'll know if it's real or not." Lai Ping exclaimed in pain. "It's not a dream. It's real." After kicking Lai Ping, Du Hongfei approached Wang Bo, shaking him. "Come on. Where did this gold come from? Did you do something illegal?" Wang Bo grunted in frustration. "Get lost, how dare I?" Du Hongfei thought about it and agreed. "Even if you have the courage, you still lack the ability." Wang Bo patted his shoulder. "In short, I have a big boss backing me up, so don't worry about it. Right now, you guys go find a good location to build the shop. Then take care of the business registration procedures. I trust you two the most. As for other matters, we'll figure them out as we go along with the construction." Feeling eager to start their entrepreneurial journey, both immediately responded. "Got it. We trust you. We'll get to work right away." "Whoa, hold on. I haven't talked to you about the shares yet." "Oh, we also have shares," Wang Bo replied. "Of course you do. You're all my teammates. Consider it an investment of your energy and intellect. I'll give each of you 10% of the shares." Lai Ping and Du Hongfei felt a bit hesitant. "While we're good brothers, business is business, and all the capital is yours. We're just running errands. 10% is too much. Exactly, besides, our abilities might not match up with yours to be considered as teammates. 10% is 10%. There's no need to doubt yourselves. I believe in your abilities," Wang Bo asserted. Lai Ping's eyes welled up. "I will definitely do my best." And as for Hongfei, with his introverted personality, he's learning how to manage the internal affairs of the company, while also studying jewelry design. "Once our company stabilizes, we'll open another investment company. Lai Ping, don't you like playing the stock market? When the time comes, I'll put you in charge of the investment company. The three of us working together will surely build a strong business empire." Du Hongfei and Lai Ping exclaimed emotionally, "Wang Bo, you're too cool. We really don't know how to thank you." "Well, I'll just have to repay you with my life. And I also want to repay you." "Wang Bo, what do you want from me?" Wang Bo's eyes twitched nervously. At that moment, Wang Bo's phone rang. "Oh, my order has arrived." Outside, a delivery truck backed into the yard and began unloading the goods. "Wang Bo, why did you buy so much white flour? And there are vegetables and fruits, too. Are you planning to stay indoors all the time? Wang Bo, what if that guy with the last name Lai finds this place?" "You misunderstand. It's not because of that guy with the last name Lai. These things are very useful to me. They're all important. So we won't bother you anymore. You just stay here to receive the goods. Company matters. We'll take care of it immediately. Wait for our good news." Wang Bo replied with a smile. "I got it. Let's meet this afternoon at the cafe near the school gate." After some time passed, Wang Bo arrived at the school gate, and Du Hongfei's voice came through the phone. "Hey, Wang Bo, we're still not done here. You go ahead and have fun first. We'll come over later." Okay, take your time. There's no rush anyway. I like this slow-paced life." Hanging up the phone, Wang Bo pondered inwardly. "Lately, I've spent more time in the post-apocalyptic world than here. Returning to the real world feels a bit strange to me. Perhaps living long in the other world has made my mood darker and more sensitive. Maybe going through life and death has made me mature a bit. Seeing these students of the same age, I now feel they're still immature. Or perhaps I matured already, so my perspective is a bit higher. If it weren't for the last days, I guess I'd also be chasing my future in graduation season. Wang Bo imagined himself rushing to a job interview. In the eyes of everyone, he was always an outstanding student. But in reality, it wasn't quite so. Compared to the efforts of the previous generation, his talent was truly insignificant. But fortunately, fate had bestowed upon him an opportunity. Wang Bo wanted to become a great figure, capable of influencing both the current world and the future world. While he was contemplating, a group of people blocked his way. Is that Wang Bo? Look at the terrified expression on this kid's face. Wang Bo frowned. These troublemakers, they must be hired by that Lai guy to attack me. Wang Bo replied. Yes, I'm Wang Bo. What do you want from me? The gang leader sneered. Oh my, this kid is so brave. Not even peeing his pants. Ha! We're the Black Tiger Gang. Heard of us? Wang Bo looked down on them inwardly. They may seem dangerous, but in the post-apocalyptic era, there were many who were much more vicious than them. Wang Bo spoke frankly. Quit the nonsense. You're probably called here by that idiot Lai. Talking like that, you must be ready for a beating. Wang Bo smirked. If so, why not find a secluded spot to settle this? Seeing Wang Bo's lack of fear, the underling whispered, Boss, be careful. This kid's up to something. The gang leader snorted. Afraid of what? He's nothing on his own. Then the group drove to an empty place. This kid's really gutsy. I'm impressed. No need for further investigation. It's really just me alone. Don't waste any more time. Let's all go. Kid's got guts. If it weren't for you offending our boss Lai, I'd even want to befriend you. Everyone, let's go. Wang Bo opened his palm, using the Diamond Force Fist. The Diamond Force Fist has leveled up to level 2. Perfect timing to test it out on these guys. With a strike, the blonde-haired guy's chest caved in. Wang Bo followed with another strike, sending him flying high into the air. The gang leader was taken aback. What's going on? This kid knows martial arts. He's armed, surround, and taken down. The others wielding clubs closed in, swinging wildly. Wang Bo carelessly took a knife to his back. Although, indeed a tough opponent against many. Wounded already. Wang Bo swiftly turned around and unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the assailant to an injured and flying. The gang leader lost patience, pulling out a baton. You got some guts. You miserable brat. Let me teach you a lesson. Prepare to die. Caught off guard, Wang Bo struggled to keep hold of the knife. The gang leader stared in disbelief. You can still fight back like this. Wang Bo forcefully clenched the knife between his teeth, taunting. You guys are so weak, yet you dare call yourselves the Black Tiger Gang. I see you as Hello Kitty. You kicked straight into the gang leader's groin. The sound of cracking echoed along with the leader's agonizing scream. Not stopping there, Wang Bo continued with a thunderous shout. You think you're so tough? Wait to meet your end. With a thud, the gang leader fell back, writhing in pain. You've got guts. Keep going. The other gang members began to hesitate and push each other. You go ahead. Why don't you go? Just then, 2 more cars arrived. Ha 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 ha. Our guides are here. Kid, you're done for today. The newcomers didn't understand what was happening, so they immediately sought the leader. Hey, Gong. Why did this kid hit you? Are you all planning to show up late again? The leader grabbed his crotch with one hand and pointed at Wang Bo's face, shouting. That Wang guy, I know you've got some skills, but my brothers are many. Let's see what you can do. Originally, I only intended to disable one of your legs, but now, I might as well take care of you here. Wang Bo thought to himself, the Diamond Fist's sex prowess isn't that high. Dealing with 5 to 6 thugs is manageable, but this many might be a bit taxing. In this situation, I can only take one gamble. Quietly, Winebo activated his spatial system. The leader shouted loudly, "Do as you please. Beat them to your heart's content. Whether they end up dead or disabled, it's all fine. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." His underlings immediately obeyed, grabbing weapons and rushing forward aggressively. Winebo kept his arm hidden behind his back, then suddenly pulled out a gun and aimed it skyward, firing a shot. At the sound of the gunshot, the thugs all went cold. One trembling guy whispered, "Hey, Dong, who is this kid? Why does he have a gun? Why didn't you tell us earlier? How are we supposed to know he had this?" Winebo raised the gun towards them, saying, "If you're not afraid to die, then come at me." Killing one person equals balancing the scales. Killing two earns you a profit. The big brother, strong in appearance, but weak in words, said, "Hey, don't worry, brothers. The gun he's holding is just a fake certificate. Why should we be afraid of him when there are so many of us, right?" Ha ha ha. To prove his words, Winebo aimed at his thigh and fired the gun. The big brother, in pain, clutched his thigh and screamed. Winebo lightly blew the smoke from the gun barrel, saying, "Who's next? Want to give it a try?" The big brother, supported by his two lackeys, trembled as he spoke, "You guys, hurry up and help me up. Today, the Black Tiger Gang will." Before he could finish, Winebo raised his gun in front of him, immediately changing his tone. "Brothers sworn by oath, let's do this. What do you think?" Winebo pretended to shoot into his mouth, causing the two lackeys to wet their pants in fear, quickly raising their hands. The big brother, with no one to support him, fell again, saying, "It hurts like hell. Why did you let go? Stubborn fools, what's the use of being unruly? Learn to behave and become big brothers of the underworld. You're just plain stupid." The gangsters cried and begged for forgiveness. "Big brother, I was wrong. I'll start over from scratch." Winebo continued to taunt. "You cowardly bunch still want to teach me? Go eat crap. Wang's teachings are spot on. Are we clear now, or do you want to stick around?" Hearing this, the gangsters didn't dare to hesitate. They dragged the big brother into the car like dragging a dog, and quickly fled. Winebo breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. I was almost done for. Luckily, they weren't paying attention. Otherwise, I'd be toast right now. His phone rang. "Hello, Liping." Liping's irritated voice came through. "We heard from the students at school that you were taken by a group of people. Are you still alive? Don't worry, they've been dealt with. It's either real or staged. That's the underworld for you. Are you really okay? Well, maybe not completely okay. Seems like it's not easy to catch a ride there. Can you come pick me up?" After some time passed, Liping punched the table in anger. Is there no end to this? Does that lie really think he can rule the world single-handedly? Winebo seized the opportunity to change the subject. "During this time, I might have to go into hiding. Keep me informed of any developments. Don't worry, if there's any trouble, we'll let you know immediately. Oh, by the way, what happened today? Why didn't Hongfei show up? We went to register, but it will take half a month to get the business license. Hongfei found a suitable store quickly, so he didn't come with me. The store matter isn't urgent. We can find an intermediary directly. No need to struggle alone. Once you've sorted everything out, let me know, and we can open the shop when I return." This should have made everyone happy, but that lie guy really gets on my nerves. Sooner or later, I'll deal with him. You guys focus on the business. There's no need to worry about anything else. I have a few things to take care of. I'll go first. Take care and remember, don't stir up trouble with that lie guy. Lai Ping waved his hand. Alright, bye-bye, you go. Watching Wang Bo leave, Lai Ping muttered to himself, that lie guy really bullies you. How can I and Hongfei stand it? He then called Du Hongfei. Hello, have you found him? Yes, found him. He's at the bar. Inside the restroom, the guy with the last name Lai swaggered in. Wait till I fill these bottles up. I'll unleash my magic. As he was about to unzip his pants, someone tapped his shoulder. Hey, buddy, can't you see someone's in the middle of something? Don't touch me. The guy with the last name Lai turned around angrily, only to be hit hard with a large sack. Lai Ping and Du Hongfei took turns swinging a wooden stick. Who do you think you are? You know who I am, don't you? Lai Ping and Du Hongfei chuckled. Of course, we know who you are. The one being beaten up is the guy with the last name Lai. Ha, we'll beat you to death. You dog. Hey, big brother, spare him. How much do you need? We'll take all you have. Who needs your dirty money? Come over here. Lai Ping dragged the guy with the last name Lai toward the toilet, where a pile of feces emitted a foul odor. Here's something for you. It's fresh and hot, just what I've been waiting for. Lai Ping covered his nose, unable to bear the stench. I told you not to eat too much mango recently. It's too rotten. Lai Ping was stunned. Mangoes? Who eats mangoes? Du Hongfei pushed the guy with the last name Lai into the toilet and ran off. Ha ha. Lai, the gentleman eating crap, hot news indeed. The guy with the last name Lai, now with his face in the pile of feces, remained speechless. Returning to Wang Bo's house, he found a pile of various supplies around him. The food he prepared this time would be enough for everyone for a month, and he even brought a cooler so people could have carbonated drinks with cold beer. Xiaoyu, they'll surely be delighted. System, help me transfer these things into the space. The system asked, transfer initiation time. Confirmed transfer? Hey, wait, so much food being transferred. Will there be any deterioration? The system replied, in the space, the system had set up a super preservation function. The food will stay fresh, no matter how long. Wang Bo felt pleased. This system is truly versatile. We won't have to worry about preservation anymore. Then, the system initiated the spatial shift. Inside the post-apocalyptic world, Xiaonan drew 7 lines on wall. 2467, today is already the 7th day. Big brother Wang is probably coming back soon. Lai Chengping said, if his place is safe enough, he might not come back. We should wish him well. We've received his kindness. We can't find such a good person in this post-apocalyptic world. The master was right. We can take care of ourselves in this world now. He's not obligated to take care of us. Sister Miao, actually last time when Wang left, your thoughts and everyone else's were the same. At that time, you thought he deceived you, but you still held on to hope. Every night, you went to Wang's room to see if he'd returned, just when you were losing hope. Wang returned. So let's wait. I believe Wang won't break his promise. Miao Ruyun smiled and nodded. I'm the same. I believe Big Brother Wang will definitely come back. He wouldn't deceive us. Yes, I also believe in Big Brother Wang. If he doesn't return, I'll be heartbroken. He agreed to train Xiao Bao in shooting. Seeing Xiao Bao looking sad, Lai Chengping comforted. Xiao Bao, don't worry. Uncle Lai will train you in shooting, too. Just then, the door to Wang Bo's room opened, and everyone turned to look. Wang Bo exclaimed loudly, hello, everyone, I'm back. Xiaoyu happily ran over and hugged Wang Bo. Big brother Wang, Xiaoyu missed you so much. A warm and gentle feeling swept over them. Wang Bo laughed and said, Xiaoyu, still as enthusiastic as ever. Xiaoman's eyes welled up with tears. Wang, big brother Wang, I thought you wanted to abandon us. Foolish me. My big brother's word is as good as gold. Come here, you brought so many good things for everyone. These are all the freshest fruits. Wow, they look so delicious. Suddenly, I don't feel like biting into them. Miao Ruyun smiled without saying a word. His absence worried everyone, but his return brings joy to everyone immediately. In a short time, Wang Bo has become a backbone of the group. While they were contemplating, Wang Bo walked over to Mio's side. "Officer Mio, take a look at what I brought for you. It's the cold Coca-Cola you wanted." Mio Ruyun took the can of Coca-Cola, feeling the coolness. "It's really cold." "Wang Bo, how big is your fortune?" Zhao Yu and Mio Ruyun opened the bottle and took a sip. Mio Ruyun's eyes widened. "So refreshing, it feels like soaring to the sky." Seeing the two peaks bouncing beneath the clothes, Wang Bo's mouth watered dangerously. As long as you two like it, I'll continue to bring more for you in the future." Lai Changping walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao Wang, did you bring back any cigarettes as I asked?" Wang Bo was suddenly patted on the shoulder. Then he looked at Lai Changping's face, his hair standing on end. "Of course, how could I forget this old man?" Lai Changping happily hugged the pack of cigarettes to his chest. "I love you to death. I want to have a child with you." The old man took out a cigarette, put it to his nose, and inhaled deeply. "It's been so many years. This scent is intoxicating. I feel like just one sniff and I'd be content to die." Xiaonan hesitated and shouted, "Uncle Lai, I want to try too." Lai Changping waved his hand, go away, go play over there. Smoking is bad for your development, kid." "Xiao, Officer Miao, I brought this hot pot seasoning. Bring the big pot out here and let's have hot pot together." Hearing about the hot pot, Zhao's eyes lit up. Quickly, a pot of water was boiled. Wang Bo licked his lips and began adding the seasoning. Miao Ruyun gently remarked, "Wang Bo, save some. We'll have a few more meals. There's plenty. Let's make sure everyone eats to their heart's content today." Xiao Bao, Xiao Nan, bring more water to pour into the pot. Xiao Yu said, "Big brother Wang, the meat has been sliced and the vegetables are washed." Wang Bo smirked, "Great, put everything in the pot then." The aroma of the boiling broth filled the air. Xiaonan cried out, "I'm dead. What heavenly flavor is this?" Following Big Brother Wang means we get to eat everything. Everyone, let's dig in. Today's meal is simple, but later on, I'll make sure everyone eats and drinks to their heart's content every day. Without waiting, everyone eagerly grabbed food to eat. Miao Ruyun picked up a piece of meat and tasted it, feeling the flavor, tears welling up in her eyes. Wang Bo was surprised. "Xiao Bao, Xiaonan, why are you two crying? Isn't the food good?" "Uncle Lai, what's wrong with you? Hey, why is everyone crying like there's a funeral? Is the hot pot too spicy, or did I cook poorly?" "No, it's not because of Lai. Yes, the hot pot is delicious. It's just that you all haven't tasted this flavor in a long time, so you're overwhelmed." Remembering the time before the apocalypse, eating hot pot was just an ordinary thing. Back then, food was abundant, not scarce like Mao. Everyone was under the sun, enjoying life. I remember my parents who were gone. Back then, we could still have a happy meal together at home. I miss my parents, but they could never come back. I also remember my precious niece. When the apocalypse came, I couldn't protect my family, and in the end, I was the only one left alive. My family turned into zombies. If it weren't for Sister Chow Yun saving me and little Ka, I wouldn't be able to have hot pot with everyone today. The familiar taste brings back memories of happier times, like the last time I listened to music, tears streaming down. Everyone has experienced all sorts of hardships to get to today. It hasn't been easy. Wang Bo sensed the heaviness in everyone's mood, and reassured them. The apocalypse has happened, and what's done is done. We can't bring it back. We should look forward, and continue living the best we can. I believe that with everyone's efforts, we can surely create our own haven in the apocalypse. Brother Wang, do you have a plan? From what I know, to the east lies the vast sea, so we should head in that direction. Even if we don't have houses, we can live temporarily on small islands. As long as we find a suitable area with abundant water sources, I will bring seeds. By then, we can grow some vegetables to sustain ourselves. We can also raise wild boars and some livestock and poultry, so we don't have to worry about food shortages anymore. Although the path seems long, and we don't have vehicles, I believe that as long as we are united, we can succeed. Lai Changping chuckled. I used to disregard such words, but when they come from Wang Bo, they must be trusted. I also find this proposal not bad, but the journey to the east is far, and everywhere. There are zombies, and armed factions. Xiaobao said, Sister Xiaoyun, don't forget, both I and Xiaonan know how to use guns. We will protect everyone on the way. That's right, if Big Brother Wang has said so, let's quickly pack up our belongings and set out tomorrow. Wang Bo nodded thoughtfully. We can't pack up our belongings yet because we're all too full from dinner. We'll have the strength to head east tomorrow. He raised a can of water. Hey everyone, for our great journey ahead, and for those who have left us, our future will surely be better than before. Miao Ruyun and Xiaoyu stared at Wang Bo intently. Wang Bo, you're getting more and more like a teen leader every day. It seems we found the right person. Big Brother Wang is so cool. He makes sure you feel safe. Alright, let's toast to the past. I prepared a new set of clothes for each of you. After eating, let's quickly try them on. In the evening, Miao Ruyun and Xiaoyu were in the room looking at the assorted clothes Wang Bo brought. Wang Bo, where did he get all these random clothes? They're all dresses. How can we fight wearing these? And this one, it's too revealing. Where did he find these? Miao Ruyun expressed her embarrassment, and after some deliberation, Xiaoyu exclaimed enthusiastically, Officer Miao, I think this outfit suits you very well. Your figure is so good, it will definitely look beautiful on you. Yes, this one works too, so you should try it on first. Xiaoyu continued rummaging through the clothes. Suddenly she saw something fluffy, not sure what it was. Why does this look like a cat's ear? Inside the bathroom, Wang Bo undressed, wanting to relax and wash up a bit. He approached the bathtub and found the note stuck on it. Big Brother Wang, you've worked hard, so I boiled hot water for you. You can soak in the hot water and take a bath. Signed, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is so considerate, but water is just hot enough. Ha, so refreshing. Although bathing in the real mansion is simple, bathing during the apocalypse feels strangely different. Come to think of it, I've had a mansion in reality with endless money to spend for generations, but every time I only enjoyed it for a day, and then I had returned to the apocalypse. Regardless, humans have emotions, and at the very least, I should create a safe survival space for everyone. That way, even if the system malfunctions, and I can't return, there's no need to worry. The system suddenly interjected, players, please rest assured, our system is extremely stable. The issue you're concerned about doesn't exist. Wang Bo's mouth twitched. Oh my, did I spoil you too much? So you're misbehaving. You dare to read my thoughts aloud. I'm just addressing your concerns. If you want to protect your teammates in the apocalypse, you need to find more treasures to level up. Understand? Recharge to make yourself stronger. Outside the door, there came Shoyu's voice calling out, Big Brother Wang, is the water warm enough? If not, I'll add some more hot water. Shoyu, the water's just right, thank you. Blushing, Shoyu leaned in, if it's just right, I'd like to bathe together. Wang Bo stood up awkwardly, bathing. Bathing together, that's not really appropriate. You go ahead. Seeing Shoyu wrapped in just a towel heading in, Wang Bo's face flushed. Shoyu, if you need to bathe urgently, I can leave first. Shoyu unwrapped the towel and got into the bathtub. No need, I want to bathe with you. Wang Bo blushed, closing his eyes. Shoyu, you're too innocent. For adults like us, only couples bathe together. Shoyu approached and asked, then let's be a couple. But Shoyu, I like you. I don't know why, but I can't help thinking about you. Hearing this, the little demon on Wang Bo's shoulder urged him, Wang Bo, stop thinking nonsense. Get out of here. Wang Bo kicked the little demon away. Hold on. Shoyu, perhaps she only sees me as her support. I can't take advantage of her vulnerability. Shoyu's arm brushed against something below, and she immediately asked, Wang, there seems to be something in the bathtub. Could it be a snake crawling in? Wang Bo muttered to himself, "This is not good. I can't contain it." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry Shoujo, I won't touch anymore. It's too awkward." Wang Bo placed his hand on Shoujo's shoulder and spoke seriously. "I know perhaps it's because I take care of you that you've developed feelings, but are you sure it's love? What if I don't like you back?" "I do, but that doesn't mean I'll claim you as mine. But I hope you understand. Your feelings for me. Are they love, or just gratitude? I'm being too complicated. Shoujo, you might not understand. That's why I said, we can't rush into this. You still don't fully understand. Wait until you think clearly. Until you know for sure that you love me. Not just like me. Then it's not too late for us to start being together." Shoujo sank into the water murmuring, "But I thought it through. I agree." Wang Bo dried himself off and returned to the room. "I almost lost control there. Bathing was so relaxing. Actually, Wang Bo doesn't even know what he's hesitating about anymore. Shoujo is so gentle and cute. Her figure is beautiful too. How many men wouldn't want a girl like her? Compared to Zhaoshen, who just sees him as a free handyman, Shoujo is truly good." Perhaps having been betrayed before, Wang Bo finds it hard to accept Shoujo's feelings like this. Perhaps he genuinely likes Shoujo, which is why he values these feelings like this. In a short time, he can't understand it anymore. Moreover, the deeper the feelings, the harder it is to sever the ties in such chaotic times. Lost in thought, Shoujo walked in. This time, she adorned herself in a provocative outfit. Hearing the noise, Wang Bo turned around, only to be taken aback by the sight before him, causing his nose to bleed profusely. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, seeing Wang Bo's reaction. "Shoujo knew we like this kind of attire. Hey Wang, this time you won't refuse me," she teased. Wang Bo hurriedly stemmed the bleeding from his nose. "Where did you get this outfit from? Did you find it among the things I bought for us?" he asked, trying to compose himself. "How does it look?" Wang Bo was astonished. "Did I find it among the things I bought? Oh, I remember now. Earlier, when I was selecting outfits for everyone, I spent quite some time in the shop, and then I was recommended a naval-themed outfit. When I saw it, I immediately thought, Shoujo, you would look stunning in this. So somehow, I ended up placing an order for it, along with many others." Shoujo softly called out, "Wang, big brother," then leaned into him, saying, "I've thought it through. Since living with you, I haven't worried about hunger anymore. There's good food, and most importantly, you've been so gentle with me. I feel safe being with you." Wang Bo spoke softly, "Shoujo, I accept you." As soon as the words trailed off, Shoujo tipped to kiss Wang Bo's lips. Then Wang Bo laid Shoujo on the bed, asking, "Shoujo, are you sure about this? You can't take back your word." Blushing, Shoujo nodded lightly. That night, the sound in Wang Bo's room echoed incessantly. After a joyful night, early on the second day, the group set off for the sea. On the way, they found no car that could start, so they had to go on foot. This reminded Wang Bo that he needed to quickly find more gold to upgrade the system, so they could bring the car and energy to the end of the world. During the day, they encountered some zombies, but now, the group had enough guns and ammunition to deal with them easily. However, to avoid attracting more zombies with loud noises, they could only use knives. Moreover, Wang Bo noticed that after upgrading to the diamond-level Great Club, his agility had greatly improved. Miao Ruyun also noticed this and couldn't help but praise, "Wang Bo, since you returned. It seems your skills have improved. Have you been secretly training?" Wang Bo smirked, "Ha, of course, I can't rely on Officer Miao to protect me all the time." Shoujo intimately wrapped her arm around Wang Bo's. "Wang, with such skill and intelligence, I feel truly safe being with you." Miao Ruyun felt oddly curious and tilted her head, looking over. Why do they seem to be getting closer day by day? Unbeknownst to them, darkness had fallen. The group found an abandoned area by the roadside to rest. Moreover, it appeared to be an affluent neighborhood, offering the chance to scavenge valuable items left behind. This could quickly assist Wang Bo in advancing his system. Although there were many mansions, Wang Bo opted for a dormitory area for rest as it provided the highest vantage point for observation. Any incidents could be detected swiftly. Alright, tonight we'll stay here. In the evening, two individuals hid among the bushes, observing the residential area where everyone was resting. Hey, do you smell that? I can smell it. It seems like the scent of grilled meat they're cooking rice. Following them along the road, their backpacks are so large, there must be plenty of provisions. Instead of moping around, let go of that thought and act like humans. Do you like playing the role of a demon? They have guns, relying on our little firepower. How can we fight them back? If you're scared, just say so. They only have 2 men, one of whom is disabled. The rest are children and women. With so many of us, we surely can't defeat them. Think about that stash of provisions. What you're saying makes sense. Let's go back and report to the village chief. The two turned and ran off. At night in Wang Bo's bedroom, Xiaoyu sat up and changed her clothes. She smiled down at Wang Bo, choosing not to wake him, but let him sleep a little longer. Outside on the balcony, Old Lai brought the cigarette to his nose for a puff. Hearing footsteps, he sat up and said, "Xiaoyu, wasn't it supposed to be a change of guard every 3 hours?" "Uncle Lai, I couldn't sleep, so I came out early. Your late wound hasn't fully healed yet, so you should rest more. I've got it covered here. Why are you being so kind? You go rest now." "Yes, sir, please go inside and rest." "Alright, if there's anything, remember to inform everyone beforehand." Old Lai went inside feeling appreciative. You really have abundant energy. Outside, rain began to pour. Not far away, rustling sounds echoed in the bushes. Xiaoyu heard it attentively and looked down. "Village chief, we've gathered enough." The village chief asked, "Is there someone standing guard across? Are all your men armed?" "Don't worry, we've brought everything." "Good, now let's charge in and take them down." Xiaoyu used the scope to look down. Indeed, just as Wang predicted, there have been people passing by recently. Both sides have surrounded us already. After Chui's signal, everyone dressed and went out onto the balcony. "Xiaoyu, how does it look outside?" "I just counted roughly. The other side has about 20 people. It's hard to see clearly in the rain. We still don't know if they're armed. 20 people, either they're just an advance team or the actual number is even greater. So, Miao and the police go. Xiaoyu and I will guard the windows. Uncle Lai, you guard the stairs to prevent them from sneaking up here." Old Lai felt somewhat guilty for not detecting earlier. "Don't worry, I've got the stairs covered." "No problem guaranteed." Xiao Nan and Xiao Bao exclaimed eagerly. "Brother Wang, Xiao Bao and I also want to fight alongside you. Driving the enemy away, it's right, let them taste our fierceness." Old Lai pointed inside. "These 2 kids will go protect Xiao Yan. Conveniently organize the luggage, it's time to prepare for a breakthrough." Wang Bo used the spyglass to observe the situation below. They're starting to disperse. Looks like they want to encircle us quietly. Forget it, let's kill a few to scare off the rest. Suddenly, a gunshot ran out. Wang Bo shot one, blowing off his skull. The others shouted in fear. "Quick, everyone run. We've been discovered. They've seen us. Run." They quickly fled without a trace. "Great job, Big Wang. Your gunshot scared them all away. Can't let them off so easily. Watch me deal with a few more." Someone prays. Wang Bo intervened. "Xiaoyu, don't shoot. Earlier I fired only because circumstances forced me. If that gunshot attracts a horde of zombies here, we'll have a hard time escaping." Wang Bo was right. As long as those people don't bother us anymore, there's no need to engage with them. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave this place. Xiaoyu's expression turned grim. If they dare to come, I'll surely kill each one of them. I absolutely won't let anyone else have the chance to harm Big Brother Wang. Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a chill like Xiao Yu's expression. Xiao Yu's eyes could devour someone whole. I must not offend her in the future or else I'll end up dead without knowing why. Somewhere not far from the villa area. Inside a house, the village guards gathered. It's strange indeed. It's pitch black out there. Yet how did they spot us so easily? I reckon they must have some advanced technology weapons in their hands. Like those night vision goggles or screens that work in the dark. So why can't we act at night? Sneak attacks won't work. And even in the daytime, we can't possibly defeat them with sheer bravery. Village Chief, what's your plan? The village chief smirked menacingly. It's easy. Don't we have over 300 zombies confined to the west of our village? Let's release them to surround them. Release them all. What's the worst that could happen? Enough talk. Move quickly. Tell everyone to split up and act. Lure the zombies towards them. Let's see how much ammo they have. Returning to the villa area, the rain had stopped. Xiao Yu, it'll be dawn in a few hours. Those guys probably won't come back. You should go rest, he said. Nowhere else. Xiao Yu wants to stay here with Big Brother Wang. Silly, I'm not going to run away. Now's a critical time. You should conserve your energy, he said. Below, there was a rustling sound, and Wang Bo quickly looked back. More noise. They're really coming back. Xiao Yu scrutinized the area below. Big Brother Wang. This time, it seems there are only two people. Wang Bo was furious, showing mercy and still not accepting it. They just want to deliver themselves to death. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. Xiao Yu took precise shots, and the two figures fell to the ground without a sound. Wang Bo raised his thumb, as expected of Xiao Yu. Excellent. Xiao Yu was pleased to receive Wang Bo's praise. Xiao Yu, you should go rest first. I can handle things here alone. Xiao Yu, don't get tired. Xiao Yu just wants to be with Wang. Below, there was another noise, and Xiao Yu turned her head, shouting. Hold on. That's the sound of zombies. Below the building, many zombies were slowly advancing, and there were many more on the other side. It's probably because of the gunfire earlier. It attracted the zombies nearby. Xiao Yu suspected. There were gunshots last night, too, but we didn't see any zombies then. Why are there so many now? But she quickly understood. It must be those people playing tricks. It seems they want to trap us here to die. Wang Bo suddenly laughed. Ha, that's great then. Xiao Yu exclaimed, Big Brother Wang, what do you mean it's great? Oh, never mind. You're talking about those people being really annoying. But with the intelligence of zombies, they basically can't pose a threat to us. Now that there are so many zombies coming to the door, it's the perfect time for Xiao Bo and me to practice shooting. Everyone doesn't need to worry about time. We have more than enough supplies. Since we can't leave now, let's just stay here and rest for a few more days. Not only you recover physically, but also to listen to Big Brother Wang's advice. As long as it's Big Brother Wang's words, Xiao Yu can be at ease. The noise outside grew louder and louder, and everyone inside the house also realized, what's happening? What's going on here? Why are there suddenly so many zombies coming like this? If we don't deal with this zombie horde properly, we definitely won't be able to get out. Earlier, before sleeping, Wang Bo instructed us not to kill those zombies, saying he wanted to leave them for shooting practice. With so many zombies like this, when will we be able to handle them? Miao Ruiyan smiled, saying, Don't worry, after all, this darn thing won't be able to get up. Now on the contrary, there's no need to worry about those people sneaking up on us. We can have a good night's sleep. With me here, everything will be fine. Everyone go rest now. We'll deal with other matters when Wang Bo wakes up tomorrow. In the bedroom, after a fierce battle, Wang Bo and Xiao Yu fell asleep exhausted. Across the building, the village guards watched attentively. Hiya, just trap them in the building. Catching them will be as easy as pie. I don't believe their food can sustain them for long. Sooner or later, they'll have to deal with those zombies. Let's wait until they're almost out of ammo. Then we'll attack immediately and see how they'll run. So the night passed peacefully with nothing happening. The next morning, Wang Bo stretched and yawned. Sleeping a full night feels much better. Xiaoman couldn't wait and urged, Wang, let's go practice shoujo together. There's a large pile of zombies downstairs waiting to die. No rush. You must be hungry. Let's eat something first. Going down later won't be too late. Those people are definitely spying on us nearby. Just enough for them to watch. Xiaobao, you haven't cooked for us in a while. Can you make stir-fry beef today? Xiaonan and Xiaobao exclaimed excitedly, wow, incredible. Is that really beef? So good. Having beef to eat is such a treat. Miao Ruyan remarked, Wang Bo, I know you brought along plenty of food. But considering our current predicament, we only have a little wild vegetables left. It would be better not to waste them. Don't worry, there's plenty of food overall. And making these dishes isn't just about simple eating. Across the street, the villagers were cooking soup. Hey, have a sip of this soup. Endure a bit longer. Wilson have meat to eat. I'm so tired of this wild vegetable soup. We'll definitely get to eat meat. As they brought the soup bowl to their lips, they caught a strange scent. And others exclaimed, smell that. It seems like the scent of beef. And there's also the aroma of ginger and dried chili. Yes, and maybe even the smell of onions. They're cooking something extravagant. Wang Bo, while stir-frying, laughed heartily. Ha, my cooking skills are superb. I learned them while working part-time in college. Let's get this into the pot. Stir-fried beef with onions. Come near and taste it. It's absolutely delicious. Like a 5-star chef's dish. Mo Ru-yun nodded in approval. The plate is full of meat. This is truly stir-fried beef with onions done right. Xiao Nan and Xiao Bao couldn't resist anymore. Looking at the plate full of meat, Miao Ru-yun pointed at Wang Bo. Well done. Wang Bo, I didn't expect you to know how to cook. Lao Lai also praised. Xiao Wan, you're amazing. No wonder Chiu is so attached to you. Even I feel like loving you now. Miao Ru-yun furrowed her eyebrows. I'm talking about you. Wang Bo, was it necessary to create such a strong-smelling dish? You did it on purpose to let those people know, didn't you? Wang Bo chuckled. Exactly. Officer Miao, you still understand me. I'm sure they're nearby. I have to make them furious before we can deal with them. Ha! You're so mischievous. That's your style, isn't it? Men misbehave. Otherwise, women won't love them. Seeing them jesting so happily, Xiaoyu pouted and grabbed Wang Bo's hand. Seeing this, Wang Bo quickly changed the subject. Would you all like some stir-fried broccoli with peeled shrimp? I'll go make it right away. Wow, isn't that great? Across the street, a person unable to contain their anger smashed a bowl. While others are having good food, we're stuck drinking this nauseating wild vegetable soup. Stay calm. What's the rush? Village chief, you told us to remain calm, didn't you? Look, they've even resorted to cannibalism to survive. What do they have that makes them better off than us? Stay calm. Everyone has their fate. Remember back when the apocalypse just started, our village had over 300 people. Initially, we worked hard to farm for ourselves. Though not wealthy, we had enough to eat. But then, others came and raided our food supplies, followed by zombie attacks. The infection spread relentlessly. From over 300 people, we've dwindled to just over 30 today. For survival, what haven't we endured? I know you've been hungry for a long time. Now with meat right in front of us, we can't afford to lose our composure. Let them indulge for now. Wait for the right moment. We won't just take their supplies, but even their flesh. We won't overlook anything, not even their meat. After breakfast, the group led by Weinbo started firing guns. Village chief, they're shooting. Ha! They must be in a hurry to leave. Let's wait until they run out of ammo. Then victory will be ours. On the other side, Shellman and Shellbao were practicing shooting, and with each gunshot, a zombie fell. Weinbo praise, Shellman, excellent job. You've taken down another head. You only need one more for a total of 10. In contrast, Shellbao has only gotten 5 so far. Keep it up. You'll catch up soon. Shellbao replied, yes, I won't lose. Master, is it wasteful to let Weinbo train us like this, using up so much ammo? Lao Lai laughed heartily, not wasteful at all. It's a long-term investment. Suddenly, a bullet pierced through a zombie's head, and Shellnan cheered, hooray, I've got Tet now. Shellbao sighed, alas, I glossed. Shellman, well done. Here's your reward, a marinated chicken thigh. Shellman thanked him, and then said Excel Bao, let's split this chicken thigh between us. Xiao Bao was surprised, but this is your reward. Xiao Nan chuckled. That's okay, we're like family. When we have something good, we naturally share. Xiao Bao widened his eyes and muttered, family like family. Lao Lai cheerfully patted Xiao Nan's head. Ha, it's not easy for a kid like you. Wang Bo poured out a pile of food. Come here. Xiao Bao, Xiao Nan, seeing you two make such effort in learning. These are all rewards for you. You must strive harder in the future. Everyone will have their share. The children cheered excitedly. Miao Ru Yuan expressed some concern. Wang Bo, if we eat like this, will there be enough food? Police officer Miao, you can rest assured, there will definitely be enough. Miao Ru Yuan didn't say anything further. The items in Wang Bo's bag, after being emptied out today, will be filled again tomorrow. How does he manage to produce so much food? Although I really want to know if this is his secret, then I shouldn't dwell on it too much. Xiaonan proudly displayed a rifle, boasting that he knew how to use it. Wang Bo took the rifle, aimed down, and Xiaobao craned his neck to look down and asked, Wang, how many zombies are you planning to eliminate? Xiaonan replied, well, it goes without saying. Wang will surely eliminate them all. Alright, everyone, keep calm and watch his performance. Then the three continued to shoot incessantly, even into the night, the sound of gunfire persisting. The villagers couldn't help but salivate. Oh my, gunfire from daytime until now. How much ammo do they have? Such strong firepower, is he planning to wipe out all these zombies? The village head sighed inwardly. Are there still people with such full equipment? Despite his fear, he tried to reassure everyone, don't worry, let's wait a bit longer. Engaging them like this will only attract more zombies, and sooner or later, they'll run out of ammo. Underneath the skeletal building, filled with debris, Wang Bo lay exhausted on the chair while 3 others massaged him. Oh, I'm so tired, please massage me faster. Xiao Yu suggested, Wang, let Xiao Yu help you with the shooting. If you keep this up, you'll exhaust yourself. Ha, no need, let me handle these zombies. They serve a great purpose for me. Xiao Bao was curious, serve a purpose? Wang, what purpose do these zombies serve for you? Of course, I use them to practice shooting. People don't notice, but the headshot ratio is getting higher every day. Xiao Nan's eyes sparkled. Wang, you're truly my idol. Ah, I've counted, you've taken down over 300 already. Wang sighed inwardly. If I want to level up the system, I have to rely on shooting down zombies myself, no matter how exhausting it is. The next morning, Wang Bao let everyone live like it was a vacation, eating and resting as they please, while he continued to clear out zombies. Every gunshot attracted another wave of zombies, but it also allowed Wang Bao to gain more experience for leveling up the system. The system reminded him, congratulations, player. Your shooting proficiency has reached level 4, increasing critical hit rate by 150 points, attack burst rate by 150 points, shooting range by 350 meters. To level up again, you need to kill 10,000 ghouls. Your current progress is not over 10,000. Through these days of firearm training, coupled with the increase in shooting proficiency, his shooting skills now surpassed even police officer Miao's. With the enhanced shooting proficiency, the guns in Wang Bao's hands transformed into hunting rifles. Despite being besieged here for 7 days without finding anything valuable, it ironically provided Wang Bao with the opportunity to improve his skills, serving as an unintended achievement. The 7th and final day arrived, and Wang Bao placed a heavy box down. Alright, this is all the equipment I brought here this time. Wow, Wang, do you have a magical bag? Where did all these come from? I thought after a few days of eating good food, we'd have to resort to wild greens again. No wonder every time I mentioned saving, you said it was enough. These things are indeed enough for you to come back to, not just for a week, but if properly preserved, they can last more than a month adhering to old customs. In the next 7 days, everyone just needs to eat well and take care of themselves. I guarantee that in 7 days, I'll bring back even more. Trust me, we believe in you. Through the recent period of interaction, I reckon everyone has figured it out. I can indeed bring food to everyone, but these foods require gold and expensive jewelry to exchange for. Although now gold and jewelry cannot compare to survival supplies, I have a way to turn them into valuable assets. When the time is right, I will explain it clearly to everyone. Wang, rest assured, Xiaoyu will definitely help you protect the secret. Everyone spoke earnestly. No matter what measures you have, you helped us so much. We will definitely keep this secret for you. Wang Bao, rest assured, even if there were 100 guns pointed at me, I wouldn't say a word. I'm the same. Wang Bao waved his hand shyly. Alright, I understand. You don't need to be so serious. I have to go now. There are still a few zombies left downstairs. Let them be the door guards. Everyone, please stay safe. You too. Wang, take care of yourself. Returning to reality, somewhere in a street corner, Wang Bao sat down amidst the bushes. Hey, system, can you land me back in the real world? Perhaps a bit more accurately this time. The system responded. No problem. I'll arrange it better next time. Wang Bao took out his broken phone and checked it. What's been happening lately? I might not be able to keep up with the trends. Sure enough, all the missed calls were from Hanfei and Liping. Wang Bao checked the call history and noticed a missed call from Zhao Shun. He smirked. What does she want from me? Could it be that she's been dumped and wants to chew back old grass? Whatever, let her be. Let's ask about Hanfei's shop first. Hello, Wang Bao, where are you? Why couldn't I reach you on the phone? I'm out working. The signal isn't good over here, so I couldn't hear your calls. By the way, have the police come looking for you guys? No, why would the police look for us? Didn't I already beat up Dong from the Black Tiger gang? I'm afraid they'll report us to the police. Don't worry, if those hoodlums look for police help, they'll be looked down upon by their own kind. Haha, that's right. As for my shop matter, I've settled it with Liping. That's settled then. I was just about to ask you. It's too late today. Let's talk tomorrow. Wang Bao just hung up the phone when another call came in. Glancing back, he saw it was Zhao Shun. Hello, Zhao Shun, are you looking for me? Standing outside the balcony, Zhao Shun asked, Wang Bao, I heard you got injured by Black Tiger gang's gunshots. Is that true? If it is, what's going on? It seems like it's none of my business to interfere, right? I just wanted to remind you, I know I'm at fault and I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I just want to tell you, you've gotten yourself into big trouble now, so be careful in the future. Ha, did that young Master Lai say that to you? Exactly, even though he was extremely shocked after finding out you had a gun. Neither he nor the Black Tiger gang intend to let it slide like that. It seems like he's hiring an assassin to deal with you, so you have to be careful. Seeing Lai approaching, Zhao Shen greeted him quickly before handing up the phone. Wang Bao was suspicious. Why is Zhao Shen suddenly so kind? But then again, even though my shooting skills are at level 4, using guns in the current world is really not acceptable. Hiring an assassin to deal with me. If I don't use guns and rely solely on the great strength Vajrapam, it might not be enough. Wang Bao dialed the system. Hello players, how can I assist you? Wang Bao thought to himself, I need to quickly upgrade my great strength Vajrapam, that's the fastest way. The system responded, no problem, I'll arrange it right away. Currently there are 150 kilograms of gold left in the system space, just enough for one withdrawal. Wang Bao calculated, let's withdraw once first, if it doesn't work out. I'll take 1,000 kilograms from the basement to withdraw 10 times in a row first. Then I'll wait until I find gold in the apocalypse and supplement it later. Players shouldn't get angry. The system only needs 50,000 kilograms of gold to upgrade. After upgrading, the system will activate trading. So by then I can directly use gold to exchange for items. The system replied, that's correct, no need to adjust. So withdraw once first, regardless of what you get, stop there, gather enough 50,000 kilograms of gold to upgrade. Wang Bao exclaimed the incantation, actively spin the wheel, luck will come. With a beep, the screen of the device kept moving continuously and after a while, the skill book appeared. Wang Bao excitedly shouted, wow, they're huge. Finally, unlucky ones. The skill, Supreme Vajra Level 1, increases agility by 5 points. After practicing to the highest level, the speed will be as fast as flying, capable of crossing rivers. Immediately after activation, it can take a step of 3 meters and jump 2 meters high per second, consuming 10 mana. Currently, there are 420 mana points and the condition for upgrading using the skill is 100 times. Note that each time it's activated, full mana must be charged and it counts as one activation when all mana is depleted. Wang Bao pointed at the screen, how is this mana calculated? The system replied, mana is formed based on how many points of spiritual attribute. Each point of spirit is equivalent to 10 mana. Wang Bao's current attribute table, Strength 50 plus 6, Agility 52 plus 6, Stamina 50, Spirit 42. Oh, currently except for the spirit points, the other attributes have reached the normal level in the apocalypse. Now I need to try out this new skill. Wang Bao walked down the street, it's 5 kilometers from here to the city center. How long would it take to get there? Bending down and sprinting off. Wang Bao exclaimed, using the skill, I immediately feel my body becoming lighter. After a while, Wang Bao found the chair to sit and rest. Running 5 kilometers took only 9 minutes with an average of less than 2 minutes per km. Just relying on this alone, I could win the Olympic marathon. At this moment, a loud shout came. Old man, you don't know this place belongs to the Black Tiger Gang. Hearing it was the Black Tiger Gang, Wang Bao frowned and looked over. The girl yelled, let my dad go. The old man grabbed by the collar, trembled. Sorry, I really didn't know. Today's my first day setting up a stall here. Ignorance is no excuse, but now just pay the protection fee to us and you'll be fine. Wang Bao muttered, Black Tiger Gang, isn't that the gang of people led by Dong Jie last time? So they're also playing the protection fee game. The bald man walked up and patted the moss-headed man. Hey, Ajay, don't stir things up and threaten people. Yes, sir, Zhang taught me. Zhang, the bald man, looked at the old man and said, hey, old man, it's just a protection fee. I'll cover it for you. The old man's face turned pale. No need, I'll leave immediately. The people around, knowing they were from the Black Tiger Gang, couldn't help but feel afraid and didn't dare to get close. Wang Bao looked over. This Black Tiger Gang is quite notorious. Seems like they've been making trouble here for a while. Zheng patted the old man's shoulder. It's all right, it's too strange. Your daughter looks very much like my younger sister and she's already developed so much in school uniform. Too much, let me check if her hormone development is too strong. Okay, hi. The old man panicked. Oh no, don't, she's not of age yet. This beastly thing. The moss-headed man held the old man tightly. You old bastard, mind your words. The girl closed her eyes and shouted, don't come over here. Wang Bao couldn't resist rolling up his sleeves. You dare to pull off such antics in broad daylight? Where's the law, huh? Don't worry. Little sister, I'll handle this gently. As Zhang's hand moved to touch the girl's chest, another hand stopped him. Who the hell? The one who intervened wasn't Wang Bao, but an old man. These young men, so strong yet bullying the elderly, threatening women, a waste of manhood. Bao Zhang shouted, You damn old man, do you know who I am? Let go or I'll break your mouth right now. The old man chuckled, Ha 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 ha, break my mouth. Let's see you try. Zhang, trembling, muttered, encountered a ghost. Why do I feel so powerless? Rohit yelled, Zhang, what are you waiting for? Beat him up, smashed his mouth, dared to mess with the Black Tiger gang. The surrounding people were puzzled. Why isn't that Bao Zhang moving? Others might not notice, but Wang Bao could see one thing. That Bao Zhang wasn't unwilling to move, but unable to. The old man chuckled and asked, Why the silence now? The bravado you had when you said you'd smashed my mouth earlier, where did it go? Zhang, grinding his teeth, looked at his gang. You idiots still standing there doing nothing. Hurry up and help me beat this old man to death. Do I have to do everything myself? Rohit released the old man and rushed forward. You damn old man, tired of living, huh? Dare to challenge us. The old man stood still as the guy punched him in the face. Oh, not bad with martial arts, but lacking a bit of skill. Rohit's face turned pale. Does this old man know some dark magic? Hitting him in the face felt like cotton, completely ineffective. Witchcraft. What nonsense in the 21st century, the youth nowadays, forgetting all the heritage left by our ancestors. Let me tell you, this is martial arts. Finishing his words, the old man unleashed 2 strikes, sending the other 2 flying, and silence fell around them. Wang Bao's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this old man is really formidable. The thugs, enraged, drew their knives. We'll show this old man the consequences of crossing the Black Tiger gang. Deal with him, all of you. Tear him apart. The old man is foolish. Isn't it better for him to live a few more years? He's just seeking death. The old man gracefully evaded. Haha, I'm truly tired of living, but no one can kill me. A strike landed off target, grazing the jaw of the blonde man, while another attacker lunged forward, taunting, You old bastard, I don't believe you can't be killed. A cowardly mouse with a tiger's mouth, feeble and powerless, wielding a knife like that. You should be careful not to injure yourself. Consider this a lesson for you. Ha 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 ha. Buffalo with buffalo, horse with horse, lying together is harmony. John Trock grabbed the chair from nowhere, swinging it wildly. You old bastard, eat one of my chairs. The old man chuckled. A feeble mind and 4 undeveloped limbs. Can you even stand up? But before the old man could retaliate, Winebow rushed in, great strength Vajrapalm. He struck hard at John Trock's side, causing him to cry out in pain, while the old man looked on in astonishment. Could this be the supreme great strength Vajrapalm of Shaolin? Impressive to have such power at a young age. John Trock fell heavily to the ground and onlookers cheered. You're awesome, really impressive. Those punks deserved a lesson. Winebow turned back and asked, Old sir, are you okay? Ha ha ha, no worries, the kid's got some skills. The old man supported by his daughter said, Thank you both for saving us, we're truly grateful. How can we repay you? No need, it's just an injustice we encountered. Winebow said, Sir, by offending them this time. I'm afraid they won't let it slide easily. Don't set up shop here anymore. Okay, we'll leave immediately. Realizing they had picked the tough straw, the Black Tiver gang members beat a hasty retreat. John Trock, attempting to flee, was called back by Winebow. Hey, Bulby, causing trouble and then wanting to run. I haven't finished with you yet. John Trock, terrified, held his head. Spare me, big bro, don't hit me. Haha, look at how scared you are. Weinbo thought, by offending them this time, they'll surely come looking for us. Let's give them a scare. Then he said, I know this is Black Tiger Gang territory, but it's not right to bully people like that. Yes, big bro taught me well, I won't dare anymore. May I ask, big bro and the old gentleman, which martial arts school do you belong to? Why did you eavesdrop on our conversation to seek revenge? No, I'm not associated with any gang, but remember my name, Weinbo. Oh, I don't know your esteemed name, but those guys don't deserve to hear it. I'll tell you later, so they'll leave. Baldy, did you hear that? The old man said to Scram. John Trock broke out in a cold sweat and replied, I understand, I'll leave immediately. Only now did John Trock startle himself. He said his name is Wangbo, not the person Dong Jie wanted to deal with before. I heard he not only has good martial arts skills, but also shot Dong Jie, causing our boss to still be hospitalized. I didn't expect that after surviving that disaster, I would directly encounter him this time. Running away seems like the best option. Wangbo called out again, Hey Baldy. John Trock quickly stammered, Do you have any other instructions or are you deaf or pretending not to hear? Yes sir, I'll leave immediately. Seeing this scene, everyone burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, who would have thought Black Tiger Gang would have such a day? The two heroes are so cool. The kind-hearted old man reminded, Young people, you've offended the Black Tiger Gang, they won't let it go easily. You two should leave quickly. Yes, it's better to protect yourselves. Thank you all for the reminder, I'll leave first. The other old man spoke up, Wangbo, would you like to have a cup of tea with me? Wangbo smiled, of course I'd be honored. A moment later, the two raised their teacups together. From what I see, your great strength, Vajrapalm, seems to have reached the second level. Right, I wonder how old you are this year. Wangbo was deeply impressed. Indeed, this senior is truly skilled, even discussing techniques at such a high level. Yes, I am 21 years old this year, still a student, to have mastered such profound skills at 21, truly admirable. Senior, you flatter me too much. Being able to execute the Tai Chi fist and the pure Vajra palm so skillfully, I am truly impressed. Senior's praise is excessive. It's me who admires you. Since you praised me so much, may I ask for a favor? I wonder if you would agree. Wangbo responded eagerly. Senior, please speak. If I can assist you, it would be an honor. I'd like to exchange techniques with my Tai Chi fist against your great strength Vajra palm. Wangbo was taken aback. That wouldn't be appropriate. My great strength Vajra palm is pure power, quite easy to cause harm. But rest assured, my Tai Chi fist is not just a name. You won't hurt me. That's settled. I hope for your guidance, senior. Just now, Wangbo also sensed the aura on this senior, realizing he also wanted to spar for a while, albeit not at full strength. The elder waved his hand. You go first, my numb friend. If you strike first, I won't have a chance anymore. Still, you go ahead first. Don't worry, you won't harm me, so there's no need for courtesy. You go ahead and make your move. Wangbo thought to himself, use only 30% of strength to probe first. His hand, utilizing the great strength Vajra palm, moved forward, but the old man pushed it aside. Then, his hand circled Wangbo's wrist, neutralizing the attack. Wangbo was astonished. Too fast, I couldn't even see his movements clearly. The elder then struck out with a palm straight to Wangbo's abdomen, causing him to stagger backward. A gentle strike could push him meters away. He looked amazed. The senior is truly skilled. It seems he's holding back a bit. Otherwise, I'd be lying on the ground by now. The elder said, take it easy. This is the wonder of Tai Chi fist. You didn't use your full strength. It's as if you underestimate me. Wangbo clasped his hands. I apologize, senior, for my arrogance. From now on, I'll show proper respect. I'll use my full strength. Haha, indeed, there's no need for courtesy. Let's spar. Please continue to guide me, senior. With a light shout, Wangbo rushed forward. After a while, the elder poured a cup of tea for Wangbo. Well done, my friend. Today's sparring was refreshing. Wangbo, with bruises on his face, smiled. Thank you for your teachings, senior. To cultivate internal strength to this level at such a young age shows great talent, but your techniques lack flexibility. You were injured by me because of your lack of real combat experience. To fully unleash the power of the great strength Vajrapam, you need more practical combat experience. Wangbo chuckled and scratched his head. Senior, your teachings are invaluable. After our recent sparring session, I have a request, though I'm not sure if I should ask. Haha, please go ahead, my friend. I want to learn the Tai Chi fist from you. I wonder if you would accept me as your disciple. Oh, you haven't even completed mastering the great strength Vajrapam, and now you want to learn Tai Chi fist. Aren't you worried it might affect your practice of the great strength Vajrapam? Wangbo immediately stood up, clasping his hands. Please rest assured about this matter, senior. I absolutely won't abandon my practice of the great strength Vajrapam. I've noticed that while the great strength Vajrapam is indeed powerful, it relies solely on physical strength. Against a stronger opponent, it may fail. Tai Chi fist, however, is different. It can advance for offense and retreat for defense, and it can even borrow force to attack. I believe Tai Chi fist can complement the weaknesses of the great strength Vajrapam and enhance its control without fear of injuring others. You have a unique perspective. The great strength Vajrapam is a martial art that emphasizes masculine energy, but it's also a martial art of Buddhist practitioners embodying the compassionate spirit of Buddhism. Yet you don't let your mastery make you arrogant, and you're even concerned about harming others. It shows that your character is not bad. Therefore, I will accept you as my disciple. Wangbo exclaimed excitedly. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. The old master chuckled and helped Wangbo up. Ha, there's no need for excessive formality. I have something to tell you. Unexpectedly, after going out for a stroll, the old master picked up a precious disciple. My real name is Lai Zhanghua, and the martial arts I practice are family heritage, usually not passed down to outsiders. Wangbo thought to himself, not passed down to outsiders? If it's passed down to me, it means he considers me as family. Rest assured, master, from now on, I will dedicate myself to learning the martial arts, never betraying your trust. How much progress I make will be my own determination. But if after I am accepted, I may think shameful or unethical, then I shall accept the consequences. Wangbo broke into a cold sweat. The pressure is intense. The way master handles things is truly that of a grand master. I haven't mistaken in choosing him as my master. He pledged, yes, master, I will never do anything to disgrace my martial family, nor will I act against my conscience. Alright, there's no need to be so cautious in front of me. Pour me a cup of tea and complete the bowing ceremony, please. Yes, master, here it is. Take your time. Look at how happy you are, as if you found gold. Being accepted as your disciple is even more joyful than finding gold. Afterwards, Wang Bo took his two friends to the car dealership. Lai Ping asked, Wang Bo, do you really want to buy luxury cars for both of us? Isn't it a bit extravagant? Buying cars for both of us is to enhance work productivity. Besides, as shareholders of the company, purchasing luxury cars is more fitting for our status. So Wang Bo, what kind of car do you want? I already thought about it. I want to buy a big, really big touring car, a big Jinbei. Han Fei was astonished. Jinbei, you're buying us luxury cars, yet you're only getting yourself a Jinbei. Have you gone crazy because of sudden wealth? I have my own way of thinking. See all of you, there are many people like them. If we want to ride together in one car, then Jinbei is the most suitable. They'll definitely be very happy. This store isn't bad. They have cars from every brand. Let's go take a look. Wow, this off-road vehicle looks so cool. It must be very expensive. If it weren't for Wang Bo, we wouldn't even have the courage to come here. At that moment, Wang Bo was drawn to a scolding voice. How many times do I have to tell you? If there are customers coming in, you must call me to greet them. The male employee stammered as he explained. But you said that while you were resting and having tea, you didn't want to be disturbed for anything. The female employee poked her finger into the chest of the male employee. What are you saying, I'm lazy? Are you trying to hog all the credit for yourself? You're just a probationary employee. Adjust your attitude towards me. If you let me know you're selfishly entertaining walking customers, see how I deal with you. Sorry, manager, I'll remember. It won't happen again. Wang Bo felt his ears itching with disgust. If there are customers, you should yield to the experienced staff. It's absolutely appalling. The working environment is indeed ruthless. Approaching, Wang Bo spoke up. Sorry to bother you both, but could you introduce some cars with different features? My friend and I are interested in buying different types. Meanwhile, Hongfei was asking Li Payne to take some virtual reality photos when the female manager yelled out, "Hey, you two over there. What are you leaning on the car for? Do you have any idea how expensive that car is? Keep your hands off it. A scratch would be irreparable." Embarrassed, Hongfei stammered. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The female manager assessed them. The one in the red shirt looks like he's from the countryside. Can't even tell which brand it is. The pants are quite ordinary, probably bought off the street. The shoes are okay, but nothing special. She scoffed. Seems like just regular students. You need to understand, we don't sell bicycles here. We sell million-dollar cars. Wang Bo, feeling annoyed, asked, "What's your point? Should I know what's sold here? Do you think I can't afford it?" Fine, whether I can afford it or not is for me to know. Don't touch if you can't afford it. You won't be able to pay for any damage. Shall I? I'll leave these customers to you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't meet the monthly target, you'll be packing your bags. Xiao Lai politely stepped forward. Please calm down. She's always like that. Don't take it to heart. Let me take you to see the cars. Speaking of which, when she said not meeting the target means you have to leave, how much are you short of meeting the target? Xiao Lai sighed. Honestly, I can't hide it. I'm quite far from meeting the target this month. Don't worry, as long as you introduce us well. I'll ensure that you meet your target. Not bad. Here's the four-seater CLS priced at 630,000. Wang Bo chuckled. This one isn't bad at all. Really cool. Let me take a picture. Han Fei interjected. Wang Bo, I feel like we don't need to buy such expensive cars. As long as we do our duties right, keep our integrity, we can do well. No need for luxury cars. Yeah, what you said makes sense. Let's look for other cars. Wang Bo turned to Xiao Lai. Is there a more expensive car than this one? The other two couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Bo, are you crazy? Hey, listen to me, both of you, don't hold back. You've been good to me like real brothers. I won't forget how good you've been to me. Now it's my turn to repay this kindness, and you can't refuse. This is just a little money. In the future, I'll make sure both of you earn even more, become billionaires. Han Fei and Lai Ping were deeply moved. Wow, you guys are true brothers. Wang Bo, I'm so touched. We're brothers for life. Wang Bo, I must repay you for your kindness. Xiao Lai, witnessing the camaraderie of the three, couldn't help but be moved too. This brotherhood is truly admirable, but can they really afford a more expensive car? Wang, this is a four-seater Mercedes, priced at 970,000. Do you think it's suitable? Wang Bo pondered, I like this brand, but 970,000 is still too cheap. Is there any car over 1 million? This is the most expensive one in our dealership. What do you think? Seeing the sparkling eyes of Han Fei, Wang Bo said, if you like it, give it a try. Xiao Lai walked over to open the car door. Exactly, don't be shy. Everyone, hop in and give it a try. Han Fei eagerly jumped into the car. There's nothing like a luxury car. Come on, everyone, try it out. Lai Ping scratched his head and walked over. I want to try too, except for my dad's car. I've never ridden in such a luxurious car before. Wang Bo nodded in satisfaction. After Xiao Lai quoted the price of 2.3 million, Lai Ping exclaimed, 2.3 million? Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have hesitated. At this moment, the manager came out shouting, Hey, what are you all doing? Are you planning to buy a car here? And someone is inside, coming out here, sitting on the car like this. Isn't it just for a brief moment? Is there a need to be so aggressive? Wang Bo tapped on the car door and said, It's all right, keep looking. Sit in whichever one you like. Let me handle this woman. The stubborn manager stood in front of Xiao Lai. What's wrong with you? You can tell just by looking that these people can't afford to buy a car. Just take them to see some cheaper cars. Do I need to teach you this? How dare you take them to see million-dollar cars? Can they afford it? Are you out of your mind? Xiao Lai hesitated, but they are customers. We should. Lai Ping couldn't help but interject. Hey, you're going too far. You're offending people. Wang Bo whispered to Hong Fei, help me deal with her in a bit. The manager narrowed her eyes. I'm telling you students, if you don't have money, don't come here to test drive. Leave now, or I'll call security to kick you out. Lai Ping angrily pointed. What kind of attitude is this? Don't you know the customer is God? How can you do business like this? I will file a complaint against you. Wang Bo pulled Lai Ping's hand. Don't get angry because of people like her. Let her make the call. She's barking up the wrong tree. Stay calm and let her make the call. Let's see how I deal with her. The security guards, noticing the commotion inside, approached and inquired. Manager, what's going on? You arrived just in time. These guys are here to cause trouble affecting our store. Get them out quickly. Xiao Lai's voice trembled. Manager, they are customers. You shouldn't. Step aside. It's your turn to talk. The two security guards marched toward Wang Bo and shouted, We don't welcome you here. Leave now. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. Lai Ping fumed, We're not going anywhere. If you're tough, try to touch us. Wang Bo smirked, seems like a familiar scene. If I don't leave, this punk will keep harassing us, right? Fine. If I don't leave, I'll drag you out. The security guard was about to grab Wang Bo's collar when suddenly Wang Bo pushed forward, delivering 2 straight punches to their chests. The 2 guards tumbled backward with dumbfounded expressions. Lai Ping, his face pale, tremblingly exclaimed, Wang Bo, when did you become so formidable? That was impressive. I'm all in now. The manager, filled with fear, exclaimed, You dare to hit our staff, you despicable coward. Today, you will bear the consequences. I demand you compensate for damages immediately, or I'll call the police. With a grunt, Wang Bo tossed a gold ingot. Is this gold enough for compensation? You're the ones who wanted to act first. We came here to buy a car, only to encounter troublemakers like you security guards. Even if you really call the police, we aren't afraid. My brothers have all returned. This poor, foolish student must have watched too many movies, thinking I'd be easily fooled like that brat. The security guard tremblingly took the gold ingot. Manager, this gold seems to be real. Upon hearing this, the manager broke into a cold sweat. Could they really be the owners pretending? Pretense and its consequences. Lai Ping Hanfei, remember this. No matter who comes to our store, we must not neglect them. Rest assured, we are not the kind to judge by appearances. Little sister, today Wang Bo has taught you a lesson. Every visitor is a guest. Your greed has tarnished the honor of our store. The manager, enraged, gritted his teeth. You're flaunting your authority. Our store doesn't welcome guests like you. Shell Lai couldn't hold back any longer. Manager, you're going too far. What kind of attitude is that taking their side? Do you believe I won't get you fired from the head office? No need to fire me, I resign on my own. Fine, don't expect to work in another 4S store in the future. I thought that by treating customers with sincerity and offering appropriate advice, I can excel in this job. But if achieving success means becoming like you, I'd rather change professions. You understand nothing. Wang Bo stepped forward and grabbed Shell Lai's shoulder. Hold on, my brothers still want to buy cars. Please continue to advise us. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I'm no longer an employee here. I can't serve you guys. Every profession has its pitfalls. Don't become one of them. I want to buy 3 cars from this brand. All of them must be the highest-end models and each car must have a different color. Shell Lai was stunned. Three cars. The manager still retorted. I'm just saying you want to show off. Each of these cars cost 2 million and you want 3. Wang Bo handed his phone to Shell Lai. Enter the company's account number. I'll make the payment right away. Hong Fei held out his phone. Little sister, wait a moment. We'll report the rudeness of your other customer to the headquarters. The one who should be fired is you. If you're not customers of our store, I would have called the police already saying you're causing trouble. The security guard came to the counter to check the transaction nervously. Manager, there was indeed 7 million transferred to the store's account just now. The manager hastily pushed the security guard aside to verify, is it real or fake? Step back and let me see. Upon seeing that the sender was Wang Bo, the manager finally believed it. Her eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, transferred all at once again. Just the commission from this deal is enough for me to buy a house up front. Wang Bo calmly said, Shall I, help me with the paperwork for the car? Wait here for a moment, Mr. Wang. At this moment, the manager's voice boomed out. Esteemed customer, congratulations on becoming a VIP customer of our store. We sincerely apologize for the earlier mistake. Please forgive us. From now on, you will experience the best service from our store. Wang Bo glanced. Now you realize your mistake. But is it too late? Turning around as soon as you see the money, without any sincerity. Now you want us to forgive you. This kind of person should be reported to higher authorities. The manager pleaded. Please don't. If the higher-ups know I've been complained about by a VIP, I won't be able to keep my position as the manager. Please forgive me. Please let it go. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Wang Bo smirked. Are you being honest? Fine then, anything goes. As the manager spoke, she nervously adjusted her collar. Wang Bo replied coldly, then hand over all the commission from this transaction to Shao Lai. Shao Lai touched, tears welled up. Everything for me. I'll stick with this till the end. Don't try to play tricks with me, or make things difficult for this friend of mine, or else you'll pay the price. The manager's voice trembled. Yes, I understand. Somewhere hundreds of thousands in commission went down the drain. You brought this upon yourself. Wang Bo let out a sigh and left, leaving the manager powerless, collapsing to the ground. On the highway, 3 cars raced one after another. Inside these cars were Wang Bo's group, all communicating through signals. Seeing Hong Fei signaling him, Wang Bo glanced down and asked, What's up, Hong Fei? You look pretty cool just now. Hong Fei replied, Wang Bo, I noticed that after parting ways with Xiaoshen, you really have changed into a different person. Wang Bo responded calmly, if I were to scheme against them too much, wouldn't I be no different from them? In truth, Wang Bo just didn't want them to see his great strength Vajra palm skill, which is why he said, being human means being humble. The three cars continued to speed along the road. Hongfei looked ahead and exclaimed, "Wow, there are two supercars ahead." Laping urged, "Stop looking. I've arranged to meet the jeweler, let's hurry." The two agreed with a grunt and accelerated. The three cars switched to the right lane, passing the two supercars. Inside the red car, someone spoke on the phone. "Akwon, the three cars behind want to overtake us. Looks like they want to have some fun. Let me deal with them." The other two step on the gas, leaving Wang Bo's group in their dust. Hongfei laughed, "Looks like the two up front want to race us. Let's race then. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Wang Bo, let's speed up and overtake them." Wang Bo exclaimed, "Hold on, you two, don't get too excited. When was the last time you guys drove? During breaks, I've driven my dad's car a few times. I'm about the same level. So don't go looking for trouble like that. Currently, we're still no match for those rich kids." "Mom, Wang Bo is right. Suddenly having money makes us a bit reckless." The three cars began to slow down. On the two cars ahead, the young man with green hair said, "Akwon, check this out. Why aren't those three cars chasing us anymore?" Akwon glanced at the rear-view mirror. "I see it. Those three cars don't even have license plates yet. They must be transferring to another facility." Lu Xingwei replied, "Probably not. Cars like these, before they're sold, the dealership wouldn't let them run like that. So it's likely they're newly purchased. Perhaps because they're not used to the cars, they don't dare to drive fast. So what should we do next? We could buy 3 AMG GTs at once. We're not ordinary people either. I also want to see." The two cars slowed down and waited for the 3 AMG GTs to catch up. "Wang Bo, they're slowing down. Seems like they want to get closer to us." "I know. Let's see what they're up to." Lu Xingwa rolled down the car window and laughed, "Brothers, there's a gas station up ahead. Why don't we stop and get acquainted?" Wang Bo smirked, pointing ahead, nodding. A while later, at the gas station, seeing the 5 luxury cars parked in a row, the onlookers gathered around. "Wow, come here and check this out, a lineup of supercars. So cool, quick, let's snap a story." People open their car doors and step out. "Hello, what brings you to here?" Lu Xingwa smiled, "Nothing much. We just want to get to know everyone. I'm Lu Xingwa. This is my friend, Li Wenkeng. Here's Wang Bo. And these are my classmates, Duong Fei and Lai Ping. Nice to meet you. I'm curious, you all bought the same brand, planning to form a team or something? Moreover, rich heirs usually prefer Ferrari and Porsche, but you guys like Mercedes. Why is that?" "Haha, it's not because we like Mercedes. Buying these 3 cars is just a way to vent our anger." "Vent anger. Well, this rage must be worth it, haha." Li Wenkeng chimed in, "To be honest, I haven't tried the AMG GT model yet. I wonder how this car drives." Wang Bo tossed the car key. A twang, "Right, here, take it." Wenkeng, surprised, caught the car key. "Wang Bo, is it okay to drive your car? Shouldn't you know whether the car drives well by driving it yourself? Are you agreeing to let me drive your car? It's not that great, is it? What's the harm? Driving a supercar with you guys isn't as easy as pie, right?" Lu Xingwa chuckled, "They say cars and wives are 2 things you shouldn't lend, but you're quite liberal." "Wang Bo, my car is expensive. You can try driving it as if we're swapping cars." "Haha, can I do that?" Lu Xingwa nudged jokingly, a qualm. "You're too quick with your words." Despite his words, Lu Xingwa still handed over the car key. "Wang Bo, here's my car key. Go ahead and try it, I won't regret it." Du Hongfei suggested, "Indeed, this is a grand wife-swapping act. It's not easy to make new acquaintances these days. Let's find a place to eat." After chatting for a while, they found out that Lu Xingwa and Zhang Wenkeng weren't ordinary rich kids. Both of them hailed from aristocratic families with wealth and influence that couldn't be underestimated. However, they didn't display arrogance, nor did they create drama wherever they went, nor did they act superior. They were approachable and down to earth. At the dining table, everyone had a lively conversation. They were impressed that Wang Bo and his group were still students, but were already setting up a gemstone store. Wang Bo, I really respect you guys, and I'm very interested in your business ventures. Let's exchange contact information. If you need any help in the future, you can reach out to me. I hope we can collaborate. Sure, count on you a lot in the future. Wang Bo left his contact information and then returned to his villa, this time around in the apocalypse. Wang Bo not only prepared a large amount of food, but also arranged a car big enough for everyone to sit in. During the 7 days, Wang Bo was away. He was curious about how they were doing now and also about those zombies. Wang Bo made thorough preparations and said, "Initiate the teleportation space system." The system immediately responded, "Yes, initiating the teleportation space system immediately." Returning to the apocalypse, Wang Bo fell into the bathtub. Did the system do this on purpose, setting the destination as the bathtub? Wang Bo complained. The system hurriedly explained, the destination is based on the player's subconscious, set to where the player wants to go the most. So this is not my doing. Wang Bo shouted, "Get lost. Do you take me for a fool? It's all because of this damn system, soaking me wet." As Wang Bo stepped out of the bathroom, he saw a fascinating scene. Mio Ruyun was putting on clothes and looked up asking, "Wang Bo, are you back?" Wang Bo's face turned red. "Mio, police officer Mio, why are you appearing in my room?" Mio Ruyun gritted her teeth. "What do you mean your room? This is my room." A crisp sound echoed through the living room. Zaya looked back. "Ha, that's the sound from police officer Mio's room. Officer Mio, are you okay? We came to help you." The door to Mio Ruyun's room opened and Wang Bo smiled with a handprint on his face. "Everyone, don't rush, it's me." Zaya excitedly jumped up. "Wang, I've been wondering when you'd be back. I missed you so much." "Haha, you must have missed me too." Wang Bo's nostrils suddenly widened as he sniffed around. "Ha, what's going on here? Why does it smell like dead mice everywhere? Wang, come with me outside. I guarantee you'll be scared." Underneath the building, the dry ground had turned into a pile of rotting trash, making Wang Bo's eyes bulge. "Whoa, these piles are turning into small mountains." Xiao Bao chuckled. "Of course, with so many beer bottle guns here, mine and Xiao Man's shooting skills have improved a lot. Those guys are too scared to confront us directly, so they keep leading these groups to us, probably trying to deplete our ammunition before attacking. But attracting so many like this is also a skill." Mio Ruyun, fully dressed, walked out. "Are you praising them? The stench from so many dead zombies here would have driven us away long ago if we weren't waiting for you." Wang Bo cautiously asked, "Officer Mio, earlier?" Blushing, Mio Ruyun turned her head to the side. "Don't ask anymore, although I don't know why it happened. I don't think you did it on purpose. Wang, can we prepare to leave here?" "Right, tonight everyone should pack up, and tomorrow we'll set off." On the opposite building, the village chief and his exhausted group waited anxiously. It's been 7 days, and they're still holding out. "Chief, the recent zombies have all been drawn over here by us, and we've lost several more comrades. What should we do now? They're like an endless supply of ammunition. We keep shooting, but they never seem to run out." The village chief grumbled inwardly. "Their resources far exceed our expectations. Even now, launching an attack against them is uncertain. With no more zombies around, I know everyone is starting to worry, but we mustn't lose control of ourselves. Continuing to engage with them, even if they still have ammunition, will eventually suffocate us with the stench of corpses." Hearing this, the group immediately cheered. "The chief is absolutely right. We have to suffocate them. Chief, you're truly our spiritual leader. You're amazing. At night, Xiaoyu, wearing a provocative nightgown, walked over to the bed. Wang Bo looked down from above, admired. "Xiaoyu, you look stunning in that dress." Climbing onto the bed, Xiaoyu said, "Wang Bo, as long as you like it." Wrapping her arms around Wang Bo's neck, Xiaoyu began to be affectionate. Her voice trembled, "Wang Bo, it hurts." "Don't worry, I'll be gentler." "Xiaoyu, keep it down. I'm afraid Officer Mio next door will hear." In the neighboring room, Mio Ruyun covered herself with a blanket, but still couldn't ignore the sounds coming from the next room. She was now also dressed in a seductive nightgown. "That rascal Wang Bo, I can hear him." Early the next morning, a guard standing watch on the building opposite noticed some activity and quickly called out to the village chief. The village chief grabbed his gun and headed over. "What's so surprising? Damn, they got cars. They're about to drive off." The others became anxious. Where did they get such fancy cars? Should we chase after them? Let's go after those scoundrels. They have cars, but can we mess with those kind of people? Chasing them might lead to our group's destruction. I really can't bear it, but we can search the places they've been. Maybe we'll find some overlooked supplies. Wow, the village chief's mind is indeed sharp. Down the road, a young zombie was wandering aimlessly when it suddenly saw a very beautiful female zombie ahead. Their eyes met and they slowly approached each other. Suddenly, a car whizzed past, narrowly missing the male zombie's head. Mio Ruyun gripped the steering wheel nervously. "Wang Bo, it's been a while since I drove. Shall I drive instead?" "Don't worry, just let me drive. If I mess up, we'll get a new one." Xiaoyu, sitting in the back seat, patted Uncle Lai's shoulder. "Uncle Lai, are you okay?" Uncle Lai trembled as he grabbed the bowl in front of him, his voice shaking. "No, I'm fine. It's just been a while since I sat in a car, so I couldn't adapt instantly." "Wang Bo, actually I have a question that has been bothering me. Those people not only want to ambush us, but also attract zombies to our location to deplete our ammunition. Why did you leave rice for them? I wish I could shoot each of them dead with a bullet." "Hey kid, think calmly for a moment. If they didn't lure zombies, how could my marksmanship be so good? Moreover, that bit of rice means nothing to us." Xiaobao raised his head, saying that Wang, you're doing it as a reward for them. Uncle Lai said, "I guess Wang Bo probably feels sorry for them. He's still very kind-hearted." Mio Ruyun smiled. "Alright, let's not argue anymore. The rice belongs to Wang. He can do as he pleases." Back at the usual spot, a shout rang out. "Village chief, come over here quickly. There are 2 bags of rice." How could there be so many? Did they forget? Impossible. Rice is so valuable, haven't you forgotten? Village chief, he said they might have poisoned the rice intentionally for us. Probably not, with so many guns in their hands. If they wanted to kill us, why go through all this trouble? Exactly, moreover, even if there's poison in the rice, I'll eat it. It's been years since I've had a proper meal. I'd gladly eat poisoned rice. So what are we waiting for? Let's quickly gather firewood to cook rice. Shounen still harbored some irritation, exhaling heavily. Just thinking about how smug they looked already annoys me. Shounen, don't be annoyed anymore. Let me tell you a funny story. I put some stuff in those bags of rice. Shounen, with a puzzled expression, asked, Wang Bo, what is it? Wang Bo chuckled lowly, teasingly. It's just a laxative, ha, 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 ha. Well done, one, who says they're bad. I want the zombies to bite them. And so, Wang Bo's group set off to the rendezvous point. The highway was littered with abandoned cars, so they could only take small roads, making the journey extremely slow. Thanks to Uncle Lee's knowledge of the roads, they had to pass through a small city to reach the meeting point. Not knowing what to expect in this city, the group felt somewhat anxious. By evening, they rested in their makeshift tents, while Mio and Xiaoyu took turns keeping watch to prevent any unexpected situations. During the day, Xiaoyu and Mio sat at the back to rest, while Wang Bo's group eagerly anticipated reaching the rendezvous point. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the meeting point. "Wang Bo, look over here," Uncle Lu said as they stepped out of the car. "Uncle Lu, your geographical prediction seems spot on. Passing through the roadside to a small city, it looks like a border area." In the evening, everyone gathered around the campfire. Xiaoyu turned her head and asked the little girl, "Are Xiaoqi and Xiaobao asleep?" "Yeah, fast asleep," the girl replied. "Where's Mr. Wang Miao?" "He went alone to check the situation outside, probably pondering whether we should enter the city or not." On Wang Bo's side, he leaned against the roadside barrier, muttering to himself, "Should we go in? The current situation inside is unclear and we don't know if it's dangerous." Shounen, puzzled, replied, "Going into the city? If we want to go, let's just go. Why think so much? This kid doesn't even consider that with so many of us. Going into the city like this might be risky. Wang Bo, you're being overly cautious. So why don't we just skip the city and take the long route?" Xiaoyu speculated. Wang probably wants to go into the city to find gold. Miao Ruiyu nodded. "Our provisions didn't fall from the sky. They were all obtained by Wang Bo trading gold. Actually, I really want to help Wang Bo enter the city, but this concerns everyone's safety. So Xiao Yun, you go talk to Wang Bo. We'll follow him into the city to find gold. Everything we have is given by Wang Bo, so if he takes a little risk, it's okay. Besides, we're not defenseless. We have guns." Uncle Lai chuckled contentedly. Didn't expect this kid to have more guts than before. Kid, go talk to Wang Bo. As long as we protect ourselves, there's no problem. Let him not worry too much. Now that Xiao Bao doesn't need me to take care of him anymore, I can protect myself just fine. Regardless of Wang's decision, I'll follow him, always by his side. If Officer Mayo wants to advise him, go ahead. No need to think too much. Alright, if everyone agrees, I'll go talk to Wang Bo. On Wang Bo's side, his mind was as tangled as a skein of yarn. Although he was eager to quickly upgrade the system, he didn't know if the city actually had any gold. Running into troublemakers like the Mad Fury gang would be troublesome indeed. While upgrading the system was crucial, the safety of Xiaoyi's group was even more important. Perhaps it would be better to leave, wait until the rendezvous point, and try using a little food to exchange for some gold. Hearing footsteps, Wang Bo turned around. "You come at the right time. I have something to tell everyone. I've made a decision. We'll take the longer route. Safety comes first." Miao Ruyun asked, "Wang Bo, is this the result of your overnight deliberation?" Xiaoyi giggled, "Wang Bo, you're adorable." Wang Bo frowned, "Why do I feel everyone's acting strange? We just discussed it, and everyone supported going into the city. We all want to help you gather gold." Wang Bo was surprised, but going into the city means accepting unforeseen dangers. "I don't want everyone. You all know this, but Officer Miao has planned it out carefully and arranged everything. Let's find a safe place first. Arrange things for Uncle Lai and Xiao Bao. Human Officer Miao will enter the city with me to assess the situation. Are you all reassured now?" But Uncle Lai has a foot injury, and Xiao Bao is still young. I'm not comfortable leaving them behind. After the last training session, Xiao Bao and Xiao Nan's skills have improved a lot. As long as they don't encounter a large number of zombies, they'll be fine. Wang Bo was about to say something when Miao Ruyun patted his shoulder. "No need for more words, Wang Bo. Ever since you helped me dissolve the 4 major factions, we've mentally advanced and retreated with you. We're no longer just ordinary comrades. We're a family, so your matters are our matters too." Feeling warm inside, Wang Bo murmured. "A family, huh? Officer Miao, you're absolutely right. No matter what, we'll all advance and retreat together with you, never leaving you behind. Thank you, everyone, for accompanying me on this journey." Back at the campsite, Xiaonan shouted, "Wang Bo's here." "Ha, Wang Bo, what's got you in such high spirits?" Wang Bo approached with a smile. "Everyone's here, huh? today, I'm not feeling too bad. It's hard to come by a moment of rest. So how about we seize this opportunity and sing a song? Wang Bo took out his guitar and held it close. Xiao Nan was surprised. Wang Bo, you can play the guitar. You initially learned it to follow Zhaoshen, but who would have thought you'd excel at it now? Niu Ruiyun stood to the side, smiling at Wang Bo. I never knew. Wang Bo, you have so many talents. As the guitar strummed, Wang Bo began to sing, and everyone listened quietly. Wang Bo's voice was as melodious as could be. I never expected Wang Bo to sing so well. Early the next morning, everyone packed up their belongings. Getting ready to depart, Xiao Nan spoke confidently. Wang Bo, rest assured, I'll protect everyone well. Xiao Qi smiled. Uncle Wang, Sister Miu, everyone, hurry back. Xiao Qi will miss you all a lot. Don't worry. We'll be back soon. We'll meet again in no time. Wang Bo rummaged in his backpack and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Uncle Lai, there are still cigarettes here. Take them slowly and enjoy. Uncle Lai scratched his head bashfully. Oh my, the cigarettes you gave me before. I've been smoking them slowly, and I still have more than half left. Uncle Lai, you take them. No need to save them. I'm good. Uncle Lai accepted the cigarettes without hesitation. Alright then, thank you. Wang Bo bid everyone farewell and led Mo Ruiyun and Xiaoyu into the city. After some thought, Niu Ruiyun called out, Wang Bo turned around. Officer Miu, what's the matter? Wang Bo, I know you gave Master Lai the cigarettes with good intentions, but you should give out less. His health isn't great. Officer Miu, I understand morals. If it were peacetime, I would definitely advise Uncle Lai to smoke less. But now it's the apocalypse, living in fear every day, one day at a time. For Uncle Lai, smoking may be a form of solace. Just thinking about this, I feel there's no reason to advise otherwise. Mo Ruiyun nodded. You're right, then let him be. Xiaoyu seemed to sense something and raised her hand to signal. Wang Bo, I hear the sound of a car engine. We should quickly hide. After a while, a slow-moving jeep passed by. Wang Bo and the other three took cover behind a car on the roadside. These people not only have a car, but also rifles. It seems like they're bandits, similar to the area of the Mad Fury gang. It appears that the small city we want to go to is where people gather. Xiaoyu made a throat-slitting gesture. So shall we take care of these guys first? Niu Ruiyun suggested, let's keep one of them and ask about the news in the city. Wang Bo, seeing the two girls being aggressive, couldn't help but break into a sweat. No, actually, we can use food to negotiate with them. But what if they kill people and loot? Even in the apocalypse, just a small packet of food can drive people crazy. Don't worry, we can leave them with a trick, but it requires both of you to cooperate with me. A while later, the jeep stopped and the driver said, seems like something's up ahead. He suddenly spotted two people wandering ahead and shouted, hey, you two up ahead, stop and don't move. Wang Bo and Mo Ruiyun put on a nonchalant expression and turned their heads to look. The two men got out of the jeep and yelled, put your hands up, move, and we'll blow your heads off. Wang Bo's plan was like this. He and Officer Miu, without guns, would go talk to them while Ziyuyu hid in a high place, taking on the role of a sniper. If anything went wrong, they would immediately eliminate these guys. Wang Bo and Officer Miu would then disguise themselves as civilians, pretending to be from another city seeking refuge here. In the pocket, there were some food items left for courtesy. Big brother, we're from another city, seeking refuge with you guys. Usually, people like you come to our place to avoid danger. It's all because our territory is well defended, but you guys never bother to see how much effort we've put in. So if you want to come in, you have to hand over the food. Do you guys have what we need? Wang Bo hurriedly said, yes, I'll get it out right away. Next to him, another guy with a gun shoved it into his mouth and then approached Niu Ruiyun. Oh wow, this girl looks good too, I like it. As he got closer to Niu Ruiyun, he suddenly smelled something strange and quickly covered his mouth. What's that smell on you? Is it rotten? Did you fall into a cesspit? Geez, I can smell it too. One guy forcefully grabbed Wang Bo's backpack. Give me the backpack, I'll search it myself. The other guy grinned maliciously. There must be some good stuff in the bag. Wang Bo pleaded nervously, clasping his hands. Sirs, please don't take everything, leave us some. The remaining guy, covering his nose, yelled, leave some for you. Get out of here. You too, woman, quickly hand over your backpack. The contents of the two backpacks were emptied out completely. Oh my, there are so many packaged buns like this, enough for us to eat for a while. Alright, we'll take your stuff. You guys hurry up and leave. With permission granted, Wang Bo glanced discreetly at Niu Ruiyun, who responded with a smile. Looks like Wang Bo's approach works. Although it's a bit uncomfortable, it helps to reduce some trouble, despite the difficult preparation process. Niu Ruiyun recalled, "Siyu's probably ready by now. Let's go out, don't rush, Officer Miu. We're missing something." She said that in the apocalypse, do those men have any feelings when they see a beauty like you? Niu Ruiyun blushed, what are you talking about? At such an important moment, Officer Miu is so beautiful. I'm afraid those people will notice you. But if we have this, maybe even ghosts won't dare to come near us. Niu Ruiyun blinked, oh, what's this? This is fermented tofu. Smells bad, but tastes good. Wang Bo opened the lid and brought it to Niu Ruiyun. Come on, Officer Miu, give it a sniff. Niu Ruiyun sniffed it, then immediately turned pale and started gagging. After recovering, she looked ahead and said, this must be the place, the safe haven. It's much bigger than I imagined. The loudspeaker placed in front of the gate echoed, hey, what are you two doing here? Wang Bo shouted back, we're from elsewhere, and we're seeking refuge here. The small door opened, and two armed individuals stepped out, pointing their guns straight at them, and ordering them to raise their hands. Yeah, our bosses haven't had food for a while, so if you have any, hand it over. I'll. A woman with a proud demeanor strutted out and scolded, shut up. They're not here to offer you food. They're here to protect me. Do you have IDs on you? No. Then this isn't edible either. I tossed it away a long time ago. Blabbering about food won't get you anywhere. You look like a pig. Write down your names on this paper, along with your genders, ages, and the city you used to live in. Oh, did you fall into a sewage pit? No wonder you stink. Well, it's been a few days since I had a shower. That's why I might smell. Even though this place accepts wanderers like you from outside, once you're here, you have to abide by the rules. If you want to stay, you'll have to work for the Jin clan. So, I want to know specifically what kind of work you can do. Wang Bo thought to himself, perhaps the Jin clan is the ruling entity of this city. The woman continued, there's all sorts of work here, and each job comes with a reward. See, this is called Jin clan currency, the currency used here. After working, you'll receive Jin clan coins, and this place will provide accommodation and other necessities for people like you. But everything can only be exchanged with Jin clan food or currency. Wang Bo marveled, it seems the Jin family also has some presence here, with a bit of management cunning. That makes me even more curious to explore. Thank you, sister. We understand, and we will definitely work for the Jin family wholeheartedly. You called me sister, but I'm only 19. Wang Bo scratched his head awkwardly, oh, sorry. Little sister, please forgive us. In the city, actions like theft and robbery are strictly prohibited, no matter who commits them. If anyone engages in illegal activities, they will face consequences. Ha, of course, we are not such people. We won't break the law. After some difficulty, Wang Bo and Niu Ruiyun finally managed to enter inside smoothly. It seems peaceful here, surrounded by walls on all sides, quite similar to our gathering place in Y Ideal. Niu Ruiyun nodded yes, compared to outside, at least we can sleep peacefully here. Let's quickly bring Xiaoyu and Uncle Lei's group here. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Wang Bo, take a closer look at them. The people here seem basically lifeless, almost skeletal. Look closely on the other side. Wang Bo exclaimed, "It's a vegetable seller. It seems they can sustain themselves here." Miao Ruyun remarked, "Even though there is food here, it must be under the strict management and distribution of that Jin family." At this moment, a person in floral clothing nearby asked, "Are you two newcomers?" "Here I specialize in helping people find jobs." "Officer Miao, let's go over there and take a look." "Hello, yes, we are newcomers. Can we find suitable jobs here?" "Don't worry, in this city, there are over 300 people. Their jobs mostly revolve around distribution from my place. Here are the job options, and you can choose. The wages are already written here, paid daily. One person working in the vegetable garden earns 10 Jin coins. 2 people taking care of pig farming earns 6 Jin coins." Weinbo exclaimed after reading through them, "Indeed, there are plenty of job options." The person in floral clothing chuckled, "Every day, we update the job listings. If you find none suitable, you can choose not to work. But for food and lodging here, you must pay Jin family coins. If you don't work, you don't get them. So it's up to you. I also want to ask, how much is the cheapest room here per month? Rent here is calculated daily. The cheapest is a rundown house 2 streets away, costing 5 Jin coins for a 12-hour stay." Weinbo and Miao Ruyun couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. 5 coins. Some jobs on this board only pay 6 coins a day. That's too dark. I didn't set these prices. If you want to sleep a bit more peacefully, you'll have to work for more money. Right, every time I successfully introduce a job, I'll collect 2 coins as a brokerage fee. Weinbo was astonished. "You even charge a brokerage fee? Then aren't we going to end up sleeping on the streets?" "Sleeping on the streets? Young man, don't make me remind you. Don't think this place is all peaceful. In fact, after dark, things will be different." Weinbo asked, "When we first entered the city, that plump girl said this place prohibits illegal activities and theft. Could it be that at night?" The person in floral clothing replied, "That's because they don't want you stealing food from the Jin family's crops. Look around you. Except for the Jin family subordinates, is there anyone who isn't starving to the bone? Wait until you experience the high-intensity work here. The Jin family's coins won't be enough to exchange for food, and you'll end up starting like them. Hungry people do terrifying things. Let me share with you a true story that I witnessed with my own eyes. There was once a newcomer who arrived from outside. He exchanged all of his daily earnings for food, had no money for rent, and spent the night in a secluded corner. That very night, something dreadful happened. His legs, barely alive, were broken. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Anything can happen at night, so I advise you both to be cautious." Wang Bo and Miao Ruyun exchanged looks as if they were observing a foolish person. The person in floral clothing raised his voice. "What's with your faces? Don't put on unrelated expressions. Everything I said is the truth. So how exactly did he lose his legs while still alive? Surely he felt something." The person in floral clothing was choked up when Wang Bo questioned him. Though he exaggerated a bit, nights here were indeed perilous. "To make more money, I can work as a bodyguard. It's the highest paying job here. So I'll apply for this job." Wang Bo smirked at Miao Ruyun. "Seems like Officer Miao, and I have the same idea." Implicitly, working as a bodyguard meant getting close to that Jin family. "My friend, not to offend, but your physique as a bodyguard seems quite fragile. And as for this young lady, don't laugh at me. With your figure and beautiful face, why subject yourself to the hardships of being a bodyguard? If you're willing to work as a dancer, perhaps the Jin family will take notice. The perks go without saying. The Jin family rules this small city, and everyone listens to him. His biggest interest is gathering a group of beauties, then hosting a lavish pool party at his mansion. Oh, that scene is truly eye-catching." Miao Ruyun heard about the party and couldn't help but blush. Wang Bo immediately stood up and said, "No, your suggestion, we absolutely won't accept it." We only applied for the security guard position. If that's the only job available, then we'll leave. Upon hearing Wang Bo's words, Miao Ruyan felt that he was quite a man. Alright, if you're determined, then I'll help you apply. Come find me tomorrow. Wang Bo left, muttering incessantly to himself. And yet they want Miao to work as a dancer. His mind must be completely deceived. Miao Ruyun suddenly spoke up. Wang Bo, wait a moment. Miao, the police officer, what's wrong? If our application is rejected, should I just go approach the Jin family alone? After all, applying for that job is the best way to get close to the Jin family, despite whatever swimsuit party is happening. Wang Bo exclaimed, what are you saying? No, absolutely not. Miao Ruyun was taken aback. Is it necessary for you to react so strongly? Wang Bo's voice trembled with agitation. Of course, no matter what, I can't accept it. I haven't even seen Miao, the police officer, and Bikini yet. How could those lecherous jerks benefit from this? Miao Ruyun affectionately punched him. So it's just because of this. You scoundrel, go die. Wang Bo muttered to himself, careless mistake, shouldn't have blurted out those words. Ahead, a luxury car escorted by a group of people advanced, and everyone recognized the significance of this car's arrival. It's Mr. Jin has arrived. Mealtime is here. Miao Ruyun, gripping Wang Bo's collar, turned to look. Looks like our target is here. Wang Bo, feeling as if he had found a lifeline, hurriedly said, let's go check it out. The refugees surged forward, shouting, Mr. Jin. The security guards raised their guns to hold them back, everyone. Stay back, maintain a certain distance for me. If you're not afraid to die, take one step closer. The roof of the car slowly opened, a hand raised a scepter. Wang Bo sighed, Officer Miao, do you see that scepter? The two gemstones embedded on it are truly exquisite. Just by looking at it, you could tell they hold immense value. I've seen it, it's indeed superior quality gemstones. It seems Officer Miao is also like other girls, fond of gemstones, quite rare. Miao Ruyun smiled, who wouldn't like beautiful things? If you're fond of them, then I'll figure out a way to get those two gemstones as gifts for you and show you. Deal with that, then we'll see what you're made of. Mr. Jin stood on the roof of the car and shouted loudly, my dear city residents, mealtime has come again. Have you all heard me? Effort in working to benefit the Jin family is commendable. Only those who'd strive will be respected and have enough to eat. The refugees holding Jin family notes in their hands shouted loudly, Mr. Jin, look, all these are Jin family notes that I've earned. Distribute the food, hurry up. Wang Bo looked at the stout figure of this Jin family member and couldn't help but be speechless. That chubby guy who's obsessed with handsome men, I used to think this Jin family member would at least be a handsome guy, tall and strong. I never expected him to look so pitiful. It seems this group of people is in dire straits, even more desperate than the crazed zombies. Miao Ruiyun frowned. I didn't expect that he could use a bit of those Russians to make them work for him. Before the apocalypse, he was a real estate tycoon whom I once arrested. Wang Bo couldn't help but ask, Officer Miao, were the people you arrested all big shots like him? Miao Ruiyun continued. Before the apocalypse, he had a lot of power, but he only knew some despicable tactics. Mr. Jin shouted again. Everyone, listen carefully. Line up and exchange your Jin family notes for food. Do you understand? A woman carrying her child approached cheerfully. Hello, I'd like 2 bowls of meat soup, sorry, but this much can only get me 1 bowl of meat soup. The woman was surprised, but wasn't it 2 coins for a bowl of meat porridge before? It wasn't easy for me to earn 4 coins. All these provisions are from the Jin family members obtained at the risk of our lives. If the price goes up a bit, what can we do? Everyone should understand us. But my child hasn't eaten for a long time. Can we have an extra bowl? The woman pleaded, but those waiting in line behind urged, hey, are you buying or not? If not, then get out of here. Sorry, I'll just take 1 bowl. Wang Bo sympathetically looked over. So pitiful, it's so difficult to earn a little money, and it's only enough to buy one bowl of meat soup. Okay, next person, be honest. Don't play tricks. The woman, holding her child, approached the food distribution area. Please give us a little more. My child hasn't eaten for so long. Please, I beg you. If not, then this much is all we can get. Take it or leave it. The other girl then took her child to a deserted corner. Be good. My dear, Mom knows you're hungry. As the woman was about to feed her child, she noticed someone behind her and cried out in fear. Hey, who are you? Don't you dare steal my food. Wang Bo approached with a pile of food. Don't be tense. I mean no harm. I'm not taking your food. Take these loaves of bread and eat. The woman's expression grew more fearful. Be bread. I don't eat bread. Saying so, she hurriedly grabbed her child and ran off. Wang Bo shouted, Wait, don't go. If you don't eat bread, I have something else. Drop it. Wang Bo, you've scared her off. Wang Bo looked puzzled. What's going on? When people are so hungry and still refuse food, don't you find this place strange? Wang Bo nodded. Let's continue to investigate. A while later, several people stood in line in front of the Jin family, reporting to the patriarch. These people want to join the mining team. The patriarch may arrange for them to depart with the team tomorrow. The patriarch grinned with satisfaction. Not bad. You must know that joining the mining team is very dangerous. Have you thought it over? Yes, we have thought it over. Does joining mean we get bread to eat? Of course, joining means getting bread to eat. If they volunteer to join, then there's no issue. Whoever doesn't want bread can give theirs to them. A henchman brought out a box of bread, and when some saw it, they immediately rushed to grab it. Don't snatch. We agreed each person gets one. Who wants one with you? Mr. Jin spoke softly to his manager. Lie. Keep an eye on them. If they intend to run, deal with Lie immediately. Mr. Jin, rest assured, after you return, find me a few girls to enjoy. As Mr. Jin was about to leave, someone approached. Hey, isn't this Duzu? What brings you here? Seeing no response, Manager Lai got angry. Hey, Mr. Jin asked you a question. Are you mute? Mr. Jin chuckled. Don't be so loud. Show some courtesy to Duzu. Duzu suddenly knelt down, pleading. Mr. Jin, I beg you, please call your doctor to see my sister. I'm willing to work like a horse or an ox for you. Please, my sister is very sick. Please, Mr. Jin, help her. My sister has been running a high fever for days and is getting weaker. Please find a doctor to examine her. This is just a small matter. You can bring your sister to me. Don't worry about treating her. I guarantee she'll eat well and dress nicely. Duzu raised his head and asked, Mr. Jin, my sister is only 15 years old. She's not an adult yet. Is this request of yours really? Mr. Jin placed his scepter on Duzu's head and said, I know you're a good brother, always thinking of your family. But you should also know that the Jin family is a business, not a charity. Businessmen pursue interests. If you don't want to hand over your sister, then offer yourself, as long as you agree to join the mining team again. I'll have a doctor come to examine your sister. Duzu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and spoke up. If that's the only way, then I agree to join the mining team again. The Jin family cheered happily. Excellent, fantastic. Wait until tomorrow after departure and I'll have the doctor come to examine your sister. Remember to come here tomorrow to report. Don't play any tricks. If not your sister, alright, let's go. People gathered around couldn't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, Daju is joining the mining team again. It seems he went last time because of his sister. Truly a good brother. Joining the mining team is like courting death, unless absolutely necessary. But he's the only one who survived and returned after joining last time. This time, I wonder. Last time, surviving and returning might have been luck. Going again, who knows if luck will be on its side. This guy's mouth is so reckless, cursing others to die. I'm just stating the truth. They're going to Changbai, where even the highest-ranked zombies roam. After a long while, inside a dilapidated building, Daju wiped his sister's forehead with a dry towel. The little girl struggled to speak. Brother, you've been working so hard. Be strong, sis. Tomorrow, the doctor will come to examine me and then I won't be in pain anymore. It's all because you couldn't afford to buy clean food for me. If not, I wouldn't have to suffer. Brother, please don't go outside the city anymore. It's too dangerous. I don't want you to risk your life for me. This silly girl, you don't need to go outside the city. Just agree with Mr. Jean to be his bodyguard. No need to go outside the city anymore. Outside, there was a knocking on the door, startling Daju, who called out, "Who's there?" The door slammed shut and Wang Bo scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, didn't realize the door was so fragile. We'll fix it right away. Daju gripped a wooden stick defensively, demanding. Don't waste words. Who are you? Are you from the Jean family? No, I just heard you needed medicine. We came from another city and coincidentally, we have some medicine with us. So, Mio Ryuyun glanced at the girl lying on the bed. Is that his sister? She seems to have a very high fever. Don't pretend anymore. How can you just come from outside with medicine? Such a valuable thing and expect me to believe you. Seeing Mio Ryuyun approaching, Daju quickly stood in front of his sister. Hey, what are you trying to do? Stay away from my sister. I don't get women, but if you come any closer to my sister, don't blame me for not being polite. Mio Ryuyun angrily retorted. What's with your attitude? Your sister is in such a condition and you still want to save her, right? Step aside. Daju, surprised, asked, Are you really here to save my sister? Are you really that kind? Wang Bo spoke up, Indeed, we had something we need to ask of you, but saving your sister is important right now. If you can meet the conditions of the Jean family, then what else do you have to worry about? There's nothing valuable on you that we want. Daju felt that Wang Bo's words made sense and immediately bowed his head saying, Please, both of you, save my sister. I beg you. Mio Ryuyun quickly stepped forward to check. Ah, she's really hot. Must be running a fever of 40 degrees. Have you helped her with physical cooling yet? Daju hesitated. Not yet, but what's physical cooling? I don't even know basic everyday knowledge and now you want me to take care of my sister. Are you kidding me? Sorry, so what should I do now? Wang Bo, you go get fever-reducing medicine for me. We have to bring down her fever first or else what's the point? And quickly get a basin of water. Once you have the water, neither of you is allowed to come in here. Following Mio Ryuyun's orders, the two of them worked. About 5 minutes later, Daju's sister finally had her fever reduced. Mio Ryuyun sighed in relief, wiped the sweat off her face, then turned to the door and called out, You can come in now. Wang Bo asked, So is the fever down now? You've been through a lot, Officer Mio. Mio Ryuyun replied, It was nothing, just a small matter. Daju went to check on his sister, she's much better now. The fever's finally gone. He knelt down on the ground and exclaimed, Thank you both. Thank you for everything you've done for my sister. Daju, my sister is the only family I have left. You saved her life. So from now on, my life belongs to both of you. Wang Bo chuckled, Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so formal. We're not here to cause any trouble, my friend. Mio Ryuyun smirked, No need for tears, young man. Get up quickly and stop moping around like that. Wang Bo helped Daju up. Exactly, let's talk first. Though we're not sure what you want from me, I assure you, Daju here will do whatever it takes to assist you both. I've been living here for quite some time and we just want to gather some information. Daju was taken aback, Is that all? I thought you wanted me to go kill someone or smuggle goods to another city. Wang Bo sighed. If you keep saying such things, our conversation might be prohibited. Right, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Wang Bo and this is my companion, Mio Ryu Yun. She used to be a police officer, so you can call her Officer Mio. Mio Ryu Yun spoke softly. No need for introductions or titles, just ask whatever you want to know and I'll answer. I'm Li Daju and my only family is my younger sister, Li Lulu. Wang Bo handed over a bottle of Coca-Cola. Let's sit down and chat slowly. This is a little gift from me. Don't worry, it's really Coca-Cola. I wouldn't make a mistake like that. Wang Bo and Mio Ryu Yun were startled by his loud voice. Hey, lower your voice a bit. Be careful, someone might overhear. Do you want to get us killed? Don't attract unnecessary attention. Daju wiped his sweat and whispered, sorry, I got too excited and couldn't control myself. Daju then approached the bed and placed the can of Coca-Cola next to Li Lulu. That's great, so when she wakes up, she'll have some Coca-Cola to drink. She used to love this kind of carbonated drink the most. Wang Bo smiled. Although this guy Daju may seem a bit foolish, he treats his sister very well. His character can't be that bad. Mio Ryuyun asked, Daju, were you a soldier before the apocalypse? Daju replied, yes, I was a soldier. I can feel the strength in you. Were you a special forces soldier? Wang Bo agreed, that's right. But I got injured and had to stop. No wonder the Jin family seems to respect you so much. Is that scar on your face from your time as a special forces soldier? Daju touched the scar on his face and shook his head. No, this scar is from when I joined an exploration team to Chiang Mai, fighting against zombies there. The expedition team called for people to come to Chiang Mai to deal with the zombies and find food. Chiang Mai had over 1 million zombies. It wasn't easy to clean up like that. Moreover, the Jin family didn't lack food. They had enough to feed the dogs under their care. The real purpose of that exploration team was to find gold in Chiang Mai. Daju continued, finding gold, huh? This guy is obsessed with gold. Mio Ruwayan explained, he has always been like that. This guy used to be in real estate and he was known as more precious than gold. He specialized in using tactics to manipulate buying and selling, even having hundreds of subordinates under his command. Before the apocalypse, he was a notorious real estate tycoon known for his ruthlessness. Besides these things, he was often referred to as a gold fanatic. The Jin family not only adores gold, but almost everything in their house is made of gold, even the toilets. So what crime did he commit to be arrested by the police? His crimes are endless, even throughout the night. It's truly a pileup of offenses. When I arrested him, he even threatened me. The Jin family called, saying, hey little sister, with my wealth and power, he will be released quickly. After I'm out, I'll make sure you suffer and beg for death. Wang Bo couldn't contain his anger and rolled up his sleeves, saying, who does that dog think he is? Now, I'll make sure he truly begs for death. Mio Ryu Yun patted his shoulder and chuckled, don't get agitated. Let me finish. Even though he's in prison, he still remotely manipulates his power. During the apocalypse, he led some prisoners to escape together, taking over his former subordinates and continuing his reign. But who knew he'd end up here as an emperor? Wang Bo, you probably don't really intend to confront the Jin family for real, do you? Not only does he have abundant food supplies, but he also has a stockpile of weapons. If you say he's so skilled, why not join his team? That way, your sister's life would be better. Do you know that apart from his subordinates and himself, no one else in the city has anything to eat? Wang Bo speculated, it seems to be neat porridge. Could it be made from rat meat? Daju shook his head. Even if it were rat meat, I could accept it. But unfortunately, it's not. The food here must be exchanged for Jin family's money. Every day, there are people who are too weak to work and have no money to eat. The Jin family targets those people, showing goodwill towards them. The Jin family agrees with them. As long as they join the exploitation team and participate in activities outside once, they can get overdue bread from the Jean family's warehouse. These people who cannot work fundamentally have no ability to fight against zombies. At first, I didn't understand why they were allowed to join. Until last month, I really couldn't find anything else to eat, so I had to join the exploitation team. Later, I understood the role of those who cannot work, which is to become bait, attracting the appearance of the king of zombies. The king of zombies is bloodthirsty, with a large number of people who cannot work gathered like this. Naturally, the king of zombies will be attracted there, so others will quickly go to find gold. Wang Bo and Miao Ruyuan heard about the king of zombies. Couldn't help but be horrified. What is that king, the king of zombies? He is several times larger than zombies, and his speed and destructive power are terrifying. I come from a special forces background, so my defense is better than ordinary people, of course. My ability to protect myself is relatively strong. After I found out that I was being used as bait, I was extremely angry, but couldn't do anything. When I thought I was lucky to escape from the king of zombies, reality taught me how terrifying the king of zombies is. In an instant, I was caught up by the king of zombies, feeling like I was a lamb being toyed with by a lion. The king of zombies is completely different from other zombies. Besides eating human flesh, he enjoys the pleasure of others suffering even more. The scar on my face was caused by the king of zombies. After leaving the scar on my face, he left, and I don't understand why. But from then on, the Jean family thought that I had driven away the king of zombies, so they tried every way to make me join the exploitation team. Wang Bo exclaimed, "You can escape from such terrifying monsters. That's truly remarkable. Hold on, you haven't told us what's in the people's food." The next words I say might make you very uncomfortable. The people killed by the king of zombies are not discarded. They're all brought back to the city, then mixed with zombie meat and cooked into porridge, distributed to the people. Wang Bo and Miao Ruiyan, upon hearing this, had horrified expressions on their faces. This is too gruesome. Working hard all day, the food received is just the flesh of people like ourselves who have been killed and cooked. These people still have human feelings. I also thought that as long as I became a subordinate of the Jean family, I wouldn't need to eat human flesh anymore, but I couldn't persuade myself. I couldn't let my sister eat human flesh with zombies either. Wang Bo muttered to himself, "System, give me some information." "Oh, sorry, there's no information about the king of zombies for now. After the system upgrades, there will probably be more information." Wang Bo gritted his teeth in anger. Damn system, luckily I haven't encountered this yet. Otherwise, I would be dead. So I can only look for rats in the city or go to areas near the city to find some wild plants. Wang Bo sighed, "I can't blame you for this. Under the living conditions here, making choices is extremely difficult. Officer Mio, could you bring some rice here? I want to cook some porridge. So when Deju wakes up, she can eat." Deju exclaimed in surprise. "Really? You both still have rice. Besides rice, we also have other food." Wang Bo rummaged through the backpack, pretending to take out things. And from within it, he took out a spatial system, retrieving each item. "Here, we also have white sugar. You can add it to the porridge." Deju looked puzzled. "Besides rice, there's also sugar. That's amazing. Where did they get these things from?" "Deju, if we can help your sister finish eating, can you help us deal with the Jean family?" Deju clenched his fist. "Today you saved my sister. Even if you want my life, I'm willing." Wang Bo patted Deju's shoulder contentedly. "Very good. Now I need someone familiar with this place." Deju said, "Actually, I've endured enough of that Jean family. They treat human lives like garbage. I wish I could tear him apart. It's great that you hold on to this power. What we have is an opportunity. Let's arrange other matters properly first. Then we won't have to worry anymore. First, let's take your sister to safety." Deju asked suspiciously, "Safety?" "Right, you'll follow the route I mentioned. Find my comrades, and your sister will naturally be taken care of." Subsequently, Dezhu carried his sister towards the city gate. The gatekeeper inquired, "Dezhu, are you taking your sister out again to gather wild herbs?" "Well, thanks for opening the gate for me." "No problem, whoever calls you the most important person of the Jin family." As Dezhu departed, two gatekeepers whispered quietly, "He has to go to Changbag tomorrow. If he returns alive, consider him courageous. If he dies, his sister will still belong to the Jin family." Dezhu then carried Lulu ahead to a fast food restaurant. Dezhu muttered, "Go a fast food restaurant. It seems like this is it." At that moment, a gun pressed against his back. "Don't move, if you dare to move, I'll send both of you on your way." "Hold on, why is the girl you're carrying wearing Wang's clothes?" "Don't rush, Wang Bo asked me to come here. He gave me a phone, said you'll understand when you see it." Xiaoyu took Wang Bo's phone and read the message. "Xiaoyu, it's Wang Bo. The guy carrying the girl is Dezhu, and the girl is his sister. He's very trustworthy, a friend I found inside the city. Take him to our base, let Shayan take care of his sister. Then both of them can enter the city with Dezhu." After reading Wang Bo's message, Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Wang Bo has given instructions, so let's follow his arrangement. Dezhu, you can trust us." Outside the campsite of the group, after Shayan carefully tucked Lulu in, he stepped out, saying, "Dezhu, you can rest assured, we'll take care of your sister." Moved Dezhu replied, "Thank you. Thank you all." Uncle Lai leaned in and whispered to Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, this guy looks a bit naive, is he trustworthy?" Wang Bo sent a message saying he's very reliable. Xiaoyu nodded, "If it's Wang Bo saying so, then there shouldn't be any problem." Back at the refugee camp, Dezhu called out to the gate, "Could you please open the gate? The two of us are back." After meeting Wang Bo, Xiaoyu couldn't contain her joy and jumped into his arms. "Wang Bo, you're so clever. I thought you abandoned me, haha. This silly girl. Wang Bo, how could you ever abandon me? This plan wasn't bad at all." Miao Ruiyun smiled. "I didn't expect the defense here to be so easily bypassed." Dezhu explained, "It might be because we used to go out often to gather wild herbs, so they didn't suspect us. Alright, now that Xiaoyu is also inside, let's start planning how to deal with that obnoxious fat guy Lai from the Jin family." Dezhu then led the group towards the Jin family's location saying, "On the top floor of that large building is the residence of the Jin family. Their weapons depot is also there. So the security in that area is probably the strictest. Outsiders can't enter and there are about 10 guards patrolling the entrance at all times, always wary of anyone approaching. Even if we are allowed in, each floor's entrance is monitored." After hearing Dezhu's explanation about this place, Wang Bo nodded and said, "Alright, tomorrow you'll come with me to join the mining team and then we'll figure out how to get inside. It might be quite difficult though, as they try to prevent some people from joining and then leaving, so they use guns to escort us there." Wang Bo chuckled and made a gesture as if cutting his neck. "That doesn't sound too good. If we leave the city and try to take them on, it'll be tough. The Jin family even has a weapons depot, just within the mining team alone. There are already about 10 hired gunmen. We only have picks and shovels, no chance of winning. How can we fight them, Dezhu? Do you think the newcomers in the mining team are easy to turn against us? That might be quite simple. After all, everyone is after food. Just provide them with food and they'll risk their lives for us." Wang Bo quietly activated the spatial system and then handed the backpack to Dezhu saying, "With this, do you think we can fight against them?" Curious, Dezhu thought it contained food supplies and opened it. Oh my, it's guns. And there are so many of them. These are all treasures. Where did you get these from? These are the spoils of my battles, Xiaoyu and Officer Miao. We teamed up to defeat the major gangs in the city before we passed through and picked up these items. Besides these, we have plenty of other weapons. We'll have the opportunity to distribute them to the remaining members of the mining team so they won't have to fight empty-handed anymore." Dezhu nodded. "If everyone has these things, we might actually be able to defeat the Jin family. Although we have weapons, we still need to adapt to the situation and we must be cautious. But I'm more worried about Xiao Yu and Officer Miao. They're two women and we don't know if they'll be devoured alive. Miao Ruyan's voice came through. Wang Bo, we're dressed. Miao Ruyan and Xiao Yu looked stunning in their tight leather outfits, causing Wang Bo to exhale heavily. This doesn't look like the attire of spies in those movies. Dezhu seemed to understand and said, I get it now. Wang, you want to use the beauty trap against the old man Jean. Wang Bo's face whitened as he muttered, this isn't the attire for going out to battle. I must have placed it in the wrong location. He crossed his arms and shouted, no, this outfit is too dangerous. Change immediately. Xiao Yu was taken aback. Wang, why change? Is there something wrong with this outfit? It's not discreet at all. Just look at the zipper on the top. It can't even be pulled up properly. And the pants, they're so tight, not convenient for movement. If the minions of the Jean family see us, who could endure it? Xiao Yu pouted, endurance doesn't necessarily mean convenience. This way, it's easier to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. No, you can't allow it. I'll go change right away. The next morning, everyone gathered at the assembly point. Listen up, folks, I'm Mr. Lai, the captain of the mining team. This time, I'll be leading you all. Remember this well, starting from now, all actions must be in accordance with my orders. If anyone dares to disobey my commands or decides to leave the team on their own, I won't hesitate to kill them. Captain Lai suddenly looked at someone in the lineup who appeared tired and sleepy. He immediately raised his fist aggressively. Are you dozing off while I'm talking? Your behavior is the greatest insult to me. The team members laughed at this sight. Haha, such weakness. Look at his foolish appearance. Does you help the person up, Captain Lai? These people haven't even had a full meal yet. How can they be healthy like you? Captain Lee, I respect you, but that doesn't mean you can challenge me. I'm not challenging you. I'm just speaking my mind. So do you want to fight? Seeing the tension, Wang Bo stepped in to mediate. Sorry, Captain Lai, let's not dwell on this matter. Wang Bo whispered to Dezhu as he pushed him aside. Hey, don't clash with him. Let's deal with Lai after we leave the city. It won't be too late then. Dezhu, realizing his agitation, bowed his head in apology. Captain Lai called out, Hey kid, I've never seen you before. Oh right, you're the recent arrival. Captain Lai muttered, a newcomer taking the initiative to join the mining team. Ha! Seeing Wang Bo with his backpack, the captain reached out to touch it. Why are you carrying a backpack? Planning to steal loot while on duty? Drop the backpack and let me see what's inside. Dezhu, who had seen many guns in Wang Bo's backpack the previous night, couldn't help but feel startled. He was about to speak up when Wang Bo stopped him. The captain opened the backpack and found it empty. He tapped Wang Bo's head. Nothing inside. If I catch you hiding anything, you're done for. Now let's distribute the gear and get moving. Dezhu curiously asked. Wang Bo, I looked into your bag earlier. Why is there nothing inside? Wang Bo winked and said, that's a secret. Didn't expect you to know magic too. Truly expanding your horizons. Mr. Jean stood by the window, watching the people preparing to depart. He asked his secretary, Zhong, do you think your arrangement with Captain Lai will succeed? Secretary Zhong replied, Mr. Jean, rest assured. Last time, we didn't know it was the territory of the tyrant, but this time it's different. We'll let the decoy team attract the tyrant away while Captain Lai leads the men to the gold warehouse. Very good, that's the plan. We can finally realize our dream after all these years. I want to have a golden statue in the city that belongs to me. If this plan succeeds, I guarantee you and Captain Lai a lifetime of ease. Secretary Zhong happily clapped his hands. Thank you, Mr. Jean. Thank you, Mr. Jean. By the way, is there anything good recently? My office mates are getting bored. I'll arrange something for you right away. Secretary Zhong bowed and left. Outside on the street, everyone's attention was drawn to one side. Hey, look over there. Those are two beauties, stunning. It's been a while since we've seen such beauties. The two being talked about were Mio Ruyun and Xiaoyu. They approached the flower-clad individual and greeted. Hello, we heard that you help people find jobs here. Can you tell us if there are any suitable jobs for us? Outside the gathering camp, Wang Bo looked around. The further we go, the more desolate the scenery becomes. Dazu explained, that's normal because Changbai used to be the most prosperous place, densely populated. After the apocalypse, many people turned into zombies before they could escape. No one dared to come near here, so desolation is inevitable. But I must say, it's not time to act yet. That curly-haired guy is very cunning, arranging the decoy team to stand in front of his subordinates. If we make an wrong move, they'll open fire immediately. At that moment, a voice from behind chimed in, hey, don't do anything foolish. Don't dream of escaping. It's completely impossible. But you too, don't worry. You helped me just now. I won't tell Captain Lai about it. No, we don't want to run. Please don't say anything unnecessary. Wang Bo felt a cold sweat forming. This guy dares to eavesdrop on his conversation. Don't worry, I won't blabber about it. In the past, there were many people in the mining team who wanted to run away in the middle of the road. I understand your thoughts, but this time, it's different. The Jin family has spoken. This time, we're on a mission. And if we can achieve great success, there will be rewards. What do I mean by great success? My idea is to help the Jin family find gold. Yes, I heard about this, so I joined the mining team. It said that the Jin family received information that a large amount of gold is hidden inside the central bank of the city. It's the bank with the highest security in the city. When the apocalypse happened, gold was still very precious, so all the gold in the city was concentrated there for safekeeping. The amount of gold stored there is unimaginable. However, during the apocalypse, everyone only cared about food, so no one paid attention to that place. Now only the Jin family, who doesn't worry about food and drink, is interested in it because to achieve their goal, they issued orders. If this mission succeeds, everyone will be greatly rewarded. Wang Bo found this news very reassuring. The gold of the entire city for upgrading the system, he must obtain that amount of gold. At this moment, a soldier shouted, hey, why are you guys up front walking so slowly, huh? Do you want to die? Hurry up. Wang Bo hastily responded, oh, yes, sir, we'll go faster. Wang Bo approached the man, draping his arm over his shoulder. Hey, buddy, where did you get this information from? Is it reliable? Of course it's reliable. I got this intel when I joined the mining team for half a loaf of bread in exchange with someone close to the Jin family. So what exactly is the Jin family rewarding for that people are risking their lives like this? It's probably not what you think. You're after that pile of gold too, aren't you? How could I? The gold would be useless to me. Let me tell you quietly, buddy, this time, the reward is meat. All you have to do is help bring that gold back, and the Jin family says each person can get 10 chicken legs, 5 chicken heads, and 5 fishing rods. With such a rich reward, you guys shouldn't even think about running away. Upon hearing the rewards, Wang Bo was speechless. The Jin family is really stingy, using these things to trap others into selling their lives for them. This place truly exploits people beyond measure. Wang Bo thought so, but he still said, it's really tempting. If this information is accurate, I'll give my share to you. Wow, really? Don't go back on your word now. Dazu worried asked, Bo, is it really that easy? What if we encounter the king on the way? Dazu, hold your tongue on that. Let's change the plan and go look for gold first. Alright, whatever Bo says, we'll do. I'll follow your lead. Later, under the guidance of the Jin family subordinates, Wang Bo's route gradually advanced towards the Chiang Mai area. This place was becoming increasingly desolate, despite it being daytime. Due to the large-scale apocalypse, many zombies emerged to ambush them. In order to avoid revealing their identities, Wang Bo and Dazu could only use the weapons they had to fight the zombies. As for the other support members of the Jin family, they were too afraid to even hold up a weapon to retaliate. They just stood by, probably fearing that gunfire would attract more zombies. Moreover, considering their nature, unless they reached the final checkpoint, they wouldn't waste bullets on Wang Bo's group. After facing numerous difficulties, they finally approached the central bank. However, there were many zombies lurking nearby, making everyone hesitant to approach. They could only stand at a distance and silently observe. Captain Lai said, "Hey, in a moment, you two will go into the bank first. My subordinates will support you." Dazu asked, "Why us?" "Because on the way here, I saw that you two are good fighters." "Don't worry, once you find the gold vault, you'll be rewarded handsomely," Captain Lai explained. Before Dazu could say anything else, Wang Bo interrupted. "It's okay, let's follow Captain Lai's orders. We'll go into scout first, don't be afraid. Dazu and I will lead the way. The rest of you follow us in a moment." The trembling refugees nodded. "We prepared steel-reinforced clothing for you. Put them on. If you really encounter zombies, you might be able to save your lives." Wang Bo exclaimed, "I didn't expect this group to still be decent towards them." Dazu was about to put on the shirt when Captain Lai said, "Dazu, you don't need to wear it. I suddenly came up with something for you to do. Stay here and coordinate with us." Wang Bo narrowed his eyes, sensing something suspicious. Dazu handed the shirt over, saying, "If you're worried about me, you can have this outfit, but I must act with my comrades." Captain Lai, annoyed, shouted, "As the captain, do you dare not to listen? Are you sure you won't obey my orders? Don't regret it later." Dazu replied firmly, "I absolutely won't regret it. It's up to you. I don't need your face around here. People like you should disappear sooner rather than later." After the captain walked away, Wang Bo smirked, "That's clever. If he listens to him and doesn't go in, it'll be disastrous. This guy has a cunning face, definitely up to no good. We'll deal with him when he comes back." Returning to the refugee camp, he urged, "Hurry up Jean, we're waiting." The fat woman led a few young girls to Jean, including Mao Ruiyun and Xiaoyu. She said, "Officer Miao, since we're already here, why don't we explore and find out where the weapons are?" "No, Wang Bo only instructed us to investigate the Jean family's whereabouts. Besides, we're not sure about the situation here yet, so let's not stir up trouble." Let's show you how you handle the detective work. It's truly a waste of talent." The fat woman approached the door and shouted, "Jean, we're here, are you inside?" The beautiful young girls standing there couldn't help but flirt with their eyes, causing the two door guards to drool. When the door opened, they saw someone sitting inside who wasn't Jean, and the fat woman exclaimed, "Why is it you? What's with that outfit? Where's Jean?" Secretary Zhang sat comfortably in the chair, smirking. Jean said to choose first, and then the rest would be for him. The fat woman shouted, "How could you let him enjoy it first? You're deceiving people, Jean." Secretary Zhang ordered, "Drag this fat one out for me, and the rest of you come in," looking at the beautiful young girls before him. Secretary Zhang nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, all beauties." He chuckled inwardly. "You pesky dwarf, always getting the leftovers from you. Somehow, I have to take the lead once." As he was lost in thought, his eyes fixated on Xiaoyu. Where did this beauty come from? Such exceptional beauty. "You, the third one, stay, the rest of you go out." Xiaoyu asked, "I'm the third one." Neo Ruiyun whispered, "Not good. Xiaoyu, he's caught his eye on you. Our plan might be compromised." She quickly said, "But weren't we supposed to be taken to Jean?" "You guys go, she stays, got it." Neo Ruiyun broke into a sweat, hastily saying, "If Xiaoyu encounters any trouble, how will she communicate with Wang Bo?" Xiaoyu reacted immediately, "But she's still young, or instead of me, I'll take care of him." Secretary Zhang couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted, "Enough, no more noise. You want the feeling of a youthful memory, not someone like her." Neo Ruiyun snapped back, "You dog, who are you calling someone like her? Your father is a police officer's beauty queen. The door guard yelled loudly, hurry up, don't keep Jean waiting. Xiaoyu replied, Officer Mio, rest assured, I'll handle the situation flexibly and protect myself well. Don't worry, Xiaoyu will definitely be careful and self-protect. As everyone left, Secretary Zhong couldn't wait any longer. Now it's just us, let's get started. Where's the little sister going? Only, Chan is here. Is your little sister embarrassed? Well, that's the feeling of youth. Xiaoyu approached the table and picked up a knife. No, let's play a thrilling game. Secretary Zhong, seeing Xiaoyu with the knife, couldn't contain his horror. Hey, what do you want to do? On Wang Bo's side, they had entered the bank to search. Dazu, do you smell that? The further we go, the stronger the unpleasant odor gets. Right, I smell it too. This odor is truly dreadful, like the smell of blood and feces. Along the way, it's all human body parts. There must be zombies here, the man said. The man asked, didn't Captain Lai say it's safe here? Why are there zombies? Don't be foolish. If he said so, why didn't you obediently enter? Dazu reached a corner. Wang Bo, look, this seems to be the last door. Wang Bo asked Dazu to pry over the door with him, but the people behind stopped them. Wait, didn't Captain Lai say finding is enough? Do we need to inform Captain Lai before acting? If not, the man glanced. You fool, speaking like that, all the credit goes to him. We'll lose out, and do you still want to have a good meal? Upon hearing this, the group immediately became proactive and went to the door. What are we waiting for? Quickly help Wang Bo. Let's use our strength, 1, 2, 3. The sound of breaking the door echoed in the quiet space. In some dark place, a red-eyed creature opened its eyes wide. Outside the bank, the captain spoke. Just now, I wanted to save Dazu's life, so I asked him to stay back. Trying to save his life without appreciation. Some people don't know what's good or bad. I heard he pushed back the king. I don't believe it. How could there be someone better than Captain Lai? That Dazu is truly foolish, but why didn't Captain Lai consider taking the kid next to him? Along the way, his skills weren't bad. I don't know what that little devil is planning. I'm really annoyed with people like him. Moreover, without throwing in some clever ones, how do we lure the king out? After some deliberation, finally, the door was pried open. Wang Bo whispered, hey, don't speak loudly. Be careful not to attract zombies over here. Dazu approached the iron door and called out, Bo, come over here. Look at this, there seems to be a door here. How do we open this door? The crowd became agitated. Such a big door probably needs explosives to open. We should go back and find Captain Lai. Don't rush, others may not have a way, but I do. Wang Bo opened his backpack and once again used the spatial system. Dazu said, oh, we should go back and get those things. But when Dazu said this, he suddenly exclaimed, what the fuck, Bo, where did you get that from? Don't be surprised, my stockpile isn't just that. Wang Bo pulled out numerous guns from his backpack, leaving everyone stunned. Do you think these guns are enough? It's hard to explain clearly right now, but I assure you, my capabilities are not limited to just this. As long as you dare to stand with me against the Jean family, I can undoubtedly lead you all to overthrow their regime. Some among the group spoke up. Along the way, we felt these two were very strange. Turns out they want to replace the Jean family or leave. As long as we help the Jean family acquire gold, we can live comfortably after returning. I don't want to take risks. I know everyone is afraid. Dazu, you've said enough about what you saw earlier. People truly believe that the Jean family system ensures everyone stays well fed. Don't be naive, that's not the reality. Last time I joined the mining team and then I found out after Dazu laid out all the details, everyone collectively bowed down, vomiting on the ground. Dazu whispered softly. Perhaps I spoke too much, shouldn't have said so much. Usually we work like oxen all day and the result is we end up eating the flesh of our own kind, mixed with zombie flesh even. This is what humans are capable of. Brothers, raise your guns courageously. Let's kill that bastard. Seeing this scene, Wanghwa couldn't help but smirk. Sometimes brutality is necessary to motivate these folks. So if you're with me after I get this gold, I guarantee everyone will eat well and live comfortably. Alright, just feed us and we'll stick with you till the end. Overthrow the Jin family and share the spoils together. Wanghwa chuckled inwardly, deprived of food and exploited. These people have long harbored resentment against the Jin family. Now all we need to do is give them the capacity to resist and a target and the resistance will erupt. Listen up, when I set this off, Captain Lai will hear the noise and come in. Then it's a matter of killing whoever comes. People were immediately directed to take defensive positions. Wanghwa triggered the explosives, a loud bang, shaking the entire building. Captain Lai exclaimed in surprise, "Why such a loud noise? Everyone, get ready." Amidst the thick smoke, Wanghwa raised his grenade launcher and scrutinized carefully. Then his eyes widened. Wait, the door hasn't budged. Dazu approached and asked, "Bo, did the door blow open?" Wanghwa didn't reply but thought. No wonder during the apocalypse, all the gold was transferred here. The defenses in this room must be solid. Seeing the door intact, Dazu asked again, "Bo, what do we do now?" Wanghwa turned back and glanced. After that loud noise, just now, those guys probably know. Everyone, grab your weapons and prepare for battle. Hold on, Bo, don't rush. It seems to have worked. We've succeeded, the door has automatically opened. I thought it was all in vain. Brothers, the gold vault is open. Why stand there? Hurry in and see how much gold there is inside. Wanghwa muttered softly, "Stay calm. Let's see what happens." As the door swung wide open, a zombie lunged out from inside, causing everyone to scream in horror. Wanghwa was about to use the great strength Vajrapom. When a large hand grabbed the zombie and dragged it back inside, Wanghwa spoke shakily, "Dazu, that large hand just now. Even if it had transformed, I would have recognized it. It's the hand of the zombie king." Wanghwa widened his eyes. "I thought it was the zombie king, but it's just a slightly larger zombie, a bit faster than the others. But from what I saw just now, that thing is basically a monster." Dazu explained, "The zombie king doesn't attack humans for food, so the zombie just now running towards us wasn't aiming to attack us. It wanted to flee." Inside the gold storage warehouse, the zombie king was gnawing on the zombie from earlier. "Bo, looks like we have to confront it. Bo, shall we charge together, or what's the plan?" Dazu looked around, but couldn't see Wanghwa anymore. "Dazu, don't be foolish, run quickly." "Bo, have you changed your mind? Wait for me." The zombie king opened its bloodshot eyes and spotted Wanghwa's group running away, so it immediately chased after them. Outside the bank, Captain Lai directed, "Everyone listen up. Nobody is to release anyone from inside until the zombie king comes out, clear?" The people quickly took their positions ready. Inside the bank, the crowd ran frantically. With the entrance right in front, Wanghwa looked back and saw the zombie king right behind them. So this is the zombie king, hideous, looks heavy, yet it runs fast. Those rabbits at the door won't easily let us go. If it has chased us this far, then let's try once. Maybe there's a chance to win. Wanghwa halted, his hands poised for the great strength Vajrapom. Seeing Wanghwa stop, Dazu exclaimed in surprise. "Bo, why are you stopping? Hurry, the zombie king is about to catch up." Wanghwa charged towards the zombie king, shouting, "What's so frightening about this headless, brainless thing? Anyone who dares to block me from getting the gold, I'll kill them. Encounter a demon, kill the demon. Encounter a Buddha, kill the Buddha." But before he could lay a hand on the zombie king, with its long arms, the zombie king scratched Wanghwa's chest, causing blood to gush out of his mouth. "What the hell is that?" Dazu ran back yelling, "Bo, I'm coming to help you." With a thud, Dazu was hit hard, causing him to lose consciousness with blood gushing from his mouth. At this moment, the others had also run outside the bank. Before they could fully exit, bullets rained down on their feet, commanding them to stay still, don't move. Stay still, don't you dare move an inch. If anyone takes a step forward, I'll kill every last one of you. I don't have time to explain further. Captain Lai, the zombie king is chasing us out from inside. Everyone needs to retreat quickly. Retreat, you bunch of fools. I'm in charge here. When I say stand, you stand. And you lie holding those weapons. What's that for? Seeing guns in the hands of the people, this Captain Lai assumed they had taken them from inside the bank. Reminded by Captain Lai, the people suddenly remembered, right, we forgot we already had guns. The zombie king is about to emerge and they still want us to wait here to die? Let's take the risk with them. The group of people with the surname Lai didn't dare to engage in gunfire, hastily seeking cover. These bastards are too audacious. Captain Lai, where did they get those guns from? Their firepower is stronger than ours. How am I supposed to know where they got those guns from? Continuing like this won't do. Should we throw Molotov cocktails to kill them? No, using Molotov cocktails against them won't work. Then what will we use against the zombie king later? Is your brain soaked in water? The man smirked contentedly. Right on target. My friend, your weapon is truly impressive. Not seeing Wangbo respond, he glanced back. Someone ran out from inside and shouted, "Are you looking for the guy who brought us the guns?" He's still inside with Daeju. The man was taken aback. What, they haven't come out yet? Zombie King is in there. Only a fool would stay. Quick, run, preserve your lives. Seeing the Zombie King emerge, the man muttered to himself, this isn't good. Could it be that Daeju and his friend, the other Captain Lai, chuckled silently? Well done. Finally got them to come out. Just let those folks keep baiting the Zombie King. The man turned back, his voice trembling. Everyone, don't panic. We have guns now. Focus your firepower on it. The group immediately turned and aimed their guns at the Zombie King, firing their bullets. But they couldn't penetrate its thick skin. The man trembled, clutching his head as he knelt on the ground, yelling, "Help, I don't want to die. This thing isn't afraid of guns. My bullets are all gone." As soon as they ran out of bullets, the Zombie King charged forward with a deafening roar. One person was crushed to the ground by its gigantic hand. Another was thrown aside with blood sprain. And another was lifted high in its grasp. The terrified victim screamed, "Please, I don't want to die. Don't kill me." With a tearing sound, the victim was torn in half, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, everyone lost their courage to confront it and immediately fled, crying out for help. Oh God, we're definitely going to die this time. I want to get out of here. I won't join any mining expedition. Help, can anyone help us? At this point, Captain Lee's side began throwing Molotov cocktails. The cocktails hit one person, who panicked and shouted, "What? Throwing at Zombie King. Why throw at me? Oh, what's this smell? There's explosives inside." As soon as he uttered those words, there was a loud bang as the explosives inside his jacket detonated. Captain Lai urged, "Hurry up. Throw Molotov cocktails at those support pillars. Let them all burn with the Zombie King." One by one, people were hit with Molotov cocktails, turning them into explosive bombs. The Zombie King quickly became engulfed in flames. Inside the bank, the sound system kept repeating, "Players, players, wake up quickly." Wang Bo groggily opened his eyes and muttered, "Who's making all this noise?" The system said, "Finally woke up. If you die in the apocalypse, it's all over." The system was on the verge of shutting down just now. "You didn't even bother to help me hack." The system replied, "I don't have hacking capabilities. You're really useless." "But why is Dazu injured too? What about his system?" The system replied, after checking, "He's still alive, probably just unconscious. Players should take care of themselves first. If you don't treat your wounds, you'll bleed out and die. Wang Bo caught a whiff of something, and he rubbed his fingers on the torn part of his jacket, then brought them to his nose to smell. "This armor is filled with explosives," he exclaimed. They never intended for them to return alive. So from the beginning, the support pillars were just support pillars. It hurts so much. What should I do now? I probably didn't really die like that. Wang Bo, his body aching, leaned against the wall, suddenly feeling something bulging in his pocket. He reached in and pulled out a lighter. The system inquired, "Player, why are you taking out a lighter? Surely you're not considering self-immolation out of despair. Keep quiet. I'm not that weak." Wang Bo recalled, "Uncle Lai, you have a box of cigarettes somewhere. Take your time and enjoy it. Ah, you were always so sparing with your smoking. There's still more than half left. Uncle Lai, take it. There's no need to be thrifty with me around." "Alright, thanks. You too, be careful too." "Okay, Uncle Lai, rest assured." "Hold on. Wang Bo, I have something to give you too." "What's this?" "Uncle Lai, why would I need a lighter? I don't smoke. This kid isn't giving you the lighter to smoke. It's for something else. Now I'm giving you this lucky charm, hoping it brings you luck." "Thank you. Uncle Lai, I'll treasure it and keep it with me always." Wang Bo took off his jacket containing the explosives, examining the wound which continued to bleed profusely. "If I don't treat this, I'll likely die here. There's nothing here. Only this method can help." Wang Bo clenched his jacket tightly, then opened the lighter to cauterize the wound, the pain searing through him. After a moment, he slowly made his way to the iron door. It's not entirely in vain, finding this much gold. I guess this wound is worth it. Inside the gold storage, two zombies were mumbling with their mouths agape. "Customer, make a card. Buy a bag for me. Buy a bag for me." Wang Bo saw how pitiful these two were, turned into zombies. And even considered as Zombie King's food reserves, he couldn't bring himself to help them anymore. "System, check how much gold is here." The system replied, "Check complete. There are a total of 60,326 pounds of gold here. To upgrade the system, 50,000 gold is needed. Would the player like to upgrade? No interest, wait until I upgrade and then buy skills in the shop to turn the tables. I definitely can't lose to that Zombie King. Alright, immediately upgrade the system for you." Upgrade complete, system space increased to 150 square meters. Basic shop function unlocked. A series of question mark squares appeared in front of Wang Bo. He muttered, "What kind of basic shop is this? System, are you tricking me? Spending 50,000 pounds of gold to unlock a bunch of question marks." The system retorted, "This buying and selling is like Zuda fighting Quan Kai. Both sides consent to the fight. How can you say I'm tricking you? In the future, every time the player levels up, they can unlock 4 items. The higher the level, the more outrageous the items you can buy. You need to level up to unlock them. If that's not straightforward, what is it? Now I want items that can hack." Because Wang Bo was too agitated, his wound reopened. "Don't get too excited, you'll be surprised when you reach the last page. These are the items you can buy right now. Every time I draw a prize, it costs 100 pounds of gold. You even took one item from me for 100 pounds of gold. Isn't that cheating? Drawing prizes is like gambling. Whether it works or not depends on luck. These question marks are all good and cheap stuff." Wang Bo looked at the 4 unlocked item slots. A bag of 1,000 medicinal bullets. 3 RPGs and 5 grenades for 100 pounds of gold. 10 fairy beans, restoring physical and mental state to normal. Replenishing the player's health for 50 pounds of gold. A basic experience pouch with 100 items. Receiving 1,000 experience points for designated skills for 100 pounds of gold. A random attribute book. randomly increasing one attribute point for 50 pounds of gold. Wang Bo calculated, maybe I should buy 10 fairy beans first. Otherwise, even if I don't die at the hands of Zombie King, I'll die from infection in the wound. Zombie King seems to have very thick skin, so even if I buy medicinal bullets, I don't know if it'll be effective against it. Buying the experience book to increase experience for the Great Strength Vajra Palm might still allow me to fight Zombie King, but approaching it is extremely difficult right now. Alright, I also have the ultimate arcane skill, I almost forgot. I can buy items to increase the skill points of these skills. System, I want to buy all the fairy beans and experience pouches. The inventory is empty. Proceed to refresh the shop. May you turn defeat into victory. Wang Bo took out a fairy bean and swallowed it. His physical health recovered by 50 points. Mental health by 42 points. It consumed 10 experience pouches. Leveling up the Great Strength Vajra Palm once and another 50 experience pouches. Leveling it up again. While Wang Bo was upgrading his technique, the two zombies slowly approached him, his eyes flickering. Outside the bank, everyone had already been defeated by Zombie King, leaving only Captain Lai. Well done, you've already wiped out all of my subordinates so quickly. It's not just Zombie King after all. I'm not afraid of you. Today I'll teach you a lesson to prove myself. If guns and explosives don't work on you, I'll face you alone. He said, pulling out two guns and then picking up a chainsaw. Zombie King held the person in its hand and swung. The person was cut in half by the chainsaw, and Zombie King's remaining arm swung again. Captain Lai shouted, I dare to confront you. Captain Lai swung the chainsaw horizontally across Zombie King's fist, blood splattering. Zombie King screamed in pain, a successful strike. Captain Lai didn't stop there, he swung the chainsaw again. Zombie King leaned to one side, its hand punching straight into Captain Lai's jaw. His eyes rolled back as he passed out. Just as Zombie King was about to deliver a finishing blow, a chain wrapped around its arm, holding it back. Zombie King turned its head to see that the one who saved Captain Lai was Dazu. Captain Lai lifted his head and tried to speak. This kid isn't dead yet, and he's running out here to save me. Don't misunderstand, I'm not saving you. I'm keeping you alive for revenge. You scumbags disregard human life, using us as bait for Zombie King, and forcing us into human meat shields. Once I deal with Zombie King, I'll take you on solo. If you don't die, then fine, you're as good as I thought. So wait until I finish off this Zombie King, then I'll settle things with you. So the two, one in front of the other, joined forces against Zombie King. On the other side, a trembling arm reached out, the man who was still alive murmured. The gold vault, I must reach the gold vault. After the apocalypse, I always lived a half-life, neither human nor ghost. It's hard to transform, I must succeed. Looking back now, I've never succeeded at anything before. After graduation, I always used drawing comics as an excuse to stay home playing games and chatting, wasting time. Before I knew it, I became a 40-year-old uncle, thinking it would be like this for the rest of my life. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse had arrived. You Gand old man, what are you trying to do? Isn't it just asking for a little money? Is it necessary to go this far? Don't come over here. The man panicked, closing his eyes. Just then his mother stepped in front of him. Son, quickly go, you have to take care of yourself in the future. Be realistic, I can't take care of you anymore. Recalling past memories, he couldn't help but cry out, I will listen to you, Mom. I will definitely try my best to live on and live well. I will definitely continue living. At this moment, Wang Bo walked up to him and shouted, Hey, you're still alive, my friend. That's great, is there really gold from the Jean family in that vault? If not, my bread will be wasted. Quickly tell me, is there gold or not? Wang Bo nodded. Yes, there are over 60,000 pounds of gold inside. Your bread isn't wasted. Ha, luckily that guy didn't deceive me. Mom, have you seen? Finally, I succeeded in doing something. With these words, he breathed his last breath, and Wang Bo looked sad. Even at this moment, I remember helping the Jean family get the gold, just because of a little leftover soup that the Jean family left behind. I don't even know his name. Indeed, when even life cannot be protected, dignity and principles are just a joke. Though I don't know your name, I will help you bring down the Jean family. On the other side, Daeju was knocked down by Zombie King. Zombie King rushed forward with a punch, while Captain Lai stood aside, hacking and tearing at its flesh to rescue Daeju. What about the Zombie King? Stop being so arrogant and look at me dealing with you. The Zombie King turned and delivered a straight punch to Captain Lai's chest. With a loud thud, Captain Lai spat out blood. At this moment, Daeju rushed forward, grabbing his sign and thrusting it into the Zombie King's hand. The Zombie King cried out in pain, opening its palm to grab Daeju tightly, using force. The sound of bones breaking echoed from Daeju's body, and he quickly lost consciousness, his hand slackening. Suddenly, something rushed in at an incredible speed, and the Zombie King sensed it and turned its head. It was Wangbwa. Approaching at a certain distance, he leaped toward the Zombie King, both hands unleashing the great strength Vajra palm. I was almost killed by you just now. Now I'm back for revenge. A heavy Buddha's palm descended, overwhelming the Zombie King, which couldn't resist and was forced down. Wangbwa grabbed Daeju and leaped outside. Daeju, how are you? Hold on a bit longer, he said. Daeju's voice trembled. Bo, I'm okay. Run quickly. The Zombie King, I think I'm done for. My sister asked you to take care of me. Why are you saying such nonsense? I'll make it easy for my teammates to die, huh? Have this candy. After swallowing the magical bean, Daeju stood still, silent. Wangbwa laughed and asked, Ha, feeling better now? Wow, after eating that candy, I no longer feel out of breath. My legs don't hurt anymore, and even the wound's gone. Bo, what did you give me to eat? Daeju chuckled. You don't need to worry about that. Just wait here for me. I'll deal with that monster. Wait a moment, Bo. I'll go with you. One more person means more strength. I don't want to take care of an injured member alone. If you come along, it'll distract me. After finishing his words, Wangbwa immediately leaped away, while Daeju shouted, Bo, be careful. Daeju stared at Wangbwa's agile movements with wide eyes and remarked, being able to wield weapons and exhibit such astonishing agility, I think I know what Bo's true identity is. Bo is a magician. As the Zombie King threw away the sign, Wangbwa jumped behind it and said, almost got me gutted earlier. Let's see if I can return the favor this time. Wangbwa wondered, system, even after upgrading, you still can't look up information about the Zombie King. The system replied, sorry, even though it has been upgraded, the level is still not enough to retrieve information about the Zombie King. The system can only show the current damage and attributes. The system opened Wangbwa's attribute panel. Max level of 1 grand skill increased. Agility attribute increased to 153 points. Strength points increased by 6 due to great strength, Vajra palm. Current stats, strength 50 plus 12. Agility 52 plus 101. Stamina 55. Spirit 45. Maximum capacity of spiritual power increased. Spiritual power consumption increased to 15 points. Player's damage increased to 202 points. 1 grand skill efficiency increased by 100 points in agility attribute. Body as light as a feather. Capable of walking on water. 1 step covers 30 meters. Jump height of 20 meters per second. Consumes 15 internal energy points. Current internal energy is 450 points. Skill upgrade condition using upgrade props. Great strength, Vajra palm skill level 4, dealing 140 damage points with 1 strike, plus 62 damage attribute points. Upgrade requires killing 100,000 zombies. Wangbwa was stunned. This is too cruel. My spirit points have only increased to 450. That means I can only maintain the full state of 1 grand skill for 30 seconds. I have to deal with this Zombie King within 30 seconds. The system explained. You've miscalculated because you used a skill just now. So now you only have 330 internal energy points left. Wangbo shouted. You have the nerve to say that? Isn't it because of those damn question marks? The system continued without explanation. Furthermore, you don't have any defensive skills, which means if someone hits you once, you're done. I just want to ask, what will happen when you deplete all your internal energy? The system replied. Although great strength, Vadrapom doesn't consume internal energy. Once it's depleted, you won't be able to use any skills anymore. That means I can only fight for 20 more seconds. Perhaps, but players don't need to despair. As a considerate and caring system, I'll help you. Whatever assistance you need, I'll count down 20 seconds for you. Just focus on fighting. While Wanbo was grappling with the deceitful system, the Zombie King struck, causing the ground to shatter. Wangbo dodged using one grand skill, circling behind the Zombie King. With a powerful blow from great strength, Vadrapom to its back, the Zombie King roared, swinging its arms. Wangbo swiftly ducked low and, with lightning speed, circled around behind the Zombie King again. With a strong slap to its jaw, the Zombie King spat out fresh blood. Seeing this, Wangbo felt pleased within. That must have hit his vital point this time for sure. But as he was lost in satisfaction, the Zombie King suddenly swung its arm and landed a heavy punch on Wangbo's chest, causing a loud crash. Wangbo was thrown into a nearby car. Grimacing in pain, he held his stomach. This bastard's strength is incredible. Feels like my bones are all broken. The system urged. Player, quickly eat a bean of fairy pulse to restore your strength. The battle isn't over yet. Wangbo reached into his pocket, pulled out a bean, and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly regaining his strength. System, how much internal energy skill points do I have left? Please note that currently I only have 150 spirit points left, meaning I can only use one grand skill for less than 10 seconds. Wangbo assessed the Zombie King. Although this monster has thick skin and fat, its head defense seems weak. Attacking its head requires a plan to immobilize it. While he was contemplating, the Zombie King charged forward. Wangbo darted behind the car, using great strength Vajrapalm to strike hard at two nearby cars. The heavy cars flew straight toward the Zombie King. These cars only served to hinder the Zombie King's footsteps. Wangbo quickly picked up the chain on the ground and threw it, wrapping it around the Zombie King's hand. Just as Dizu said, he's the type who gets carried away in fights. Lucky for me, that's my chance. I'll show you what martial arts mastery is. There's no breaking free from speed alone. The system announced. Player initiates one grand skill. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. As the system counted down, Wangbo swiftly circled around the Zombie King, the chain tightening with each turn. He then leaped behind the Zombie King's neck and clung on tightly. Hee hee, let's see how this fool can fight back against me. The Zombie King struggled violently and the iron chain began to loosen. Wangbo gritted his teeth in frustration. Even the iron chain can't hold him for long. Success or failure depends on this move. Exerting all his strength, Wangbo finally struck the Zombie King's head with two powerful blows. At the same time, the system notified that he had depleted all his internal energy. Green blood sprayed from the Zombie King's head onto Wangbo's face, accompanied by his agonizing scream. Dizu rushed over, alarmed by Wangbo's cries. Bo's voice. Something's wrong, isn't it? He hurried over to where Wangbo wasn't exclaimed. Bo, are you okay? Arriving at the scene, Dizu looked down in horror at the ground, seeing that the Zombie King was dead. Captain Lai approached. Astonished. The Zombie King was killed by this kid. Dizu. Who is he exactly? Not only can he send cars flying with a single blow, but his speed is also too fast for the naked eye to keep up with. Unfortunately, his blow just now hit the Zombie King's brainstem. He must have been infected with the virus. Infected with the virus? Bo, I'll take you for treatment immediately. Fool, don't get close to him. He might be turning into a zombie soon. Wanbo's whole body was trembling with rage, his eyes turning deep red. The system warned. Virus detected. Invading player's physiological system. The system announced. Congratulations, the player has activated the hidden quest, Supreme Martial Sage. The player can accept or reject the quest. What hidden quest is this? I've never seen this before in any game. Wanbo wondered. Option 1. Reject the quest. The system will provide you with Type A serum. After use, you will be completely immune to this zombie virus, but it can only be used once. Option 2. Accept the quest. The system will provide you with Type B serum. After use, you will gain a semi-immune status, able to retain your own thoughts. But from now on, you will become half human, half zombie. It also means that if you accept the quest, the undead virus will make your physical qualities stronger. But there will also be side effects. Wanbo pondered. Turning into a half human, half zombie. Isn't that really bad? What kind of quest is this? What are the side effects? The system responded. The main task is to hunt down all the zombie kings in the world. The stronger the zombie king you hunt, the more experience points and rewards you'll receive. So when will the hunt for all the zombie kings end? The system continued. Until all the zombie kings in this world are completely eradicated, then the mission will be considered completed. After accepting the mission, players will acquire all the skills of a zombie. The main side effect is that as you level up, your desires will also increase. From now on, your attribute bar will include an anger point, allowing you to use zombie skills. If you choose to reject, you won't have the opportunity to interact with zombie skills anymore. Players, please note that the virus has started to take effect and your remaining time is limited. So please make your choice quickly. Internally, Wanbo struggled. Damn it, is this a sudden career change decision? But who wants to become such a monster? But if I don't quickly become stronger, then what if I encounter such monsters again, and not just one or two, but a horde? Relying solely on my current abilities, will I be able to withstand them? The further I go, the more terrifying this apocalypse seems compared to what I imagined. Wanbo remembered Xiaoyu, remembered Officer Mio, and everyone else. If not for this, then how will I protect them when the time comes? Let's not talk about going elsewhere to find gold. Players don't need to be confused, just focus on completing the mission. One of the rewards is type of serum, and at that time, you can choose whether you want to remain human or not. Why didn't you say this earlier? The system replied, you didn't ask. So don't blame the system for not reminding you. Players should think carefully. If there's still a chance to return to being human, then there's no need to hesitate anymore. Even fools know what to choose. I choose to accept the mission. As he finished speaking, a red light surrounded Wanbo fiercely. Captain Lai said, look, I told you he's about to turn into a zombie. Dazu ran over anxiously, shouting, Bo, calm down. Xiaoyu and Officer Mio are still waiting for you to come back. At this moment, there were sounds of shuffling footsteps. Captain Lai glanced over, saying, why are there suddenly so many zombies? Dazu, is your brain broken? Hurry up and leave. He's about to turn into a zombie. Do you want to die here? This Captain Lai wasn't worried about Dazu's life or death. Without Dazu, he couldn't leave on his own. Dazu retorted, I'm not the cold-blooded scum like you. If you want to leave, then leave. I won't abandon Bo. If you dare to insult me, if you don't listen to me and leave, I'll kill you. Dazu, infuriated, turned directly to face Captain Lai. Then shoot, Lai and Dazu. I'm not like you, I won't abandon my friends. Bo brought me here. Bo, who saved my life, I can't just abandon him like that. If he really turns into a zombie, I'll end it all myself. You've gone mad, truly inviting death upon yourself. Wanbo suddenly patted Dazu's shoulder. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, talking about wanting the handle of yourself, but it's also really heartfelt. I didn't misjudge you. Seeing Wang Bo still able to speak, Dazu's face brightened. "Don't worry, I'm fine." The system spoke up. "Congratulations, the player has successfully unlocked a new mode, and your attributes have been raised. Your current anger points are 420 out of 1000. Wang Bo glanced at the attribute panel and muttered, "So where are the new zombie skills? Show me." The list of skills appeared. First passive skill, satiety. Fresh meat will provide attributes for oneself, with unlimited attributes. However, as the attribute points increase, the required type of meat also increases, and hunger sensation will also increase. Eating zombie flesh doubles effectiveness, adding 1 to all current attributes. Second passive skill, virus resistance. The virus in the body will cause the body's flesh to harden, acting as a defense, and understanding how to move extremely flexibly. The virus will increase with the advancement of the skill, the number of times being attacked, with each attack consuming 20 anger points. Reading these two passive skills, Wang Bo began to contemplate. In his mind, Wang Bo cursed. These passive skills are quite powerful, but no matter what, I'm not going to eat zombies. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Next were the active skills. The first skill was supervision, a passive night vision ability unaffected by fog or smoke. After use, it could clearly see up to 300 meters, consuming 100 mental points per use, with a duration of 5 seconds. The upgrade condition was killing zombies, with an upgrade progress not exceeding 1000. The body enhancement skill increased defense points by 50 and strength by 30 upon use, consuming 100 anger points per use, with a duration of 20 seconds. The upgrade condition was also killing zombies, with an upgrade progress not exceeding 1000. The zombie mind control skill could control 2 zombies, share vision, and even receive memories before and after zombification. Each use consumed 200 anger points, with a duration of 5 minutes and a control range not exceeding 500 meters. The upgrade condition was the number of uses, with an upgrade progress not exceeding 10. The system explained, additional zombie skills cannot be learned through experience books, but they can be enhanced as players level up and kill zombie kings. Keep up the good work. Wang Bo nodded in satisfaction. "Gut, thank you." Captain Lai exclaimed in surprise, "Looks like nothing's happening to this kid." "Well then, hurry up you two, hurry up and get me out of here. More and more zombies are coming, they're surrounding us, and you don't want to die, do you?" Daeju felt strange. Why aren't they attacking us? Why are they just standing there like that? Is it because they're afraid? Afraid of what? Their leader was just killed by me, so they're afraid of me. Now, in their eyes, I'm the new zombie king. Daeju, alarmed, gripped Wangbo's shoulders tightly. "Bo, wake up. Are you affected by the zombie king's brain damage?" "I'm very awake, it seems you still don't believe it, so I'll demonstrate it for you." Wangbo closed his eyes and activated the zombie mind control skill. 2 zombies nearby were manipulated by Wangbo to approach them. Daeju, startled, exclaimed, "Bo, what are you doing? There are 2 coming over here, be careful, let's deal with them together." Wangbo raised his hand to stop Daeju, and commanded, "Kneel down before me." Seeing the 2 zombies kneeling in front of them, Daeju exclaimed in horror, "Bo, they're really demons, did you really make them kneel down?" Wangbo ordered, "You two, remove the armor from their bodies, then place the incendiary inside their bodies with the zombie king." The 2 zombies turned around to obey Wangbo's command. Captain Lai asked, "You can control zombies even after killing the zombie king, who are you exactly, and what's your purpose in coming to the refugee camp?" "It doesn't matter who I am, but I know that your gene family are not human, you treat others like cattle, working for you is enough, and you even see humans as food, as tools, you're more disgusting than the zombie king, don't think you're scary, I'll kill you." With that, Captain Lai fired his gun, and with a bang, the bullet pierced Wangbo's chest. Daeju screamed in panic, but Wangbo said, "Don't worry, I'm fine, just a little painful, it seems the defense of the viral support is working effectively. The moment the bullet touched me, the viruses immediately hardened my flesh." Seeing Wangbo unaffected, Captain Lai's voice trembled, "You're like the zombie king, not afraid of guns, huh? You think I'll die at the hands of a scum like you, I won't." Just as the captain was about to end his own life, Wangbua swiftly used his martial arts skills to rush forward and knock down the captain. You wanting to die so blissfully? It's not that easy, you know. After I've finished dealing with this pile of corpses, I'll let you experience the pain and despair others have endured. The captain, now fearful, stuttered, please, please don't. As the two zombies poured explosives onto the body of the zombie king, Wangbua lit a fire and threw it down. Daiju, suspicious, said, Bo, burning the other bodies to prevent them from being eaten by zombies, I can understand. But why do we have to handle the body of the zombie king this way? There are two reasons. One is that zombies become stronger after eating the flesh of the zombie king. The second reason is that now I can read his memories, feel his despair. The zombie king was once a pitiable figure. He used to be the king of this city, with plenty of riches. He also had a happy family, but everything was destroyed by the apocalypse. Wife, I brought food, enough for weeks, he said as he opened the door. Only to be greeted by a horrifying sight. Zombies had invaded his home, feasting on his wife's corpse, and the zombie king, still human, screamed as he charged into the horde. Upon hearing Wangbua's story, Daiju appeared touched. Oh, your words make me miss my parents too much. If it weren't for my little sister, I might have turned into a zombie king myself. The captain lay on the ground, pleading, you two don't need to worry about yourselves anymore. I know I was wrong. Please take me back with you. Please take me back. I'll speak to the Gene Patriarch to reward you both. When we set out here, I was afraid neither you nor the Gene Patriarch intended to bring us back. Even if you did, it would probably just be our flesh. Daiju, I beg you, just now we fought the zombie king together, and I truly know I was wrong. Daiju paid no attention to his rambling and turned away. At this moment, the two zombies received their orders and began moving toward the captain. He recoiled in fear, trembling like a leaf as he cried out, please, don't come over here. I'm not tasty. Don't come over here. The horde of zombies roared and pounced on him, his screams echoing in the air. Wangbo sat in the driver's seat. Daiju, buckle up. Let's head back. Bo, after we return, we'll stick to the plan. We need to see how Koiwa and Officer Mio are doing, and then we'll take care of that Gene Patriarch. Returning to the concentration camp, Mio Ryuyun was led to a place and urged, hurry in, behave well, serve Gene Patriarch well. Mio Ryuyun frowned and muttered, I wonder what kind of place it is inside. Opening the door and stepping in, the interior resembled nothing short of paradise, with a DJ playing music, a table filled with food, alcoholic beverages, and numerous beautiful women. In times of food scarcity like this, one can still indulge extravagantly. This fatso sure knows how to live it up. I caught you now. Gene Patriarch. New girls have arrived. Let's go catch them for some fun. He wiped the sweat from his face with a handkerchief. Oh, they've arrived. Let's see what they're like first. The new girls approached Gene Patriarch coyly, enticingly. Hello, Gene Patriarch. We're very experienced. We can turn iron into gold. And my tongue is also very skillful. Want to try? Don't listen to them. I'm the real deal. Gene Patriarch, touch me, or would you prefer to lie down? Gene Patriarch, let me serve you. Mio Ryuyun felt disgusted and covered his face, truly morally bankrupt. I hope the heavens take away my ability to perceive. Ladies, please stop competing. I want purity. Whoever is the real deal, jump and let's see. Whoever jumps the best can live here for a month with free food and board. The music blared, and the girls began to dance gleefully. Heave, I dance the best. Gene Patriarch, see how beautifully I dance. Gene Patriarch, what do you think of my dancing? Annoying. Clearly, I'm the best dancer. Mio Ryuyun tried to endure it. This guy never changes. When we finally bring him down, we'll definitely teach him a lesson. At the same time, in another area of the refugee camp, Shoyu hid in a corner. You want to die, huh? You asked me to bring you to the weapon storage. There are many like you here. Do you really want to die? Craving for a beating, aren't you? Secretary Joan, chained like a dog, complied and said, please don't hit me anymore, sis. Actually, there's a back door here that only I know about. I can take you in through there. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're doing this on purpose. Hurry and take her, or else you'll regret it. Guided by Secretary Zhong, Shoyu quietly made her way to the weapon storage. She peered inside through a gap. This whole chest is filled with weapons and ammunition. Even with just this, we have better firepower. Shoyu's eyes sparkled with urgency. Seriously? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and take me to see. Well, you can take her too. But this is confidential. You can't just look for free. Or maybe after she's done looking, she can give me a kiss. Are you tired of living? She's only allowed to kiss my bow. Hey, you scavenger, you eat human flesh and act all fancy. Even if you die under a peony flower, you'd still be a ghost. And if you refuse, don't even think about knowing where that thing is hidden. Shoyu, seen the firmness in her. Asserted, fine. If you take me to see that more powerful firepower, I'll give you a kiss. Seriously, she said she'd keep her word. Outside the refugee camp, Wangbo drove slowly up. Hey, I'm back. Open up. A voice blared from the loudspeaker. Why are there only 2 of you? Where are the others? We encountered the zombie king in Chiang Mai, and Captain Lai sacrificed himself to help us transport the gold back. Lai, are you helping them again? Don't play gum. If you don't explain, don't expect to come in. Wangbo stepped out of the car and unfurled a cloth covering gold. If you don't believe it, take a look. It's me and Dazu who brought it back. There's plenty in Chiang Mai. Isn't this what Jean wants? You found it, so open up and let them in. Dazu whispered, Bao, the next move depends on you. Trust me, stick to the plan. On Jin's side, he held up a Rolex watch. Have any of you seen my Rolex? Whoever can pick it up can get a month's worth of food. After saying this, Jean tossed the watch into the pool, and the girls clamored, Wow, I want it. I want it. I saw it. It's mine. Neo Ruyun didn't know what to say. That fat dwarf is something else. At this moment, a hand clapped on Neo Ruyun's shoulder. Hey, sister. Neo Ruyun turned around and asked, What's up? I'm the attendant next to Jin's. You can call me Sister Do. Oh, hi, Sister Do. Do you have any instructions? Not really, actually. I've noticed you since you stepped in. I feel like you're different from the other meek ones who came here. Neo Ruyun thought to herself, not good. Maybe she's starting to suspect my motive for coming here. The girl continued, You're more trustworthy than those lowlives. They just want to get close to Jean and use short-term benefits. I need someone to help me grasp Jin's trust firmly. Once you've had Jin's favor, you don't need to worry about anything in the apocalypse anymore. You'll be guaranteed good food, nice clothes, and ultimate comfort. So why become my ally? Seeing the girl inching closer, Neo Ruyun blushed and pushed back. Sister Do, we don't need to talk so closely. Of course, I want to support. If you don't mind, I'll listen to you in the future. Neo Ruyun sighed inwardly, so she wants to manipulate me into playing a dangerous game, threatening me with death. But why do I feel uncomfortable every time she gets close? Anyway, let's have a drink, and we'll be best friends later. Oh, by the way, you still don't know my name. You can call me Chow Yun. Neo Ruyun calculated in her mind, this woman, being the close attendant of that fat dwarf, probably knows little information. I have to find a way to get her to take me to where Jean keeps the gold. The fat woman, who was enjoying herself with Jean, was annoyed when called out. Of all times to come, interrupting us while we're having fun with Jean. Wang Bo asked, We took a risk to bring back the gold. Jean, you won't refuse to reward us. Will you? The fat woman nodded and waved her hand. Suddenly everyone aimed their guns at the two. Dazu asked in astonishment, What are you doing? Do you want to steal our hard-earned rewards? We don't need Jin's reward anymore. Please, don't pretend anymore. Jean already knows your true identities. Since the beginning, when you entered the city, Jean unintentionally recognized you and the girl. Back then, when Jean stood on top of the car and looked over, he saw that beautiful policewoman who used to arrest him. Didn't expect her to come knocking at his door. Ha ha, let's see if I can play you to death this time. Wang Bo, realizing he was exposed, couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration. Damn it, didn't expect that fat dwarf to remember Mio the cop. Heard the Mad Fury gang got seriously injured by a cop named Mio and others a few hundred kilometers away. You lot were behind that, weren't you? Ha, you've got guts. Aiming at Jean like that, wanting to die, huh? Hold on, let me explain. Before Wang Bo could finish his sentence, he was struck hard on the back of his head with a gun butt. Dezu cheered. Bro Bo, everything's fine. The gun-wielding soldier commanded. Stay still, don't move. The plump woman chuckled loudly. Ah, following Master Jin's plan. We caught them all. Indeed, I am the most capable woman beside Master Jin. Wang Bo merely pretended to be unconscious. The recent blow didn't affect him. A while later, Wang Bo was dragged into a dim corridor by two men. I wonder if Officers Mio and Shio are alright. Officer Mio still doesn't know that Master Jin has recognized her. This is troublesome. How could this place be the residence of that fatso without even a single guard? It looks quite run down. One of them remarked. Wang Bo was tossed in front of a door by the two men before they departed. What if he tries something? Don't worry with Sister Do here. It's very safe. Let's go quickly. One of them said. Wang Bo muttered to himself angrily. They dare to throw me on the floor. Let's see how I deal with them later. Soon, two heavily disguised figures approached carrying Wang Bo inside and seating him on a chair before tightly binding him. Wang Bo squinted. Why tie me up here? What do you want to do? The light flickered on, and the plump man walked over, laughing. The game begins. Back in the days when I was in business, I often encountered many thieves from outside, not knowing their intentions towards me. You guys saw my fat belly and thought I was as dumb as a pig, not realizing my intentions. When it comes to cunning, you guys are far behind me. Stop pretending, and listen up. He swung the whip hard at Wang Bo, who screamed in pain. Luckily, I've toughened up my flesh with a viral reinforcement. Otherwise, I'd be eating dirt by now. But it still hurts like hell. Wang Bo questioned. If you knew my purpose, why not just kill me directly? Want to collaborate with me? Collaborate? Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? What collaboration with a piece of meat on the chopping board? So why tie me up? I've already found my way back. It's been a while since I've had some excitement. Now that someone's come to challenge me, of course I have to play with you. Someone switched on the lights with a click, and the room became illuminated. Now Wang Bo could see his surroundings clearly. Nearby, Miao Ruyun was hanging somewhat dazed. Wang Bo shouted excitedly, "What do you want?" Don't rush. I just want to have a deep conversation with Officer Miao. Who are you? The two masked individuals earlier removed their outer coats, revealing seductive lingerie, with whips in hand. Disgusting. Injuring Officer Miao like this. Bullying women like that. What kind of men are you? If you want some action, come at me. One of them exclaimed. The plump man turned back, saying, You must cherish Officer Miao. Don't harm her. Rest assured, Master Jin, will take good care of her. Hey kid, I want to see the look on your face as your beloved woman gets played. Wang Bo widened his eyes. So it's an old pervert, he muttered. Meanwhile, on Dazu's side, he was led away by several soldiers to a certain place. This time, it's over. Bo's plan has been disrupted. With Jin's character, he probably won't let us die easily. He will definitely torture us. And we can only adapt to the situation. Dazu thought. Don't even mention Bo. Right now, it's difficult for me to ensure my own safety. They must have thought they could kill the zombie king. Which is why they sent 4 people to escort me. I wonder how they intend to deal with me. In this situation, one can only resign to fate, but I'm really worried about my sister. What should I do? Suddenly, the wall ahead was smashed into. The soldiers exclaimed. Who opened this thing? Secretary Zhang had a tank barrel pressed against his throat, crying out desperately. Help! Save me! It's me! Don't just stand there! Save me! The soldiers panicked. Run! Run quickly! Be careful not to get shot! Secretary Zhang trembled with anger. You dare not save me! When I get back, I'll have Jean kill all of you! From inside the tank came a voice. Dazu, why are you here? Upon hearing this sound, Dazu joyfully shouted. Xiaoyu, is that you? Where's Brother Wang? Why didn't you come with him? We've hit the jackpot. They've been taken by Old Man Jean. Let's hurry to rescue him. Xiaoyu couldn't help but be astonished. On Wang Bo's side, the blonde girl held a stimulating drug in her hand, pointing it towards Miao Ruoyan, saying, little sister, this is good stuff. Wang Bo exclaimed, hey, stop it right now. Aim at me if you must. Don't harm the police officer, meow. During the fight with the zombie king, I've exhausted all my inner strength. Even the great strength Vajrapam is unusable now. Can't escape. The chubby guy with a mouthguard retorted. What's all the noise about? The kid here is worried about others, should worry about your own situation instead. Do you know, before the apocalypse, no matter how strong the protection was, nobody dared to play excessively. At most, it was just to get through the addiction. But after the apocalypse, I can play with you guys as I please. I really love this apocalypse. Wang Bo's eyes twitched. So this fatso is a pervert, a social deviant, daring to toy with others' lives at will, utterly disgusting. You're just my 18th male toy. These days I'll cherish you dearly. As he spoke, he began to nibble on Wang Bo's earlobe. Wang Bo's entire body tingled with goosebumps as he yelled out, you damn pig, I'll tear you apart into 1,000 pieces for sure. The aphrodisiac was injected into Miao Ruvian's body. The white-haired girl closely observed her reaction, saying, Sister Du, this drug works really fast. Look at her face. Ha, of course, this is a potent elixir. It can even cure your cold demeanor. Others might not even have the chance. So let me try it first. The white-haired girl grasped Miao Ruvian's face, then licked and nibbled on her earlobe. Miao Ruvian's voice trembled. Please. Don't. I beg you. The girl didn't respond. Instead, she ran her hand over Ruvian's ample chest, while the blonde girl reached down to stroke Ruvian's groin. Ruvian shivered, pleading desperately. Please. I beg you. Wang Bo, save me. Beside Wang Bo, the chubby guy couldn't bite Wang Bo's ear properly and complained uncomfortably. Is your ear made of leather? Why can't I bite it? Wang Bo pondered inwardly, system, while it's true my internal strength points are depleted, shouldn't the anger points still be usable for zombie skills? Why isn't the body strengthening reacting when there were clearly 400 anger points before? Yet now there are only 80. The system explained, player, anger points decrease to 0 according to emotional recovery. Although your current anger points may increase, because you're under attack and the viral support is protecting you, your anger points are also deducted. Wang Bo was left speechless. This is excessively restrictive. I didn't expect skills to affect each other like this. Players, don't be disheartened. Think in a positive direction. Each of his attacks will boost your skills. The chubby guy swung the whip again at Wang Bo. Even though the passive skills are strengthened, the flesh and skin aren't harmed. But the pain sensation hasn't weakened at all. He enthusiastically continued to lash Wang Bo. This is exhilarating. To find someone who can endure my lashes without fainting is truly pleasurable. Miao Ruoyan was drenched in sweat, feeling the heat all over her body. It seems like the effect of this drug is starting to work. The game is about to become more enjoyable. The blonde girl used a knife to cut through Miao Ruoyan's skin, while Wang Bo watched attentively. What? What do they want to do with Officer Mayo? Ruyun's skin was now cut all the way down to her feet. The game begins. The blonde girl excitedly shouted, then forcefully whipped Ruyun's back. "Little sister, are you ready?" With a thud, Ruyun cried out in pain. And seeing this, Wang Bo's body surged with anger, blood vessels bulging. "Officer Mayo, these beasts." At this moment, Wang Bo's anger points increased to 90. The chubby guy swung his fist, landing a blow with a thud, and the system's voice echoed, activating viral support, deducting 20 anger points, advancing viral support progress by 1. The chubby guy panted in anger, "You little brat, you're quite resilient. Let's see how long you can endure." He continued to unleash a flurry of punches. The system's voice incessantly resounded, deducting 20 anger points, advancing viral support progress by 1, deducting 20 anger points, advancing viral support progress by 1. Wang Bo felt frustrated, continuing like this. Even immortality would be painful to death. What should I do? Outside the refugee camp, the tank kept firing, wreaking havoc everywhere. Shia pressed the gun barrel against the tank controller's head. "That's right, shoot for me." Dazu stood on the tank, continuously firing the gun at the running figures ahead, while Secretary Zhang looked on, crying out, "Don't just think about yourself, hurry and help me." At this moment, several refugees approached. "Dazu, where did you get the weapons? It must not be from Jin's arsenal, right? Are you rebelling?" "That's right, they don't see us as people, let's rebel together, rebel with me. As long as we unite, we can surely defeat the Jin family." In the background, a cannon shell was aimed at the tank, prompting a soldier to rush over to stop it. "Hold on, Secretary Zhang, you're still on the tank." The soldier squinted, sneering, "Let's deal with these rebels first, then that Zhang guy can die, then the top position will be ours, right? You make a good point, so let's kill them. What are we waiting for? Open fire, let them see what an Italian cannon can do." Hearing the commotion behind him, Dazu swiftly turned around to see a group of people fighting. "Damn it, don't you see us as human beings? I never liked Julai anyway, let's kill them." As one of them was about to squeeze the trigger, some refugees rushed to intervene. "Don't you dare shoot, you'll kill him." Seeing the scene unfolding, Dazu exclaimed excitedly, "This is great, everyone is united, we can surely overthrow the Jin family." But then he realized, overthrow the Jin family? Let's forget about that, we don't have the power for that. Everyone, leave now. If the Jin Patriot finds out, we're dead for sure. Even if we wanted to confront the Jin family with me, we wouldn't be able to. Just now, I couldn't bear to watch myself die like that. Here, as long as we work hard, we'll have food to eat. In the end, it's better than wandering outside. Indeed, our lives are as insignificant as flies and mosquitoes. There's no way we can stand up to the Jin family. But do you all know what meat we eat every day? Moreover, we're constantly oppressed by others. People like us will always be oppressed by others. It's better to live in humiliation than to die in glory. Indeed, even without the Jin family, there will be others to come and oppress us. Dazu's heart sank. They're not wrong in their thinking. Even without the Jin clan, there would be countless other Jin clans emerging. These people aren't as fortunate as I am to encounter someone like Bo to aid them. Alright then, I won't force everyone to stand against the Jin clan with me anymore. Best of luck to everyone. Xiaoyu peeked out and asked, "Dazu, can we leave now? Let's seize the time to rescue Wang." "Xiaoyu, let's go." Xiaoyu nodded. "If that old Jin dares to harm Bo, I'll make sure to finish them off." Back to Wang Bo's location, Miao Ruiyan's face was flushed with visible bruises on her back. The blonde girl remarked, "Seems like the effects of the medicine are starting to show. Whatever we do to her now, she'll only find it amusing." The white-haired girl nodded. "Indeed, quite a rare specimen. Let's continue with our plan. She looks like a mere chick, so today we'll turn her into a real woman." As the blonde spoke, she rubbed her prosthetic hand on Miao Ruiyan's back, causing tears to stream down her face. "Please. No. Don't do this, I beg you. Bo, please save me, I'm almost done for." The chubby guy observed Wang Bo's expression, feeling perplexed. This kid has been beaten for nearly half an hour, everything torn to shreds, yet there's only a few scratches on him, not even a drop of blood. How does that make any sense? My own hand is starting to hurt now. An ordinary person would have long been disfigured under my lash. It's impossible for anyone to withstand my blows. Impossible. It just can't be. The chubby guy shouted loudly, once again delivering a powerful punch straight to Wang Bo's face, fresh blood oozing out. The system notification chimed in, defense level increased, sensation of pain. After receiving damage will decrease, anger points consumed upon receiving attack changed to 15. Next level up requires receiving 200 attacks, deducting 15 anger points. Wang Bo roared, had enough yet? The chubby guy scoffed, making noise won't do you any good. I've hit you over 100 times, you're no sandbag. In a bit, I'll show you what it's like to be one, and you two perverted freaks daring to treat Officer Mio like that. She's the one I admire the most. You dare touch her. I'll make sure to pay you back 100-fold. Mio was astonished to admire Wang Bo. Did he say he admires me? The flesh on Wang Bo's body started to bulge. The chubby guy yelled. Hey, what are you trying to do? The blonde girl chuckled. Relax, Jen. I haven't seen anyone escape those tendrils yet. Wang Bo's eyes reddened, human, too hesitant. I'm not human anymore. As Wang Bo's fury reached 100 points, he immediately activated his body enhancement skill. With a few cracking sounds, he broke free from the tendrils binding him, leaving the chubby guy panicked, stuttering. What kind of kid is this? Quickly subdue him again for me. Damn it, protect Jean. Yes, sister do. Neo Rue Yun gazed intently at Wang Bo. You came to rescue me, but your body, your heartbeat, it's too fast. That area seems peculiar, too, fading away. I feel like I'm losing consciousness. The chubby guy reacted, spinning around to flee. Quick, kill him. Wang Bo raised a sharp hand, shouting, You chubby bastard, I'll kill you. Just as he was about to grab the chubby guy, the two women attacked. With a swoosh, Wang Bo's chest tore open. The viral support skill couldn't activate. The system apologized. Sorry, insufficient rage points, unable to activate viral support. The white-haired girl aimed a sharp thorn at Wang Bo's neck, stabbing with a thud. Fortunately for Wang Bo, he had just enough viral points to trigger the viral support skill. The white-haired girl was shocked to see her thorn deform on her finger. Wang Bo staggered back and the chubby guy said, You two hold them off. I'll go to the bedroom to get something. The two girls nodded and took out sharp knives, continuing. No man has ever survived our onslaught. You dare to harm my colleague, Mio. You're not human. We'll kill you. The white-haired one took the lead. Kill us all. Let's see what you're made of. Oh, forgot to mention, we used to be special operatives. Wang Bo leaned back to evade, then gripped the white-haired woman's wrist tightly to restrain her. His other hand delivered a powerful slap to her head, creating a loud smack. The blonde-hair woman rushed forward, shouting. Her knife aimed straight at Wang Bo. He lifted his foot and kicked straight into her face. You cruel woman, get lost. After the smack, the blonde woman fell to the ground alongside the silver-haired one. Wang Bo stooped down to pick up the toy hand from the ground. The white-haired woman sat up, her voice trembling. You scoundrel, I'll kill you. Wang Bo knocked the knife out of her hand, then forcefully kicked her head. You enjoy torturing others, don't you? Let me give you a taste of being tortured. If you like playing these games, I'll play along. The white-haired woman's terrified face quivered. No, please spare me. Wang Bo grabbed her hair and pulled her head back, then thrust the toy hand forcefully between her legs, eliciting a horrifying scream. The blonde woman was completely petrified witnessing this scene. Wang Bo then slowly turned his head and smirked. Now it's your turn. The anger points were continuously escalating. Outside the refugee camp, the Jin clan soldiers were incessantly aiming at the tank to fire. Secretary Young, tied up at gunpoint, kept shouting. "Hey, you, aim properly and don't shoot us. If you don't stop, I'll make sure to deal with you when I return." Xiaoyu and Dazu took cover behind the tank, unable to retaliate. Dazu said, "It's over. We're facing overwhelming firepower. Xiaoyu, leave it to me. I'll cover you. Climb up from that ladder there and you can reach the Jin clan. Dazu, can you really hold them off alone here? I'm not sure. Maybe, but rescuing Bo is more urgent. We have no other choice. Dazu, Bo sees people accurately. He's a trustworthy teammate. Bo has helped me and I'll definitely help everyone in return. Go quickly. I'll cover you." Meanwhile, Secretary Young continued to yell. "Hey, what are you fools still doing? Hurry up and save me." The Jin clan soldiers saw no movement near the tank and thought Xiaoyu and Dazu were scared off. At that moment, Dazu, armed to the teeth, climbed onto the tank and shouted, "You idiots." With a roar, Dazu wildly fired 2 guns, scattering the others to find cover. "Listen up, everyone. Dazu here. I won't retreat. If you want to get through, you'll have to step over my dead." At the same time, Xiaoyu also dashed into the hallway. She cautiously glanced up at the second floor, where the guards, spotting an intruder, immediately opened fire. Xiaoyu ducked into the staircase corner, along with several others. In that momentary pause, she didn't know how to launch an attack, nor did she know the fate of her Bo and Officer Mio. Meanwhile, on Wang Bo's side, the blonde-haired man lay motionless on the ground, panting heavily. "You scoundrel, how dare you do this to me?" Wang Bo retorted, "Had enough yet? See if you'll dare to harm others in the future." In his heart, he thought, maybe I overdid it just now, but I can't control myself anymore. Never mind that, saving people is what matters. Wang Bo rushed to Mio Ruyun's side, calling out, "Officer Mio, how are you? Hang in there for a moment. I'll get you out immediately." Mio Ruyun opened her eyes, gazing fixedly at Wang Bo's muscular body, the aphrodisiac still affecting her. She caught the scent of manliness on Wang Bo, making her want to draw closer to him. Suddenly, the white-haired woman wielding a knife lunged forward. "I absolutely won't spare you." The chubby guy appeared at this moment. "Get out of the way. Let me handle this. I must personally kill this scumbag. You dare to defy me? Taste my wrath. You scum." Wang Bo turned back, visibly astonished. "A golden gun. He actually has this." The blonde-haired one exclaimed excitedly, "Jean, kill him quickly." The chubby guy activated the gun and the 2 girls couldn't avoid it in time, immediately falling into a pool of blood dead. Wang Bo roared, "Beast, you even kill your own men. Ha, what kind of comrades are they? They're just my puppets, mere tools." Using such heavy-duty firearms consumed rage points several times more than before. Wang Bo's accumulated rage points were quickly depleting. If he continued like this, both he and Officer Mio would die here. He can only exert all his strength for one attempt. Wang Bo activated his body enhancement skill, deducting 100 rage points, then launched his ultimate skill, rushing straight towards the chubby guy. The chubby guy's face paled. He blocked the gun. "Come at me, are you still human?" Wang Bo quickly closed in, swinging his fist to knock the gun aside, and the chubby guy's tears and snot streamed down as he cried out, "Ah, monster, is anyone coming to save me?" Wang Bo grabbed his collar and lifted him up. "You gan chubby scum, don't even think about escaping. Beg for mercy if you want. I'll give you anything you want. Mercy for you. Do you think I'm a saint? You've been coercing others, forcing them to serve you, treating humans as commodities, shields against bullets. Not only that, you even made Officer Mio drink that disgusting stuff, and you wanted me to drink it too. You're as good as dead. You're wrong, boss. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Your chubby guy eats people without leaving bones, but I won't kill you right away. I'll toss you to the people outside. Let them slowly torment you, without power or resources to protect you. You're just a fatso trampled on by others. Wang Bo tightened his grip, causing the chubby guy to slump unconscious to the ground. Then, Wang Bo turned back to Mio Ruyun, his hand swiftly cutting through the bindings. Mio Ruyun collapsed, her body soft and yielding. Officer Mio, it was me who caused you suffering. Now I'll take you out. It's fortunate that the one holding me is you. Let's not dwell on this. My current stay is also hard to control compared to before. Mio Ruyun suddenly reached out to touch Wang Bo's face, her voice trembling. Wang Bo, I feel so hot and uncomfortable. Can you help me? I feel like I can't bear it anymore. My heart is beating too fast. Wang Bo, please help me check. I feel like if this continues, I might explode. Please help me. Officer Mio, please wake up. You're just affected by the drug. Don't be like this. I'm about to lose control. Mio Ruyun said, then I'll follow my heart's instinct. Actually, this is what I truly desire. Come on, don't hold back anymore. As she spoke, Mio Ruyun pushed her tongue out, wanting to caress Wang Bo's lips. The anger continued to rise. At this point, Wang Bo couldn't hold back any longer. He pushed Mio Ruyun down, then tore off Ruyun's clothes, starting to passionately kiss her. Outside, Dazu, wounded, huddled behind the tank. The Jin clan soldiers smirked triumphantly. Ha, surrender now. You're surrounded. We know you're out of ammo. You killed many of our comrades. Come out quickly. Don't hide anymore. Don't boast there, knowing he's out of ammo, yet not taking action. Everyone's afraid of death. Boom. A bullet struck directly into Zhong's chrysanthemum insignia. Dazu smirked. Who said I'm out of ammo? That was the last one. Now it's your turn. Realizing Dazu was truly out of ammo this time, the soldiers advanced slowly. Dazu sighed, closing his eyes. Bo, I've fought with all my might. It's up to everyone now. I've arranged things for my sister. Just regret I can't take care of her anymore. I'm not a good brother. My parents are coming to find us both. Hee, you're dead for sure. Dazu, come out. Surrender and be tied up. Just then, a car rushed in. Shounen popped out, laughing loudly. Ha, the young master is here to deal with you lot. The Jin clan soldiers, startled, turned to look. Look at the Western firearms. They're going to wipe out you villains. Xiaobao, sitting inside the car, grabbed onto Shaonan's leg and shouted loudly, You brat Shaonan, stop barking. If you stick out again, I won't be able to hold them back. Dazu looked over, recognizing Wang Bo's comrades with delight. The Jin clan soldiers aimed their guns at the car and began shooting relentlessly. And Lai shouted, Everyone, hold on tight. The car swerved, tossing the two soldiers off. Secretary Zhang screamed. Oh my, those wretches still have reinforcements. No wonder they're so arrogant. And Lai stepped out of the car and asked, Why are you alone? Wang Bo, where are the others? Dazu pointed upwards. And Bo, they're upstairs. I'm holding the fort here. How did they manage to get in so quickly? Seems like they're after the gold. Lulu stepped out and shouted, Brother, don't leave me behind. Little sister's here too. Lulu is obedient. You'll stay with me from now on, right? Why did all of you come here? And Lai explained, half an hour ago, we heard gunfire from here. Fearing for everyone's safety, we decided to come help. Xiao Yan added, We're comrades. Naturally, we advance and retreat together. Suddenly, another group of soldiers rushed over, intruders on the other side, everyone, concentrate your firepower. Gunshots rang out. Shaonan lay low, shouting, Have you two finished talking? Xiao Bao from the backseat extended his gun and fired, Cowards. Weren't you boasting about how formidable your Western firearms are just now? Shaonan hastily found an excuse. 2 hands against 4, facing a dozen opponents. Come on, let's stand guard here together. When they come down, we'll go together. But my ammo's run out, I'll stay with Wang Bo. Never been afraid of running out of bullets before. Xiao Qi sat in the taxi, holding the gun and exclaimed, "These guns are more fun than hugging teddy bears." Ha, it seems like going with Wang Bo was the best choice of my life. Inside the residence of the Jin family, Xiao Yu finally wiped out all the guards, saying to Wang Bo, "This is the last floor." "Mr. Wang, where are the police Mio and the other guy?" At that moment, a voice echoed. "Oh, don't show you was surprised. It's Mio's voice. It's okay. I'm here to rescue her." Following the sound, Shoyu rushed to open the door, exclaiming, "What's going on here? It looks like a serious battle has taken place. Is this Jin's residence? He's still breathing, just unconscious. Oh, what's this wet thing here? What is it used for?" Mio Ruyun's voice came from inside. "Wang Bo, I'm tired. Take a break." Guided by her voice, Xiaoyu approached the golden door, saying, "It's Mio's voice. She just called for Wang Bo. It seems he's here too." Upon opening the door and stepping in, the entire room was made of gold, momentarily dazzling Xiaoyu. Wow, everything is made of gold. Wang Bo must be thrilled this time. Mio Ruyun's trembling voice echoed in the bedroom. "Wang Bo, please forgive me. I'm about to lose everything." Xiaoyu pulled back the curtain and shouted, "Police Mio." "Wang, both of you are," but before she could finish her sentence, the scene stunned Xiaoyu. Mio Ruyun was lying on the bed and Wang Bo was pouring water on her while she continued to plead. "Wang Bo, stop, please. Take a break." Xiaoyu couldn't believe what was happening and said, "How could this be?" Seeing Xiaoyu approaching, Mio Ruyun hurriedly explained, "Wait, Xiaoyu, let me explain. It's not what you think. There's no need for further explanation. I'd seen it all." Wang Bo turned his head, noticed Xiaoyu wanting to leave, and quickly grabbed her hand, saying, "Wang, why are you still holding on to her? What else do you want to say at this point?" As he spoke, tears streamed down Xiaoyu's face. "You already have Xiaoyu. Why would you do this to Police Mio? If you've chosen Police Mio, then let me go and I'll stay away from you forever." The lust within Wang Bo surged and he smirked, asking, "Stay away from me?" With a swift motion, he tore Xiaoyu's clothes apart in question. "Did you think you could escape from me?" Xiaoyu couldn't believe the person in front of her. "Is this really the Wang Bo I know?" "Xiaoyu, quickly go, Wang is not normal right now." Wang Bo lifted Xiaoyu and approached the bed, saying, "Before I am satisfied, neither of you is going anywhere." The room once again echoed with the sounds of stroll while outside, the two sides continued their tug of war. "Don't stop. Keep firing." The group of men led by Mr. Lai took shelter behind the car, sighing, "There are too many. We're in a passive position like this. The opponents are strong, yet Mr. Bo and his gang haven't backed down. Perhaps they've had enough trouble already." On the other side, the Jin clan members were still wildly firing their guns, taunting, "Come out. Aren't you guys good shots? Let's have a shootout. Hey, why stop now? Keep going. Look behind you." At this moment, the refugees appeared with determination. "Hey, you beasts. Are you here to watch a show? Get lost." Seeing the crowd not dispersing, but rather staring intently, a few soldiers shouted, "Get out of here. We're killing traitors. If you don't leave, don't blame us for shooting." People responded. "Then shoot. See how many of us you can kill." "Oh, this one's good. Are you guys insane? Want to rebel? Dinner time's over. Why haven't you distributed food yet? We paid the Jin clan. Where's our food?" Curious, Shobao asked Mr. Lai. "What are they arguing about?" Mr. Lai replied. "Seems like they're arguing about demanding food." Seeing the crowd about to erupt, the Jin clan soldiers softened their tone. "Don't you see we're dealing with traitors? Wait until we rescue old man Jin, then we'll distribute food to you. Yes, don't stir up trouble anymore." Suddenly, a bag of rice was thrown out. Shellman stood behind the car, holding up the bag of rice and shouted, "Hey, don't believe them. They're hoarding food. We found the food they hid. They wanted to kill us. Look, this is the rice and meat they've been secretly eating." The Jean Clan soldier widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Hey, kid, what nonsense are you talking about?" The refugees upon hearing Sho Nan's words couldn't help but feel angry. "What? There's rice and meat. So why do we who do the hardest work only get watery soup?" Shellman smirked. "Surely if we distribute it among everyone, they won't be able to monopolize the meat and rice anymore." Gunshots rang out, and Shellnan once again emerged from behind the car, shouting help. "They're killing people, exterminating us. Kid, shoot them dead. Don't believe them. We only get what the Jean Clan gives us. Stop lying. We want fresh rice." Everyone rise up, force them to reveal everything they're hiding, even if it costs us our lives. Shellman, realizing he had incited a riot, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Lion and his gang are really fighting now. Alright, the initial plan is successful. Let's officially take action." Dutch Du couldn't help but admire. "They're really clever." Inside the Jean Clan's bedroom, Meo Ruyun and Shoyu were exhausted and asleep, while Wang Bo was slowly waking up. "It seems like I've just done something very excessive, but I couldn't control myself." "Wang Bo, you scoundrel, you already have Chow Yu. And now you're doing this with Officer Meo too. Moreover, it seems like this is Officer Meal's first time and I was so rough with her. Is it because of the zombie mission leading to uncontrollable desires? I'm a beast." Wait a moment. When Officer Meo wakes up, how do I explain this to her? The comforting system said the player cannot blame you. It's just that the virus in your body amplifies your sexual desire, along with the increasing anger points, which also drives you into madness. So it's also because I cannot control my own desires. Continuing, the system warned a gentle reminder, the player should not try to suppress their own desires. Why? I can't just wreak havoc all day because every time the anger points increase, it makes you volatile and destructive. Besides sexual desire, you can also alleviate the side effects of the virus through destruction, eating and acquiring possessions. But if the player keeps suppressing like this, it's easy to lose control, even being controlled by the virus to become a new zombie king. Hearing the term zombie king, Wang Bo's fear shot up to his head, making his ears ring. Dangerous. Why didn't you tell me this at the beginning? You didn't even ask. But now the player has one on the left and one on the right, which is pretty good. If I return to reality, I can still find a new partner or reduce the side effects through eating. Damn system, why are you getting more cunning every day? Quickly tell me, is there anything else you're hiding from me? This is unacceptable. The remaining information still needs to be explored by the player themselves. Now the most important thing is to take all the gold here. You try to check how much gold is here. The system replied. All the gold in this room totals 85,237 pounds. That's a lot. This damn greedy guy, truly obsessed with collecting gold. If these amounts of gold were brought back to reality, the value would be at least over 17 billion. If suddenly brought into the city, it will definitely cause a shock in the global gold market. Moreover, not to mention whether the market can absorb so much gold, I will surely be investigated. The system began to entice. Although the player cannot level up the system yet, rewards can still be withdrawn. With so much gold, you can withdraw for many years. Wang Bo raised his hand to gather all the gold, then said, "This time, I've been badly betrayed by your damn system. Don't even think about touching my gold." The system continued. Same old saying, without depositing money, how can you become stronger? Wang Bo uttered lightly, "Get lost." A while later, De Zhu and Xiao Nan came over. "Hey De Zhu, look, isn't that Wang over there?" Wang Bo hugged Xiao Yu and Ru Yun out. Seeing the two coming, he exclaimed, "Xiao Nan, De Zhu, why are you two coming in here? We've finished dealing with things outside, haven't we?" Xiao Nan curiously asked, "Wang, what happened to sisters Yu and Yun?" Wang Bo hesitated before explaining. It's nothing serious. They just passed out temporarily. Bo, have you found the gold? If so, it's best for us to take advantage of the chaos and leave. Wang Bo smiled. Yes, we found the gold. Let's withdraw now. Inside the vehicle, Lai remarked, Wang Bo, you seem remarkably calm. It's really commendable. Wang Bo nodded. Luckily, you had your lighter. It was a great help indeed. Xia Yan looked at Xia Yu and Ru Yun, saying, Wang, was the fight just now really intense? I saw both Yu and Yun completely exhausted. How could they sleep like that? Wang Bo chuckled nervously. Yes, the fight was intense. Ha ha, ha ha. We'll be embarrassed when they wake up. Outside, the chaos persisted. Quick, bring the provisions here. Let's finish off these guys. Xiao Bao and Xiao Nan looked outside the vehicle. It's surprising that just a few bags of rice and meat could cause such chaos. Using compassion to seek their help is useless. We have to let them fight for their own food. Lai glanced at the tank. It's a shame we don't have anyone who knows how to drive that thing. Otherwise, we could have driven away by now. Hearing Lai's words, Wang Bo pondered, should I squeeze it into the storage space for items? Dazu said to his sister, I'm sorry, we have to live a nomadic life again. Liao Lu smiled. It's okay, brother. Wherever you go, my home will be there. Don't worry, Liao Lu. We've met Brother Bo. We don't have to live in hunger like before. Wang Bo chuckled. But these are days of bloodshed and killing. Aren't you truly afraid? Dazu firmly replied, Bo, if I, Dazu, were afraid of death, I wouldn't be like Dazu. Remember your own words. We're brothers in life and death. Dazu suddenly grasped Wang Bo's hand earnestly. Thank you for treating me like a brother. From now on, Lai Dazu's life is yours. Being held by a man, Wang Bo felt goosebumps all over. You don't have to be so serious, Dazu. Moreover, I feel like you're older than me. Don't call me Brother Bo. It feels a bit unnatural. And about that, don't see me like this. But actually, I'm only 18. Hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. 18? Are you kidding? Saying 38 might be believable, but deceiving old people. Young people shouldn't deceive the elderly like that. Wang Bo looked at Dazu with a horrified expression. No way, you're only 18 years old. How could you be a Special Forces soldier? Dazu's face flushed slightly. Actually, I was enlisted to become a Special Forces soldier. But before I could enlist, the zombie virus outbreak occurred. So technically, I'm not yet a Special Forces soldier. I only claimed to be one earlier to show off in front of everyone. I'm sorry for deceiving everyone. Liao Lu added, my brother exaggerated like that to protect me. That's why he doesn't have any girlfriends. Liao Lu, everyone can see that he doesn't have a girlfriend. Don't say it out loud like that. But in Liao Lu's heart, my brother is the coolest, handsomest guy. Back at the crowd, someone grabbed Secretary Zhang and demanded, speak up. Where's that coward hiding? Secretary Zhang, battered and bruised, pleaded. Please stop hitting me. I beg you. Maybe he's on the upper floor. I can take you there. Meanwhile, inside the Jean family residence, he slowly regained consciousness. It hurts so much. Feels like my neck is broken. Where's that slippery fellow? He ran away so fast. Something doesn't seem right. Not okay. My precious. Panicked, the Jean family rushed into their room. The room had been meticulously cleaned by Wang Bo. Not a speck of dust remained. Gone, that scoundrel truly stole all the gold. My goodness, even the gold buried underground has been dug up. These were items I spent a lot of time collecting. In the apocalypse, gold is useless. Why steal my gold? The Jean family was in complete dismay and a voice spoke out, looks like we weren't deceived. The Gene family, the era of being fed by the Gene family is over. Does he want us to starve to death? We agreed to 2 meals a day and there's no meal today. Enraged, the Gene family shouted, "Are you all out of your minds daring to question me? Forget who provided you with shelter, who provided you with food. That was me. You want a rebel? Fine, then starve to death together. You come here so boldly. What do you want? Do you want to take my place?" The people, fearful of the Gene family's wrath, dropped their weapons, bowing their heads low. A bunch of dogs. Turns out you're too well fed. It seems like unless we teach you a lesson, you won't remember. Starting now, we'll double the money from the Gene family for each bowl of meat porridge. What, doubling it? Then won't we only get to eat 1 meal later? That's too much. We can't afford to double it anymore. Old Gene, we were wrong. Please don't increase it. Just leave us alone. It's noisy to death. Don't stop us from finding gold. At this moment, a woman holding a child approached. A little more. My child is hungry. The Gene family couldn't help but be horrified. Why do you look like that? The woman holding the child had a bite mark on her neck. She had turned into a zombie, and even the child had. The child turned to look at the Gene family and lunged forward to bite. The Gene family shouted in fear. Help quickly get rid of these 2 demons. While everyone was still trying to comprehend what was happening, they heard Secretary Zhang say, "Meat porridge." It must be because of that meat porridge. There's a small amount of zombie inside it. Unexpectedly, even when cooked, it can still cause infection. The crowd couldn't help but be furious. What you gave us those things to drink? Intentionally wanting to harm us, isn't it? Brothers, let's leave here. Later, we'll find all these people and beat them to death. Secretary Zhang raised his hands in front of him, pleading. Please, please don't. I would just follow in the orders of the Gene family. So the whole crowd left, leaving behind the 2 zombie mother and child and the Gene family inside the room. A week later, on some highway, a military convoy passed by. Zhang, 30 years old, a captain in the army, the roadside grass rustled. A soldier said, "Captain, seems like there's some movement." Zhang nodded lightly and looked over. A swarm of zombies rushed out from the bushes. Zhang jumped out of the car, shouting loudly. It's a zombie group. Everyone at the back. Get off and prepare to fight. As he spoke, the girl pulled out 2 guns from behind her back and a soldier yelled. We're surrounded. Prepared to fight. Combat status level 1. Gunshots echoed incessantly, attracting a considerable number of zombies running towards them. Captain, it seems like there are too many of them. Should we send some of the others to break through the encirclement? I'll support everyone here. A soldier reacted. After speaking, observed attentively. Is it an illusion? The sense of this zombie group seems unusually fierce and chaotic, with a faster movement speed than the zombies gathered in nearby areas. Suddenly, 2 people were hit by the big tree's branches and someone yelled, "Captain, this isn't good. The zombie king has appeared. Everyone get ready. Aim for its head. Get a few more gunners." The zombie king gradually closed in. The soldiers lined up and fired their guns, but the zombie king's thick, fatty skin seemed impervious, swinging its tree trunk. Jiaoxiang muttered. The zombie king's skin is tough. It's very difficult to injure it from a distance. The girl quickly pulled out a knife, hitting the zombie king's eye, causing it to scream in pain. Then she retrieved a grenade, removed the pin, and shoved it into the zombie king's mouth. Next, she kicked hard on its chest, flipping backward. Meanwhile, Jiaoxiang drew his gun, aiming directly at the grenade and fired. With a loud bang, the zombie king's head exploded. Jiaoxiang furrowed his brows and said, "This isn't the zombie king. The real zombie king isn't this weak. Don't be afraid. Lift up your spirits." A grotesque creature crawled out from the pus sac on the zombie king's head. Before it could escape, Jiaoxiang thrust his knife into its head. What is this thing? With that creature killed, the other zombies were no longer as formidable as before. The soldiers easily dispatched them one by one. Captain, it seems like these zombies suddenly weakened a lot. They used to be fierce and agile, but now they've all become sluggish. Zhao Xiang examined the creature he had just killed closely. Could it be that the zombies were so strong before because of this abomination? Everyone quickly broke through the encirclement. Nearby, on a utility pole, a giant toad clung to it, with numerous pus sacs growing on its back, looking terrifying. Meanwhile, at a villa, Wang Bo's group was enjoying life leisurely. Wow, it's been so long since we've swum in the lake. It's so refreshing. Xiao Nan on the shore suddenly jumped, splashing water with a water gun. Lulu laughed. Xiao Nan, you got us wet. We're playing here. Come join us quickly. Lai, in another place, was teaching Daiju how to shoot. Remember, aim accurately. Don't let your hand shake. Yes, I'll try not to shake, Dazu replied. Wang, didn't you say you'd teach me swimming? Come down quickly, don't stay up there. Wait a bit, Xiaoyan and I are grilling food. Otherwise, they'll all starve to death later. Said this, his face turned gloomy as he looked into the house. Since we settled in here, Xiao Yuan police officer may have always stayed inside the room. Wang Bo sighed deeply to himself. Indeed, after what happened with those two, everyone doesn't know how to face it. What should I do? Inside the room, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged on the bed lost in thought. Wang seemed to lose his rationality at that moment. Is he still the one I liked, or is that his true nature? Outside the room, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Yu turned to ask, is it Xiao Yan? Why don't you want to eat anything now? It's Xiao Yu. Hearing Mao Ruiyan's voice, Xiao Yu hesitantly opened the door and asked, Officer Miao, is everything okay? Xiao Yu, I feel like I need to talk to you. It's about what happened between me and Wang Bo. Xiao Yu suddenly hugged Miao Ruiyan and said, don't say it. Please don't bring it up again. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. I was really forced at that time. Miao Ruiyun, I absolutely am not the kind of woman who steals someone else's man. I absolutely won't interfere in the matter between you and Wang Bo. Xiao Yu wiped away her tears. Officer Miao, you misunderstood me. I know this can't be blamed on you. It's just that I was scared. How about this? Let's talk about everything on our minds together. Okay. A while later, there was a pile of well-prepared grilled food on the table, emitting a delicious aroma. Xiaobao and Xiaonan couldn't wait to eat, while the Zhu widened his eyes. I'm not dreaming, right? Is this beef steak? Xiao Yan chuckled. No need to be surprised. Dig in. If not lie, we'll finish everything now. Ha ha. This grilled chicken wing is my favorite. Wang Bo took a sip of beer and said it would be even better with cold beer. De Zhu looked at the bottle in Wang Bo's hand, suspiciously asking, Bo, is that really beer? Right, you're an adult too. Have a bottle. De Zhu eagerly took the beer bottle. Wow, this refreshing feeling, it's like every pore on my body is opening up. This feeling is so blissful, hoo-hoo, so happy. This is the feeling of being an adult. Seeing De Zhu's expression, Wang Bo and Lulu twitched their mouths. De Zhu, it's just one beer. You're overreacting a bit. Bro, Xiao Bao laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, remembering the first time we had hot pot that brother Wang made. It feels just like that. Indeed, we've all become accustomed to it now. The Lai cousins overheard about the hot pot and their eyes immediately lit up. Brother Bo, what kind of magician are you after all? Ha ha, to celebrate both of you joining, tonight we shall have hot pot. Xiao Yan approached Lai and asked with a beer bottle in hand, do you need a refill? No need. Xiao Yan, Wang Bo, have you calculated the time? Will you be heading back tonight? Yes, I'll have to return tonight. De Zhu asked in surprise. Brother Bo, where are you headed? I have some matters to attend to, might be gone for about 7 days. As for the details, you don't have to say. Brother Bo, if you want to speak, you will naturally. Don't worry, I'll take care of everyone. Wang Bo patted Deju's chest. You are very reliable, so everyone, including the sisters and brothers, rely on you. Rest assured, Deju, with you and Lai here, everything will be fine. Lai suddenly draped his arm over Wang Bo's shoulder. Wang Bo, let's smoke a few together, I have something to discuss with you. Wang Bo took a drag and immediately coughed. I still can't get used to this stuff. Lai, you smoke alone. What do you want to talk to me about? Your kid there, he's been quite fortunate lately. Wang Bo was taken aback. Uncle, do you know about us? Ha, of course, Brother Lai is experienced. How could these things escape your notice? Did I do something with Xiaoyan? Wang Bo knew we couldn't hide it, so he gritted his teeth and said, it's all because of what I did with her. I really acted like an animal. What's the big deal if young people have feelings for each other? Don't take it so seriously. If you want to blame someone, blame my irresistible charm. When you were young, you were the same, you understand. Wang Bo was surprised. Ha, who has feelings for who? He thought to himself, damn, I almost confessed, without being beaten. Looks like Brother Lai still doesn't know about what he did with Officer Miao. Lai replied, of course, I told you about Xiaoyan. Although you see her as your student, you still consider her like your own daughter. Don't be fooled by her usual cold and distant demeanor. Deep down, she's very sensitive, gentle, and longs for care and love. But because of family reasons, fearing hurt, she always presents herself as tough and aloof. Until now, she hasn't experienced first love, right? Officer Miao is so beautiful, surely many outstanding young men pursue her. How could Officer Miao refuse? Ha ha ha, even if they did, they would be deterred by her cold demeanor. But since meeting you, you and she have been in contact more and more. I can also vaguely sense Xiaoyan's feelings. She must like that little rascal you. Wang Bo eagerly asked, saliva almost dribbling. Lai, are you serious? Officer Miao likes me. Wang Bo recalled Miao Ruiyun's words from before. Actually, this is what I truly desire. Come on, don't hold back anymore. Could it be that what Officer Miao said to me earlier wasn't just the influence of aphrodisiac, but her genuine feelings? But everyone knows about your relationship with Xiaoyu, so that's why I said you've been quite fortunate. Wang Bo hung his head in sadness. Fortunate? Right now, I'm torn between the two of them. The reason you sought me out to talk is because of this. You know the kid's been troubled by the two of them lately. Actually, Lai, I don't need to bother. These affairs in the pre-apocalypse world don't mean much. Should I just take both of them? Lai's words seemed to hypnotize Wang Bo. He smirked lasciviously. Hee, that would be something. But immediately after, Wang Bo regained his senses and shook his head. Hey, uncle, don't joke like that. I can't stoop to the level of a scoundrel. Lai exclaimed loudly. Are you planning to trample on the feelings of Xiaoyun from my family? Then aren't you a scoundrel? Wang Bo, calm down. Love cannot be evenly distributed, Wang Bo. If you keep thinking like you did in the past, then it's redundant. In the post-apocalyptic world, living for today is what matters most. Enjoying happiness timely is crucial. Xiaoyun has had a hard time finding someone she likes, and someone like me, her teacher, naturally has to help her. But you are the one involved, and no one can decide these matters for you. I'm just saying, the rest is up to you to think about. But don't disappoint the expectations I have for you. After Mr. Lai finished speaking, he immediately went inside the house. Wang Bo pondered, playing with 3 people who wouldn't like it. But even if I want to, I don't know if Officer Miao and Xiaoyun agree or not. Inside Xiaoyun's room, the two leaned against each other and talked. At that time, it really couldn't be blamed on Wang Bo. That Jin family guy forced me to take aphrodisiacs. I think Wang Bo was also forced to take them, so the situation spiraled out of control. It's no wonder I felt like Bo was a different person at that time. Turns out he was drugged too. This time, she knows why we did what we did. Don't blame Wang Bo anymore. It's not his fault, and there's no need to avoid him anymore. So does Officer Miao also like Wang? Miao Ruyun hesitated. Well. Seeing Miao Ruyun lost in thought, Xiaoyun hurriedly explained. Officer Miao, don't misunderstand. I ask not because I'm afraid you'll steal Wang away, but because if you also like Bo, I wouldn't mind. I've thought about it a lot. I've said it before. Miao Ruyun, I met that kind of woman, so I won't like Wang Bo. But as for Officer Miao, before Xiaoyun could continue, Miao Ruyun interrupted. Alright, Xiaoyun, don't say anymore. I'd never really cared much about romantic relationships. For me, love isn't something important. Let the past be the past. Okay, Xiaoyun didn't know what else to say, so she nodded. But she could see that Officer Miao really liked Wang Bo. At night, Wang Bo called everyone out to give instructions. Alright, there's no more time left, I'm leaving. Dezhu, take care of everyone while I'm gone. Dezhu patted his chest reassuringly. Don't worry, Bo. I'll take care of everyone for sure. Xiao Bao and Xiaonan chimed in. Wang, remember to come back on time. We'll take care of ourselves. You can count on us to be here when you return. Wang Bo waved his hand in farewell, his gaze lingering uneasily on Xiaoyu's room and Officer Miao. Watching Wang Bo enter the room, Dezhu turned to Xiaonan and asked, can he leave just by entering the room? Then how does he come back afterwards? He used to leave like this before, but we never knew the specifics. Nevertheless, 7 days later, he always reappeared beside us. Xiao Bao nodded. That's right, Dezhu, there's no need to worry. At this point, Dezhu was more convinced in his heart. Bo, truly you are a master craftsman of Zhonghua. Moreover, it seems that only I know this secret. Rest assured Bo, I will keep it safe. The next morning at Wang Bo's new gemstone shop, workers were bustling in and out. Wang Bo was surprised at how quickly Hongfei and Lei Pang worked. Not only did they swiftly set up the shop, but they also started repairing it. Hongfei proudly pointed a thumb at himself. The task you assigned, of course, had to be completed immediately. Lei Pang added, recently, this area has become extremely busy with commerce. It took a considerable amount to buy back the shop, and we've renovated it according to your instructions. It shouldn't be too extravagant, but it must exude solemnity and respectability, making others feel trustworthy, even though it costs a bit more. Wang Bo seemed unconcerned about the expenses. Initially, investing a bit more capital is fine as long as we run the business uprightly with a brand and profits. It's just a matter of time. Feel free to spend. If there's not enough money, just let me know. Hongfei handed Wang Bo a phone. Do you remember Wenking, who drove with us last time? He called us to Xingu's house for a meeting, remember? But why suddenly call us like that? Do you know them? Yeah, I did some research. Turns out, they're not just your average rich family. Let me tell you about Wenkung. He's a genius student, graduated from Harvard. After graduation, he started his business in Paris, developing several apps, one of which, a music app, was sold for $30 million. Lu Qinghua is even more impressive. His family is one of the top 3 clans in our city. He's like the male lead in a romantic comic book, excelling in both literary and martial arts. He's a specially favored student at Tsinghua University. This guy deals with gemstones and even has a mercenary team in Africa, all trained by his family, serving as guards for diamond mining. His life seems like a hack, doesn't it? Military force and Lu Qinghua, he has it all. Isn't it possible to buy some weapons from him? Wang Bo pondered for a moment before asking. From previous encounters with them, I felt they weren't ordinary young masters. Turns out, their backgrounds are quite impressive. How did you become friends with them? Han Fei interjected. After the last meal, Lai Ping found out that Wenking is a talented app designer, so he shamelessly asked him to help with a jewelry app project, and that's how we got close. Lai Ping countered, what you mean by shameless? This is called networking, with Wenking, you know. Anyway, since we're invited, let's just go. A while later, several cars sped along the highway to Lu Qinghua's mansion. Qinghua, accompanied by a maid, was already waiting. "You're here, huh? I've been waiting for you for a while," he greeted. Wang Bo nodded in acknowledgement and glanced at the mansion behind Wenkung. Indeed, they're not your typical wealthy family. This mansion is exquisite, and the decoration is extremely luxurious. It's completely different from the style of newly rich families. Should I build one like this? He led Han Fei and Lai Ping forward and waved. Qinghua, it's been a while. Qinghua warmly draped his arm around Wang Bo's shoulder. Is this your first visit? Let me give you a tour then. Ha, come on. Wang Bo was surprised by how friendly someone with such an impressive background like Lu Qinghua could be. Qinghua turned to the maid. Monica, my friends will be staying tonight. Prepare the guest rooms, and start preparing for the party as well. Yes, sir, Monica replied promptly. I'll go prepare right away. Monica courteously bowed her head, her twin peaks bouncing with each nod. Wang Bo watched it all, a surge of desire stirring within him. Sensing Wang Bo's unusual behavior, Qinghua turned to him and asked, Wang Bo, are you alright? Wang Bo tried to suppress his desire and covered his head. No, there's nothing wrong. Maybe it's because I exerted myself too much earlier, so now I have a bit of a headache. Young master here, do you need me to take you to your room to rest? We have a private doctor who can help you check up. Wang Bo forced a smile. No, it's not necessary. I'll feel better after drinking some hot water later. He just prayed that the girl wouldn't come near him again. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if he could control his desires anymore. Qinghua extended his hand. Alright, let's go in quickly. I'll have the doctor bring some headache medicine for you. Lai Ping teasingly draped his arm around Wang Bo. Headache? I don't believe it. Couldn't it be from too much self-pleasure recently? Ah, that must be it. I'm running out of stamina myself. Wang Bo gritted his teeth, screaming internally. System, get out here. The system asked. Why is the player so aggressive? I'm always here. What an angry little monkey you are. The side effects of this virus are nauseating. Just a little stimulus. And you're like this. The system replied. It's been sent before. This virus will amplify the player's desires infinitely. If you're afraid you can't control yourself, then avoid some stimulating images. Isn't there any other way to suppress desires? Here everywhere is maids. How can you avoid it? The system said. Unless desires are satisfied, there's no other way. As they stepped into the mansion, busty maids bowed and greeted. Welcome, young masters. If you have any requests, feel free to let us know. Lai Ping chuckled in response. Hey, hello, ladies, I remember. Wang Bo quickly covered his eyes in dismay. Oh my, why are there so many maids? Don't look at me. I can't handle this anymore. Xin Wu glanced at Wang Bo with a sly smile. Though he had seen wealthy homes in movies before, it wasn't until today seeing Lu Qinghua's mansion that Wang Bo truly understood what aristocracy meant. The mansion was like a fortress, and just the cost of decorating, it could build a 5-star hotel. Lu Qinghua also proudly introduced Wang Bo and the others to his collection of antiques, particularly a valuable series of sculptures. Apart from those, Lu Qinghua's house had a large area dedicated to storing vintage cars, as well as antique weapons and guns, items difficult to come by for others, but seemingly endless in his household. Han Fei wasn't interested in these items, so Wen Xiang suggested they go see the new app he had developed. Wang Bo took a careful look at an antique gun. Qinghua asked. So this gun has a history of nearly 100 years, not bad maintenance. Wang Bo handed back the gun. Impressive. I lack cultural knowledge. Don't understand these antiques. Can't appreciate them. I'm more interested in modern firearms. Don't know about you. Wang Bo threw a question. Qinghua exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect you'd be interested in these things too. I do have them for real, but can you keep it a secret? Xinghua winked playfully, then he led Wang Bo to a room, which was opened by a facial recognition device. Xinghua leaned in front of the camera. After the recognition, he opened the door and let Wang Bo inside. The scene in the room made Wang Bo's sigh. It was filled with various types of firearms. Xinghua chuckled. So this is my private toy room. Wang Bo's mouth gaped. He looked at Xinghua with a horrified expression, thinking to himself. Where did he get all these stocks from and calling them toys? Seems like his context is truly abnormal. Xinghua handed a gun to Wang Bo. Come on, take it and give it a try. Wang Bo examined the gun for a moment. You've maintained these firearms very well. It's a pity to just have them here as decorations. Whoever says I see them as mere decorations for fun, though I can't take them out to play, but inside the room, it's still fine. Or how about we have a match? Xinghua continued to leave Wang Bo inside. I didn't expect you'd have such a professional shooting range here. Ha, I just built it for fun. Wang Bo said, that sounds a bit boring. Or shall we make a bet? Xinghua smirked. That's exactly what I had in mind. If I lose, that Ferrari over there belongs to you. But if you lose, help me with a little favor. Wang Bo thought to himself, indeed, he must have something inconvenient to do on his own. Wanting someone else to do it for him. Well, agreeing is fine. Anyway, I won't lose. Alright, but just so you know, I won't do anything illegal. Ha, saying that as if you don't believe in my marksmanship skills. Xinghua raised the gun and fired first. He shot a few rounds. But only 2 shots hit the bullseye. The rest landed on target 9. Wang Bo evaluated. At least every shot is within a 9 circle. It seems Lu Qinghua is still a sharpshooter. System opened the shop interface. I want to buy 20 experience books, all for improving marksmanship skills. The system immediately responded, okay, deducting 2,000 gold coins, purchase 20 new experience books, using 20 experience books to increase skills, receiving 20,000 experience points. Congratulations player, marksmanship skill increased to level 5, increasing hit probability by 200 points, critical hit probability by 200 points, shooting range of 300 meters. Next level upgrade progress requires killing 20,000 zombies. Current progress 5,789 out of 20,000. Looking at Xinghua's score on the screen, Wang Bo complimented, not bad, idle. It's slightly below my best performance. I've been slacking off a bit in training lately. Xinghua modestly replied and then chuckled mischievously. But with such a performance, you must still feel some pressure, right? Indeed, there's a bit of pressure. It seems I need to be more serious. Wang Bo nodded with a hint of concern. But inwardly, he wore a smug expression. Ha, you're really impressive. But compared to my hacks, you're still far behind. Your Ferrari belongs to me now. As Wang Bo raised his gun, his eyes widened immediately. Wow, this feeling is amazing. Just by raising the gun, my body automatically adjusts to the best shooting position. The view is extremely clear as if there's a target placed right in front of the barrel. I can easily hit the target. Haha, indeed. The feeling of hacking is still so satisfying. So I won't hold back anymore. Wang Bo was now brimming with confidence. Xinghua smiled. Your shooting stance seems quite professional. I wonder about your technique. The first shots rang out and Xinghua felt that Wang Bo wasn't bad either. But soon after, his expression changed. Wang Bo turned to ask, well, did my score surpass yours? Xinghua's face was incredulous. No doubt, you must have surpassed me. But how did you do it? Shooting so accurately like that, is it even scientifically possible? You're clearly a master. You were modest just now, making me secretly proud. Ha, maybe it's because of my good mood today. So I managed to perform well for once. That's all. Wang Bo quickly came up with an excuse, feeling a sense of panic inside. Forget it. This hack seems excessive. If it continues like this, I'll definitely be suspected in the future. Xinghua sighed in admiration. Indeed, there's always someone better. I'm no match for you. I admit defeat and surrender. The car belongs to you. You truly have the capability. It seems I haven't made a wrong choice in befriending you. If you're favored by friends like this, then it seems I need to help you with your matters. But this is a bit tricky. You probably want my help, right? You're my brother, and I'll agree to help with your matter. Tell me, let's see if I can assist you. I won't beat around the bush anymore. I want to borrow your hand to eliminate the Li family. Wang Bo was stunned. The Li family you're talking about, could it be? A while later, on Wen Kang's side, he chuckled and asked, so how's the app one made? Hongfei and Lei Pang stood by, constantly praising. It's amazing. It must have earned millions when sold. That's right, Wen Kang, you're so talented. Wang Bo and Xinghua sat on the floor conversing. I didn't expect you also have a grudge against that Li family. Is it that young Master Lai? His grudge against me is merely because he's the son of that woman and that old man, without much real power. Occasionally, he uses some money from Jean by corporation to throw around. He hasn't earned the right to hold a grudge against me. The one who holds a grudge against me is his older brother, Lai Ao, and their father, Lai Dang, are the true bosses of Jean by corporation. Their enterprise not only includes real estate and transportation, but also involves shady financial ventures. Although I have the capability to deal with them, the cost is quite high. If not handled properly, it might lead to mutual destruction, being taken advantage of by other families when weakened. Wang Bo thought to himself, perhaps Li Qinghua has already thoroughly investigated him from the beginning, which is why he asked for his help. Wang Bo asked, do you also want to intervene? Do your two families have any grudges? There doesn't seem to be any deep-seated enmity. Just now, you were right on point. Indeed, it's because of a girl, Ying. She used to be the girl I loved the most and is also the only daughter of the Zhou family. We used to love each other. We made vows and promised to stay together for life. At that time, Jean by corporation was rapidly growing and one day, we met Liao. Back then, they didn't have the power they do now. However, little did we know, that scoundrel had malicious intentions from the start. His initial target was the Zhou family behind Ying. After several encounters, he and I started calling each other brothers. Once, Ying and I had a misunderstanding and argued. That scoundrel took advantage of the situation and took me out to drown my sorrows. Perhaps he did something with the drinks, then arranged for Ying to catch me in bed with another woman, right before her eyes. No matter how much I tried to explain, I couldn't get her forgiveness. Lai El intervened at that moment. He's very cunning. First, he charmed the Zhou family, helping them earn a large sum of money, earning their gratitude. Then, despite my opposition, he aggressively pursued Ying, using every means to win her over. Whether it was out of anger or genuine change of heart, they ended up together, and the Zhou and Lei families were united through marriage. I was so furious that I caused a scene at the ceremony, becoming a laughingstock among the upper class. Afterward, I calmed down and decided to leave this painful place, venturing into the gemstone business in Africa. Wang Bo pondered for a moment before speaking. That Lai El fellow is quite cunning indeed. So in the end, what about Ying? Is she truly happy marrying a man like that? Xingu gritted her teeth. If he genuinely treats her well, then I'd be at ease. But his father, and he, from the start, aimed to swallow up the Zhou family. Members of the Zhou family died under suspicious circumstances multiple times, and then even Ying vanished. Growing more agitated, Xingu banged the table forcefully. At that time, I thought of seeking revenge for her, even if it meant risking my life. But my family forbade me from doing so. They continuously pressured me, making it clear that if I opposed the Lei family, they wouldn't offer me any assistance, and they'd expel me from the family, so I had no choice but to rely on others to eliminate them. Wang Bo, I know you have the capability to do this, so I implore you, please help me. Below, the three people, Wang Kong, heard the commotion upstairs and couldn't help but look up. What's going on with them? They seemed so agitated. They must be arguing, but what could they possibly be arguing about? Wang Bo spoke up, brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but even if you were to confront them, it'd be a struggle. How could someone like me, ordinary as I am, go against them? Xinggu no longer concealed her intentions. In fact, after getting to know you all, I had someone investigate you. You single-handedly wiped out the Black Tire Gang and suddenly became wealthy. In this city, there's absolutely no one as capable and young as you. If you help me, I'll quietly provide financial support to you. I promise to repay you fairly. Wang Bo didn't immediately respond. He closed his eyes, deep in thought. If he were his former self, he definitely wouldn't want to get involved in the power struggles of the aristocratic families. But now, within him, there's a voice urging him to act. It's a relentless voice telling him to swallow up all immediate interests, warning him that the greater the danger, the greater the reward, that's the greed echoing. Wang Bo smirked. I can help, but hearing Wang Bo agree to help her, Xinggu's eyes lit up with anticipation. Really? But why? Just as long as you help me, any condition is acceptable. Wang Bo's face turned cunning. I also want to see how a family operates, or perhaps establish another prince within the city. What do you think? Gazing at Wang Bo's crazed and greedy expression, Xinggu jumped up in shock. Are you suggesting that I help you take down the Jin Bai Corporation? Wang Bo shrugged. In any case, I'm already targeted by the Li family, rather than being dragged away by someone else. It's better to take the initiative. I want to uproot the Li family completely. As he spoke, Wang Bo traced a line across his throat with his finger, emanating a strong scent of blood. Xinggu furrowed her brows tightly. Is it my imagination, or is it because of his overpowering aura? Just now, he still had a gentle and harmless demeanor, but now he's sending chills down my spine. Indeed, Wang Bo is not a simple man. Xinggu didn't hesitate much. Revenge is crucial. Let's agree with Wang Bo for now. We can figure out the rest later. She sat back down and replied, no problem. If you have the capability to take down the entire Li family, then I will wholeheartedly assist you. Let's make that decision then. We can plan the details later. Wang Bo quickly returned to his harmless persona. The two clasped hands in mutual understanding, spending the evening with 5 of them, relaxing and laughing in the warm water. Wang Bo looked content. Having money is great, and having a hot tub makes it even better. Soothes away all the anger. Should I build one too? Xinggu asked, I've been soaking for quite a while now. Wang Bo, would you like to join me for a drink? No, I think I'll soak a bit longer. Li Ping suggested, I feel like getting a massage. Anyone else want to join? Han Fei stood up abruptly. If there's still a spot, count me in. When Kong approached to put his arm around Xinggu. I didn't expect you to arrange for massages. Nice. What do you want? Just a regular massage. Li Ping asked Wang Bo again, are you really not coming? No, I want to enjoy some alone time. You all go ahead and have fun because life allows it. Just then, there was a noise outside and Wang Bo exclaimed, didn't they say they were going for massages? Why are they back already? Monica, the beautiful maid, entered the bathtub without a stitch of clothing covering her body. Young master, afraid of being lonely, called for me to come. Wang Bo's expression was extremely vivid as he awkwardly removed the face towel. Monica, did you come to the wrong place? This is the men's bath. Wang Bo's nose began to bleed like a fountain, and he desperately prayed inwardly. Monica is so alluring. Please leave, or I'll lose control again. Monica chuckled. Oh, young master, here we don't separate baths by gender. It's always mixed bathing. You've been staring at me all this time. Why are you suddenly embarrassed? Wang Bo turned his back towards Monica shyly. Yes, That's not my intention. The young master called for me to serve you. Whatever you want, I'll do. It's the modern age, and having maids do these tasks is common. The maids in this house are highly paid and must obey orders absolutely, which includes serving from A to Z and greeting the young master's friends courteously. As he spoke, Monika's foot grazed Wang Bo's back, sliding up and down. Wang Bo couldn't help but let out a moan. The sensation was too stimulating for him. Hearing the moan, Monika smirked inwardly. Ha, can't resist it. Wang Bo tried to maintain his composure. He couldn't afford to make trouble with Mio and Xiaoyu, the police. He said, I'm sorry, I don't like this, and you don't need to serve me. As Wang Bo stood up to leave, Monika pulled him back, saying, Wait, don't go. If you leave, the young master will think I haven't taken good care of you. Who knows, he might even fire me. Please, help me out, stay with me for a while longer, just until someone reports back to the young master. With Monika's face flushed and her mind racing, she pressed herself against Wang Bo's back, his face now showing signs of tension. He could hardly contain himself any longer, his desire surging. Wang Bo turned back with bloodshot eyes and shouted, You're forcing me. Suddenly, Wang Bo's attitude shifted 180 degrees, catching Monika off guard. She hesitated before yelling, Wait. Wang Bo carried Monika into the bedroom, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Please, don't do this. Don't, it's coercion, resisting with a big belly. The next day, as the sun rose high, Monika was still in bed, half asleep. The sound of footsteps approached, and Monika was startled awake. She looked at Lu Xingyue, standing there awkwardly, Young master, I'm sorry for oversleeping this morning, regardless of whether I woke up late or not, where is your distinguished guest? Why aren't they staying with you? Monika glanced around the bed but didn't see Wang Bo. She was surprised, he worked all night, how could he have left so early without me noticing? Outside the villa, the Ferrari engine roared to life. Lu Xingyue, hearing the sound, walked out onto the balcony to look, he's left so early, he must not regret it. As Wang Bo drove away, Lu Xingyue received a text message from him, Xingyue, I have some business to attend to for 2 days, wait a moment, I'll send you a list, help me prepare those items and bring them to my house, I'll arrange for Hongfei and the others to prepare the rest, I'll return in 2 days to deal with the Li family. Xingyue couldn't help but feel pleased reading Wang Bo's message, the Li family, huh? Just wait, I'll wipe you all out, don't even think about escaping. After some time, at Lai Zhengua's place, Wang Bo's red Ferrari attracted attention, for photo ops. Lai Zhenghua sat leisurely sipping tea. Wang Bo rushed in, apologizing, I'm sorry, master, I'm late. Lai Zhenghua smiled. This kid finally arrives. Young people these days don't know how to value time. They deserve punishment. He tossed a cup of tea toward Wang Bo, who looked confident. That's all right, master, it won't trouble me. Thank you for the tea. I won't be polite then. Wang Bo reached out to grab the cup of tea when suddenly, the cup changed direction, avoiding Wang Bo's hand. The hot tea inside the cup splashed directly onto his face, causing him to exclaim, Ouch, it's too hot. Lai Zhenghua suddenly appeared behind Wang Bo, and said, Let me see if this young lad has improved. Wang Bo shouted, I won't be tricked by you again. Master, he turned and swung his fist towards Lai Zhenghua, but the old man easily restrained Wang Bo's wrist. Wang Bo looked surprised. Master, you caught me so easily. Lai Zhenghua used a powerful martial arts technique, causing Wang Bo to cry out in shock. Master, please stop. He spun in the air a few times before crashing to the ground. Lai Zhenghua reacted, Whoops, that was a bit too much, my apologies. Wang Bo raised his hand to signal him to stop. Master, let's talk instead, I feel like vomiting. Seeing that Wang Bo was not seriously harmed, Lai Zhenghua sighed in relief and said, Wang Bo, the strength you exerted against me was neutralized by my techniques, so it felt uncomfortable when used against you. Let's have some hot tea together, and then I'll pass on that technique to you. Thank you, master. As Lai Zhenghua reached out to pull Wang Bo up, he couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly upon touching his body, as if sensing something amiss. Wang Bo, have you been in contact with anyone suspicious these past few days? No. Well, I sense an extremely negative and cold aura within your body, completely different from the positive energy you emitted before. Wanghua silently sweated. Could it be that my master can sense the corruption of my body? This is troublesome. He explained, you must have caught a cold these past few days, nothing to worry about. This negative aura is not like a normal cold, it's more like a demonic aura. Tell me honestly, have you been learning some dark arts elsewhere? Your master who accepted you as a disciple wouldn't dare to ask, and you should be grateful for that. Why did you disobey and learn other things? He spoke up, I didn't notice you learning anything from others, but you must remember, you must never dabble in dark arts. Those things only bring destruction to humans. Take off your clothes, and I'll help you expel the negative energy. Wanghua panicked, take off my clothes. Here? Alright, stop wasting words, hurry up and help me. Lai Zhenggui then sat down cross-legged, focusing on channeling energy into Wanghua's body. Wanghua thought to himself, although Zhonggu and martial arts are profound, I wonder how effective the technique for expelling evil spirits really is. Lai Zhenggui cautioned, when receiving the energy, don't let your mind wander, or you might experience a cultivation deviation. Wanghua nodded, refraining from further thoughts. As Lai Zhenggui transmitted energy to Wanghua, suddenly, his eyes widened, and Wanghua's body reacted violently. The virus within him became agitated, affecting Wanghua's mental state. Lai Zhenggui shouted, I'm using my vital energy to expel the negative energy within you. The clash between the two energies may cause discomfort, endure it. Perplexed, Lai Zhenggui thought, this negative energy is quite sinister. It seems to have originated within Wanghua's body, completely expelling it might harm him. It seems I can only do this much. Wanghua continued to scream incessantly, and Lai Zhenggui said, endure it. I'm directly transmitting vital energy to you. The golden vital energy was directly transmitted into him, and Wanghua suddenly felt comfortable, feeling as if something had been unblocked in his body, refreshing his spirit. Master's vital energy transmission works so fast. I feel a warm and powerful force gradually entering my body, but it doesn't override the inherent strength within me. Instead, it harmonizes with it, making me feel my own strength increasing. The system suddenly spoke, congratulations to the player for acquiring a new skill. The Tai Chi vital energy has increased agility by 3 points, increased stamina by 10 points, increased mental strength by 10 points. This technique is the foundation of all Tai Chi skills, enhancing the practitioner's physicality. Currently at level 1, the next upgrade requires the use of the Tai Chi skill 100 times. Wanghua's current attribute points are Strength 50 plus 13, Agility 52 plus 105, Stamina 65 plus 1, Mental Strength 55 plus 1. Wanghua felt joyous. I'd gained a new skill without doing anything. After a while of transmitting vital energy, Lai Zhenggui, breathing heavily, withdrew his hand. Wanghua worriedly turned his head and asked, Master, are you hurt from transmitting vital energy to me like this? Lai Zhenggui replied, I'm fine. I only transmitted a small portion of my vital energy, so I'm a bit tired. If the negative energy in your body isn't dealt with properly, it could take your life. But now with my vital energy protecting you, that negative energy won't be able to invade your body. I hope you unblock the mastering the 2 main channels. Now you have 5 parts of my internal skill. How could you take away my power, my disciple? Can you return it now? Wanghua knew in his heart, this virus won't take his life, yet it's taken 3/4 of the master's strength, which makes him feel very ashamed. Lai Zhenggui chuckled, young man, don't be too shocked. Even if you have 3/4 of the master's strength, your internal energy still lags far behind. Moreover, if the master has accepted you as a disciple, then he must take care of you. Otherwise, who will inherit the master's skills? Wanghua, the master doesn't hesitate to pass on his skills to you, but he's afraid you'll stray off the path. The master only needs you to strive harder in the future. Remember not to get involved in any evil practices. Remember it well. Wanghua was deeply moved by the master's words. Indeed, the master's words are not in vain. Meeting such a good master, Wanghua feels as if he has saved the entire galaxy in his past life. With tears in his eyes, Wanghua asked, "Master, since you think of me this way, how should I repay you?" Saying this, he changed his posture to crawl on all fours like a dog and solemnly vowed, "Master, rest assured, I will always remember your teachings." Never engaging in any evil or heretical practices, Wanghua will follow the path of true cultivation. Lai Zhengwei nodded with satisfaction. Very good. In the future, we will study Chinese martial arts together, striving to reach higher realms. Yes, you must not disappoint the efforts of your teacher's guidance. Lai Zhenghua suddenly glanced to the side and said, "Wanghua, I think we should leave here now." At this moment, those nearby looked at the master and disciple duel like they were strange creatures. "Hey, what are you two doing? Stripping off clothes and filming videos in broad daylight, or do you have some peculiar hobbies?" Ha ha ha. Should we continue our cultivation under such circumstances? Of course, let's go to the master's house where no one will disturb us. Upon arriving at the master's house, Wanghua realized that he had such an imposing presence. The interior was decorated in a classical style, not extravagant, but the value of such a garden-like property was at least several hundred million. The master had learned martial arts since childhood, served in the military when young, participated in the wars against the United States and India, achieved great feats, and later served as a close bodyguard to important figures. He used his savings to buy this house, but despite its grandeur, it lacked any servants. The master explained, "I'm not used to having others serve me. After my wife passed away and my children moved out, I immersed myself in passing on my skills. I spend more time in the apocalypse than in reality. By focusing on these skills during this time, I can cultivate in the apocalypse, while in the real world, I progress rapidly. At the same time, I am aware that continuing like this may make me age faster than others. While others experience 1 day, I've already lived through 7 days. While others live for 10 years, I've lived for 20. While Wanghua was lost in his thoughts, a sudden slap brought him back to reality. "Hey kid, snap out of it. What are you daydreaming about? A martial artist should have a clear mind." "Now let's continue," his trainer said sternly. Wanghua smiled in response, and time seemed to pass without notice. Returning to his mansion, he heard Qinghua's voice from the phone, "I've delivered the items you've asked for to the basement of your house." "Yeah, I've seen them, but with these thin clothes, even though they can withstand beast bites, can they really withstand bullets?" Xinghua affirmed. Of course, although this is still an internal research laboratory in the practical combat of mercenaries, we've achieved extremely good experimental results. While getting shot will still hurt, it significantly reduces the chances of life-threatening wounds. It took quite a bit of effort to establish these connections, so don't let this information leak. Wanghua replied, "So this outfit is really impressive. You never disappoint." "Thanks, buddy." "Oh, I just asked for a bulletproof vehicle, and you brought such a massive one. Is this a military vehicle? Seems a bit extravagant, isn't it?" "No, it's for safety. There's nothing better than an armored vehicle for bullet protection. I'll head out now. We'll meet when I'm done." "Alright, I'll wait for you to finish your task, and then we'll deal with the Li family together." Wanghua muttered as he picked up his phone. First, satisfy the hunger, then deal with the post-apocalyptic world. Ever since being infected by the virus, his cravings had become abnormally terrifying, his stomach a bottomless pit that could never be filled. What's more frightening is that now he seemed to have become like a beast, relishing the scent of fresh blood, yet for now, he can only sell for specially prepared Japanese beef, hoping it could temporarily satisfy his other cravings. Returning to the post-apocalyptic world, Wanghua stepped out of his large shelter room, announcing, "Hello everybody, I'm back." In response, he was met with a silent space, leaving Wanghua startled. "Where is everyone? They would usually greet me upon my return. Something must be wrong. Ah, there's a letter here. Perhaps they left it for me. It seems to be from Xiaoyu. It looks like she may have forgiven me." Wanghua opened the letter and read aloud. "Dear Wang, by the time you read this, we will have already left. It wasn't intentional to leave you behind, but we encountered the organized human military. They come from the safe zone and their objective is to relocate survivors to safety. Furrowing his brows, Wangbo muttered, "Safe zone. That's not where we were aiming for." When their team was on the way here, they discovered us. They demanded we join them in moving to the safe zone. We refused, waiting for you. So Officer Mio declined their request. However, they insisted due to the recent surge in zombie activity. Waiting here was no longer safe. They forcibly took us, especially their superiors who were extremely adamant. We couldn't risk exposing our armed strength, so we couldn't confront them. We had no choice but to comply. If you read this, please come find us immediately. The team is heading towards Nanfang. With love, Xiaoyu. Wang Bo set the letter down and stepped out onto the balcony. Nanfang, huh? If they brought a vehicle, they must be catching up quickly. Xiaoyu, Officer Mio, I'll catch up to both of you soon. Outside on the streets, the rumble of an engine echoed, causing the nearby zombies to turn their heads. Wang Bo mounted a large motorcycle halting in front of a group of zombies. Although the noise attracts many zombies, it seems they sense the power of the zombie king within them, so they dare not approach. Wang Bo shouted, "Come here, anyway. I need to hunt more zombies to level up my skills." With that, a zombie sprinted towards him at incredible speed, showing that even powerful zombies were willing to engage him in battle. Wang Bo aimed his gun, taking down the approaching zombie with precision. Dealing with this group was as easy as turning his hand. Afterward, Wang Bo maneuvered the vehicle along the road, arriving at the military's gathering area. Vigilance surrounded the perimeter. Inside the gathering area, people lined up to receive lunch. Xiaoyu's group congregated together, chatting happily. Xiaoyan fed Xiaoqi, while Lai gave a thumbs up, praising. Xiaoqi is amazing. Used to be picky, but now eats everything so well. Everyone should learn from Xiaoqi. Xiaonan sighed, I also want to eat well, but they give so little porridge, barely enough to fill me up. Xiaobao glanced at Xiaoqi, whispering to Xiaonan, hey, don't spoil the kids, but I still remember the days with Bo, always having meat to eat. Xia, this brat talks too loud, afraid others won't know we had meat every day. Xiao Yu and Officer Miao took turns speaking. Xiaonan, hold back. We're in the team now. If our stockpile is exposed, we don't know how we'll be treated. Carrying food in the apocalypse is very dangerous. Xiaonan, restrain yourself. Realizing he might have gone too far, Xiaonan replied, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have acted like that. Sitting beside Xiaonan, Lulu noticed his reaction and nudged in with a sausage. Xiaonan was surprised. This isn't sausage. Didn't Wang give this to us a few days ago? Why is it still here? Lulu explained, Big Ju doesn't eat, so he gave it to me. Now that you're still growing, it's for you. Xiaonan licked his lips, taking the sausage. How can I be shameless like this? I won't eat it. Give it to Xiaoqi. He's younger than me. Xiaobao teased, oh, little Xiaonan has changed. Huh, I'm Wang's right-hand man. How could I weaken over a little hunger? Regarding Xiaonan's stance, taking food from a child. What kind of man does that make you? Shameful. Xiaoyan patted Xiaoqi's head, smiling. Then, Xiaoqi, eat up. Otherwise, thank Xiaonan quickly. Xiaoqi happily took the sausage. Thanking Xiaonan. That's right. This is how a man should act. Xiaoyu changed the subject. Actually, from my observation over the past few days, these soldiers are also very concerned about us. Even though we were attacked by zombies last night and lost a supply truck, they still cooked porridge for everyone today. Xiaoyu is right. Recently, every night, the zombies come here to disturb us. And they also sacrificed many soldiers. Xiaoyu couldn't bear to ask, should we give the remaining rice to them? And Lai nodded. This suggestion isn't bad after all. We've been living comfortably these days, so we can give the leftover food to them. Dezhu agreed, saying, I also agree, the military is for the people. If they don't eat well, where will they find the strength to fight the zombies? If everyone agrees, Xiao Yu and I will go give rice to them. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiong sat at the desk writing, there are still many things to do next. Record intelligence and the list of fallen soldiers. Someone approached and placed a bowl of thin porridge on the table. Captain, you haven't rested or eaten anything since last night. Here's some food for energy. After you finish eating, quickly get some rest. Don't overwork yourself. Zhao Xiong nodded lightly, picking up the bowl of thin porridge. All right, it's my body. I know it well. Thank you for the porridge. Although I'm a bit tired, seeing these crossed out names, I really can't close my eyes. I don't understand why the zombies have become so aggressive lately. Since we started, we've lost more than 20 soldiers. Although sacrificing for the people is our responsibility, the intelligence isn't reliable at all. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so many comrades. Xiaoyu and police officer Miao approached, saying, Officers, we have something to offer. Seeing everyone not having enough to eat like this, we have a little white rice to give away to everyone. Inside, there's also some dried provisions. Please take them. The team members, surprised, pointed and said, Captain, look, it's rice. Zhao Xiong asked, Did you find these provisions yourselves? Yes, Captain. We noticed that most people have already shared their provisions with each other, so we brought these for you. There isn't much food here. But for better or worse, we can temporarily solve the problem. Please take them, the team member replied. Zhao Xiong raised his hand to stop them, saying, Thank you for your kindness, but we can't accept these things. Police officer Miao, surprised, asked, Why not? It's not easy for you to find provisions, let alone us being military personnel. We can't take things from civilians. Even if we're hungry, we still have the duty to protect everyone's safety. That's our mission. Sergeant Liu, give the rice back to them. We're military personnel. Hearing this, Sergeant Liu reluctantly returned the bag of rice to Xiaoyu, saying, Miss, you've heard it too. Please take the rice back. Police officer Miao nodded. Indeed, we didn't think much about it, but we still hope everyone can accept these provisions. While everyone was hesitating, on the other side, a sinister-looking figure glared in their direction, muttering, Damn it, it's rice, and such a large bag at that. At the gathering spot, a group of hoodlums were gathered playing cards. Take it easy, sweetheart, four of a kind. Isn't that sweet? You're gonna lose, all of you. Even if the three of you gang up against me, you won't stand a chance, huh? The guy in the green shirt sitting nearby flattered, Big brother, you're really good. The guy in the red shirt who rushed over earlier exclaimed, Big brother, there's something going on. The leader grumbled, What's the fuss about? Can't you see I'm playing cards? Anyway, just now, I noticed they had a lot of food in their hands. What's up with that? Let's go, guys, follow me. Officer Miao from this side said, Actually, I used to be just like you all, serving as a police officer for the people. It seems everyone's mission is the same. Turns out, but being so generous with all this food, it's not related to our profession. You guys are truly generous. Take this food and distribute it to the people. They've worked hard to gather it. Who knows what they might have to go through later. So on behalf of the people, I thank you. Sergeant Liu will take charge of the food, then distribute it to everyone. Sergeant Liu chuckled, and just as he received a bag of rice from Xiaoyu, the gangsters noticed him. That guy was right indeed. No wonder the porridge this morning was so watery. They were hiding it all for themselves. What kind of public service is that? You guys have been hoarding all the rice for yourselves. Sergeant Liu shouted, What basis do you have to say that? We haven't had anything to eat for a long time, so everyone can have breakfast. Officer Mayo furrowed his brows and asked, What's up with these people? They see rice and their eyes light up, causing trouble right away. Zhao Xian explained, The ringleader is from the notorious gang in the small gathering area, always causing trouble along the road. The other guy pointed to the bag of rice in Sergeant Liu's hand. If you claim you haven't eaten anything, then what's in that bag you're holding? Dirt? Moreover, why are you holding onto the food instead of giving it to the people? It should be given to us to distribute to the people. The group of subordinates chimed in, exactly if you guys eat it all. Then we'll have nothing left to eat. It's not fair. Officer Mayo muttered, this guy is trying to stir everyone up. If we don't shut him up, he'll easily sway others. Zhao Xian said solemnly, it's not easy to shut him up. Xiaoyu snorted with indignation, I hate those useless gangsters. She couldn't help but draw her concealed gun and shout, mind your own business with the rice. Who you want to give it to is your business. When it comes to you guys talking nonsense and forcing us, I'll shoot you dead right now. Sergeant Liu was taken aback, surprised that Xiaoyu had a weapon on her. The other gang leader wasn't one to stay quiet either. Oh, you dogs still using a gun to threaten me? None of my guys carry weapons. Beside him, his cronies immediately brandished their cold weapons, striking a rather intimidating pose. We have plenty of folks here. Little lady, how many bullets do your toy gun hold? If you dare, go ahead and shoot us all. Let's see how you explain that to your superiors. You think you wouldn't dare? You have plenty of bullets. Shoot me first. Xiaoyu was about to retort when Zhao Xian pressed her hand down gently, put the gun down. Girl, let me handle this. If I remember correctly, you're Taiyu, right? If your head is as hard as you say, you can go out and shout as loud as you want, but I bet you have the ability to protect the food just like us. Tengen pointed at his own face and said, about that, whether my head is hard or not, you can try kissing me and find out. Inside, he chuckled. Ha ha. This girl, if it worked for the scar on her face, she'd be a real beauty. His cronies immediately echo with laughter. That's right, officer, just give her a kiss, and you'll see. Stop blabbering. Let's see if you guys come out of this intact. These scoundrels here are all bark and no bite. Let's see if you'll actually shoot us dead. Officer Miao softly advised Xiaoyu. Stay calm, Xiaoyu. Let the officer handle this. We've seen this drama before. These reckless fools are poking the bear again. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. As soon as the fight broke out on this side, everyone gathered around to watch. Zhao Xinhong spoke up. If you're so confident, why don't we settle this with a little competition to see who's better at protecting the food? Instead of calling for a fight, wouldn't that make people laugh at me for bullying women? You don't have to treat me like a woman. Let's settle this without weapons, mano a mano. Whoever knocks the other down first can keep the rice. Fair and square. Taito was taken aback. Is it really that simple? He chuckled inwardly. Heya, a wrestling match. Isn't that a bit risky for me? But if I lose, wouldn't it be a huge loss of face? While he hesitated, one of his blonde-haired cronies cheered. Boss, go for it. What are you afraid of? With your imposing presence. Knocking her down will be as easy as pie. Then the food will be ours. Taita pondered for a moment and then agreed. Alright, let's wrestle. But don't complain later if I don't hold back. If you get hurt, I'll apply some medicine. With that, he extended his hand towards Zhao chest. Zhou Xian leaned to the side to evade, jabbing her elbow straight into Taita's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. Not stopping there, Zhao Xian grabbed Taita's arm, using her shoulder as leverage to forcefully throw him to the ground with a loud thud. Taitu, with blood oozing from his mouth, groaned in pain. Ouch, it hurts so much. The younger members were amazed and exclaimed. Is this some kind of legendary technique? I couldn't even see the moves clearly. Xiaoyu and Officer Miao exclaimed excitedly, wow, that was amazing. Zhao, you wiped them out completely. Sergeant Liu, with a fearful expression, felt a chill down his spine just by watching. He stammered in admiration. The skills of the team leader are still as impressive as ever. Zhou Xiang said, I know everyone has been through a lot lately, not being able to eat properly, feeling some resentment. Our mission is to serve the people. But if even the most basic trust cannot be given to us, only disappointment remains with the military. I hope everyone understands our position. We will ensure everyone is safely escorted to the gathering point. that's all I have to say. Please think about it yourselves. After finishing her speech, Zhao Xiong turned away. Xiao Yu looked at her with sparkling eyes and said, "Wow, Captain Zhao, you're so cool. You knocked that guy out with just one move. Can you teach me?" Miao Ruyan gently reminded Xiao Yu, "Captain Zhao hasn't rested for a long time. Let's not bother her. We'll talk to her after she's rested. If I'm not mistaken, both of you are quite skilled." Zhao Xiong quickly responded, "I wonder how you two would like to be addressed. You are Guan Xiaoyu, and you can just call me Xiaoyu, while I am Miao Ruyun." At night, near the bridge, a mutated frog was standing facing 3 other zombies. These zombies were trembling all over. The frog opened its mouth, its tongue tightly wrapped around the neck of the zombie in the middle. Then it reached behind its back and pulled out a sack, which contained its eggs. As the sack was brought close to the other zombie, it opened its red eyes. Its mouth widened, and it bit firmly into the zombie's neck. After a while, the mutated frog released the zombie. The zombie began to swell up, becoming sturdier. The eggs also stuck to the body of the zombie to control it. The mutated frog grinned in satisfaction, a chilling smile. At the military refuge, on the rooftop of a building, a weary soldier stretched and yawned. "Guard duty is exhausting. If I could just have a HIVTN Lang's opium now, that'd be great. What do you think, buddy? You Vietnamese guys are probably lucky. Even rice is scarce now, let alone opium and Sien Lang. Oh well, just dreaming, because life allows it. But if it were to become reality, what then?" At that moment, a zombie appeared slowly on the street, making a clattering noise. This zombie was pierced through the head by a candy. Not bad, agile moves. Quite beautiful. Gotta say, hitting the mark every time, that's something. Inside the building, Zhao Xiong was resting when someone ran and shouting loudly, "Captain, emergency situation. There's a horde of zombies coming this way." People couldn't help but panic at the sound of the shouting. "What? A horde of zombies approaching. We won't die, will we? Please no, I don't want die. What should we do?" Miao Ruyun suspected. Zombies again. How come they appear right after nightfall? Zhao Xiong led the deputy team leader Lu outside and asked, "What's the situation now? When did you first notice?" "Report to our captain. We just detected it, and now it's approaching the first defense line." From an aerial view, how many zombies are there approximately? Estimated around 1,000. Deputy team leader Lu was astonished. What? 1,000 of them? That's too many. Zhao Xiong instructed. You lead teams 2 and 3. Protect the civilians. Evacuate them to another place. I'll lead team 1 to hold the line here. Deputy team leader Lu stood up to command. Everyone evacuate. Follow me. Don't get separated from the group. Inside the crowd, discussions erupted. What's happening? We have to leave our homes again. We shouldn't worry too much. Anyway, just follow the military. I wonder how many young people will have to sacrifice this time. De Zhu went outside with everyone. He looked around to assess the situation, and noticed that people were moving very calmly. It seems that such evacuations have become quite normal here, said Lai. Lai wondered, so it doesn't seem right. Compared to sitting quietly in the city and accepting the dominance of the Jin clan forces, perhaps leaving here would be a better choice. Lai. Why aren't Mio Police and Xiaoyu coming with us? They said they stayed behind to help other soldiers stop the zombie advance. De Zhu was surprised. Why would they do that? Even if they stayed, it should be me. De Zhu thought for a moment and said, they can probably take care of themselves. Moreover, going through so much together, they can become closer to each other. In the defensive line outside, Zhao Xiong stood in command. As soon as the zombies breached the protective wall, shoot for me immediately. Be careful not to waste ammunition. The person with brown hair responded, yes, Captain. The zombies began to climb over the fence and sneak inside. The soldiers started firing, and the brown-haired person cautioned. "Remember to aim accurately at the zombies before shooting them down to the ground." Zhao Xiong silently observed, "As long as we have enough ammunition, we can persevere until the majority of people evacuate. Then, we can retreat safely." On the zombie side, mutated individuals began to appear. Zhao Xiong immediately warned, "Everyone, be attentive. Superclass entities have appeared in the zombie horde." Inside the zombie horde, there were several specimens with large, captivating bodies. They had prominent boils on their bodies, which were the mutated toe warts implanted by the other mutated toad. A zombie advanced, crouched to gain momentum, and leaped forward, disregarding the bullets fired at it. It collided forcefully with the steel fence, creating a hole. Soldiers exclaimed, "The steel mesh is broken by its impact, and bullets have no effect on it." "Don't panic. Focus firepower on it. Aim at the meaty cluster on its body, not its head." On another side, a breach had also occurred. A soldier, incapacitated by a mutated entity, was being attacked, and other zombies began fighting over tearing apart. The agonized cries of that individual echoed, and the zombie horde started pouring in. Zhao Xiong said, "Stand your ground at your positions. Aim at the meaty clusters of the superclass entities, and shoot." At this moment, a superclass entity noticed Zhao Xiong. It sprinted at an incredibly fast speed, aiming to grab Zhao Xiong. She quickly evaded, falling to the ground. It was then that Zhao Xiong realized these superclass entities were unusually agile, making it challenging to target them accurately. The zombie swung its arm down, just as a car rushed forward, colliding forcefully, and hurling the superclass entity away. Seeing Zhou Yuf stepping out of the car, Zhao Xiong smiled and asked, "Zhou Yuf, why did you come back? It's very dangerous here. Hurry back to the main force. We said we would help you. How can we just ignore you?" At that moment, Zhao Xiong noticed the guns in the hands of the two. Couldn't help but be surprised. People's police, for the people, we can't be afraid and hide in the rear doing nothing. Now, a horde of zombies rushed towards them. Xiao Yu and Officer Mayo fired frantically, clearing out numerous zombies. Zhao Xiong, witnessing this, couldn't help but be astonished. "Xiao Yu, you shoot like that without fear of running out of bullets?" "No need to worry. We're used to it. And we have plenty of ammo." Zhao Xiong observed the situation around and shouted, "Continuing like this is too bad. We shoot while withdrawing. Got it?" The group followed the order, shooting while moving back, the defensive line narrowing, and the zombie horde gradually surrounding them. Seeing the superclass entities charging, Zhao Xiong gritted her teeth. Annoying, without eliminating the superclass entities, the other zombies remain as aggressive. At the breached steel fence, a cannonball was fired, creating a loud explosion. Zhao Xiong, surprised, asked, "Is this heavy artillery? Who did this?" Xiao Yu glanced and immediately knew who it was. She turned Officer Miao with a cheerful face. "Wang is back." Officer Miao nodded slightly, somewhat awkward. At this moment, a vehicle slowly approached. The one Lu Xingyue had prepared for Wang Bo. "So many zombies, daring to surround my woman. I'll run over all of you." Wang Bo stepped on the gas, and the vehicle surged forward, mowing down the zombies in front. At this moment, two superclass entities appeared, attempting to block the vehicle. Wang Bo squinted. This zombie is massive. Could it be the Zombie King? What to do this time? The frenzied superclass entity attacked the vehicle aggressively. Wang Bo furrowed his brow, continuing like this. Sooner or later, the vehicle will be destroyed by them. First, use the zombie brainwave to control them. Let's see what they really are. Wang Bo sent the zombie brainwave to the nearest superclass entity, the image unfolding beneath the bridge. As the toad inserted mutated toad warts into 3 zombies, Wang Bo realized, it seems that the Zombie King Toad has buffed these zombies, leading them to grow this large. The 2 entities outside were exerting force to overturn the vehicle. Wang Bo became anxious. It seems these buffed zombies are not controlled. The vehicle is about to flip. Suddenly, Wang Bo noticed the meaty clusters on their bodies. If controlling them is futile, perhaps I can control the parasitic entities on them. Wang Bo once again unleashed the zombie brainwave into those meaty clusters. On the other side, Shoujo saw Officer Meow running away and couldn't help but ask, "Officer Meow, where are you going? Quickly come back. It's very dangerous over there." Officer Meow hurriedly replied, "Wang Bo is in trouble. I'm going over to help him." Just as Officer Meow approached, a bizarre scene unfolded. The two superclass entities, in the midst of lifting the vehicle, suddenly lowered their hands. Officer Meow looked puzzled. What's happening? Why did they stop attacking? Wang Bo shouted, "You all get up, kill the other zombies." The two superclass entities received the order and immediately turned to slaughter the other zombies. "Captain, I didn't make a mistake. They are attacking their own kind. It's incredible. While they are in chaos, let's quickly kill them." Wang Bo accelerated the vehicle, swerving it horizontally. The door opened and Wang Bo extended his hand, saying, "Get on the car. Officer Meow, you can use the machine gun on the vehicle to clear out these zombies." Officer Meow turned her face away in disdain. Wang Bo hesitated. "Oh well, seems she's still mad at me. Women can hold grudges." Later, Officer Meow grabbed his hand and got on the car. Her expression cold as she asked, "Where is the machine gun?" Wang Bo awkwardly pointed upwards. "I agreed to talk to you, not representing anything. Let's go back and I'll explain everything clearly to Xiaoyu." Wang Bo sighed in his heart. "Ha, it seems I can't escape from this mess." On the other side, the zombie horde continued its frenzied attack. Their guns seemed ineffective against this horde. At that moment, powerful penetrating bullets came from behind. Zhao Xiong looked towards the front of the vehicle in amazement. "I didn't expect heavy weaponry here. Is it reinforcements from the Central Command? With such strong support, we could surely resist." Wang Bo directed the other superclass entity towards the other zombies. It grabbed the meaty cluster on another zombie's body and forcefully tore it apart. The toad in its hand struggled, while the other entity exerted pressure, crushing it. Losing control, the superclass entity fell to the ground, dead. The zombies, seeing this, began to turn and flee. Observing this, Zhao Xiong speculated, after the leader zombie died, these ordinary zombies also panicked and fled. Could it be that they gathered because of these leaders? Once the zombies had all fled, Wang Bo directed the other two entities to self-destruct by pounding onto their own meaty clusters. Zhao Xiong furrowed her eyebrows. Why did those two commit suicide? This is unprecedented. Record all of this. Let's report it to headquarters. At this moment, Xiaoyu's voice caught Zhao Xiong's attention. "Wang, I didn't expect you to find us so quickly." Wang Bo embraced Xiaoyu. "Without knowing what to say, it's great that I caught up with you. With me here, you can rest assured. Xiaoyu, there's something I want to clarify with you. Before, with Officer Meow, I don't need to say anymore. Officer Meow has explained everything to you. Both of you were affected by the Gene Clan's aphrodisiac. That's why things happened the way they did. What happened with Officer Meow and me? We were out of control at that time. Please don't blame us." Wang Bo looked surprised at Officer Meow. "She said that to you? Officer Meow is indeed a good person. So touching. But I don't know why I feel somewhat disappointed. Wang, during the days you weren't here, I've thought about it carefully. As long as you have Xiaoyu in your heart, I shouldn't calculate like that. How foolish of me to think that way. It's clear that you hurt me and Officer Meow. So Wang, do you like Officer Meow?" Xiaoyu suddenly asked this question, leaving Wang Bo momentarily unsure of how to respond. He hesitated and scratched his head. "Xiaoyu, why would you suddenly ask that? You know, I don't want to hurt Officer Meow. And Officer Meow also has feelings for me. So as long as you're in my heart, I won't pay attention to sharing with him." Xiaoyu clung tightly to him and replied, "Because I know you don't want to hurt Officer Meow." And Officer Meow also has feelings for you. So as long as you have me in your heart, I won't mind sharing with him. Hearing this, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel excited. Xiaoyu, it's not a joy to have both you and Officer Meow in my heart. Wait, calm down. If you still think that way later, the anger will increase. Zhao Xiong approached and asked, sorry to interrupt, but as a military personnel from the base area, I am Zhao Xiong. Wang Bo turned and replied, hello, my name is Wang Bo. Xiaoyu whispered, wham, Captain Zhao, she is brave, resourceful, and also cares about the people. Hearing this, Wang Bo smiled and said, in this apocalypse, meeting someone strong and kind like her really makes one feel safe. If you hadn't appeared in time to help us turn the situation around, my people would have suffered a lot. I would like to talk privately with you guys. If it's convenient, is it convenient? If so, let's sit down and talk. Wang Bo appeared calm on the surface, but he was wary inside. At this point, he still didn't know much about these people and didn't know what they wanted to discuss with him. He hoped it wouldn't affect his gold collection efforts in the apocalypse. After a while, they entered and began their conversation. Zhao Xiong bowed and said, thank you all for your help. You don't need to be overly polite. Protecting the people as a public security officer is also my duty. Having capable individuals like you assisting us is truly an honor and a privilege for our military. With people like you always ready to help, it's a great support for us. Captain Zhao, do you know how far we are from the gathering point now, based on the current progress? I estimate we still have over 400 kilometers to reach the gathering point. Captain Zhao, could you update me on the situation at the human gathering point? This is actually what I wanted to discuss with everyone. In reality, the gathering point we're preparing is just considered a large base. Currently, our country has 5 major gathering points: Xinjiang, Xingtang, Zhongyuan, Fuzhou, and Yuanhai. Each region has well-trained soldiers and is considered the safest place, so which is the nearest gathering point to us right now? The closest one is Fuzhou, but we need to establish a base first. Without the firepower support from the gathering point, we won't be able to reach Fuzhou. Therefore, your task is to gather people from various places to the base, and then the gathering point will send people to pick them up later. Yes, the next scheduled pickup is in 6 months, and each time we could transport around 30,000 people. Wainbo thought to himself, in that case, the only way for everyone to live truly safe days is to reach Fuzhou. Zhao Xiong continued, but rest assured, our base, though not as heavily fortified as the central hub, is still secure enough. The centralized area not only has high walls, but also armed guards 24/7. It not only ensures safety for everyone, but also cultivates a variety of vegetables, eliminating the fear of hunger. Accommodating 100,000 people, there is not a problem. If you all assist us, we are confident that we can quickly bring everyone to the safe zone. Helping the ladies is, of course, not an issue. With everyone working together, we can certainly reach the destination safely. We will catch up with the main force quickly. In Wainbo's mind, relief set in. I thought she was going to ask about the recent incident. Scared me for a moment. I thought it was something major. Discussing the base while on move is not easy. On the opposite side, Zhao Xiong also stared at Wainbo intently. After this, Wainbo arrived. Those zombies changed completely. Moreover, he even has such advanced heavy weapons. Definitely not an ordinary person. On the road, we must observe him closely. Wainbo stood up and smiled. Captain Zhao, we are fated like this. Let me give you a gift as a token of our meeting. This is a Coca-Cola I found when scavenging for supplies outside. A gift for you. No, we cannot accept items from the civilians. How can this be considered receiving items? Just consider it as me inviting you as friends. No matter what, I cannot accept it. Moreover, something this good can fetch quite a few valuable items. I'm already tired of drinking this. Wainbo couldn't hide his surprise. There's someone not moved by Coca-Cola. Captain Zhao is truly enlightened. Indeed, an upright soldier. I am even more impressed with her now. At night, several miles away, platoon leader Lu eagerly gazed in the direction of the previously established base. Suddenly, his face lit up as a convoy of vehicles approached. The soldiers immediately gather around Wainbo's tank, pointing and exclaiming, "Wow, this tank is truly top-notch. Look at how secure it is. If we could drive this thing, we wouldn't be afraid of encountering zombies anymore. You can probably only find something like this at the Fujo base." Zhao Qilong stepped out of the vehicle and introduced, "Wainbo, this is Platoon Leader Lu." "Platoon Leader Lu, he's the newest member of our team. Wainbo, a reliable comrade of mine. Where did you get this armored tank?" Wainbo boasted. "I found this at an abandoned construction site. It seemed usable, so I took it. Which workshop has such amazing stuff? Where is it? I'd like to check it out. I also want an armored tank like this. Ha ha, I forgot where I left it." "Platoon Leader Lu, don't make it difficult for me. There are many places like that. I'm sure I've forgotten." "Ha, why trouble him? I'm just curious." "Oh, my friend is still waiting. I'll go over there. Let's catch up later, everyone." Wainbo didn't want to stay long and quickly found an excuse to leave. After Wainbo departed, Platoon Leader Lu resumed a serious demeanor. "Captain, there's definitely something suspicious about this kid. Obtaining such high-quality equipment is not simple at all. The design of that armored tank clearly doesn't belong to our country. Moreover, in the post-apocalyptic world, finding something like that is nearly impossible, though we're unsure about him. One thing is certain, he's not with the zombie faction. We've already suffered significant military losses, and if we encounter another large-scale zombie horde, we could be completely wiped out. With him here, there's a chance he could safely lead us to the base, which isn't a bad thing." On the crowd's side, Lai and Xiaonan kept complaining incessantly. "Oh, running hungry all night, I might starve." Xiao Yan and Xiao Bao went to help with the porridge. "Just endure a bit longer. We'll be able to eat soon. Later, sister will give you a share to eat." Lai scratched his head and laughed. "Eating a few bowls of porridge won't make you full. Hasn't Wainbo returned? Where is he? Right, where's Bo? I want to eat chicken drumsticks." Just as Xiaonan finished asking, Wainbo appeared. He tapped on his head and said, "This kid only remembers chicken drumsticks." Xiaonan saw Wang Bo's eyes sparkle and exclaimed, "Wang chicken drumstick, Wang, I missed you a lot when you weren't here." Du Zoom happily said, "Bo, you're back. That's great. You've been away for so long. I really thought you couldn't catch up with us. Didn't expect you to catch up so quickly." Wang Bo replied seriously. "This time has been tough for everyone. For them, it's been 7 days. But for me, it feels like just one day. The flow of time and reality and the end times is different. Like this, Xiaoyu and Neo Police might age faster than me. But with their beauty, even if they age more than me, in my heart, they're still the most beautiful." At this moment, Wang Bo noticed a group of people nearby always glancing towards them. He didn't pay much attention and turned to Xiaonan, saying, "This time, I brought some good stuff for everyone." Xiaonan eagerly asked, "Really? What goodies do you have? Can we eat them? There are many people here. Everyone, go into the tent. Wang has good things for us." Seeing Miao Ruyan leaving, Wang Bo hurriedly asked, "Where is Officer Miao going?" "I have." Miao Ruyan interrupted, "It's okay. Just tell everyone. I'm going to see how Xiao Yan and the others are cooking porridge." Wang Bo looked at Miao Ruyan with a hint of concern. "Officer Miao, why are you so cold towards me? It seems you haven't forgiven me yet. What should I do this time?" Carrying the cooler, Wang Bo entered the tent. People couldn't help but marvel at the cooler. Wang Bo whispered, "Don't be loud. If others find out, it'll be gone." Xiaoyu whispered, pointing outside, "I'll go call Xiao Yan and the others to come for the meal. If not, the ice cream won't last long, and it won't be delicious if it melts." De Zhu looked astonished at everyone. Could it be that they're not curious at all? Bo, where did you get the ice cream? This is magic. Wang Bo chuckled, don't worry. This cooler has an air conditioner and can keep things cold until late at night. Everyone can enjoy their meal comfortably. A rustling sound came from inside the tent, catching the attention of nearby hooligans. One of them asked, "Boss, why are these guys in the tent?" Tai Tu picked his nose and replied, "What else could they be doing? Probably having a gangbang." Elsewhere, Miao Ruyan and Chao Chi were cooking rice, while Xia Yan and Xiao Bao were serving porridge to everyone. Lai gathered a group of soldiers to join him for a smoke. At night, Wang Bo returned to the vehicle, saying, "Well, we can finally rest. The zombies in my memory might be the Zombie King level, except they can buff ordinary zombies. I wonder if there are any other tricks. If I've accepted a mission from the system, I need to find and eliminate it. Where should I start looking?" While Wang Bo was still pondering, Miao Ruyan approached, saying, "Wang Bo, there's something I want to discuss with you." Wang Bo opened the car door and said, "Alright, I'll get down here. No need to let me up." Inside the car, the atmosphere became awkward. The two remained silent, making Wang Bo feel the stifling air. He was contemplating breaking the silence, when, at that moment, Miao Ruyan turned and spoke at the same time. "You go first." Officer Miao speaks first. The air became awkward again. Feels even more awkward like this. Miao Ruyan didn't turn and asked, "I saw your sleeping bag. Are you planning to sleep in the car?" "Yes. I find the tent a bit cramped too. It's quite chilly to sleep here. Besides, we have a tent." As Miao Ruyan turned her head, Wang Bo suddenly pulled her into a kiss. Miao Ruyan widened her eyes. She tried to resist and pushed Wang Bo away. "No, we can't do this." "Why not?" "Officer Miao, I know you like me. I can't let you do anything just because I like you. Moreover, what are we now? We've already done that. What else is there?" Miao Ruyan was furious. "So what is it? Explain it. Do you want to develop into a romantic relationship? How could that be? In my heart, you're still someone very important. How can we just be in a romantic relationship? I initially thought I'd meet someone I liked. Then we date, get married, have children. But now everything is turned upside down. All because of you. Breaking all my dreams." Wang Bo reached out and grasped Miao Ruyan's shoulder, saying, "Police Officer Miao, please don't be agitated. Listen to me. I admit I was wrong. Disrupting your future dreams. However, don't be tense. Although you had an unpleasant start, trust me. In the remaining journey of life, I will turn you into the happiest woman in the world. I assure you, as long as I can do it, I will satisfy you. Both you and Xiao Yu are the ones I love the most. In the future, I will take good care of both of you. But if you don't reveal your background, can we really trust you? This is about my background." Wang Bo hesitated for a moment and then asked the system, "What should I do? How can I tell her about my time-traveling identity? Is it dangerous?" The system replied, "Players must not let love make them foolish. While your current identity may not change the future, every word and action can have serious consequences." Wang Bo in despair exclaimed, "She's already mine. I can't keep hiding it from her like this." The system said, "Players should think carefully. The system only advises you. Take care of yourself." Actually, Officer Miao, Wang Bo, was about to speak when Miao Ruyan covered his mouth, saying, "I understand. You have your own troubles. If it's a secret that can't be revealed, it's better not to say it. Anyway, I know you like me, and that's enough. Officer Miao, you're too sensitive. Rest assured, Wang Bo will treat me well, and he won't let me down." Miao Ruyan suddenly took the initiative to embrace Wang Bo, saying, "You said I belong to you, and even calling me Police Miao. So from now on, just call me Miao Miao, okay?" Miao Ruyan nodded lightly, still holding him tightly. It seems that the master's righteousness has worked. the virus no longer affects me. But I still. Meow meow, now that we're together, can you kiss me again? Blushing, Meow Ruoyan nodded slightly, and the two began to kiss. Wang Bo slowly laid on top of Meow Ruoyan, kissing down her neck. His hands began to gently caress her ample chest. Meow Ruoyan, her voice trembling, said, Wang Bo, wait, doing it here already. If you don't like it, we can stop. I won't force you. Actually, it's not impossible. After Meow Ruoyan spoke, she took the initiative to unbutton Wang Bo's shirt. I hope you won't be like last time. This time, please be gentler with me. Wang Bo replied softly, sure, it won't be like last time. I'll be gentle with you. As Ruoyan's underwear was removed, Wang Bo asked, can I? Meow Ruoyan nodded, saying, yes. Just then, a high-speed train roared into a tunnel, and Meow Ruoyan moaned with pleasure. At that moment, Shoyu's voice came through. Wang, are you sleeping alone on the car? Being alone must be lonely. I'm coming to you. As Shoyu opened the car door, she burst into laughter. Ha, it seems I came at the wrong time. You two continue. Wang Bo quickly grabbed Shoyu's hand, saying, no. You came at the right time. Shoyu smirked, asking, what about me? Wang Bo pulled Shoyu into the car, saying, you came just in time. Captain Liu, from the reconnaissance team nearby, observed everything and remarked, Company Commander, I associate Shoyu and police officer, Meow getting on Wang Bo's car. Why was there such an intense reaction? Is there a conspiracy? Ignore it. Focus on your position. On the early morning of the second day, most people continued their journey. Wang Bo's group sat together in a relaxed manner, enjoying ice cream. Shoyu, licking the ice cream cone, accidentally dropped some on her chest, saying, oh dear, the ice cream melted on me. Meow Ru-yun, sitting beside her, looked over and teased, why does Shoyu look so alluring when eating ice cream? Big sister Shoyu, try my ice cream. It's very sweet. Shoyu took the ice cream from Xiao Bao, found it tempting, and decided to give it a try. Seeing Shoyu's seductive manner of licking the ice cream, Xiaoman turned his head and said, I want to try durian-flavored ice cream too. Meow Ruyun quickly covered Xiaoman's eyes and shouted, kids shouldn't look. Xiaoman, bewildered, asked, why can't I look? I just want to eat ice cream. Wang Bo, sweating, reminded, Shoyu, pay attention to your eating posture. Why do you always eat ice cream like that? The two brothers, De Zhu and De Bing, rushed over at this moment. De Zhu said, Boss, I've investigated thoroughly. Wang Bo asked, how much longer until we reach the gathering point? De Bing said there's a large bridge ahead. Once we cross it, we can quickly reach the gathering point. They mentioned there would be military support at that time, so we don't need to fear zombies anymore. It's great. I want to see what the gathering point is like. In Wang Bo's mind, he thought, I hope we don't encounter that zombie king. If it attacks too much in front of others, it will raise suspicions. Once everything is settled, I can focus on collecting gold. Captain Liu, driving ahead, chuckled, half a day more on the route, and we'll be in our territory. We can rest then. Zhao Xiong, looking tired, replied, although we're almost there, we still can't let our guard down. Her eyes began to droop. It's been a while since we had a break, feeling exhausted. I might not hold on much longer. Somewhere, the cunning zombie king frog dragged corpses into a pit. It looked down at the pit for a moment and gleefully said, endure a bit more. The prey is about to take the bait. After an unknown amount of time, rain started to fall. Oh, in a hurry to hit the road, and it starts raining. Truly annoying. I heard those soldiers say we're almost there. Just endure a bit longer. An elderly woman in the group appeared tired, walking slowly. Taito walked past her, knocking her over, saying, hey, hurry up, too slow. Clever dogs won't block the way. At your age, what's the point of going to the gathering place? You're already on your way to death. Taito's followers chimed in, exactly, just leave quickly. Don't come to the gathering place to fight for food with others. Zhao Xiong hurriedly ran over, extending a hand. Are you okay, Auntie? The road is slippery in the rain. Please be careful. Thank you, Captain Zhao. You're truly a good person. Auntie, can you still walk? Let me help you get to the front and sit on our truck. No, you've all fought with zombies for us. How can I shamelessly take your spot? Wang Bo stepped forward and said, Auntie, don't be stubborn like this. The rain won't let up. Outside, the wandering group will become a meal for zombies. Wang Bo, you arrived just in time. Help me get her inside our truck. Wang Bo approached the old lady. Let's go, Auntie. I'll help you onto the truck. The old lady still opened her mouth to refuse. I'm already old. Just leave me be. Wang Bo turned and shouted, Deju. It's me, Bo. We can't convince this old lady. Carry her to our military truck. Wang Bo's actions made Zhao Xiong feel that he truly was a good person. Deju lifted the old lady, saying, You bold-tight auntie. You're really causing trouble for us. Zhao Xiong turned back and thanked Wang Bo. Wang Bo thought to himself, Captain Zhao is indeed an ice-cold beauty. Even her appreciation is so indifferent. While still contemplating, Zhao Xiong suddenly collapsed. Wang Bo was shocked and quickly asked, Captain Zhao, what happened? Zhao Xiong tried to speak. It's okay. Maybe just lack of sleep. Captain Zhao, let me help you up. Wang Bo touched Zhao Xiong and couldn't help but be surprised. She's too hot. She must have a fever. He asked again, Captain Zhao, are you really okay? It seems like you have a fever. It's okay. Just a minor thing. I can manage. You don't need to support me. Don't make a fuss. Wang Bo, witnessing Zhao Xiong's departure, couldn't help but feel anxious. I understand that as the leader, if she can't endure, it will affect everyone's morale. However, no matter how strong she is, she's not made of steel and can't endure forever. Up ahead in the team, a soldier shouted, Look ahead. We've reached the bridge near the base. Once we cross this bridge, we'll reach the base quickly. Everyone, move quickly. The refugees couldn't help but rejoice upon hearing this. Great, we can finally rest. This time we could be safe. No need to go through those anxious and fearful days anymore. Platoon leader Li reported, Company Commander, I see our comrades ahead waiting for us. Zhao Xiong looked towards the crowd blocking the bridge. It's pouring rain and I feel like I won't endure much longer. I don't know why, but I feel a bit strange. The refugee crowd remained oblivious to anything unusual. Great, just need to get inside the base. No more fear of zombies. And there's food too. Just thinking about it makes us happy. Liu Lu told his brother, this time we can live in a stable place. Wang Bo furrowed his brow, wondering, is it really that convenient? Usually in games, there's always a problem when things seem too smooth. Better use my skills to see what's ahead. Wang Bo activated his supervision, rapidly focusing on the group on the bridge. Observing the scene before him, he widened his eyes. Up ahead is not Captain Zhao's team, but soldiers disguised with straw, and behind them, abandoned cars blocking the bridge. Straw figures impersonating people, blocking the path. Someone else is behind this. Factions trying to seize resources. Normal zombies wouldn't have such high intelligence. Now that we're in the middle of the bridge, blocked in the front, everyone here is trapped and the end is near. Behind us for sure, behind the group, numerous superhuman entities emerged, their numbers reaching dozens. A soldier turned around and couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Captain, it's bad. The left flank spotted zombies. Hold on. The right and rear, all zombies. Moreover, all superhuman ones. The superhuman entities lunged at the soldier who just shouted. Zhao Xiang quickly directed, Team 1, follow me, protect the rear. Teams 2 and 3, guard the left and right, be cautious. Platoon leader Lu, lead everyone across the bridge. Platoon leader Lu waved his hand and shouted, don't panic. Everyone, follow me, quick. Two soldiers firing at a superhuman entity were immediately grabbed and pulled into the bridge. Zhao Xiang was shocked. These zombies aren't directly eating, but capturing the living. Nearby, a group of survivors, a blonde guy running slowly, was caught by a superhuman entity. Terrified, he screamed, "Oh no, help me!" Taita didn't stop and shouted, "Save your own ass. Go save yourself." Up ahead, a woman was running with her child. Taito immediately grabbed the little girl, saying, "Saving one life is better than building 7 towers. Borrowing this kid for a bit." The panicked woman exclaimed, "Why are you taking my daughter?" Taita threw the girl towards the mutated creature, yelling, "Here, take this little white one. Stop chasing me." Right as the superhuman entity was about to grab the child, Zhao Xiang swiftly appeared, holding the baby. However, in doing so, Zhao Xiang suffered multiple slashes on her back from the superhuman entity. Suppressing the pain, she released the child to run back to its mother. With no strength left to run, Zhao Xiang turned, drew her gun, and fired a few shots. The regular bullets couldn't penetrate the tough skin of the superhuman entity. It swung its fist, and Zhao Xiang's body couldn't withstand it anymore. At that moment, she could only close her eyes and accept her fate. Wanbo appeared in front, using his counterforce against the approaching superhuman entity. "Captain Zhao, you have to hold on. Without you, what will happen to your comrades?" Only now did Zhao Xiang manage to react and opened her eyes, looking at Wanbo with astonishment. The superhuman entity attacked again, but Wanbo deftly brushed it aside. He looked at the massive piece of flesh on the creature's neck, too large to straighten its head, forcing it to tilt backward. Wanbo charged forward and shouted, "Lifting your head like that must be tiring. Let me help you." With a thud, Wanbo used his powerful diamond force punch to crush the flesh, eliminating the parasitic node. The superhuman entity immediately collapsed, motionless. Zhao Xiang looked horrified, dealing with zombies barehanded. Wanbo is like a mythical hero. Wanbo turned back and asked, "Captain Zhao, are you okay?" Zhao Xiang's gaze was blurry, and she struggled to respond. "I'm fine. I can endure. If you can't stand, what about me? Let me support you." Wanbo walked over to Zhao Xiang, intending to support her, only to discover a large scratch on her back. "Ah, your back is injured," he exclaimed. In a hurry, Wanbo questioned the system. "She's injured by zombies. Quickly check if she's infected with the virus." The system replied, "No virus detected, but she exerted excessive force, leading to a high fever of 40.8 degrees Celsius. Upon hearing this, Wanbo remarked, "Captain Zhao, you've had a high fever now, and you say it's nothing." Zhao Xiang's face flushed as she firmly grasped Wanbo's shoulder, and solemnly said, "You don't need to worry. I might affect everyone. Wanbo, please help us. We must bring everyone back to the base. I don't want my team and me to become responsible for military failures. You can rest assured, my team has taken action, and can safely bring everyone back to the base." Zhao Xiang added, "For those who have been captured, I hope you can help us find them." While conversing, a superhuman entity approached slowly, causing Zhao Xiang to panic, exclaiming, "Wanbo, be careful behind you. It's about to charge through." Just as the entity was about to reach Wanbo, he turned his head, using his zombie brainwave to impact the flesh on its neck directly. In Wanbo's mind, the image of the zombie king, a toad-like creature, stood before a group of superhuman entities, saying, "I want more meat, delicious human flesh. Tonight, we must capture them all." Wanbo opened his mouth, saying, "I understand, it's the zombie king playing tricks." Zhao Xiang spoke, "Since the previous ambush, I've noticed it seems like you can control zombies. Who are you? And I understand there are sensitive matters I can't fully disclose to you now, but rest assured, you are absolutely trustworthy in my eyes. After the adjustments are made, I'll explain everything to you slowly. You can use your abilities in front of me to demonstrate your trust, and in return, I will trust you." Platoon leader Lu was currently blocked in the middle of the bridge, saying, "Oh my, we're stuck here. We need to figure out a way to get through. Our comrades are fighting superhuman entities, so we need to quickly come up with a plan to clear the way and bring the artillery over." A soldier remarked, but the artillery has been used up earlier, so we're out of options. Let's call all the civilians here. Even if we have to carry things by hand, we must clear this debris. Deju and Lai rushed forward, shouting, Platoon Leader Lu, we have heavy weapons that can help everyone. Platoon Leader Lu was astonished and shouted, Deju, Police Officer Lai, you all have heavy weapons. Why didn't you bring them out earlier? Lai explained, these are provided by Wang Bo. We didn't have them before. Xiaoyu, standing next to the armored vehicle, urged, stop talking. Let's detonate this obstruction first, then use the armored vehicle to push the obstacles aside. Platoon Leader Lu immediately ordered everyone to move back a few meters, and Lai and Deju activated the heavy machine guns. 2 artillery shells were fired, causing the obstructing vehicles to explode into pieces. Xiaoyu smirked and shouted, now watch me. She accelerated, ramming straight into the clustered vehicles, sending them flying in both directions. Wow, the roadblock is cleared. Hurry up, everyone, cross the bridge. Platoon Leader Lu shouted loudly, listen up, everyone, move quickly, we're about to break free. In the rear squad, superhuman entities chased after the people. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, and the pursuing superhuman entity was blown up, turning into a fresh lump of meat. Xiaoyu quickly appeared from behind to assist the military group. Xiaoyu, weren't you clearing the path on the other side just now? How did you return so quickly? Of course, I had to come back to help Wang, she said. Wang Bo, using his super agility, quickly caught up with the group of superhuman entities chasing people. He leaped and enhanced his body, delivering a powerful blow. The superhuman entity was hit, its head twisted a few times before succumbing. Wang Bo spoke to the 2 recently rescued individuals, run fast, quickly escape with everyone, leave this to me. He then roared menacingly, ahead, release the captives now, or face the consequences. The superhuman entity in front turned its head, seeing Wang Bo, staring at it like the Grin Reaper. Terrified, it hastily fled. Wang Bo chased after it, shouting, still daring to run, if I catch you, I'll tear your throat apart. Zhao Xiang urged, everyone, move faster. Xiaonan and Xiao Bao alternated between firing their guns and assisting others. A soldier couldn't help but ask, little friends, do you really know how to use guns? Xiaonan and Xiao Bao proudly lifted their faces. Of course, don't underestimate us. Haha, we are gun deities. In the rear, some soldiers were using firepower to suppress the zombie horde, preventing them from getting closer. However, these bullets merely scratched the surface of the threat. Wang Bo approached Zhao Xiong and said, Captain Zhao, there are too many of them, we can only save a few. Zhao Xiong didn't blame Wang Bo. On the contrary, she expressed gratitude, saying, if it weren't for you, today might have been the end for all of us. Let's move forward. Okay, let's go ahead. In his mind, Wang Bo pondered, this zombie king is much more formidable than the one in the gold warehouse. It seems the apocalypse is much more complex than the game I played on the computer. Zhao Xiong shouted, brothers, let's withdraw. The group, following orders, retreated while providing cover fire for each other. Wang Bo turned to Xiaoyu and said, go find the others, I have to blow up this bridge. Alright, Wan, be careful. Later, Zhao Xiong saw Wang Bo continuously pulling explosives from his backpack, unable to hide for surprise. Wang Bo, how can your bag contain so many explosives? Is this Doraemon's magical pocket? Counting to 3, 1, 2, 3, run fast. Everyone waited in front, shouting, quick, quick, come over here. Wang Bo confidently turned around and laughed, with so many explosives. Let's see if I can deal with you guys nicely or not. Just then, a large figure leaned over, and Wang Bo recognized the Zombie King. In shock, he exclaimed, the Zombie King has appeared. When did it get here? The Zombie King jumped towards the bombs, using its tongue to extinguish the burning fuse. Its voice became deep, ruining my good deed. No need to capture, kill them all for me. Following its command, the superhuman entities began to charge. Wang Bo was about to use the zombie brainwave control, when the system intervened. The host of the parasite is nearby. The player's brainwaves are not sufficiently affecting the parasitized zombies. Wang Bo cursed, "Damn it, why didn't you say it earlier? I wouldn't have wasted my effort." Shoujo shouted, everyone, quickly fired to support Wang Boshun and suddenly drew off her gun, and the bullet flew towards Zhao Xiong, passing her and hitting the landmines. The friction force ignited a spark, causing the mines to explode with a deafening sound. Zhao Xiong and Wang Bo, near the blast, were blown away, and Lai and Dazu, with astonished faces, looked at Xiao Nan. "Kid, you're really something. Your skills are top-notch now," remarked Lai. Xiao Nan's heart pounded, "That scared me to death." Luckily it didn't hit Zhao Xiong. The explosion was so powerful that it collapsed a section of the bridge, creating a barrier between Wang Bo's group and the approaching zombies. Wang Bo exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, we're safe now. The bridge is broken, they can't get across. Let's go quickly, Captain Zhao, everyone is waiting for us." Shoujo and Officer Miao shouted, "One." Wang Bo waved and replied, "I'm here, babies." Suddenly, a new danger emerged. The tongue of the zombie king extended from below, striking towards Zhao Xiong. It coiled around her neck and pulled her back. Zhao Xiong's scream startled Wang Bo, who turned around to see. Wang Bo shouted, "Captain Zhao, not good, Captain has been captured." Wang Bo, go save Captain, not waiting for everyone to speak. Wang Bo quickly pursued. The long tongue of the toad pulled Zhao Xiong underwater, and Wang Bo jumped off the bridge to follow, wrapped tightly around her neck. Zhao Xiong struggled to say, "Don't come here, forget about me, don't say silly things anymore, just wait, I'll come to rescue you." Wang Bo reached out and tightly hugged Zhao Xiong's waist, saying, "Relax with me here, nothing will happen to you." "Fool, who told you to rush over here on your own?" The two were pulled into the sea by the frog. People rushed to the edge of the bridge in panic. Captain Wang Bo is also pulled into the water. "Damn it, Captain, Platoon Leader Lu, the water is rushing so fast, afraid that they've taken the brunt of it." "What are they saying?" "Quickly call all soldiers to jump down and find the captain for me." Xiao Yu eagerly said, "I have to go too." "I have to find Bo." Police Officer Miao pulled Xiao Yu back and said, "Calm down. Wang Bo has the courage. They will be fine. Trust him." Lai spoke up. "Ru Yun is right. Nothing will happen to them without the captain here. And with you panicking as the platoon leader, you should not panic. Order everyone to return to the base and send another small team into the water for search." Without Zhao Xiong in command, platoon leader Lu didn't know what to do. He covered his face and said, "I apologize for being too hasty. Lai is right, I should stay calm. Let's act quickly then. Xiao Yu, don't worry, everything will be fine. Below is water." Wang Bo quickly surfaced and gasped. "Captain, system, what should I do?" The system responded. Players can stay in the water for a long time, can search underwater, or can stand on water using the latitude function. I understand this, but now the water is flowing too fast and standing on water using the latitude function is not possible. How do I find the captain now? The system suggested, I recommend the player recharge gold. Oh no, increased rewards can also work. Now this is the only way. Try it, system. The system said, the reward mode has been switched for you. Good luck. Wang Bo turned the knob, praying in his heart. May the heavens be on my side. I must draw a usable skill. I must save Captain Zhao. The reward drawing screen began to spin, and at the same time, below was water, the frog pulling Zhao Xiong away. This guy is the zombie king, always sending groups of zombies to ambush us. I only saw the zombie king on the shore before, never expected there would be one underwater. I'm reaching the limit, probably won't make it this time. Zhao Xiong's consciousness started to blur, recalling. I used to aspire to become a soldier to serve the country, but shortly after joining the military, the apocalypse came. My parents disappeared when the apocalypse arrived, and he. At that moment, Zhao Xiong was providing covering fire for civilians fleeing. Hurry, go, we'll hold them back here. A desperate scream echoed, and Zhao Xiong turned to look back. Civilians, step back. Let me go, go die. Civilians, taste my stick. Zhao Xiong hurriedly approached and asked, Ji Gan, have you been bitten? It seems so. When we do, are you turning into? No, don't panic. Let's find medical help immediately. It might be futile, but look, there's bleeding from the wound. It seems you've been infected. We've seen comrades bitten, turning into zombies. You know the consequences. We should deal with the infected person using the usual method. No, let's return to the base. If we kill the virus, you won't turn into a zombie. Please come back to the base with me. There must be a solution. Zhao Xiong, stay calm. Both parents are gone, and now even you. What should I do? Zhao Xiong gathered strength. I don't want to become a monster like that. Let me maintain the dignity of a soldier for the people. Zhao Xiong hugged Ji Gan and cried, alright, I'll go with you. If you're gone, how can I go on? Ji Gan clenched his teeth in excitement, then smiled and pushed Zhao Xiong away. You're right. We can't give up like this. Maybe there's still a way. Let's go back. No matter what, I'm a soldier, and maybe my body's characteristics can resist the virus. Let's go quickly. They might detain me at the base, but it's okay. I'll explain everything to the commander. Ji Gan, holding the gun, spoke, My love, I'm sorry. Even without me, you have to take good care of yourself and live on with resilience. With a sudden sound, Ji Gan fired the gun, ending his own life. Zhao Xiong's face was horrified as she looked at Ji Gan lying in a pool of blood. In despair, she screamed, just like this, Parents, Ji Gan, I'm coming. In the murky water, a beam of light emerged. Wang Bo, carrying a roaring machine on his back, rushed forward. Captain, hang in there. I'll save you. With me here, everything will be fine. Zhao Xiong half closed her eyes. Wang Bo, how is it possible? It must be an illusion. Wang Bo shouted, You rotten toad, causing such a mess. Now, I'll deal with you. Using sonar transmission, Wang Bo made his voice audible underwater. He then pulled out a laser sword, enhanced his body, and swung the sword to cut off one of the toad's legs. The toad screamed and, in retaliation, threw Zhao Xiong towards Wang Bo before escaping. Wang Bo caught Zhao Xiong with his hand. Captain seems to still be conscious. I hope everything is not too late. Watching the toad swimming away, Wang Bo sneered. He took out a new positioning watch and accurately targeted the toad's position. Then, from the watch, he shot a tracking device onto the toad, saying, Captain, hang in there. Everything will be fine for sure. Wang Bo emerged from the water and walked to the shore, laying Zhao Xiong down. Captain, wake up quickly. We can't afford to lose you. Come on, wake up. Oh no, her breathing is weak. What should I do? Right, I still had some medicinal beans from the system. Dezhu was severely injured before, and eating one saved him. Hopefully, it will work. Wang Bo inserted a medicinal bean into Zhao Xiong's mouth, urging, Captain Zhao, wake up, come on. This can't be happening. Why no response? Could it be? Wang Bo thought he could save Zhao Xiong and shouted in frustration. Damn it, I was just a step too late. The system said, Player, stay calm. Try opening her mouth. Wang Bo was surprised. Why shouldn't I look into her mouth? Oh, goodness, the bean hasn't been swallowed. It scared me. I thought there was no way to save her. Now, she's unconscious and can't swallow the bean herself. I have to help her. I'm doing this to save her. If she finds out, please don't blame me. Wang Bo placed the bean in her mouth, chewed it, and then fed it to Zhao Xiong. After a while, Zhao Xiong furrowed her brows, then opened her eyes. Wang Bo, am I dreaming? Wang Bo happily replied, Captain, you're awake. I saved you. Where's the zombie king? That's right, luckily I found you early. Otherwise, you would have become a snack for that toad. Zhao Xiong involuntarily blushed and touched her lips. The vague sensation I just felt was that an artificial respiration from you, to me. Wang Bo awkwardly scratched his head. Ah, yeah, don't worry. I only did it to save you. Nothing else in mind. So, no ulterior motives. Can I let go now? Wang Bo quickly withdrew his hand from Zhao Xiong's chest. Sorry, got a bit carried away. Couldn't control it for a moment. Seems like I'm used to grabbing soft things when kissing. Thank you for saving me, but I got us into trouble and you fell into danger with me. You're a stranger, but we're in the same predicament. That crafty toad seems to have run off somewhere. We need to find it next. I know you'll follow anyway, so I won't advise you against it. But I hope we can go together. Bring those captured back to the base. Zhao Xiong looked deep into Wang Bo's eyes, sensing his courage, leaving a strong impression on others. She stood up and said, I trust you and I can feel your courage. It makes others believe in you. I commit not to doubt or misunderstand your true nature. This is something I can agree with you on. Can you agree with me? Oh, she said, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. Wait a moment if I encounter problems with the virus or need to sacrifice. Please don't hesitate. Act immediately. Wang Bo was astonished. How can I agree to such a cruel matter? He thought for a moment. Captain Zhao has come this far. She is truly determined and decisive. I feel this is cruel, but it's something our soldiers often can't avoid. Agree with me or else if I turn into a zombie, it will harm many people. Alright, I agree, but I can assure you, I will absolutely prevent that from happening. He felt relieved, thanking him in advance. Captain, actually, she smiles beautifully. Don't be so cold all the time. Okay, these flirting skills don't work on me. Seriously, let me see the escape route of that monster. Once we determine its location, we'll go meet it. I identified its position, always following the water flow. Zhao Xiong nodded. Let's quickly chase after it. But it swims so fast, we might not catch up. Don't worry, I have a flying support device here. We can definitely catch up. Zhao Xiong looked intrigued at the device. You used this to rescue me just now. Can you give me one? Ha ha ha. Kidding? This thing is not easy to come by. This item cost Wang Bo a few £1,000s of gold to obtain. To save Captain Zhao, he spent £5,000 of gold to draw 50 times. However, the rewards from this troublesome system were bizarre. 7 wooden sticks, 5 bottles of spring water, 5 random attributes, 2 boxes of ammunition, 2 skill books, a flying support device, a fruit peeling knife, 2 laser swords, a family planning tool, and a light transforming device. Some of these items were at least useful or understandable, but others left people speechless. Fortunately, he obtained 2 skills, although they didn't seem very practical. Mental communication of divine consciousness. Within a 1-kilometer radius, players could transmit their inner thoughts to a designated linked person. Depending on the level, the transmission range and the number of linked individuals would increase. Currently, it could transmit to a maximum of 10 people. The upgrade criteria included the number of uses, physical adaptation, and passive skill enhancement. The current level allowed adaptation from -60°C to -80°C and water pressure up to 120 meters deep, adjusting based on the player's attributes. Zhao Qiang said, there's only one of those. Can't you just carry me while flying? If that works, fine, but change into your clothes first. Why do I need to change? Is there something wrong with my clothes? While speaking, Zhao Qiang glanced down, realizing a part of her shirt had been torn, and she didn't know when it happened. If they're swaying in front of me, I might not be able to focus on controlling it. After changing, she walked over and said, let's set out. Wang Bo, you're amazing. Finding such a comfortable and bulletproof outfit. Wang Bo wiped the blood from his nose with his thumb, pointing upward. Of course, this is bulletproof attire. You'll feel safer after putting it on. I'm doing it for everyone's safety. In another place, the toad managed to return to its nest. Inside the dwelling, the superpowered individuals knelt down, bowing their heads. The toad lifted its head, and the surviving people were captured and hung up. "Help, let us go. I don't want to die. I don't want to become food." The toad commanded, "Bring some food over here. Don't let it go hungry." The group of superpowered individuals immediately carried out the order. After some time, Xiaoyu's group found the spot where Wang Bo had stood earlier. Officer Miao took Zhao Xung's shirt and asked, "This must be the captain's." "Right." Sergeant Lu nodded. "Exactly. I wouldn't mistake it." So Wang and the captain were probably nearby. "Where are they?" A soldier with a foul-smelling breath said, "The belongings are here, but the person is not." "Could it be?" Lai scolded him. "Hey, don't talk nonsense. If Wang Bo is not back, he must have his reasons. Let's continue swimming to find them. If we don't locate them before it gets dark, we'll head back and discuss our next steps." Miao Ruoyun and Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes, we agree with Lai's suggestion." Near the abandoned factory, Wang Bo swiftly carried Zhao Xiong through the air. "The signal stops here. Probably the zombie king is here. Let's quickly go down and check." Wang Bo nodded and descended below. As soon as they entered, the two smelled a strong putrid odor. "Seems like it's coming from over there. Let's go check." Around them, superpowered beings were hiding in ambush. They approached the edge of the pit and looked down. "What's that smell?" "It's overpowering, and it seems like the stench of decaying flesh for a long time." Wang Bo said, "This smell is similar to the one in the Zombie King's den I've been to." "According to your words, this must be the Zombie King's den." Suddenly, a superpowered creature attacked, and Wang Bo keenly sensed it. He swiftly held Zhao Xiong, and moved to the side, saying, "Let me deal with it. You go find the captured person. Leave this area to me. But with so many powerful zombies, I might have a tough time alone." Numerous powerful zombies emerged from all directions. Wang Bo couldn't help but exclaim, "What? There were none a moment ago. Why so many now? Looks like we'll have to endure for a while." Zhao Xiong replied, "Seems so. Living through today is not bad at all." Wang Bo suddenly asked, "Captain, if we survive today, what will our relationship be?" "What relationship?" "Definitely, comrades bound by life and death. If I didn't have a girlfriend, I would surely pursue you." Zhao Xiong was speechless. Now is not the time for such talk. The horde of powerful zombies began their attack, and Wang Bo reminded, "Let's go up. You have to protect yourself." And so, the two found themselves in a chaotic battle. Meanwhile, among the group of refugees, T2 expressed dissatisfaction. "If we keep moving this slowly, when will we reach the base?" Indeed, one of a group of zombies catches up. Taito pointed at a soldier and shouted, "Hey, you there, when will we get there at this pace?" "That's right, when will we finally reach the base?" Lulu frowned and asked, "Why so noisy?" T2, in the midst of continuous complaints, said, "It's because of the wheat and crippled bunch, causing everyone to move slowly. What if something happens to us?" The soldier, finally unable to hold back, retorted, "Captain, our life and death are at stake and you're bothered by us moving a bit slowly." Taito retorted back, "Are you daring to have such an attitude towards us?" Other soldiers intervened to advise the agitated one. Taito was furious, "Daring to be hostile towards me." His subordinate behind him instigated, "Boss, teach them a lesson quickly." Taito retorted, "Everyone, come here and see this, soldiers fighting each other." Seeing the audacity of this individual, the one with green hair raised his foot to kick him. Two soldiers beside him exerted effort to restrain him, saying, "Let go, I have to beat him to death." Taito put on a frightened expression and said, "Just because I asked why we were moving slowly, they wanted to attack me." The refugees, confused, spoke up. "That's right, I also want to know why we suddenly slowed down." Yeah, when will we finally get there?" "We're waiting for our captain, and our lives are at stake, not necessarily theirs. Protecting the people is not their mission, as some claim." Showman, hearing the complaints, became infuriated. This is making me furious. I hate people like this the most. Shoba whispered, stay calm. What do you want to do? Fight them back. With the support of the crowd, Taito continued forcefully, hurry up, or I'll report you all. I'll tell them that you're abusing your authority, treating people's lives as worthless. Just then, the old Leif who had been pushed down by Taito, swung his stick forcefully at his head, saying, shut up, you wretched thing. Don't listen to this kid. The soldiers along the way have protected us. Haven't you seen that? We could get here because they sacrificed themselves. Now all they want is to wait for their captain. If you want to go faster, go to the base yourself. Why do you need them to protect you? You talk too much. Are you afraid of death? I've lived long enough. Not afraid of death. I agreed to go slowly and wait for our captain. Taito in anger. Cursed? You old hag. You've lived long enough. Then I'll send you to meet the king of hell first. As he was about to reach for the old lady, a soldier grabbed him, saying, have you caused enough trouble? Roaring like a tiger, thinking you're Hello Kitty. Believe me, I can kill you right now. Tito's wrists were tightly bound, causing him intense pain as he cried out, ah, let go. It hurts so much. I admit I was wrong. Please forgive me. The refugees, hearing the old lady's reasonable words, quickly chimed in. The aunt is right. I agree, you wait for the captain. Count me in. I agree too. Xiaobao and Xiaonan, overhearing this, couldn't help but sneer. It seems everyone here is still quite kind-hearted. Luckily, only a few are like those ruthless ones. Tito, in tears, held his injured arm and pleaded, my hand hurts so much. I can't feel it anymore. Is it broken? That despicable scoundrel is weak and afraid of the strong. Aunt helped the old lady onto the vehicle. The old lady chuckled, saying, no need. I want to walk. Thank you for helping us out of the encirclement. These words are sincere. We truly appreciate all of you. Taito harbored resentment within, muttering, damn it. Making me lose face in front of so many people. Ha ha. After the apocalypse, it's been a while since I heard someone speak like that. Thank you, Aunt, for understanding us. Taito suddenly noticed the gun holstered on the military personnel's belt, his expression turning malicious. Don't blame me. It's you who forced me. Xiaonan, a bit worried for Wang Bo, reassured, we don't know how Wang is doing. Relax. Wang is courageous. He'll surely turn hostility into goodwill. A deepening gunshot echoed, causing Xiaonan to sharply turn his head, stating, gunfire. Someone's shooting. At that moment, a soldier took a direct hit to the neck with a bullet, and he exclaimed, damn it. What the hell are you doing? Taito's junior brother, standing beside him, also panicked and looked at him, saying, boss, you're going too far. Regardless, since that old lady isn't here, relying on you is no better. Now, I might as well kill you. A soldier pulled out his gun to deal with Taito, hastily grabbing Xiao Bao and shouting, stay away, or I'll kill this kid. Xiao Bao was stunned. Hey, sir, I have no grudge against you. What's the point? This despicable guy is using a child as a shield. Brother, stay alert. We're almost at the base. Don't doze off. Keep going, brother Ba. Hang in there. Everyone gathered to watch, expressing concern. Oh my god, there's so much blood. When we do this time, is there anyone here who can help stop the bleeding? You, the scoundrel, look at the good deeds you've done. I've endured enough during these times. I can go hungry. On what basis should I listen to you? On what basis? Xiao Bao advised, hey, sir, I suggest you quickly drop the gun. Otherwise, you'll regret it shortly. Faced with a menacing threat, Taito's face contorted with anger. You despicable creature, you underestimate me, don't you? With a thud, Xiaonan aimed his gun at Taito, declaring, release him, or I'll have to shoot. Taidu gritted his teeth and retorted, "So, it's the kid. You're using a toy gun to threaten me." A loud bang echoed, and fresh blood sprayed out, astonishing the other soldiers who looked at Xiao Nan in disbelief. This kid has guts, shooting so decisively. He's definitely not an ordinary child. Taidu now lay in a pool of blood, expelled from the earthly realm, lamenting, "Xiao Nan, you really shot. My face is covered in blood now." Xiao Nan's expression remained cold. "I won't hesitate. I dare to use a gun on you. Even if it were God, I wouldn't show mercy." Observing Xiao Nan's icy demeanor, Xiao Bao involuntarily blushed. "Brother Ba, don't sleep." The remaining soldier couldn't withstand it any longer and succumbed to death. The old lady blamed herself. "It's all my fault. My mouth kept provoking that despicable guy. How can I blame you, dear?" Others expressed sympathy, silent and thoughtful. "The military has no leader now. What do we do this time? Hopefully, Wang and the captain can return soon." Night quickly descended, and Wang Bao, soaked in sweat, stood panting. There were no formidable zombies left around him. Zhao Xiang, beside him, looked at Wang Bao with a terrifying expression. He can do it again, single-handedly defeating so many formidable zombies. This is truly what humans are capable of. Who is he, after all? Examining Wang Bao's agile snake-like body, Zhao Xiang's cheeks slightly reddened. Wang Bao furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. "That toad seems to be nearby, Captain Zhao. The weapons in my backpack, grab them and go quickly to find those who have been captured. I'll stay here and keep watch." Surprised, Zhao Xiang asked. "Why? Wang Bao, aren't you coming with me? Time is running out. Splitting up will be faster." The toad, hiding somewhere nearby, jumped in front of Wang Bao, and its leg was swiftly severed by Wang Bao, replaced by another artificial limb. Wang Bao taunted. "Oh, the leg is so fast. Ha, couldn't wait. Wanting me to strike again. Captain, hurry, go rescue the others. But be careful. It's the Zombie King. Trust me, I'll find you after dealing with it." "Alright, take care." Zhao Xiang, filled with concern, murmured. "The Zombie King isn't like ordinary zombies. Wang Bao might be able to handle it, but time is running out." She turned and exclaimed. "Agree with me. You must be fine." Seeing Zhao Xiang run off, the toad mocked, trying to escape. "No chance." The toad pulled 2 chunks of meat from behind its back and tossed them, saying, "Not just any rotten toad. See me explode and end you." Wang Bao used his golden cudgel to explode the chunks of meat consecutively, but unfortunately, he missed one and got bitten on the leg. In pain, Wang Bao grabbed the chunk of meat and threw it on the ground, saying, "Dare to bite me? Useless. You've been infected. You're turning into a zombie. Listen to me now. The Zombie King can speak human language and has your intelligence, which is indeed peculiar. Unfortunately, your tactics are useless against me." The toad was astonished. "What are you saying? You're a zombie, too. If that's the case, we're alike, both under the Zombie King's command." The toad dismissively replied, "Nonsensical talk. I won't waste time explaining. Show your skills if you have any. I don't have much time to play with you." The toad bent down and declared, "You're as good as dead." Curious, Wang Bao asked, "Why are you sitting down?" "Toad Kung Fu." "Fool. You'll find out in a moment." Behind the toad, the chunks of meat began to swell and Wang Bao watched with a sense of dread. "Are you giving birth in front of me?" Without responding, the toad's head emerged from within one of the meat chunks. Wang Bao scrutinized it closely. "Monstrous. What are these things?" Creatures on the toad's back started wriggling, attempting to emerge. The toad let out a cry and sprayed a viscous substance towards Wang Bao. He quickly dodged, but got slightly splashed. "This isn't normal fluid. It's acid." Wang Bao turned around and around the toad, more toads of various forms appeared. Dumbfounded, he faced this onslaught, and as soon as they appeared, they rushed towards him. Now's not the time to be amazed. These toads seemed more complex. A long-bodied toad charged first with sharp objects protruding from its arms. Wang Bao tilted away. Simultaneously, a small-sized toad lunged, tightly embracing Wang Bao. With a loud bang, it detonated on its own. Wang Bao swiftly dashed outside, exclaiming, "What do these toads explode into? The stench is like shit, unbearable, and it feels like my whole body is paralyzed and immobile." Without giving Wang Bao a chance to catch his breath, other toads began to swarm him. Wang Bao struggled to stand up, hands emerging from beneath the ground tightly gripping his legs. Annoyed, Wang Bao remarked, "Why are there so many of these toads? Is there no end to them?" Once Wang Bao was restrained, a large-bodied toad forcefully lunged at him. Blood spurted backward as the toad with a slender body stood ready, wielding a sharp object in its hand. Wang Bao looked back. "Thought you could kill me like that? Dream on." Wang Bao's arms clasped around the toad's hand, and his other hand swiftly used the great strength Vajra palm to sever it. On another side, a small-sized toad opened its mouth wide, shooting out two pairs of tongs coiling around Wang Bao's neck. The other pair of tongs revealed sharp teeth, biting firmly. Subsequently, the small-sized toad emitted electric shocks, attempting to electrocute Wang Bao. Seizing the opportunity, the zombie king toad immobilized Wang Bao's legs and turned to seek Zhao Xiong. Wang Bao realized, not good. That toad wants to hinder me, and then chase after Captain Zhao. I absolutely cannot let it have its way. I'm starting to get used to this electric shock. Wang Bao yelled, gripping the two tongues tightly, "Rotten toad, you're not getting away. I'm not done with you yet." The zombie king toad sensed Wang Bao's swift turn, immediately getting hit by another thrown toad and falling. Behind Wang Bao, the elongated toad opened its mouth, its tongue stiffening and striking towards Wang Bao. He turned around, gripping tightly. "Thank goodness my master taught me some techniques. These tailless toads are truly bizarre." The extended tongue lunged forcefully at Wang Bao's neck. "Impressive. You've successfully infuriated me. You're surely dead now." Wang Bao clutched the tongue tightly, kicking forward to grab the other toad's neck. The toad immediately reacted, sharp objects emerging from its hands. Wang Bao, using the great strength Vajra palm, struck the toad's chest forcefully, blood spattering backward from its mouth. "Come on, bring it all. I'm not afraid of you guys." Beneath the ground, the other hand emerged once more, grabbing hold of Wang Bao's leg. Determined not to fall for the same trick again, Wang Bao exclaimed, "Trying that trick again? I won't fall for it twice." The zombie king toad leaped again, attempting to collide with Wang Bao. Wang Bao jumped up, pulling the toad hidden in the ground along. Just as the zombie king toad lunged, the toad beneath the ground got crushed. Wang Bao questioned, "Is that all you've got? Use all your tricks." The zombie king toad sat up, its malevolent eye assessing Wang Bao. "This guy is much stronger than I imagined. Despite this, he can still stand up after all that." Wang Bao's body was covered in veins. "This zombie king toad is much more formidable than before. Fighting it alone is quite challenging. My entire body is sore and aching. Moreover, the most critical issue is a sudden dreadful hunger causing me to lose my rationality. I don't want to eat those toads." Closing his eyes, Wang Bao whispered to himself, "I have to stay calm." Recalling his master's teachings, using the soft to conquer the hard might be the key to victory. The zombie king toad lunged again. Just as it was about to make contact with Wang Bao, he widened his eyes. "It's time to use the extreme martial arts." He shouted, "You like to clash head-on? Huh, I'll give it back to you." With a warm sound, the counterforce from the yin-yang boxing repelled the toad. The massive body crashed through the workshop's roof and soared outside. Simultaneously, Shoyu's group approached the workshop and Lai said, "There's only this workshop downstream. If Wang Bao didn't encounter any unexpected incidents, he's likely here." "Neo, it seems like you heard some commotion. It looks like Wang Bao might be inside this workshop." Neo Ruyun nodded. Let's quickly check. Wang Bao regulated the chaotic anger in his body, finally calming down, temporarily restraining the urge to eat, hoping to endure a bit longer. The toad quickly returned. Wang Bao said, clearly knowing you're no match for me, yet you dare to come back. Use whatever tricks you have quickly. Don't act arrogant. Watch how I deal with you. Elsewhere, upon seeing Zhao Xiong, the trapped crowd shouted, someone's here. Quickly save us. Save us. Hurry and rescue us. Captain, save us. Don't panic. I'll rescue you right away. Zhao Xiong was unsure how to quickly free everyone. She looked at the tightly bound chains on the cage door and said, everyone step back. I have to break this. Be careful. With a few loud bangs, the iron chains easily shattered. Zhao Xiong urged, everyone run. The door is on the other side. Once out, follow the river straight to find the platoon. Platoon leader. Others are held elsewhere. All right. All soldiers follow me to rescue them. On Wang Bao's side, he cracked his knuckles and advanced towards the toad. I don't know why you came back. But this time, I must eliminate you to prevent further harm. Even if I have to die, I'll drag you down with me. Finishing his words, the toad opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue towards Wang Bao. Wang Bao grabbed its tongue and scolded, throwing your tongue around, relying on this trick only. How ridiculous. Let's see if my throwing your tongue can kill you. Wang Bao exerted force to pull back the toad's tongue, driving it towards him. Great strength, Vajrapam. Unleash. Wang Bao's hand delivered a powerful slap to the toad's head, a deep and low sound resonating. The toad closed its eyes and muttered, finally, it's over. I just wanted to see my son one last time. The hefty body of the toad fell, tears streaming incessantly. Wang Bao wiped sweat off and sighed. Phew, finally dealt with this troublesome guy. The system said, congratulations on defeating the zombie king. The distance to completing the mission is now even closer. Wang Bao cursed. Closer, my foot. You're just the second one. Due to the player defeating the high-level zombie king, the player's advanced skills can be upgraded. Body reinforcement skill. After use, defense points increase by 75. Strength increases by 60. Consumes 100 anger points each time. Lasts for 30 seconds. Upgrade progress 1367 out of 2000 super level 2 night vision. Passive night vision unaffected by heat, smoke, or fog. After use, clear vision within a 500 meter range. Consumes 100 mental points. Last for 10 seconds. Upgrade progress 1367 out of 2000 level 2 zombie brainwave control. Controls 4 zombies. Can share zombie vision and memories before and after transformation. Each use consumes 200 anger points. Lasts for 5 minutes. Control range not exceeding 600 meters. Upgrade progress 15 out of 20. Except for the upgraded skills mentioned, you acquire a new zombie king skill. The motive force of the skill is passive. Unaffected by water flow and water. Rapidly increases mobility. The higher the anger points, the stronger the skill. Left hand possesses the power of life and death. Can release healing energy. Healing any injury and detoxify. The right hand can release poisonous gas. Causing diseases in living beings. Excessive inhalation damages all body cells. Using the life power consumes 25 anger points per second. Treating different injuries requires varying time. Using the death power consumes nearly 40 anger points per second. Causing various injuries requires varying time. Upgrade condition is killing zombies. Upgrade progress is 0 out of 1000. Upon realizing his life and death abilities, Wang Bao couldn't help but curse. Damn, this skill is too powerful. It can increase damage and even buff health. This skill is just too amazing. Now I'm truly a warrior type support. The system reminded. Player, the crucial point is whether you have enough anger points. Without them, no matter how powerful the skill is, it's useless. Suddenly, a violent tremor occurred. Zhao Xiong urgently urged. Earthquake! Everyone, run quickly. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Zhao Xiong worried about Wang Bo, saying, he's still inside. I don't know if he's okay. Inside the pit, the sound of a child calling for their father echoed incessantly. Wang Bo, surprised, turned his head to look inside and exclaimed. There are children in there. Approaching the edge of the pit. Wang Bo shouted. Little one, don't be afraid. I'm coming down to rescue you. As Wang Bo spoke, his face suddenly turned pale with horror. A giant hand emerged from the pit, reaching forcefully towards him. Wang Bo's face drained of color and he exclaimed. What on earth is this? From within the pit, a zombie child with a massive body emerged. It continuously called for its father, its arms swinging violently, attempting to crush Wang Bo. Despite Wang Bo strengthening his body to resist, the strength of this zombie child was overwhelming. Wang Bo was quickly pressed down to the ground. The zombie child glanced at a toad lying in a pool of blood, and its eyes welled with tears as it carefully lifted the toad, continuously calling for its father. Wang Bo, battered and bruised, crawled out of the pit saying, This is the son of that toad. In other words, it's the zombie king. How could the big toad still be living in the pit? The reason it captures people outside is because Wang Bo looked down into the pit, where a pile of decaying human corpses lay. It was only now that he understood. Saying, that toad captures living people to feed its offspring. System quickly helped me investigate the origin of this giant toad's offspring. The system responded. Apologies for now. The system cannot retrieve its information. But it is undoubtedly more powerful than those tailless toads. Do I even need to mention that? Now I have to deal with this one. Maybe I should consume a magical bean to recover first. Wang Bo reached into his pocket, gently placing the corpse of the toad in it. The zombie child glared at Wang Bo with resentment. Wang Bo, engrossed in searching the system space, realized he had left too many items in there. Unable to find the magical bean immediately, the zombie child suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow that caused blood to gush from Wang Bo's mouth. The system space fell from Wang Bo's hand, and he asked, System, how much anger points do I have now? The system replied, You've almost used up your anger points in the recent battle. I recommend the player to run away quickly. Wang Bo felt helpless. He struggled to reach the system space, saying, just one magical bean, and I'll be fine. I absolutely cannot die. The zombie child stood watching Wang Bo lifting its leg forcefully towards him. Then it withdrew its leg, attempting to grab Wang Bo with its hand. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Bo exerted force, and the palm of the zombie child opened, clamping onto Wang Bo's leg. Wang Bo was hoisted upside down. He let go, realizing it was challenging to escape this time, on the verge of becoming prey for this creature. However, he couldn't accept it. Muttering, Stao Yu, Miao Miao, and Hong Fei. Won't see them again. Just as the zombie child was about to deal with Wang Bo, a series of gunshots from nearby rang out. Everyone, quickly concentrate firepower. We can't afford to lose Wang Bo. The bullets seem to have some effect, so don't stop. The wounded zombie child covered its face in pain, its eyes looking down at two soldiers standing in front of it. It lifted its leg forcefully, and then rushed towards the soldiers on the corridor, grabbing one of them. Without waiting for the captured soldier to scream, it shoved the person into its mouth, chewing ferociously. In the midst of its distraction, Zhao Xinong swam onto its head using a chain. She pulled out the laser sword that Wang Bo had given her earlier, gripping it tightly and raising it with determination. Die! You monster! With a sharp sound, the laser sword plunged deep into the zombie child's head. It cried in pain, tears streaming down as it reached for its head. Zhao Xinong jumped down, looking up at the arm, biting Wang Bo, resolving. Absolutely cannot let the zombie king eat Wang Bo, gripping the laser sword with both hands. She leaped up. A swift strike effortlessly severed the zombie's wrist, rescuing Wang Bo. Zhao Xinong sighed in relief. Wang Bo, are you okay? Fortunately, you gave me this laser sword. It's quite effective, even against this level of zombie. Seen Zhao Xiong. Squad leader Lu cheerfully shouted. Captain, I knew you'd be fine. Zhao Xiong, no longer in the mood for nonsense, shouted. Enough talking. Hurry and save Wang Bo. Zhao Yu and police officer Mia rushed over, pulling Wang Bo away from the zombie's grasp. Wang Bo, wake up quickly. Lai angrily grit his teeth. Wang Bo is injured again. Wang Bo slowly opened his eyes. Zhao Yu and Miao. Right? Zhao Yu. Use your firepower to support everyone. Okay, Miao. Be careful too. Lai shouted loudly. Firepower. Shoot vigorously. Under relentless gunfire, the zombie momentarily covered its face with its hands. Does you threw 2 smoke bombs? Use all available measures. Focus firepower. The zombie child, enraged, showed its red eyes, clenching its fists. All out of ammo. Bullets are depleted. With a loud bang, the zombie smashed another person into pulp, howling in anger. On the other side, Xiao Yu escorted Wang Bo away. Wang Bo's voice trembled. Take me back. I can still go on. The shoes under Wang Bo's feet tore apart, and he cursed in frustration. These cheap market shoes. With a swift motion, he threw away the torn shoes and said, Xiao Yu, take me back. Xiao Yu hesitated. No, Wang. You don't have shoes anymore. I can't let you go barefoot. Don't panic. There's a cube over there. I'll take you there, and you can recover on your own. Xiao Yu looked anxiously in the direction he pointed. What cube? I don't see it. Wang Bo, forgetting that Xiao Yu couldn't see the space, could only move on his own now, saying, Xiao Yu, guide me over there. Hurry up. No, you must take me away from here. Xiao Yu, listen to me. If not, we'll all die here. On the other side, the zombie child was ruthlessly killing. Oh, no. It's here again. Everyone be careful. With a loud bang, a soldier who couldn't run fast enough had his leg shattered by the rampaging zombie. He screamed in pain. My leg. Don't panic. I'm here to save you. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiong, running along the elevated corridor, leaped forward, her laser sword thrust straight into the zombie's chest with a thud. The zombie's hand reached out, but Zhao Xiong was nowhere to be seen. Somehow, Zhao Xiong had attached herself to its back. Luckily, I avoided that. Otherwise, it would have been the end. Gotta think fast. The zombie quickly noticed Zhao Xiong turning its head to look back. It reached out its hand, but Zhao Xiong leaped outside, 2 knives flinging out from her spread palms. With a sharp sound, both knives hit the zombie's eyes, making it unable to open them. Squad leader, I'm fine. Let's go quickly. We can't deal with this one. Everyone, move fast. The blinded zombie wildly swung its arms, crashing large metal bars, causing them to collapse. Be careful. This one's gone mad. The zombie child's limbs relentlessly kicked and wreaked havoc, damaging numerous structures. And the metal bars on the roof showed signs of impending destruction. Miao Ruiyun urged, "Captain, run, hurry up, or that monster will catch up." Zhao Xiong, running behind, glanced at Miao Ruiyun's head where a large piece of steel was falling. In a hurried moment, Zhao Xiong embraced Miao Ruiyun, avoiding the descending metal. "Thank you. You're fine, right?" Lai was supporting the injured soldier's leg, running ahead and shouting, "Xiaoyun, everyone, hurry up. This place is about to collapse." Suddenly, an old man widened his eyes and yelled, "Xiaoyun, be careful." At this moment, a giant foot stomped towards Ru Yun and Zhao Xiong. The two girls turned around but couldn't avoid the colossal foot in time. The heavy foot dropped with a loud crash, and the dust swept through, tossing the people in front. Lion Squad leader Lu, horrified, quickly turned back. "Xiaoyun, Captain, everyone, don't rush, don't go there. Wang is here, everyone will be fine." Miao Ruiyun and Zhao Xiong were only covered in dust and had nothing serious. "This monster dares to attack my people." Seeking death, Miao Ruiyun exclaimed. Wang Bo, standing in front of Miao Ruiyun, supported her leg. She joyfully shouted. Wang Bo exerted his strength, using the great strength Vajra palm to shatter the monster's leg. The zombie child lost its balance and crashed down, losing one of its legs. Zhao Xiong urged anxiously, "Wang Bo, hurry at this moment. Everyone, go ahead, I'll deal with this zombie, but it won't stop regenerating. We don't need to linger with it anymore. We should continue moving. Miao, the police officer, is right. We've already saved everyone. No need to take unnecessary risks." Wang Bo remained silent, staring at the recovering zombie's feet. "System, how much has my anger points restored?" The system replied, "Due to the recent use of the enhancement skill, you now have only a little left. It's down to 80 points. However, using the backup is sufficient. We still have a chance to win." Wang Bo turned back and said, "It's momentarily difficult to explain, but I have a specific reason for doing this. Trust me, everyone, go quickly. I'm losing my mind." Wang Bo is losing it. Knowing Wang Bo's nature, Miao Ruiyun understood that he wouldn't do anything without certainty. She told Zhao Xiong, "Let him go." Zhao Xiong, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you his person? How can you let him take such a risk? You know about that zombie king." Miao Ruiyun interrupted, "Precisely because I am his person. I respect his decision. Wang Bo is not an ordinary person. If he says he can do it, he can definitely do it, but facing it alone is truly too dangerous. Let's go. Team Captain, don't stay and hinder Wang Bo any longer." Zhao Xiong directed his words to Wang Bo. "Wait until we all reach the base. Join our army. I want to invite you to be my comrade. We'll fight side by side in the future. Aha, we can discuss this after I return. Miao, the police officer, is right. You're truly not ordinary. Remember to come back alive. Wang Bo, both, so are you, and I will be waiting for you." Wang Bo mumbled. "Everyone has already left. Now I can play to the end with you." It seemed that Zhao Xiong's knife was still lodged in the zombie's eye, preventing it from recovering. He continued to taunt. "Hey, you monster over there. Now I'm right in front of you. Come on, if you're up for it, taste me. I'll avenge my father for you." Wang Bo tightly gripped the cube in his hand, calculating, as long as I can get inside its body, everything will be easy to handle. The zombie let out a roar, a large hole opening on its abdomen. Finally, opening my mouth at this moment, victory or defeat lies here. Wang Bo leaped, using a unique martial art technique to dive straight into the zombie's abdomen, quickly closing it. The zombie, thinking Wang Bo had avenged its father, called out again, tears starting to flow. The inside of the zombie's belly was putrid, causing Wang Bo the struggle to breathe. What are these small openings? Digestive secretions. The fear of trypophobia is about to recur. My pants are corroding, and I don't know how long the viral support can resist. I have to seize the moment. System, release all explosives into the space. The system hastily warned, stay calm. Player, with that many explosives, you'll also die. So I hope your backup is stronger. Follow my command. Outside, the zombie child approached the body of the toad. It knelt in agony before the lifeless form of its father, wailing. Suddenly, its belly swelled, emitting dazzling rays of light. A loud explosion ensued, and everyone outside the workshop could see a mushroom-shaped pillar of fire rising. After a while, amidst the swirling dust, an arm emerged from the debris. Wang Bo, charred and without a single strand of hair on his body, stood up, finally can smell the fresh air again. Indeed, the strong virus support is crucial. Your system won't let me die easily, but it hurts too much. I feel every piece of flesh on my body burning, can't hear anything, and everything before me is a dark void. The system expressed admiration. The player's adventurous spirit is truly commendable. But now, although you're not dead, your eyes and ears are damaged. If your body is not dealt with, there's a risk of infection. Keep blabbering, not like I'm still in my first mission. Wang Bo took out a first aid kit and stuffed it into his mouth. Feels like my body is recovering a bit, but why is everything still blurry and the first aid kit doesn't seem to be effective? Players, don't rush, the first aid kit has worked. But the injuries are severe. Recovery takes time. Please be patient. Wang Bo rubbed his bald head. Scared the life out of me. But it turns out the first aid kit is not an instant recovery. Gotta be careful next time. Oh, there are people here. Xiao Yu and the others are so fast to come looking for me. Wang Bo, with no scrap of clothing covering him, approached and inquired, "Hey, just now there was a big explosion here. Why are you still?" The other person turned upon hearing the sound and Wang Bo exclaimed, "This person looks so familiar, like we've met somewhere before." Oh, he is. Memories flooded into Wang Bo's mind. The delivery man sat despondently in the hospital, holding the diagnostic paper of his son named Lu Taoming, 3 months old, male, diagnosed with cerebral palsy. It was because of this that his wife left carrying a backpack, leaving the father and son in a dilapidated room. The man continued his delivery job with his disabled son on his back. Inside a luxurious apartment building, a bald-headed uncle observed the situation of the man and his son. The uncle handed more money to the man. Despite the man's surprise, the uncle smiled and nodded approvingly. One rainy day, the man slipped on the slippery road, causing the food in the delivery box to spill out. The uncle endured the pain, stood up, looked back at the child behind him, who could only utter, "Dad, Dad." As the food was rejected due to the spill, he returned to the rundown room. The milk box for his son was empty and checking today's earnings showed 142 yuan, deducting the late delivery penalty of 87 yuan, complaint deduction of 172 yuan, food compensation of 202 yuan. The total deduction was 319 yuan. A new message arrived, stating that your credit card has expired. Please make payment promptly. Reading these lines, the delivery man could only bitterly cry. Soon after, the apocalypse descended and the streets became chaotic. In some corner, the delivery man held his son tightly, trying to escape. His finger had been bitten by a zombie and the zombie virus was infecting his body. Unable to control himself, he involuntarily squeezed his son's neck. Seeing saliva continuously spewing from his son's mouth, the man regained his composure and screamed. Other zombies, upon hearing the loud cry, slowly approached. The man embraced his son, muttering, "Even if I turn into a zombie, I won't abandon you." A surge of anger emanated from him, causing the zombie horde to fearfully kneel in reverence. Subsequently, his entire being began to transform. Wang Bo watched everything, tears streaming down his face. He regretfully apologized. "I didn't know your past. I didn't intend to harm your child." The delivery man looked at Wang Bo, his whole being dissolving, and he smiled gratefully, uttering a word of thanks. The father and son quickly disappeared from Wang Bo's sight. Wang Bo wiped away his tears, questioning, "Did I just witness a soul, or is it an illusion as my eyes recover? System, why you want me to destroy the zombie king, while providing me with the memories and consciousness of the zombie king? This feeling is too unpleasant. What is the purpose behind all of this?" The system said, "Congratulations on defeating the Zombie King. You have acquired a new skill, Body Regeneration. When your body sustains injuries, the skill will activate, and your body will automatically undergo recovery. The recovery time depends on the skill level and the extent of the damage. The skill upgrade condition is killing zombies, with the current upgrade progress at 2,367 out of 5,000. Body reinforcement has reached level 3. After using the skill, defense points increase by 100 and strength increases by 90. Each use consumes 100 anger points, with a cooldown time of 40 seconds. The progress of the supervision upgrade is 2,367 out of 5,000. The retinas are protected and not affected by attacks. After use, you can see clearly within a range of 700 meters. Each use consumes 80 mental power points, with a duration of 10 seconds. The life and death power has reached level 2. Using the life power consumes 25 anger points, allowing you to neutralize toxins during healing. Using the death power consumes 40 anger points per second, releasing cancer cells during damage. The upgrade progress is 1,000 out of 2,000. Physical adaptation has reached level 2. Currently, players can adapt to temperatures ranging from 80 degrees to -100 degrees and water pressure at a depth of 200 meters. The upgrade progress is 2,015 out of 4,000. Wang Bo looked at the information panel in astonishment. Not only did I gain practical skills like body regeneration, but other skills have also been upgraded. I should quickly meet up with Xiaoyu and the team to share this information. Otherwise, the recent explosion is enough to make them worried. The strands of hair on Wang Bo's head had started to grow, and he pulled out a set of clothes from the cubit block. He calculated to discard all the items from the market, because it was tiring to fight with torn and worn-out clothes like the pair of shoes. Xiaoyu's group, concerned for Wang Bo, rushed towards the workshop to check. Wang Bo flew over, shouting, "Xiaoyu, meow, meow, I'm back. Look, meow, it's Wang who's back." Xiaoyu happily ran to hug Wang Bo. "Great, you're back. I was so worried. Don't scare me like that." "Okay, but you're back, so it's fine." Miao Ruyan held Wang Bo's hand and said, "Seeing you return safely, I can finally relax. You two wait. Even if you have to crawl, he has to crawl back. But why is your hair so short now? Did that weird monster cut your hair instead of you?" Wang Bo sighed. "It's a long story. Talk while walking." Squad leader Lu, disgruntled after being bitten, said, "Humuhu, why don't I have superpowers?" Lai patted his shoulder and smirked. "Squad leader Lu, don't bother looking. Admiring someone like yourself when you're single is futile. Alright, let's head back to the team." After Wang Bo and Captain Zhao returned, everyone quickly headed back to the base. Earlier, there had been turmoil, gunfights and casualties, causing anxiety among the group. With Captain Zhao's return, the military was finally pacified. Now that the base was only 100 miles away, everyone felt much more relaxed. Gradually, their spirits lifted, and with another day and night of travel, the group finally reached the base. "Great, we're finally here. Are we safe now?" Finally back, the feeling hasn't changed at all. Inside the armored vehicle, Xiaonan widened his eyes, looking at the scene ahead. Whoa, it's huge here. In front of everyone lay Base Zone 7, constructed inside a large mountain. The massive gate swung open, allowing the convoy to slowly enter. The displaced people couldn't help but rejoice as they saw the imposing architecture inside. Is this the base? It's so massive. Feels incredibly safe. A group of soldiers in protective gear, carrying guns, rushed out and shouted, "Everyone, don't move quickly. Raise your hands and stand still." The displaced people froze. Who are these people? We're civilians. Don't shoot us. Everyone, don't panic. It's just a security check before entering the base. Stay calm. Line up for inspection. Weinbo stepped out of the vehicle. This base looks impressive. The facilities seem well equipped. After wandering around for so long, we finally have a place to stop. Liu Lu happily said, "Hey, we won't need to be separated anymore, right?" Xiao Yu draped her arm around Wangbo. "One, anywhere with you is fine. You got a sweet tongue, Xiao Yu." At this moment, a soldier in protective gear noticed the armored vehicle. "Look, everyone, on the other side, there's a really cool armored vehicle. It's a type we've never seen before. Where did it come from?" Wangbo glanced over. The vehicle still attracts attention, but this is already the most ordinary model. Someone spoke up. "Hey, where did you get this armored vehicle?" "I found it in an abandoned workshop." "An abandoned workshop? Where did you find such a large facility? Are you telling me you just stumbled upon it? How did you manage to get this armored vehicle for you guys? Based on what?" The guy aimed his gun at Wangbo's chest and shouted, "Based on this, we risk our lives to protect you. How can't you have any gratitude?" Xiao Yu frowned, dared to point a gun at Mr. Bo's face. The guy screamed in pain. What do you want?" Zhao Xiong heard the commotion and turned around. On the other side, the guy in protective gear was thrown to the ground by Xiao Yu. "You dared to use a gun on Mr. Bo's face. Do you believe I'll make you regret it?" The remaining guys immediately pointed their guns and shouted, "Dare to lay a hand on us. Tired of living, huh?" Wanbo stepped forward to stand between the two sides, quickly put down the guns. "There's no need for trouble. Who are you people? Where did these guns come from? These aren't ordinary civilians. Quickly call for backup." Xiaonan and Xiaobao also drew their guns and raised them. "Come on, as many as you want. We're not afraid. That's right, we're not easy to bully." At this moment, suddenly, a person appeared and pressed down on the gun in the hands of the guys in protective gear. He said, "Everyone, calm down and don't get agitated." Others startled and asked, "Sailing Legion, in the apocalypse, owning guns is normal. Don't act like you haven't faced such difficulties. Moreover, carrying guns is to guard against sudden situations, not to aim at the living. Don't let me witness this again. Do you understand?" The soldiers hurriedly responded, "Understood." Mia Ruyan asked softly, "Who is sailing? It seems like a significant figure." Zhao Xian ran over and shouted, "Sailing. Oh, it's Xiao Zhao. Even after being apart for so long, I can still eat you. It's wonderful. What happened just now?" Sailing replied, "Nothing major, just a small misunderstanding." "Young man, I commend your courage, but you should control your temper." "Thank you, Sailing, for intervening, and also thanks for helping us out of the situation." "No problem, I just don't want to spoil the atmosphere. Moreover, if there really is a fight, they won't fight back against you." Shoyu said, still annoyed. "You know it's good. If you were a little slower, I would have handled it all." Wang Bo chuckled awkwardly. "Aha, she speaks quite straightforwardly. Sailing, don't mind. Ah, it's okay. In this apocalypse, being too kind can lead to bullying. Sailing, on the way back, it's fortunate that they helped us. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce. She is Mia Rueyun, a former police officer before the apocalypse, with excellent combat and shooting skills. This is Wang Bo, top-notch in combat skills and marksmanship, a rare talent." Wang Bo smiled inwardly. "I hope the battalion commander doesn't brag about me killing 2 zombie kings alone, or it will cause a lot of trouble. I just want to focus on finding gold." Luckily, with his teammates' help, we were able to safely return to the base after killing the 2 zombie lords. Oh, they helped the military. Right, we should be really grateful to them. Wang Bo chuckled to himself. He, the battalion commander, is indeed both handsome and smart. Not mentioning that I single-handedly killed 2 zombie kings. This time, I can peacefully collect gold. The ladies, on their first encounter with 2 zombie kings, led the team safely back to the base. It's not an easy feat. While we completed the mission, we also sacrificed many comrades, all because of me, Xiao Zhao. Don't blame yourself. Completing the mission was already outstanding. Young man, it's the first time I've heard Xiao Zhao praise someone else. It seems he really has some potential. Or maybe you should join us. I can arrange for you to be a squad leader. Wang Bo's eyes twitched. He waved his hand to reject the offer. Let's just leave it at that. My personality is quite casual, not suitable for the military environment. Moreover, Captain Zhao praised me too much. This concludes the latest chapter, and we will be continuing it from here in the next episode.